Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 632, Beneath the Ancestral Vampire Castle. Lilith's expression immediately darkened. I'm on Ices, I just came back to life, and you're already rushing me. I always keep my word, what I promise, I deliver. I was only reminding you, Amon Ices replied calmly. You. Edward patted Lilith's shoulder. Your Grace, I also have many questions about some of the secrets on my body, and about that person you all keep mentioning. Even if you refuse to tell me anything, I will go regardless. She nodded. Be careful. An instant later, her figure vanished like chalk wiped off a board. Edward, are you really going? Lilith asked anxiously. Amon Ices cares so much about this and still refuses to go herself. This has to be extremely dangerous. Heh. At this point, even if I do nothing, I won't live more than a few days anyway. I might as well make good use of the time I have left and settle everything. As he spoke, Edward murmured, but before that, I need to return to the Sapphire Castle and confirm one thing. What thing? It's about the method I divined to resist death. I need to know whether it's reliable. Right before Lilith's eyes, Edward once again retraced the 4 steps in reverse while chanting the 4 incantations. The immortal Lord of Heaven and Earth for blessings. The Sky Lord of Heaven and Earth for blessings. The exalted Thearch of Heaven and Earth for blessings. The celestial worthy of Heaven and Earth for blessings. After a brief silence, the air around them gradually stopped flowing. It thickened, becoming viscous and uncanny. Then that familiar gray fog surfaced in his vision, hazy, indistinct, boundless. In a trance, Edward once again entered the Sapphire Castle. This time, however, it had reverted to its earliest appearance, an endless, empty expanse. The gray fog flowed like water, dotted with countless deep crimson stars, some enormous, some tiny, some buried deep within the mist, others drifting near the surface. Edward had barely taken one step when the gray fog began to billow violently. The layers of gray clouds trembled ever so slightly, as if rejoicing at the return of their rightful master. He lifted a hand and waved gently, apologetically. I'm sorry. My condition is far too poor now. I cannot continue serving as the master of the Sapphire Castle. The surging fog gradually settled. A chorus of voices, some high, some low, some deep, some sharp, whispered around his ears, seeming to express resentment and unwillingness. I'm truly sorry, Edward repeated. But I promise that in the future, there will be someone far more suitable than me to inherit the position of the Sapphire Castle's master. He gave a slight bow, then turned toward the depths of the mysterious space above the gray fog, toward the radiant staircase that ascended like a pathway into heaven. One step after another, he climbed that gigantic 6-tiered stairway and reached the condensed gray clouds at its summit. He arrived once more before that glorious door of light, faintly tinged with bluish-black. It was formed from innumerable overlapping spheres of radiance. Within each sphere lay a twisted cluster of writhing worms, some transparent, some semi-transparent. From the gate hung strands of black filaments. Suspended from them were countless nearly translucent cocoons, the old-era survivors that, celestial worthy, had captured for resurrection. Edward walked slowly up to the 2 torn-open cocoons. He reached out and gently stroked the cicada-thin membrane, then closed his eyes and flipped a gold coin. Heads meant affirmation. It was truly feasible. When he had previously used divination to search for a way to resolve death, he had seen only one suspended cocoon within the gray fog of the Sapphire Castle. Back then, he had a rough guess. Now, the guess was confirmed. He could imitate the celestial worthy's method of suspending these old-era survivors, allowing them to survive for thousands or tens of thousands of years. He could hang himself here as well, using this method to let the Sapphire Castle bear the price of his death. Through an extremely long period of sleep, he could slowly neutralize the erosion of life, bit by bit, until eventually, at some unknown moment, he would emerge from the cocoon and completely escape death. To suspend himself, he needed a curtain, specifically, the beyonder characteristic of an attendant of mysteries. And as luck would have it, he had one. Then, before I go into slumber, I need to finish everything that must be done. Roselle's luxurious villa. Nearly a week had passed since he had delivered the Antigonus family notebook to Zeradal, yet the existence above the gray fog had never contacted him again after that day. During this period, Roselle had tried praying to the chairman as well, but everything he did vanished like a clay ox sinking into the sea, without even the slightest response. Zeradal, too, disappeared after using the notebook to divine the information he wanted. Roselle felt inexplicably uneasy these days, as though some major event was looming. What's wrong with you lately? You've been constantly distracted, Matilda said as she placed a cup of hot tea on the table. She walked behind Roselle and gently massaged his temples with her fingers. Roselle leaned back slightly into his wife's embrace. Nothing. It's just, next week I'll be entering the army as an officer, right? I'm a little worried I'll mess up and embarrass myself. That doesn't sound like something Roselle Gustave would ever say. Ahem. Well, it is the military. It's a field I've never touched before. And in a place like that, discipline comes first. I won't have the chance to slack off or cut corners. Roselle picked up the tea and took a sip, his expression instantly turning into one of pained disgust. What on earth is this? Bitter, astringent, and with some strange taste. Matilda answered gently, it's a tonic medicinal tea. My body is perfectly fine. I don't need to drink something like this. Especially good for men's health, she added softly. Roselle silently took another large gulp. I don't care about that. I just purely enjoy this weird taste. Light footsteps pattered in from outside as Bernadette ran in. Daddy, Mama, I'm back. So soon? Roselle asked, frowning. Don't you usually stay at Klein's place for half the day? Mr. Sparrow wasn't home, she explained. But his daughter came. Huh. Roselle and Matilda were both surprised. His daughter? Yeah. And she's super pretty, really, really pretty. Humph. I don't believe anyone can be prettier than my Bernadette. Bernadette spoke with utter seriousness. It's true. She's really beautiful. She thought for a moment. Anyway, she just looked especially good. I'm not talking anymore, I need to prepare something as a gift for her. With that, Bernadette sprinted back out. Just as she reached the doorway, her little head recalled her earlier conversation with the big sister Lilith. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly turned toward the tea-drinking Roselle and said, Old man, we're aura farming today. Puffed. After a brief, stunned pause, Roselle sprayed medicinal tea everywhere. What did you just say? Southeast of Backlund, at the center of the Delayer forest. Edward and Lilith arrived before the ancient castle hidden deep within the dense woods, its walls overgrown with green vines. So it really is here, Lilith murmured. She tiptoed forward a few steps. Back when I came here, everything was perfectly fine. This used to be Auronia's residence. Auronia, the sanguine's goddess of beauty. I didn't expect the entrance to the Chaos Sea to be here. But I've been to the underground levels of this castle before, I didn't notice anything strange. She looked at Edward and asked, Are you sure it's here? Well. Edward's speculation that the bronze door beneath the castle led to the Chaos Sea came from the original novel, a Rhodes reply to Klein, stating that it came from there, from deep underground. Combined with the black viscous liquid, petroleum, that appeared with a Rhodes, clearly belonging to the Chaos Sea, this indirectly proved that the bronze door led to that very place. Wait. A Rhodes was literally in Lilith's hands. Why not just ask him directly? Lilith, lend me a Rhodes. Okay. She flipped her palm and produced the silver mirror. What do you want to ask? Just ask him whether the bronze door down there really leads to the Chaos Sea. Lilith stroked the mirror surface a few times. You heard Edward's question. Answer it. Understood, the greatest, cutest, most beautiful Lady Lilith. A Rhodes' first words were those of an old, shameless bootlicker. Actually, I can't be completely certain whether that place is the Chaos Sea. I can only confirm it has something to do with where I was born. But as for the specifics, I don't know. I only gained true consciousness after coming to the surface and becoming a mirror. I have almost no memories from before. Okay. That's enough. Edward nodded. Lilith, I'll go and come back as quickly as I can. Promise me, no matter what, don't follow me. All right. She pursed her lips. Fine. If it were just fighting enemies, I wouldn't reject your help. But this is the pollution of a spherote. It has nothing to do with strength. Do you understand? All right, I get it. I'm going. Edward stepped forward and arrived in the pitch-black underground chamber of the castle. With a light wave of his hand, dozens of oil lamps materialized, illuminating the entire underground space. He then turned to look at the double-doored bronze gate standing silently in the distance. The gate's surface was carved with dense symbolic runes and strange patterns, mysterious, heavy, and seemingly sealing away something beyond. Almost instantly, Edward once again felt that familiar sensation, as though an ancient call echoed from behind the bronze door, striking rhythmically against his heart. Thump. 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 At the same time, heavy pounding sounds resounded from behind the gate, reverberating across the vast underground chamber. They felt like they came from an inconceivably ancient era. Edward tossed a gold coin. The bronze door leads to the Chaos Sea. Predictably, the coin left his hand, rolled across the smooth stone floor, and continued straight toward the bronze door. More than 10 meters later, it bumped into the bottom of the door and stopped with a crisp ding, standing perfectly upright. Phew, well, since I'm already here, I might as well go through. He walked up to the bronze door, enduring the pounding rhythms that had begun resonating with his heart, his entire spirituality trembling in response. He raised his hand toward the door. No need for deconstruction. No need for fantasy. His hand passed effortlessly through the ancient bronze surface. Then, with a shift of his foot, his entire body crossed through the door and entered an exceptionally dim space. Note, 1750 power stones for another extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 633, Chapter 633, 3 Sphirot. Everything before his eyes seemed veiled behind an indistinct curtain. Both the sky and the ground reflected a color that defied description, something seen yet unseen, present yet impossible to grasp. Chaos. Turbidity. The ineffable. In an environment like this, where am I supposed to go? The moment the thought appeared, the distant sound of rushing water reached him. It was startlingly real, so real that a roaring river surfaced vividly in Edward's mind. Ah. Isn't the Chaos Sea supposed to be a sea? Why does it sound like a river? Heh. Don't tell me that when I get close, I'll discover it's actually the river of eternal darkness. It was meant to be a casual joke, but once the idea formed, Edward froze for a moment. It wasn't impossible. Otherwise, why would the Evernight goddess urge him to come here? With that thought, he moved his spirituality and opened a door that led toward the source of the rushing sound. Stepping through, he arrived directly at his destination, upon a high, protruding rock. But the imagined surging river was nowhere to be seen. Looking downward, he saw a boundless expanse of thick, sludge-like black seawater. Floating and sinking within it were countless corpses, mostly demons of all shapes and forms, with a few humans and animals mixed in. Layer upon layer. Everywhere. This place was neither sea nor river. It was a sea of corpses. No. Edward's pupils contracted. This was the abyss. Not the edge of the abyss he had visited before in the depths of the fog sea, this was the abyss itself. Indeed, in the original work, Klein had briefly suspected that the bronze door beneath the Sanguine's ancient castle might lead to the abyss. But both Arode's answer in the original and the one just given earlier had overturned that possibility. Roar. A furious bellow echoed from the distance. The sticky, silent seawater churned violently, accompanied by a suffocating wave of malice. Edward immediately blurred his figure, leaving behind a series of illusory doors while hiding behind the last one, fully prepared to retreat at any moment. He wasn't afraid of dying now, but that didn't mean he wanted to die for nothing. Soon, a gigantic demon, its entire body covered in branch-like protrusions, with two enormous sharp horns jutting from its forehead, standing dozens of meters tall, charged toward him. Compared to the last time he had seen it, the demon was even more frenzied, completely devoid of sanity. The moment it saw Edward, it spat out deadly demonic language infused with the aura of death and desire, shattering every illusory door it passed. Ancient gears spun within Edward's eyes. The enormous demon, which had been rapidly closing in, suddenly rewound like a reversed recording, retreating backwards. At the same time, its sequence was forcibly pried loose, faintly showing signs of falling, before stabilizing again. Still, that was enough for Edward to draw a conclusion. This massive demon was at most sequence 1. Not a sequence 0 true god. Which meant he could fight it. Last time, he had thought this creature was the ancient god for body hiding within the abyss and had fled without even daring to fart in its direction. The regression ended. With a renewed roar, the massive demon charged forward once more. Flames with a strong sulfuric stench rapidly erupted across its entire body, sweeping toward Edward like a world-consuming tide. Edward vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the demon. He extended a hand and lightly grasped. Theft. He successfully stole the demon's demonic language ability, plunging it into brief stupefaction. Then, false reality unfolded, empowered by the strength of fantasy. The moment the demon regained consciousness, it saw, towering above it, a man in a black robe, a silver cross hanging from his chest. The roots of his hair gleamed pale gold, and his eyes were pure gold. Behind him shone an immense radiant silhouette that seemed capable of supporting the universe itself. The frenzied, mindless demon found its gaze suddenly clear. It cried out in disbelief. Sun God. A colossal golden cross descended from the heavens and struck the demon squarely on the head. Yet the demon only stared in terror, making no attempt to resist or even dodge. It could only scream. No. You can't kill me. Boom. In the next second, the demon was swallowed by the exploding golden radiance. Its massive body shattered instantly and vanished without a trace. Of course. All of this was merely a hallucination created by Edward. If Edward were given enough time to gather imagination, he was confident he could genuinely fantasize the ancient sun god into existence. But ever since he advanced to Sequence 2, he had not had a single opportunity to collect imagination. So the fantasizing he used just now relied entirely on his own spirituality, merely empowering false reality. The massive demon had already been in an extremely unstable, deranged mental state. Deceiving its five senses was not difficult. But the most surprising thing was that the moment the silhouette of the ancient sun god appeared, the demon immediately and wholeheartedly believed it, without even a shred of resistance. One could imagine how, in the distant ancient era, the ancient sun god really had beaten those ancient gods into long-lasting psychological shadows. While the giant demon remained trapped in its illusion of death, Edward extended his hand again and lightly grasped. Theft. He effortlessly stole the demon's destiny of being alive. With the upgrade of theft alongside his promotion to Sequence 2, he could now steal conceptual entities, fate, cognition, identity, and so on. Without the enhancement of the era's uniqueness, it would be nearly impossible to affect a higher sequence or equal sequence target. But a Sequence 1 demon in a completely unresisting state. That was too easy. In an instant, the giant demon's body rapidly decayed and withered, racing toward death. Just then, a heavy voice sounded, my apologies, he can't die yet. Edward immediately grew alert as he looked at the figure who appeared atop the demon's shoulder, a person completely wrapped in a black robe. The figure tapped lightly on the demon's horn, and its declining aura quickly recovered, returning from decay to normal. But it still remained trapped within the illusion of being killed by the ancient sun god, standing there blankly. I still have to rely on him to help me bear some of the Mother Tree of Desire's corruption, the black-robed figure sighed. If he dies, the next one to be polluted will be me. Edward's heart stirred. You are. Call me Neighbor Isley, the figure replied calmly. Ah. He had thought it would be the ancient god, the devil monarch for body. How did you get here? Neighbor Isley's gaze landed on him. This is the deepest part of the abyss. Even if you found the entrance through the fog sea, you shouldn't be able to reach this place. Edward thought for a moment and said, Adam sent me. Oh. Oh. I see. There was a subtle shift in Neighbor Isley's tone. Adam, huh? No wonder. It seems he already knows the secret of the abyss. The secret of the abyss. Adam might know. But he certainly didn't. You seem unaware. Neighbor Isley sounded genuinely surprised. You came here without knowing. Even if you're a planeswalker who can come and go freely, going forward means entering the tenebrous world. And at the deepest point of the tenebrous world lies the river of eternal darkness and the chaos sea. These three spheroids have become entangled together. Even I don't dare get too close. Even the Mother Tree of Desire can only watch helplessly. It really was the river of eternal darkness. But why was the chaos sea entangled with the tenebrous world and the river of eternal darkness? Why was the chaos sea hidden inside the abyss? What in the world was going on? Neighbor Isley shifted slightly. Since Adam was the one who sent you, he must have his reasons. Do as you wish. I hope all of you can end everything soon, and return my freedom to me. After speaking, he tapped the demon's horn again. The demon's blank, whitened eyes regained clarity. It let out a furious roar at Edward, then reluctantly retreated back into the darkness. Edward watched them disappear, but his mind was full of hesitation. He had originally thought he was merely fulfilling his promise to the Evernight goddess, and by the way, coming to the Chaos Sea to uncover the truth for himself. But the truth now seemed far more complicated than expected. The Chaos Sea hidden within the abyss. Entangled with the tenebrous world and the river of eternal darkness. Three spheroids intertwined. Realizing this, Edward couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Good, 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 no wonder the Evernight goddess and Adam refused to come themselves. Even a deity and a king of angels wouldn't dare face three spheroids at once. Had he known it would be this troublesome, he should have demanded far more benefits from them. Although that was how he felt, Edward quickly made his decision. Continue forward. Following the decayed, muddy black sea, he encountered no further living beings. The deeper he went, the more corpses filled the waters, and the more pronounced the traces of corruption from the Mother Tree of Desire became. No wonder, for tens of thousands of years, no external world had seen demons emerge from the abyss. Perhaps it wasn't that they didn't want to leave or couldn't leave, maybe they had simply all died. He had no idea how far he had traveled when the sea ahead suddenly dropped off like a cliff. Below was a bottomless black abyss, and the corpse-laden waters above were flowing upward in reverse from that abyss, being pulled back into the sea, gravity seemingly reversed in that region. Suspended above the abyss, he saw layer upon layer of vague, shadowy darkness beneath him, illusory yet real. Under the ability of deconstruction, Edward's gaze pierced the endless darkness to the bottom of the abyss. The first thing he saw was countless branch-like limbs growing from demon corpses. Most bore twisted faces, filled with terror and pain, entwined together to block the passage to the deepest region completely. It was clearly the work of the mother tree of desire. But such a small degree of pollution posed no threat to Edward. After locating a path to the other side, he opened a door and passed effortlessly through the sealed area, arriving in the shadowy depths beyond. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 634, Chapter 634, The Book. The moment Edward landed, a sharp, needling pain swept across his skin. His heart tightened instantly. He had felt this kind of defense breaking before, further proof that dullness might truly have a limit. Fortunately, just like the previous times, the pain did not escalate. Only after confirming that nothing else happened did he finally lift his head to examine this world carefully. All directions were layered with overlapping phantoms. Light, source unknown, projected from every angle, casting 7 or 8 pitch-black shadows of Edward on the ground. Each shadow seemed to be slowly brewing life within itself, as though it would come alive at any moment. Edward immediately used theft several times in succession, stealing the vitality of the shadows and forcing them back into deathly stillness. Then he spun once in place and tossed his divination cane. Predictably, the dowsing rod technique failed in this place. But Edward's ears once again caught the faint roar of rushing water, and he felt the same call that he had once experienced in the forsaken land of the gods. He steadied his mind, carefully distinguished the direction, opened a door that led directly to the source of the sound, and stepped through. This time, he finally saw it. A pitch-black river, winding in 9 twisting arcs, lay spread across the distant earth. At the river's end was a vast, muddy, viscous black sea. In an instant, Edward was certain. This river and this sea were precisely 2 of the 9 spherote. The river of eternal darkness. And the Chaos Sea. Someone had used an unfathomably powerful method to hide both of them, along with the entire tenebrous world, within the deepest depths of the abyss, beyond the reach of even the gods. Bang. 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 That pounding sound echoed again, forcing Edward's heart to beat in perfect rhythm with it. The call from the Chaos Sea grew stronger and stronger. So strong that Edward took a step forward and arrived at the river's end, at the mouth where it flowed into the Black Sea, before realizing what he had done. Before him, it resembled not so much an ocean as a world turned inside out, a giant vortex, upside down and indistinguishable between inside and outside. Everything he saw was chaos. And at the center of the vortex, its beginning and its end, was a golden light source. The call he felt originated entirely from that radiant point. That thing, is it what the ancient sun god referred to as the object that person left behind? Something that could draw the attention of the Evernight goddess, Adam, and even the remaining consciousness of the true creator, the ancient sun god. What could it possibly be? Could it be, like in the cliché cultivation novels he had once read, a supreme artifact that made one invincible upon obtaining it? A heaven-opening axe. A chaos bell. A creation jade plate. Primordial purple chi. Nervous yet exhilarated, Edward cautiously approached the golden light source. A wave of scorching heat slammed into him. Even his Sequence 2 body showed signs of charring within moments. His instinctive spirituality pulsed violently, warning him that one more step would mean dying early and waiting for resurrection. Left with no choice, Edward hid himself behind dozens of overlapping illusory doors, then activated deconstruction toward the light source. TSS. The instant the golden brilliance entered his eyes, his pupils vaporized. 2 bloody, hollow cavities remained in their place. Worms of star, shrouded in gray-black fog, immediately crawled into the sockets, reshaping into new pupils. Then those pupils were vaporized again. But Edward did not stop. He repeatedly allowed worms of star to replace his pupils, maintaining an unbroken flow of deconstruction. Burning. Pain. The weakness from worms of star dying over and over. The stabbing drain of rapidly consumed spirituality. Edward's expression remained calm as his sight slowly pierced the golden radiance, inch by inch, toward the core hidden within. Boom. His body exploded, scattering into a cloud of gray-black smoke and worms of star forming a silent, shapeless mass. In his vision, the golden light gradually dimmed, and a small, square object emerged from the haze, growing clearer and clearer. It was a book. Just a book. For a moment, Edward was utterly stunned. Something that the Evernight goddess and Adam cared about so deeply, something that even the residual consciousness of the ancient sun god cared about, turned out to be nothing more than a book. He inhaled sharply, drained the last remnants of his spirituality, and tried to see it more clearly. But then something unexpected happened. His sight pierced through the book. His consciousness spun, and he saw another vast world, far away, yet unmistakable. He saw a surging river, saw the faint, transparent souls drifting upon it, saw a boundless sea, and saw tall, pointed buildings. The spires of Hogwarts Castle. Just like during each of his previous advancements, he saw those same scenes again. In an instant, it felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over Edward's head. His entire body turned cold. He realized something, yet refused to admit it with all his might. After a moment, he moved his spirituality and opened an illusory door before him. After a long hesitation, he restored his human form and stepped forward. But the moment his right foot crossed the threshold, it froze midair, unable to move even a fraction farther. Edward clenched his teeth, attempting to force his way through the obstruction. "Huh." A surprised voice suddenly echoed beside his ear. "Oh, so that's why someone managed to break in, you used the uniqueness of the door pathway. But even with the conceptual authority of the door, it shouldn't be possible for you to, oh. I see. I understand now. So the door's uniqueness can be used like this. Thank you for the idea." The voice grew lively and cheerful. "Ah. Come to think of it, you and I helped each other, didn't we?" Edward growled, "What are you talking about? Who are you? What is going on?" Hee, I know you're curious. But don't be, because I'm not telling you anything." The voice giggled. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to act mysterious. I hate riddlers just as much as you do. But, if I told you now, you'd learn things too early and ruin my plans. The truth of everything should be told only at the proper time in the future. After all, you don't want to ruin everything and let the oldest one awaken prematurely, do you?" Edward took a deep breath. "You are the one the ancient sun god referred to. So the person Adam and the Evernight goddess had been searching for all along, had been hiding inside the object he left behind. It's me. Ugh, what horrible luck, somehow I ended up in this world, and somehow the oldest one awakened inside me. If I'd known, I never would have copied that book." "What?" The voice sighed. "All right, enough. I need to continue sleeping to suppress the oldest one's awakening. If there's a chance, I'll explain everything to you face to face. Bye now." "Wait!" Edward shouted. But the next second, he felt an immense repulsive force slam into him. He was hurled backwards uncontrollably. Hogwarts castle, the sea, the river, everything faded rapidly. At the very end, he faintly saw a figure standing on the sea, waving at him. As his consciousness was torn away from the other world, his physical body began retreating at extreme speed. Everything around him blurred into streaks of light. All he could do was look at the book one final time. A thick, hard-covered book. Its multicolored cover too blurred to discern. But the two English words on it were unmistakably clear. Harry Potter. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, Edward was flung out of the chaos sea, away from the river of eternal darkness, away from the tenebrous world. In the blink of an eye, he was back in the abyss. Suspended above the bottomless chasm filled with branches and roots, everything he had just seen was now buried deep within the deepest depths. Damn it, I wasn't done asking. Edward forced his agitated spirituality to settle, then immediately tried to pass through the bronze door to return to the abyss. This time, it didn't work. He then attempted to open a door leading directly to the chaos sea, yet the illusory door shattered at the moment it began forming. Refusing to give up, he tried again. But this time, even the illusory shadow of the door wouldn't hold. After repeated attempts, Edward was forced to accept the truth. At least for now, he could no longer reach the chaos sea. He silently stared into the pitch-black, bottomless abyss, his heart in turmoil. Until today, Edward had always believed he had transmigrated twice, first into the world of Harry Potter, and then into the world of Lord of the Mysteries. The bridge connecting the two worlds, he had assumed, was the uniqueness of the door pathway. For a long time, he had wondered, why was the door's uniqueness capable of linking two different worlds? In the low TM world, even the theoretical strongest being, the oldest one, was merely at the level of a single universe absolute. But anything involving multiple worlds should require at least multiverse-level power. Today, he finally understood the reason. He had never left the low TM world at all. The so-called Harry Potter world was just like the world inside Grozel's travels, a world inside a book. Which meant, before he transmigrated into the low TM world, all the people and events he encountered. Had they all been false? And what about himself? Was he real, or fake? For the first time, Edward truly felt the confusion and despair that Roselle and Klein had experienced when they learned that this world was actually Earth's distant future. It was a denial of one's entire past. A denial of one's own existence. Everything one had done, everything one had pursued, felt suddenly meaningless. No wonder Roselle changed so drastically afterwards. No wonder Klein needed Audrey to help him with psychological treatment for so long. The feeling of learning the truth was truly suffocating. Creak, creak, creak. Suddenly, faint cracking noises rose from the abyss below. The dense branches blocking the descent seemed to come alive. They grew wildly, surging upward, lunging toward Edward. Each trunk born from the mother tree of desire swelled and thickened. Dry bark split open to reveal human faces and humanoid forms. Then those bodies split down the middle, exposing clusters of brown-green tumor-like pods, many already blooming into flower-like organs. In an instant, Edward felt a part of his emotions, specifically, desire, the desire to mate, explode violently. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 635, Tyrant, help me out. Edward's heart pounded rapidly, pumping blood through his veins like a furious water pump. His mind gradually filled with a singular thought. I want to mate with those women-shaped monsters, those things covered in tree knot-like brown-green tumors, breed with them. His legs moved faster than his mind. They dragged him downward, straight toward the writhing horrors below. One by one, those mouths, like barbed, inverted chrysanthemums, opened wide, lunging toward him, moments away from joining with him. Fortunately, at the very last instant, the stabbing pain from his draining life force and the violent pulse of his spirituality jolted him awake. Using unfettered, he tore free from the control of desire. He swung his hand. A colossal dragon of blue-black blazing fire roared downward into the abyss, incinerating everything it passed, burning all into ash. Roar! From the very bottom of the pitch-black chasm came an enraged howl. A towering black giant tree, thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, of meters tall, suddenly erupted upward. Its trunk was covered with countless pitch-black arms, and its bark was studded with innumerable black and white eyeballs streaked with blood vessels. With its emergence, all the other creatures nearby withered and died instantly. This was the abomination Sua. Edward understood at once and redirected his blazing dragon straight toward the giant tree. But this time, the infernal flames failed to ignite the sequence 1 angel. Sua uttered a series of harsh, incomprehensible syllables, and a massive black hand, far thicker than the others, grew from the trunk. Nestled in its palm was an ugly little doll, about the size of a hand. The doll was wet, sticky, slimy, without eyes, ears, or nose. Only a single mouth-like hole exhaled gray-white mist. All the black and white eyeballs on Sua's trunk focused on the doll. Without a sound, the grotesque little figure twisted, sprouting eyes, a nose, and ears, gradually becoming identical to Edward. At the same moment, Edward felt as if his entire body had been gripped by an invisible fist. His flesh and consciousness were paralyzed, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as Sua raised a writhing branch and stabbed it into the puppet's body. Pain surged, from spirituality to soul, from soul to flesh, from flesh straight into the brain. This was the pollution of the mother tree of desire, also the authority of its power. Before his eyes, or rather, within his consciousness, a colossal sky-piercing tree with the face of a woman manifested. Its maddened yet cold eyes stared straight at Edward, and in a language he had never heard yet instinctively understood, it said, "Have a child with me." Edward grinned. "Sure. On the day of the baby's birth, you can sit at the same table as the mother goddess of depravity." Rebuke. The next second, the towering giant tree in his mind collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the authority of desire withdrew instantly. Boom. Edward's body erupted into fragments, dissolving into a mist of starlight and worms of star. Hundreds of meters away, an illusory door appeared and twisted into his form again. The power of fantasy surged. Behind him, those ancient gears reappeared in phantom form. As the gears slowly turned, Abomination Sua's movements first slowed dramatically, like being forced into slow motion, then gradually began to rewind. Edward launched a counteroffensive. He stepped forward, arriving before the pitch-black giant tree. The sequence 2, theft, lashed out repeatedly. First, he stole Sua's current thoughts. Second, he stole the ugly puppet from its hand. Third, he stole Sua's thoughts again. Naturally, Sua couldn't simply take the beating. But every time it attempted to act, it was immediately regressed again, like a glitching recording stuck in place. Until, in one instant, Sua's towering form suddenly shrank. The aura of corrosion and curses that constantly radiated from it weakened drastically, its sequence had fallen to sequence 2 under the repeated force of regression. Almost simultaneously, Edward unleashed the attacks he had accumulated. Falling meteors. Roaring black flames. Bone-white lightning. A deep green killing curse. And space-rending fissures tearing reality apart. The moment Sua dropped to sequence 2, it attempted to rip open the boundary of space and escape into the spirit world. But Edward had already entered the spirit world ahead of time, attacking from both within and out. Cracks split across the pitch-black tree-like body. Its arms fell away, spilling ink-like fluid. The weakened abomination grew even frilier. Sua was trapped between advance and retreat. Across its shrunken trunk, the slick black liquid writhed as countless bloodshot eyeballs rolled around. Dozens, hundreds, of arms shot outward, some sealing the sky, some burrowing into the ground, some encircling from all directions, some grasping directly at Edward. At the same time, it let out another soul-piercing shriek, shaking Edward's very spirit and forcing him to halt all attacks. Sua seized the opening. Its pitch-black trunk split apart like blooming petals, revealing a mummy wrapped in yellowed bandages. It was pierced through by countless brown branches, suspended midair. Its belly bulged grotesquely, certain spots protruding and sinking rhythmically, as though something inside it was being nurtured into life. The mummy's mouth opened and closed, screaming endlessly. Though Edward could hear no actual sound, his body and soul resonated with a pain that made him share the mummy's torment bit by bit. Suddenly, Edward remembered. This was the chained god. A deity who had once been only half a step away from advancing to sequence 0. Sua had just prayed to the chained god, who was under the mother tree of desire's control, and received its response. In the next second, the projection of the chained god appeared. The entire abyssal sea boiled. The ground turned a deep, eerie red. All the worms of star around Edward twisted and warped, some becoming bizarre animals like pigs, horses, cows, and sheep, some turning into puppets, some transforming into mummies. Wah! The dignified chained god, once almost a sequence 0 true god, was now manipulated by the mother tree of desire like a helpless child, forced to act as a tool for its offspring, Sua. Like a newborn infant, it let out sharp, ear-piercing cries. Wah! Edward instantly lost all sense of his own consciousness. He felt himself sinking into chaos and blind madness. The last faint shred of awareness told him to hurry and use hearth to escape. But a surge of unwillingness, perhaps desire, ignited violently within him, fueling a furious, irrational rage. I finally advanced to sequence 2. I even have cheats. Why the hell should I still run for my life at every danger like before? Just like earlier, finally on the verge of learning the truth, only to be kicked away like a disposable pawn, left with confusion, doubt, and ignorance. A puppet whose fate is manipulated. I'm not F***king okay with that. I'm not F***king accepting that. Edward flicked a coin with force. As it fell, he used Madman to the right, restoring his spirituality to peak condition. Then he invoked Fantasy once more. Lord Tyrant. A little help here. He threw back his head and roared. Everything he had seen within the tyrant's divine kingdom, he used Replicate to recreate, forcing it to descend upon the abyss. Rumble. Silver-white serpents of lightning exploded outward, weaving a vast net of thunder that descended with annihilating might. Each bolt carried terrifying power, striking both Sua and the mummy bound in yellowed bandages. But instead of dying, the violent lightning infuriated both the chained god and Sua. They roared in rage and retaliated toward the storm-filled sky. Rumble. Another blast of silver lightning tore through the abyss. Amid the blinding glow, a semi-transparent phantom appeared. Clad in black armor. Standing upon surging waves. Wreathed in roaring storms. Draped in lightning. Holding a trident. Gazing down upon Sua and the projection of the chained god with divine dominance. In the next instant, the trident in his hand turned into silver-white lightning, and he hurled it downward. Crack. At that exact moment, the replicated scene shattered. But the trident lightning was real. It struck Sua dead on, blasting both the giant tree form and the mummy suspended within it into pieces. Yes. The colossal black giant tree that had just recovered was shattered by a single bolt of lightning. If not for the chained god being forced to block most of the attack at the final moment, Sua would have been instantly killed. As its physical form exploded, a shriveled puppet covered in tree knots and strips of bark tore through space and fled into the spirit world, escaping desperately toward its nest in the southern continent, utterly terrified of divine power. Don't you F***king dare run. I'm killing you today, you bastard. Naturally, Edward would never let it escape. He stepped forward and chased directly into the spirit world. Southern continent. Ruins of the Highland Kingdom. Rainet Tyneker hovered in her wraith form not far from the Rose School of Thought's Indulgence faction base, her expression grave. Earlier, she had abruptly learned that the Indulgence faction's abomination, Sua, had taken action, destination unknown, motive unknown. Fearing another attack against the Temperance faction, she immediately mobilized everyone to relocate while she rushed ahead to monitor the Indulgence faction's territory. If anything happened, she would at least buy the Temperance faction time to escape. But after Sua left, it showed no sign of targeting the Temperance faction. Instead, it moved far away from the southern continent. But Rainet still dared not relax. What if this was a deliberate trick? Ever since the last misery contest, Rainet had been thinking deeply about the Rose School of Thought. Regarding the chairman's prophecy of the future, she decided that whether it was real or not did not matter. If she could kill Sua outright, even if the mother tree of desire still existed, it would at least buy the Temperance faction some time. But the chairman had made it clear that he could not defeat the mother tree of desire. This indirectly meant he did not wish to engage Sua, so how could she convince him? Rainet had pondered for a long time yet found no answer. She desperately awaited the third misery contest, yet the chairman had seemingly vanished from the world. She fell into despair. Was the fragile hope she finally grasped already shattered? Was she destined to face that inevitable future and seek a hopeless chance to resist Sua and the mother tree only then? It was far too bitter. Far too unfair. Boom. Suddenly, the space around her trembled violently. A boundless malice surged from every direction. Rionette's nerves tightened instantly. This was Sua's aura. Bang. 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 Amid a chain of thunderous impacts, fissures opened above the Indulgence faction's base, ripping straight into the spirit world. Sua's horrifying aura grew stronger and stronger. Something was off. Sua's aura felt strange. Until a man came riding atop a shriveled puppet, fists crackling with lightning and fire, hammering down on its head again and again. The puppet wailed and shrieked in agony, pathetically. Reinette froze completely. That puppet being beaten to a pulp. Was that, actually, the abomination Sua? Note, vote if you like the chapters so far. Chapter 636, Death of Abomination. The scene stunned Reinette for a moment. Sua is being hunted. After a brief moment of confusion, she snapped fully awake. Sua is being hunted. Roar. With a furious howl, the pitch-black puppet flung the man riding atop it far away. A gush of black breath burst from its mouth, spreading rapidly in all directions. From the cracks tearing open in the surrounding space, one black arm after another shot out and stabbed deeply into the ground. The earth around them instantly dried, cracked, and collapsed as a powerful curse surged toward that man. At the same time, the puppet seized the opportunity and dragged a thick trail of black smoke as it fled into the distance. But the man immediately gave chase again, his attacks exploding with fire and lightning as he relentlessly assaulted the puppet. A beam of deep green light struck the puppet's body. Sua spiraled out of the air and crashed heavily onto the ground. The pursuer clawed a few times in the air. A swing of his hand tore open a crack beneath the puppet, a spatial rupture that pulled at its body and spirit with annihilating force. Sua attempted to use Mirror Blink to escape, but it was far too injured. Under the dozens of consecutive blows from Edward's avatars, it had no strength left. It could only watch helplessly as space ripped it apart. And in its weakest moment, Edward used theft once more, stealing its remaining life force. Sua dried up completely. And died. Sua was dead. At that moment, Edward's mind cleared with a sharp chill. Holy, did I just kill Sua? No, seriously, how could a dignified Sequence 1 die so easily? Oh right, it had just been blasted half to death by Leotaro's lightning. But in that case, who turned Reinette into a headless existence in the future? Who forced Sharon into Backlund and sent people to hunt her? Who attacked me in the future? Did I mess up the timeline? A shiver ran across Edward's scalp. He'd always joked that time was easy to fool, but in a situation like this, how exactly was he supposed to fool it? Was he supposed to replace Sua, kill Reinette, take over the Rose School, and then cooperate with Cheek to force himself into despair? That was way too insane. Just then, Edward's spirituality stirred sharply. He drifted down to the shattered puppet, but to his surprise, no Beyonder characteristic appeared. He immediately flicked a coin. Abomination Sua is not dead. Heads meant no. The answer was no, Sua was indeed dead. But the characteristic did not appear, not because it failed to condense, but because someone had taken it first. Right under his nose. The Chained God. Or more precisely, the Chained God under the control of the Mother Tree of Desire. The moment he realized this, a stabbing pain erupted in his mind. His body weakened instantly as writhing worms surfaced on his skin. It felt as if his skull would explode, his spirit and consciousness turning violent and deranged. He was beginning to lose control. His spirituality earlier had been burned too fast, too violently. Combined with the massive death of Worms of Star earlier, the burden on his body and spirit was immense. All that was just on the surface, the real cause is the backlash from forcibly reversing myself with Madman to the right. Edward immediately abandoned any thoughts about Abomination, the Chained God, or the Mother Tree of Desire. He glanced toward the distant, shocked and wary Reinette Tynker, and without even greeting her, he opened an illusory door and escaped back to the underground of the ancient castle. The moment he landed, he collapsed to the ground, his body transforming into a massive, writhing mass of Worms of Star. Edward. Lilith appeared beside him, rushing over with a bell-shaped Beyonder item in her hand. She rang it gently, releasing a strange wave of energy that slowly soothed Edward's deranged spirit. One by one, the Worms of Star crawled back into his body, helping him slowly regain his human form. Edward hurried to stabilize himself further. He took out 2 Beyonder characteristics, Sequence 5 ones he had obtained from the Abraham family, threw them into Hufflepuff's cup, and drank the transformed golden liquor in one gulp. Although the spirituality restored from 2 Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristics was only a drop in the bucket for his current Sequence 2 level, it at least eased the symptoms of losing control. The restless worms of Star and the violent spiritual turbulence gradually calmed. Edward was just about to toss the golden cup back into his spatial pocket when he suddenly froze. Previously, he had wondered how the cup could transform Beyonder characteristics into spirit-restoring liquor, seemingly violating the immutability principle of Beyonder characteristics in the mysticism world. But if the Harry Potter world was inherently a fictional world, merely a part of the mysteries world, then those disappearing characteristics might not have truly vanished, and the cup's strange ability might not be strange at all. There were still countless unknowns and secrets hidden in the Harry Potter world. After a long breath, Edward finally calmed down. He forced out a small smile. "I'm fine now, Lilith. What happened to you just now?" "Nothing major. Just severe spiritual depletion. I fought Abomination Sua a moment ago, and it seems I killed it." Lilith blinked. "Ah." Edward briefly recounted everything that had happened after running into Sua. "Sua really died?" Lilith was shocked, not because Edward managed to kill Sua, her thoughts matched Edward's, but because, if Sua was dead now, then who was the Sua from the future? Edward said, "Divination tells me Sua is indeed dead, but not completely dead." "What do you mean?" Edward thought for a moment. "I suspect the Mother Tree of Desire might use Sua's stolen Beyonder characteristic to let the chained god recreate it, and use the lingering consciousness inside the characteristic to bring Sua back in a twisted form. Of course, that's just my guess. Whether that's the truth, we'll only know when the time comes." Lilith nodded, then suddenly remembered something. "Edward, you said you encountered Sua after leaving the Chaos Sea. Then what about before that? After you entered the Chaos Sea, what did you see? Who did you meet?" Edward frowned and didn't answer. Lilith grabbed his hand tightly and looked up at him. "Edward, what did you encounter that you won't even tell me?" Edward let out a helpless laugh. He patted her head. "I never said I wouldn't tell you. But, how about we change locations first? This place feels awful." "All right. Emerald Street Villa number 28. The two stepped through an illusory door and returned to Edward's study. Edward collapsed onto the couch in a sprawling posture, staring blankly at the ceiling. Lilith did not rush him, she simply stayed quietly at his side, watching over him with concern. After a long silence, Edward straightened his posture and spoke softly. "Lilith, behind the bronze door lies the abyss. And in the deepest layer of the abyss, hides 3 Spherote, the tenebrous world, the river of eternal darkness, and the Chaos Sea." Lilith's eyes widened. No wonder, Amon-Isis was so invested. "And then? Just those 3 Spherote alone shouldn't be enough to make you the Chaken, right?" He continued, and at the center of the 3 Spherote was a book. A book called Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Lilith blinked. That name sounds strangely familiar. The name doesn't matter. What matters is what it represents. The world of Hogwarts exists inside that book, just like Groselle's Travels, which was created by the Dragon of Imagination. The world we once lived in was also created by some god, a fictional world. Lilith froze. Her eyes trembled as she asked, shocked, "You're saying, McGonagall, Dumbledore, Fawkes, everyone, were just characters from a book? Fake. They didn't exist." She lowered her head to look at her own hands. "Then what about me? Is Lilith fake too? Edward, are you fake? But, aren't we clearly alive here?" Edward shook his head. "I can't fully understand it yet." In truth, after spacing out for a bit, there was only one thing Edward still couldn't make sense of. He knew the plot of Harry Potter and the plot of Lord of the Mysteries. By all logic, he should still count as a real transmigrator, or at least someone reincarnated with memories. But Lilith. She was a native-born cat from the Harry Potter world. Yet she came with him into the Lord of the Mysteries world. She even nearly became the primordial demoness. How could she not be real? In comparison, in Groselle's Travels, except for the 5 adventurers who accidentally entered, every other character could never leave the book world to survive in reality. Thus, only 3 conclusions remained. First, the Harry Potter world he had lived in and the book he saw in the Chaos Sea were not the same thing at all, it had all purely been a coincidence. But the probability of that was extremely low. Especially considering that mysterious voice coming from the book, which had said back then that his use of Door's uniqueness to enter the world in the book had given it inspiration. That was very likely to form a closed loop with the Door's uniqueness appearing in his body in the future. Second, the Harry Potter world really was real, but had been transferred to this world by that person through some unknown method in the form of a book. Third, the Harry Potter world really was just like Groselle's Travels, a book, a world within a book, but that person's abilities surpassed those of the visionary, allowing them to turn the world in the book and the characters within it into a real world. In that case, everything would also be real. And if that were so, wouldn't that person essentially be the original creator? Right. In the very beginning, the oldest one had awakened inside his body. So, he had been able to possess a portion of the authority of the oldest one. But here came the problem. Everything he had done back then was supposedly to oppose the awakening of the oldest one, yet in practice, his actions were more and more like playing the part of the oldest one. So, was the way to oppose the oldest one actually to become the oldest one? Wait. A sudden numbness shot through Edward's mind as a chilling realization struck him. What was his ritual for advancing to sequence 1 again? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 637, Conversation with the Evernight Goddess. Construct a real and complete world. When he had first seen this requirement for the ritual, Edward had felt it was absurd. But because he had been in a hurry to go find Lilith, he had neither the time nor the mood to think deeply about it. Now that he recalled it again, a chill suddenly ran down his spine. What did it mean to construct a real and complete world? Wasn't that the same as creating a world? In that case, did the Harry Potter world count? Wasn't the Harry Potter world itself a constructed, real and complete world? What on earth is going on? From the uniqueness of the door pathway, which should have belonged to someone else, appearing inside his body, to a godlike power such as creating a world becoming his sequence 1 advancement ritual, everything was getting more and more like he had picked up someone else's script and was walking along a road that some person had arranged for themselves. But if that were really the case, when he had just met that person earlier, why had he done nothing? Seeing everything he had prepared being monopolized by someone else, whether deliberately or by accident, was something absolutely intolerable, right? Yet he had not done anything at all. Instead, he had acted like a Riddler, speaking only in enigmas, all to avoid affecting the future, and also to ensure that the current future would come to pass. Could it be that everything happening to him had been part of the other party's plan from the very beginning? Edward, are you worried? Lilith shook his wrist gently, looking at him with concern. Edward lowered his eyes and shook his head. Rather than worry, it's more like doubt. Every time I think I'm about to solve the puzzle and learn the truth, I find there are even more puzzles waiting behind it. In that case, instead of the two of us getting a headache over this alone, why don't we let someone else share the trouble with us? She narrowed her eyes and smiled. Tell Amon Isis and Adam what you've seen and what you know, selectively, of course. Isn't this exactly what they want to know? Edward thought for a moment, then gave her a thumbs up. Good idea. In the astral world, an endless expanse of tranquil darkness stretched out, carpeted with moonflowers, night vanilla, and other such plants. Edward and Lilith stepped through a phantom door and arrived in this silent domain. As soon as they walked out of the door, they saw, not far away, a woman standing quietly in the sea of flowers. She wore a layered yet unpretentious jet black dress studded with countless specks of radiance. Her features were hazy yet exceptionally beautiful. Your Grace. Edward bent slightly at the waist and was just about to bow when Lilith waved her hand and walked straight over. Long time no see, Amon Isis. Edward froze awkwardly on the spot, not knowing whether he should continue with his salute or not. Didn't we just meet not too long ago? Evernight Goddess looked at Lilith, the corners of her lips lifting in a faint smile. Lilith waved her hand dismissively. That doesn't count. I mean seeing your true body. That has indeed been a very long time, the Evernight Goddess replied serenely as she gazed at her. It seems you have finally fulfilled your wish and truly resurrected. Lilith gave a proud little smile. That's right, all thanks to Edward appearing at the critical moment to help me. Evernight Goddess nodded. He went through quite a lot of trouble to reach the mirror world. As she said this, she turned her gaze toward Edward. You seem to be on the verge of dying. Her words were like the blunt truth that exposed the Emperor's new clothes, and also like Tom Cat, who had been running in midair, suddenly looking down. In an instant, the facade Edward had been maintaining nearly collapsed. He forced a smile. It's fine. I can still hold on. The Evernight Goddess asked again, you have already been there. Yes. Under Lilith's concerned gaze, Edward took a deep breath. Your Grace, did you know from the very beginning that that thing was in the Chaos Sea? No. Her tone was light. I only had a vague suspicion and could not be certain. What did you see there? Edward said slowly, the river of eternal darkness. The Evernight Goddess did not seem surprised at all and asked again, and what else? A mass of golden light, but I couldn't see what was inside it. She looked at him quietly for a while. I understand. Lilith raised a brow. Understand what? The goddess of the night smiled and said, I understand now what that person intended to do when he took away the river of eternal darkness. And I also understand that I won't be able to obtain the river of eternal darkness anytime soon. Lilith puffed out her cheeks and huffed. You know Miss Lilith isn't clever enough. Say it a bit more plainly. The goddess thought for a moment, then said, the chaos sea governs creation and represents new life. The river of eternal darkness governs endings and represents destruction. Only, when there is a beginning and an end, life and death, creation and annihilation, can balance be achieved. Only then can the entire world operate normally. As she spoke, she blinked. Explained like this, you can understand, right? Edward's expression shifted thoughtfully. So that's how it is. Lilith scratched her head. The ancient, true creator told me that person did all of this to oppose the oldest one. But his current actions look more like he is playing the role of the oldest one. Your Grace, do you know why? Perhaps he really is playing the role of the oldest one, the Evernight goddess said. But wouldn't that make the oldest one awaken even faster? Then, in all your previous acts of playing roles, weren't you also doing your best to bring yourself as close as possible to the current sequence? Yet you knew very well that you were only playing a role. The Evernight goddess smiled faintly. This is the most fundamental logic of this world. Even the oldest one that created everything must obey it. It's just that, for most people, during the process of playing that role, they are quickly devoured by the oldest one's consciousness and become a part of it, just like the celestial worthy's consciousness within the Lord of Mysteries group and the primordial one's consciousness within God Almighty group. At this moment, the Evernight goddess seemed nothing like a deity who wielded supreme power. Her tone was gentle. Perhaps that person has his own unique method of resisting the oldest one's consciousness. Edward asked again, so your Grace doesn't plan to do anything at all? What could I possibly do? She replied. Adam, however, should try to do something. You must be careful. She let out a soft laugh. Besides, rather than worrying about these matters, I think you should first consider yourself. You ought to have some understanding of your current condition, yes. Lilith immediately caught the key phrase and hurriedly asked, Amon Isis, do you have any way to help Edward? No. The Evernight goddess answered without the slightest hesitation. In his current state, he must have been cursed by death and branded by the concept of death. If I had already fused the 3 major pathways and the river of eternal darkness, it wouldn't be difficult to resolve. But as things stand, I can do nothing. You mean the problem with me is related to the river of eternal darkness? More or less. Edward's heart jolted. Could it be that the reversal power of Madman to the right originates from the Chaos Sea and the river of eternal darkness? Creation and destruction. If one wished to gain something, one would lose something. This was how balance was formed. No wonder the drain of life brought about by Madman on the right could only be slowly offset by Sapphira Castle, because only a spherote could counter another spherote. Lilith hurriedly looked toward Edward. Edward, have you really found a way to solve it? You're really not lying to me. MHM. Edward allowed a faint smile to appear on his face. Don't worry. I won't gamble with my own life. Your Grace. Edward's expression turned solemn. I may have to enter a slumber for a period next. But after some time, I might need your help to conceal certain things. Lilith grabbed his hand. You're going to sleep. Why? Lilith, this is the method I've thought of to fight against death. He patted her small hand. Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll be accompanying you in another form. The Evernight goddess asked at this moment, Oh. What do you intend to do? I just want to make some preparations in advance for my eventual awakening while I'm asleep. It won't affect you in any way. In addition, I want to try making a few changes. She smiled faintly. All right, no problem. By the time he returned home once more, Edward's condition had deteriorated drastically. Originally, the loss of his life force would take at least 3 days to bring about a single death. But his recent time in the Chaos Sea, along with his battle against the abomination Sua, had greatly accelerated the arrival of death. His trip just now to the Evernight goddess's divine kingdom in the astral world had been him merely holding on by sheer will. Even though the goddess had exposed him with a single sentence, he had still relied on what little spirituality he had left and used fantasy to keep himself in a relatively stable state for as long as possible. But now, he could no longer hold on. He could no longer stop death from arriving. Edward collapsed weakly onto the sofa. He felt as though he had been exhausted for far too long without sleep, his eyelids irresistibly wanting to close. Lilith gripped his hand tightly, her petite face full of heartache and worry. She opened her mouth, but in the end said nothing. At this moment, she had no idea what she could say. The price brought about by Madman on the right was already an established fact that no one could change. Edward was destined to head into death again and again as his life force ebbed away, only to resurrect repeatedly thanks to his own special abilities. Until, one day, everyone's memories of him faded and they completely forgot his existence. At that time, when he could no longer resurrect, he would step into true death. Don't worry, Lilith. Edward weakly brushed his fingers against her cheek. I've already found a method to fight death. The price is nothing more than a period of slumber. Lilith gave him a gentle push. Then hurry up and go to sleep. Although, after being separated for several thousand years, they had only reunited for a few days before they now had to part again, Lilith's heart was full of boundless reluctance. Even so, she still urged him, when you wake up, Audrey, Klein, Priscilla, everyone, we'll all be here. Edward forced a smile. I know. But I don't want to rush into sleep just yet. I plan to experience death a few more times and use this period to gather as much imagination as I can. I still have a few things I need to do. Lilith said anxiously, is there anything more important than you yourself? Besides, if there's something, you can tell me and I'll help you accomplish it. I will. There will be things I'll need your help with, Lilith, Edward said. What I'm going to do is precisely so that you'll be able to help me better. Lilith furrowed her brows. What are you going to do? Cough, cough, cough. Edward coughed violently several times before forcing out his words with difficulty. I'm going to use fantasy to create another me, a true avatar, just like Amon's, and let him take my place, during the period of my slumber, helping me gather as much imagination as possible, helping me complete the role of the fantasist. Note, 290 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 638, Chapter 638, Adam.jpg. Lilith asked in surprise, is that really possible? Of course. Imagining another version of myself is part of fantasy, a component of acting. And if that clone can actually take action in my place, then it becomes acting on top of acting. Who knows? Maybe the moment I wake up, I'll already have completely digested the potion and be ready to advance to sequence 1. Lilith immediately said, then I'll help you gather the key of stars and the author's beyonder characteristics. And I'll wait for you to wake up properly. Edward didn't object. But remember, you must stay safe. Just as the words left his mouth, he waved his hand dismissively. Oh come on, listen to yourself. I already said I'm not going to sleep right away. I still need to die several times, maybe a dozen more times, to gather imagination. Why are you talking like we're parting forever? Hugh. His breathing suddenly became rapid. The worms of star across his body began dying in large numbers, and his entire body gradually dissolved into faint starlight. Well, didn't expect this. Edward stared blankly at the ceiling, laughing weakly to himself. I never thought the day would come when I'd feel accustomed to dying over and over again. How ridiculous. The hand Lilith had been holding suddenly vanished, turning into dispersing starlight. Before her eyes, Edward once again died, and disappeared completely. 1,000 thoughts and emotions condensed into a single feeling. She stared dazedly at the fading starlight and murmured. I never want to just watch like this again, unable to do anything. I must grow stronger, stronger than ever, so I can protect Edward. After a long moment, she rubbed her eyes and spoke with force. Edward, hurry and come back. Chaos. Murkiness. Confusion. Edward once again arrived at the fork of death, standing before the shimmering segments of memory that resembled a brilliant river of stars. This time, he didn't think twice. He immediately intended to resurrect once more from Lilith's memory. The more times he resurrected, the more severe the fading and loss of memories would become, but this was only the second time. It wouldn't be too bad yet. And the version of himself revived from Lilith's memories was the most stable and normal form he had. He could not waste a single moment, he needed to keep gathering imagination. With a thought, he transformed into a string of code and plunged into Lilith's memory chain. That familiar sensation preceding revival enveloped him, and his consciousness gradually began to blur. But just then, a powerful force suddenly pulled at him. The moment Edward sank into Lilith's memory, an irresistible suction wrenched him out. That force dragged him across the vast river of memories, pulling him all the way to its outermost edge. This too was a memory. But the person within the memory made Edward instantly regain clarity. It was a man wearing a simple white robe, sporting a thick, pale gold beard that covered the lower half of his face. His golden eyes were as pure and innocent as a baby's. A gentle smile rested on his face, and a silver cross hung from his chest. He looked like the most ordinary priest. Adam. Rumble. A stone plaza appeared beneath Edward's feet, floating in the void. One by one, pitch-black stone pillars rose into the air, supporting a majestic and holy cathedral. In that cathedral, every pillar, every arch, every dome was studded with bones of different races. They were densely packed, the many hollow eye sockets silently watching Edward as they surrounded a cross over 100 meters tall. Before the cross, Adam slowly turned around. His golden eyes fell quietly on Edward as he spoke gently. Number 8, you missed this month's gathering. Edward froze. Only then did he realize that during all the chaos and frantic events, he had completely forgotten about this month's Twilight Hermit Order meeting. He had not even sensed the prompt from the silver cross that initiated the gathering. Adam brought me here deliberately just for that. No. Of course not. What Adam wanted to know, of course, was what Edward had seen in the Chaos Sea. But what Edward cared about even more at this moment was something else entirely. Adam had forcibly interrupted his resurrection. Adam had dragged him effortlessly into the corpse cathedral, giving him no room to resist at all. So this was the power of someone who once mastered the Chaos Sea, who had been only half a step from becoming a pillar. Even though the ancient sun god was long dead, even though Adam was merely the remnant godhood side, and even though he was currently only sequence 1, he still possessed some powers stronger than those of gods. Following Adam's question, Edward replied, "When I joined the gathering, Mr. Hermes said participation each month was voluntary. Missing one meeting shouldn't be a big problem, right?" "Of course not. I only wish to remind you not to forget the commission I assigned you last time." "I haven't. If you hadn't called me, once I recovered, I would have sought you out myself to ask for guidance." Adam quietly watched him for a moment, then asked, "So, you went to the Chaos Sea. What did you see there?" "The tenebrous world, the river of eternal darkness, and something glowing with golden light." "What was the golden light?" "I don't know. Before I could see clearly, someone kicked me out." Adam fell silent for a moment, then said calmly, "Help me obtain that object, and I will help you ascend to door." "I would love to help, but unfortunately, I can't." Edward spread his hands. "Right now, I can't even enter the Chaos Sea again. I have a way to send you in." Edward froze, then feigned confusion. "Then why don't you retrieve it yourself?" "I cannot cross the tenebrous world and the river of eternal darkness to enter the Chaos Sea," Adam replied calmly, his tone devoid of emotion. "But you possess the uniqueness of door." "Fine." After thinking for a moment, Edward nodded. "But you'll need to wait. You can tell my condition is terrible. I need a long time before I return to normal. When that time comes, even without you asking, I will find a way to return to the Chaos Sea." Adam then said, "I can delay your death, giving you enough time to accomplish this task for me." "What?" "By reviving you using my memory." The moment he spoke, all four walls of the corpse cathedral lit up with flowing starlight. Within the starlight, unmistakably, were Adam's memories. The next second, the corpse cathedral collapsed with a thunderous crash. Adam's figure beneath the massive cross receded rapidly. And Edward, horrified, found himself already swept into Adam's river of memories. His consciousness dissolved rapidly, he entered the state of resurrection once again. But this time, unlike the previous two resurrections, his spirituality erupted violently, trembling in terror. It was afraid. It was panicking. It was screaming at Edward with all its might. "No. You must not resurrect using Adam's memory." Not because he would lose his humanity, but because any resurrection involving Adam's memories would no longer produce Edward. It would produce someone whose memories had been modified by Adam. Someone whose inner self would be replaced, overwritten, occupied. Someone who would essentially become Edward Adam, a personality of Adam himself. Adam didn't merely want Edward to retrieve the Harry Potter book from the Chaos Sea. He wanted to become Edward, and then retrieve the book. At that moment, Edward recalled something Amon once said about Adam: his desire to oppose the outer gods and the apocalypse may never have changed. But he is too obsessive, too desperate to control everything. Faced with the unknown being who once made a deal with the ancient sun god and left something behind, Adam was never going to wait obediently, placing his fate in the hands of the unknown. He would seize control. He would take for himself what that person left behind. He would ensure the initiative remained in his own hands. If Edward were in his place, perhaps he might have made a similar choice. But sacrificing me for it? Absolutely not. Edward struggled desperately against the flood of Adam's memories. He fought against the blurred consciousness of pre-resurrection, as if tearing chunks of flesh from his body piece by piece, trying to wrench himself free from the resurrection process. Then, Adam's figure appeared once more. He held a book in one hand and a quill in the other. His golden eyes showed a trace of pity as he wrote a line upon the page. Sha. And almost instantly, a colossal wave of memory surged forth, crashing into Edward. Countless memory fragments forced themselves into his mind. Cold, emotionless, perfectly rational consciousness seeped into him, devouring his own memories bit by bit. He tried again and again to break free of the memory river, but every time he surfaced, he was dragged back down into the abyss. At this rate, only annihilation awaited him. In a flash, madness filled his eyes. Madman to the right. Another titanic wave of Adam's memories crashed toward him. Buzz. An ancient, weathered gear phantom manifested above the memory river. This time, it was far larger and clearer than before. Creak, creak. The gear began to turn. Adam had prepared for this. His expression remained unchanged as he wrote another phrase onto the page. But the moment his final stroke fell, a faint trace of surprise flickered through his golden eyes. Because this time, the ancient gear was turning clockwise. And its target was Edward himself. The next instant, Edward, submerged beneath the memory river, erupted with terrifying force. He leapt free, tearing himself from Adam's attempt at rewriting his memories, and reached out to grab at Adam. At the same time, he fully unleashed his deconstruction, actually prying at Adam's fate, shaking the destiny of this avatar of the ancient sun god and preventing him, for a brief period, from drawing on his former rank and authorities. Even Adam had a faint glimmer of surprise in his eyes at that moment. Edward did not stop. He struck again, and Adam was instantly flattened into a sheet of paper. Not a change of form. A change of dimension. Adam had been forcibly slapped from 3 dimensions into 2. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 639, Chapter 639, Beating Up Adam. Unfortunately, that sort of dimensionality reduction attack did not even last a few seconds. Adam quickly returned to normal and looked at Edward, saying calmly, "You advanced to sequence 1. Yes." With the enhancement of fantasy, Edward reversed the ability of regression, allowing himself to advance to sequence 1, temporarily gaining the power of a constructor. However, the duration of this power was extremely limited. He had to end the battle as quickly as possible and completely break free from Adam in order to complete his resurrection. Snap. Edward lightly snapped his fingers. The entire memory space twisted and changed rapidly, the earth stretched into desolation, while the sky turned into something resembling an oil painting, dotted with bizarre suns and flickering with distorted lightning. In that instant, he completed the construction of an astral-related domain, and immediately activated Replicate. 3 overwhelmingly powerful figures descended into the constructed astral world: Leodoro the Tyrant, Occuses the Eternal Blazing Sun, and Hera Bergen, the god of wisdom and knowledge. After a brief moment of stiffness, the 3 gods' figures became agile and reactive again. Leodoro's first reaction was actually to level his trident directly at Edward. "You brat, you've really gotten bold, haven't you? Calling me whenever you want and dismissing me when you're done. Do you take me for a fake god? Today I'll show you why they call me the Tyrant." But before he could actually make a move, he noticed the other presence at the scene, Adam. And then he stopped. The 3 backstabbers did not exchange a single word, yet instantly reached a consensus. Beat up Adam first. Back then, the reason they carved up the ancient sun god might have been influenced by the law of extraordinary characteristics convergence, causing them to perform the betrayal involuntarily. But regardless, they did it. Now, faced with Adam, the son of God obsessed with resurrecting the ancient sun god, he naturally had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Thus, the projections of the 3 gods immediately launched their assault on Adam. Edward seized the opportunity to rapidly distance himself from Adam's memories, turning once again into a stream of information and fleeing far away. The moment he reached Lilith's river of memories, he dove straight into it. But at that very moment, the sequence of memory images before his eyes suddenly shifted at incredible speed. One after another, scenes filled entirely with Adam surged up in their place. Edward quickly halted and turned to look around. Everything within sight had been replaced by Adam's memories. When it came to manipulating memories, the spectator pathway was the true master. Even though this memory space was not the sea of collective subconscious, it still could not escape the control of a spectator holding half of a pillar's authority. For the moment, Edward could no longer tell whether what he was seeing was real or fake, whether Adam had truly overwritten all memories, or merely made them appear to belong to him. But Edward did not dare to gamble. Boom. The next second, the countless rivers of memory seemed to come alive. Before Edward could approach, they surged into towering waves and crashed toward him. Edward did not dare let even a single drop of memory, water, touch him. With several rapid sweeps of his hand, he slapped down each river of memory, flattening them into 2 dimensions. This action resolved the crisis, but it also meant he could no longer locate the memory needed for his resurrection. Dazed, he looked around. The sequence 1 power he obtained by using fantasy to reverse regression had reached its limit and was rapidly collapsing. In the distance, the constructed astral domain began to crumble, and the projections of the 3 gods gradually dissipated. Just before Edward fell back to sequence 2, he slapped Adam, who had just broken free from the 3 gods' pursuit, flattening him into a picture. Then, his thoughts spun rapidly, and he made a decision. He quickly walked backwards 4 steps and recited the incantation. The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The Sky Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The exalted Thearch of heaven and earth for blessings. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Boundless grey-white mist surged forth, wrapping around Edward, attempting to bring him back to the Sapphire Castle. But at this moment, he existed only as a segment of memory, code suspended between reality and illusion. He could not return to the Source Castle at all. Of course, Edward had already anticipated this when he recited the 4-line chant. Summoning the Source Castle was never meant for returning. What he wanted was to borrow the weight of the Source Castle, more accurately, the authority of the Lord of Mysteries, to smash directly into Adam. Sapphira Castle, beat the crap out of him for me. Amid a thunderous humming, the projection of a colossal, indistinct object, its outline obscured by swirling gray-white fog, descended. In the blink of an eye, the rivers of memories belonging to Adam shattered upon contact with the Sapphira Castle's arrival. The slumbering God Almighty's consciousness hidden within Adam, and the celestial worthy's consciousness resting inside the Sapphira Castle, once again confronted each other, after tens of millions of years, yet in another form. These ancient enemies both wished nothing more than to shove the other's coffin lid down for good. But this long-distance battle was destined never to produce a victor. After all, only the faintest traces of their residual consciousnesses were present, still far from truly awakening. Even so, it bought Edward more than enough time. Once he confirmed that Adam's memories had been scattered, he wasted no time diving into the nearest memory. To avoid any accidents, Edward forcibly maintained a clear consciousness, pushing himself to complete the resurrection as quickly as possible. He had no idea what other cards Adam might still be holding. He had to enter the Sapphira Castle and fall into slumber before anything else happened. Only then would everything finally settle. Moments later, the Sapphira Castle's projection dispersed into gray-white mist. Then Adam recovered from his two-dimensional state. He frowned slightly as he looked toward the place where Edward had vanished. After a long silence, he murmured, "This is fine as well." The reason he acted against Edward was indeed because he wanted to turn him into one of his personas. It was also true that he intended to use him to seize the thing hidden deep within the Chaos Sea, and it was equally true that he wished to uncover Edward's relationship with that person from back then. But there was one more crucial reason: he wanted to use Edward to lure out that person for a face-to-face confrontation. Unfortunately, that person never appeared. Perhaps they were unable to come, or perhaps they simply did not care about Edward. Either way, Edward's escape meant Adam's original plan had definitively failed. It also pushed him to finally make a decision he had postponed for a long time. It was time to talk to Grisha. Fainapotter City. Arlda had been terribly frustrated recently. The power Mr. Sparrow had once bestowed upon him, the ability to freely switch forms, had suddenly vanished some time ago. This caused Arlda to plummet from the peak straight into the abyss, plunging him into deep dejection. He wanted to go to Trier again to seek Mr. Sparrow's help, but neither his father nor his grandfather would allow it. His sister, Akasha, had tried sneaking out last week and was promptly caught by their father, who then broke her legs. Not a figure of speech. He literally broke them. Of course, such an injury was nothing serious for a vampire, but the pain was very real. Akasha had been wailing non-stop for an entire week, yet her pitiful cries earned her not even a shred of sympathy. Hey! Akasha rolled around on her bed, screaming, "I already said I won't go looking for that sparrow. Why won't they let me out? If I stay locked up here any longer, I'm going to go insane. Give it a rest, Akasha." Arlda looked at his sister and shook his head. "Grandfather stopping you has nothing to do with Mr. Sparrow. It's because you said you received an oracle from Ancestor Lilith." "I really did." Arlda shrugged. "But grandfather is convinced it's just the bewitchment of an evil god." Akasha ground her teeth. "Those brainless old fossils. When the ancestor returns in the future, I'd like to see how they plan to apologize." Then she suddenly glared at Arlda. "You don't believe me either." Arlda sighed. "I really want to believe you, but the oracle you mentioned said we must offer all the sealed items we've collected for thousands of years as sacrifice. Don't you think that's strange?" Akasha frowned. "What's strange about offering sacrifices to a deity? If it were any other church, maybe it wouldn't be. But we sanguines." He waved his hand. "Forget it. There are some things you're better off not knowing, or you'll spread it everywhere again." "Humph." Akasha sneered. "You're the one who spilled everything to Sparrow the moment he said a few pretty words." Arlda's face flushed red. Humiliated, he snapped, I only told him things that were publicly known among sanguines. No one ever told me I couldn't say those. Anything I'm specifically told not to reveal, I would never speak even if I died." "Really?" "Of course I." Arlda answered reflexively, but then he realized the voice asking him wasn't his sister's. It was a familiar yet unfamiliar male voice. His heart lurched. He turned sharply toward the sound. "Who?" "Mr. Sparrow." Akasha's face lit up instantly. "Ah. You came to rescue me. I won't be able to repay you properly, so I'll just warm your bed for you from now on." Feeling the intense weakness in his body and the rapidly draining life force, Edward lightly rubbed his forehead as fragmented memories gradually returned. So the memory he revived from earlier belonged to Arlda, whom he had not seen for several months. And his appearance within Arlda's memories was not too different from his real self, just with a few extra old fox labels attached. Perhaps because this resurrection took an extremely short time, or perhaps because Arlda's memories of him were not particularly deep, this resurrection was far weaker than the previous ones. He had, at most, one day before he would once again head toward death. With that priest from the corpse cathedral watching over his corpse, this might very well be his last resurrection. Edward's heart grew heavier. I don't have much time left. Mr. Sparrow. Only then did Arlda snap out of his daze. He felt confused. He had just been talking about Mr. Sparrow with his sister, yet when the man suddenly stood in front of him, he failed to recognize him for a moment. It felt as if their last meeting hadn't been months ago, but decades or even centuries, making the memory blurry. Edward caught this anomaly immediately. He understood, this was the memory fading caused by his resurrection. Arlda was nothing like Bernadette or Lilith. His memory of Edward barely reached the threshold required for a resurrection. So even a single resurrection had already caused the memory to fade. If he resurrected through Arlda again, Arlda might forget him entirely. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 640, Little Snake Wool's Request. What Edward found himself wondering, however, was this: if someone began experiencing signs of memory fading after multiple resurrections, would maintaining close contact with him afterwards allow those faded memories to gradually recover? This question, however, would have to remain unanswered for now. With Adam guarding the corpse, inside the memory space, Edward had no choice but to abandon his original plans and enter slumber before this instance of death arrived. But the problem was that his remaining spirituality was far from enough to fantasy another replica of himself to act as a replacement, someone who could gather imagination in his stead. Mr. Sparrow. Mr. Sparrow. Akasha's voice abruptly broke his thoughts. She sounded both anxious and excited. Hurry and take me out of here. If grandfather finds out I'm gone, I won't be able to leave later. Arlda reacted a moment later. Mr. Sparrow, my suit too, the ability you placed on it seems to have expired. Could you help me again? Edward exhaled softly, lifted a finger, and pointed at Arlda. It's done. Sure enough, the suit on Arlda's body regained its form-shifting ability once more. As for you. Edward looked at Akasha, falling into hesitation, not about whether he should help her leave, but whether he should try doing something before falling asleep, something that might prevent the tragedy of her parents' and grandfather's future deaths. After all, he had known this pair of siblings for quite some time. Just as he was thinking this, the door was suddenly pushed open. Standing at the entrance was an elderly man with white hair, a short white beard, and a black suit, the Marquis Punk, the siblings' grandfather. The moment the Marquis saw Edward, a smile appeared on his face. Oh. I was wondering who would bother visiting these two children. So it was you. Akasha's expression changed instantly. Ah. I'm doomed. Grandfather, I didn't call him here. I kept telling him again and again that I'd never run away from home. Arlda can testify. Arlda. Edward shot her an exasperated look and flicked his finger. A loud smack sounded as a bright red bump appeared on her pale forehead. Then he turned to the Marquis. I happened to be passing by and dropped in to take a look. I'm leaving now. As he spoke, he opened an illusory door leading directly to his home in Trier and prepared to step through. A flash of astonishment passed through the Marquis's eyes. He had, of course, recognized that Edward had not opened a traveler's door, but the ability only mastered by a Sequence 2 planeswalker. In other words, within only a few months, this sorcerer who had once been merely Sequence 4 had advanced repeatedly and become a planeswalker, someone whose power already surpassed his own. Fortunately, he had not sent word to the Duke earlier. Otherwise, if they had actually fought, it would have been troublesome. But after a brief hesitation, the Marquis still asked. Sir, may I ask you a question? That single respectful "sir" stunned both Arlda and Akasha. To them, Mr. Sparrow was a formidable demigod, yes, but surely nowhere near their grandfather's level. Yet their grandfather now showed faint restraint. Edward paused his step and looked back. Speak. The Marquis asked, regarding the being Akasha claims delivered an oracle to her. Do you know what is happening? What oracle? That, the same thing that one did to us sanguines during the Four Emperors' War. The command to offer up all the sealed items we have collected for many centuries. The mother goddess of depravity probably would not do such a thing. Which meant this was almost certainly Lilith again. Edward thought for a moment and said, I can only tell you this, Lilith, your sanguine ancestor Lilith, knows about this matter, and she does not oppose it. She probably did not oppose it. The Marquis's eyes trembled, his emotions shifting noticeably. You mean, ancestor truly still? Although many sanguines had long believed their ancestor remained alive, the fact that she had never sent down a single decree also weighed heavily on them. As the years dragged on, even the faithful began to waver. I didn't say anything. And I know nothing. Edward waved his hand, stepped into the doorway, and vanished. Seeing their grandfather leave immediately afterwards as well, his face alight with excitement, the siblings looked at each other in confusion. After a long moment, Akasha said, Arlda, I'm hungry. Go get me something to eat. You literally just. Hurry up. Fine. Arlda pouted, then walked out quickly. The moment her brother left the room, Akasha sat upright with a plop and began praying devoutly. Ancestor Lilith, I have something to report to you. When Edward returned home, he was greeted by an empty house. A glance at the calendar on the wall told him that only a single day had passed since his last death. Lilith was nowhere to be seen, no idea where she had gone. Edward had barely collapsed onto the sofa when the dressing mirror flashed. Lilith stepped out of it, hurried over to him, and exclaimed with delight, Edward, you're back. But her smile froze almost immediately. She rushed forward, panic filling her voice. What happened? Why is your condition so awful? Edward, is your resurrection not without cost? Are you hiding something from me? It's not that. Edward gently patted her back. There were complications. Lilith wrinkled her nose. What happened? After hesitating for a moment, he told the truth. Adam. He briefly explained how Adam had ambushed him inside the memory space and attempted to replace him. Lilith's hair practically bristled. She rolled up her sleeves, fury exploding across her face as she prepared to storm out. That bastard. I'm going to kill him right now. Edward quickly grabbed her. Without Sequence 0 strength, you won't pose any threat to Adam. Even if you want revenge, you must wait. I can't swallow this. Lilith's small face darkened, her eyes filled with cold, vicious murderous intent. Back then, he and Cheek teamed up to kill me. I didn't pursue it because he truly helped me afterward. But this time, he dared to lay a hand on you. I won't tolerate it, absolutely not. Lilith. Edward held her face between his hands, looked straight into her eyes, and spoke each word clearly, I'm telling you about Adam's ambush because I don't want to hide things from you. So you must also promise me this, until you reach Sequence 0, do not cause trouble for Adam. When I awaken, I want to see a healthy, intact Lilith waiting for me. But. Hack, cough, cough. Edward was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit. My time is almost up, Lilith. Lilith panicked instantly. I promise. I promise, okay. Pinky swear. He extended his pinky and forcibly hooked it with hers. Deal. Okay. Lilith lowered her eyes. That's my good girl. With a tired smile, he tapped her nose, forcing himself to stand. Wait for me. I need to make a trip to the Sapphire Castle. He then walked backwards 4 steps, entering the magnificent ancient palace. As usual, he first interrupted the Sapphire Castle's attempt to acknowledge a master. Then he climbed the stairway of light, arriving in the region filled with hanging cocoons. He retrieved the beyonder characteristic of the attendant of mysteries, gave it a flick, turning it into a sheet of fabric, and wrapped it into a cocoon. It was as though something had sensed this. The bone-clinging death suddenly erupted. Edward's legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed onto the ground. His consciousness blurred, and his spirituality weakened to the point he could not even trigger alarms. After a long effort, Edward gritted his teeth and shakily pushed himself upright. He flipped a coin to make sure nothing was wrong, then exited the Sapphire Castle and returned home. The moment he landed, he collapsed onto the sofa again. Lilith rushed to him, her voice tight with anxiety. Edward, you should go to sleep now. She pressed her lips together and clasped his hands tightly. Seeing you like this, it hurts. Don't worry. It's taken care of. Edward smiled faintly. I can fall asleep anytime. But before that, I want to say goodbye to a few friends. After all, this nap might last 100 years. Montague Street number 125, the spice shop. Little Snakewill was sitting in a corner his mother couldn't see, sneaking spoonfuls of ice cream into his mouth. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared beside him. His spoon froze midair. He turned his head. Ah, Lilith. Congratulations, you finally completed your true resurrection. Mem, as I thought, you're still cuter as a kid. Then he looked at Edward, frowning. Your condition is completely off. Are you about to die? Do you have to remind me every time someone sees me? Just so you know, no matter how much good luck I give you, it won't work in this situation. I don't need your luck. Edward snatched Will's ice cream and took a bite. I came to say goodbye. Last words before dying. Lilith immediately smacked Will on the head with her fist. If you can't talk properly, shut up. I'm not dying. Edward spoke calmly, stating a simple fact. I just need a period of sleep. The little snake rubbed his head and stared at him. Sleep. Did some mysterious consciousness inside you awaken? No. It has nothing to do with that. I'm sleeping to resist death. Oh, I see. Will pinched his chin, surprised. But you're not the master of the Sapphire Castle anymore. How are you ordering it around? Heh, maybe I'm just well-liked. Even the Sapphire Castle likes me. Will's eyes gleamed. He grinned. Then you better teach me how to do that so I can sweet-talk the Key of Light someday. Sure, but that'll have to wait until I wake up. Edward smiled. While I'm asleep, I hope you can help Lilith as much as possible. And if she does anything reckless, stop her. Lilith immediately protested, Edward, you don't trust me. Will said at the same time, you probably shouldn't trust me to stop Lilith. But he quickly shook his head, then extended a hand. What's in it for me? No, actually. He suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper. You still owe me one favor from last time. Then I'll owe you two. Will stared at him silently. After a while, he took out a pen, scribbled a line on the paper, and handed it to Edward. Fine. Start by completing the first one. The childish handwriting spelled out a line in ancient Hermes. Wake up alive. Edward laughed. Deal. Note, 600 power stones for another extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 641, Meeting Medici in Palace. Backlund, the underground palace beneath William Street. Edward arrived together with Lilith, lighting up the darkness around them. After a brief moment of calm, the underground palace suddenly trembled violently. Dust surged, churned, and twisted in the air, repeatedly attempting to form lines of text, only to collapse and scatter each time. Edward pulled a brass rod from his spatial pocket and tossed it before the blood-stained gate. Medici's astonished voice rang out at once. Lilith. You're Lilith. You actually didn't die. How could you possibly still be alive? Lilith wrinkled her nose and snorted. Are you disappointed that I'm not dead, Medici? No. I clearly saw you die with my own eyes. At our sequence, is it that strange to come back without dying completely? It's no different from how you aren't quite dead either. Lilith shook her head and stepped forward. But it seems you're in even worse shape than I am. The former Red Angel, the manliest of men, who looked down on women so much, has now ended up fused with the souls of two women. Humph. That's your karmic punishment for despising women. When did I ever look down on women? Medici snapped, it was Cheek I looked down on, and that was purely because she was Cheek. I told you again and again that she had problems, but you insisted on not believing me. Serves you right for being killed by her later. As soon as she finished, he added, no, wait. I still don't believe Lilith is alive. Kid, is this girl some trick you're playing? Edward shook his head. Given my current state, do you think I'm in the mood to play tricks on you, Lord Medici? But. Medici hesitated, yet soon exclaimed again, shocked, what happened to you? I was cursed. Cursed again? Who did you provoke? Cheek. Something like that. Edward said, Lord Medici, I'm about to enter a deep sleep to resist death. I came here specifically to say goodbye. The next time we meet might be 100 years from now. Medici was silent for a moment before speaking again. Then, what about the misery contest? There won't be another. Heh. So you were the chairman. You were acting that whole time. Yes. Although Medici would nearly sabotage him in the future, he had been sealed inside Priscilla's body afterwards and essentially turned into an ally. Moreover, he had apparently been on good terms with Lilith in the past. As such, Edward didn't harbor any real ill will toward him. In roughly 190 years, your seal will be undone and you'll be released. Just wait a little longer. Of course, if Lilith encounters some danger in the meantime, someone may come early to free you. I hope you can lend Lilith a hand when that happens. Medici snorted. Why must it be 190 years? Why such a precise number? What exactly are you plotting, boy? He paused. Lilith, I'll assume you really are Lilith for now. You tell me, what's going on? Lilith shook her head. You can think of it as fate. I don't believe that crap. But some things happen whether you believe them or not. Just like how you warned me that Cheek had problems and I didn't listen, and how I warned you not to rush into advancing to Red Priest, and you clearly didn't listen either. Lilith pouted. So we both ended up the way we are now. Medici. Otherwise, I would have become the primordial demoness, you would have become Red Priest, and after that we could have settled it with best 2 out of 3, rock, paper, scissors, to decide who would ultimately become the calamity of destruction. TCH. I'm not playing rock, paper, scissors with you. You cheat every time. He. Lilith giggled. Do you want to play again right now? Oh. What are we betting on? We bet on who gets to ascend to Red Priest. Medici froze, then erupted in fury. Are you insane? I helped you plenty back then, and now you want to steal Red Priest from me. But without advancing to Red Priest, I won't have enough strength to avenge myself against Cheek. I can avenge you just as well. Lilith blinked innocently. But I'm a free woman now. And I have 190 years more than you. F% and %. Medici cursed furiously. So this is the real reason you lot insist on waiting 190 years before letting me out, isn't it? So, Lilith asked sweetly, do you want to bet with me or not? After nearly 3 minutes of dead silence, Medici finally answered in a dark, heavy voice. Fine. Bet. Lilith asked, what are you putting out? Medici said coldly, I'll put out something that looks like rock but can turn into scissors at any time, and become paper. Lilith glanced at Edward. He's stealing my lines. Edward. Medici urged impatiently, your turn, Lilith. Lilith thought for a moment. Then I'll put out something that becomes paper when you're rock, becomes rock when you're scissors, and becomes scissors when you're paper. % and %. Then I win. Hands on her hips, Lilith laughed. Red Priest is mine. Edward rubbed her head and said, Lord Medici, regarding the Red Priest matter, I'm on your side. After all, I don't want Lilith turning into a man. So I'll try my best to prevent her from advancing to Red Priest. You can consider that your payment for helping keep an eye on Lilith. Medici snorted. Heh. Empty promises. Worthless. Farewell, Lord Medici. Edward waved and retrieved the brass rod, then pressed his right hand to his chest and bowed slightly toward the blood-stained gate. See you in 190 years. The two figures vanished from the underground palace. After a long stretch of silence, Medici's voice broke through the seal, faint and intermittent. Lilith, was that, really, you? Have you, truly, come back to life? Edward found Pallas lounging in the courtyard exactly as usual, basking in the sun on a rocking chair like an ordinary old man. The evil spirits brought out from Grosel's travels were nowhere to be seen. Lord Pallas. You finally came. After that day, you completely vanished. I had no idea what happened to you afterwards, Pallas grumbled. You don't know how terrifying it was when Zeradal tried to kill us. This old man only has the status of Sequence 1, Zeradal almost crippled me. As he said this, he noticed Lilith standing beside Edward. And she is. Pallas abruptly sat upright and stared at Lilith in astonishment. You're forgotten me already? Lil Pallas. Pallas, who had been an ancestor for thousands of years, felt his luck had been terrible lately. He kept running into people with an even higher seniority. First those three, elf, giant, and ascetic, and now this one. Fortunately, those three had already gone off to Sonia Island, otherwise he would feel even more ill at ease. Oh, Lady Lilith. He had heard a rough account of her situation from Chrismona, but seeing her alive and standing before him still filled him with surprise. To be honest, he and Lilith barely counted as acquaintances, let alone friends, so apart from astonishment, he felt little else. Old sir, I came today first to thank you for your help last time, and second to say goodbye. Pallas blinked and looked closely at Edward. You. That's right. My condition is excellent, I'm about to die. This time, Edward said it first. Which is why I need to enter sleep to resist death. In about 180 years, you can go to Tingen City and look for a man named Leonard. He's a Nighthawk of the Church of the Evernight. Making him your host might benefit you. Pallas frowned. Parasitus a Nighthawk. Don't worry, the goddess has given tacit permission. Understood. Edward continued, while I'm asleep, if Lilith encounters trouble and it falls within your capabilities, I hope you can lend her a hand. Pallas sighed and shook his head. Knew there was something waiting for this old man. Fine, fine. At this moment, Lilith tugged on Edward's clothes. Edward, I get it now. You're not saying goodbye to anyone, you're just. It's the same thing. Lilith pursed her lips. So where next? Big Lilith. I'm on Ices. Someone else. Nope. Edward pinched her cheek. I'm not important enough to persuade gods to help. Besides, your relationships with them are much better than mine. But my relationship with Will and Medici is better than yours too. That's called double insurance. Lilith mumbled, twisted logic. All right. Next, I've got some personal business to take care of. Trier, the luxurious Roselle family villa. A full day had passed since he had heard his daughter say, Old man, we're aura farming today. Roselle was still doubting, still hesitating. The phrase was unmistakably from his homeland, yet it had come from the mouth of Klein Sparrow's daughter. He didn't know whether she had picked it up somewhere and said it casually, or if she had said it deliberately to have Bernadette pass it on to him for some purpose. And so Roselle hesitated over whether he should seek out the girl, who was most likely a transmigrator, and speak with her face to face. Of course, he had already prayed to the chairman above the grey fog as soon as possible. But unlike the quick responses he had received before, this time the chairman gave no reply at all. Roselle then took out the silver plate again, wondering whether he should inject spirituality into it and attempt to travel actively to the grey fog to find the chairman. Do. At that moment, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 642, Coming Clean with Roselle. Roselle jolted violently, the silver plate in his hand slipping to the floor. He stared in shock at the sky outside, which had somehow turned dim without his noticing. Red and blue lights flashed across it. He was very familiar with this scene. He had once had a chaotic, nonsensical dream with no logic whatsoever. In that dream, a man claiming to be a police officer from the Spacetime Special Investigation Unit had arrived in a flying saucer, saying that Roselle was guilty of extraordinary transmigration and numerous other crimes, and that he was to be arrested. But that had only been a dream. So why? Oh, so I'm dreaming now too. Roselle patted his forehead. Daytime thoughts turn into nighttime dreams, huh? Sure enough, a figure soon walked toward him, chanting. Huang Tao Roselle Gustave, I am Officer Edward of the Temporal Special Investigation Unit, badge number 1386. You are hereby arrested for illegal transmigration, illegal interference with world development, illegal residence, and 1,256 other charges. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used as evidence in court. Roselle sighed and raised both hands. Whatever. I'm tired. Let the world burn. Just do it. However, the men simply stared at him without taking a single step forward. Why aren't you acting? What are you waiting for? As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-white uniform the men wore twisted and morphed into a trench coat. His helmet elongated into a silken top hat. And the face beneath the helmet. Roselle's pupils constricted sharply. Klein Sparrow was merely an alias. Edward approached with a smile. My real name is Edward. He paused. You may also call me Chairman. Roselle felt his mind buzz and scatter into chaos. This dream was even more absurd than the last. What kind of nonsensical scenario was this supposed to be? You are not dreaming. Edward said calmly, and the last time wasn't a dream either. Roselle pinched his thigh hard, and a jolt of pain shot through him. Not a dream. No. This was a supernatural world. Plenty of abilities allowed people to feel pain inside a dream. Edward snapped his fingers. The surroundings shifted instantly, sky and clouds swirling as skyscrapers rose from the ground. The two of them now stood on a bustling city street, with cars moving on one side and busy shops on the other. Roselle opened his mouth wide and muttered, F***K. I am dreaming. This place isn't real, Edward replied, but it isn't a dream either. Let's talk while we walk. The two walked side by side, blending into the lively crowd. In the distant square, a giant panda sculpture sprawled across the facade of a tall building. Roselle suddenly understood. No wonder it felt familiar. That's the Chengdu Chuanxi Road panda. Edward casually stopped by a passing ice jelly stall and handed Roselle a bowl of bingfen. Remember a few months ago, the time you posted a reward in the newspaper, holding up a picture of Doraemon and naming it? Roselle nodded. I was the one who gave Bernadette the Pinocchio puppet. I was also the person you were looking for. Roselle lowered his head and tasted the ice jelly, the long-lost familiar flavor spreading across his tongue. The distinctive Sichuan, Chongqing voices bustling around him blurred the line between what was real and what wasn't. After a long moment, he asked, then why didn't you come find me back then? Were you afraid that, as a fellow transmigrator, I would strike at you? He slapped his forehead, laughing self-deprecatingly. What nonsense am I talking? You're a powerful high-sequence beyonder. I would never stand a chance. His mood grew darker, tinged with frustration. So why bother telling me all this now? Trying to annoy me on purpose. From the very beginning, you approached me as Klein, using Du Bois to get close. What was the point? Did you ever tell me the truth? Not once. And I actually believed you, like an idiot. It can't be that you did all this just to toy with me, right? Watching me act like some overpowered protagonist and laughing behind my back, you wouldn't be that childish, would you? Roselle suddenly thought of the misery contest. No, you would be that childish. His anger surged again, and he began cursing non-stop. Edward only laughed lightly. It was to avoid influencing the future development of history. What does that mean? Have you forgotten? I can see the future. Roselle froze and stopped walking. Then, in the future, I really will end up as miserable as you said. I really will end up with Bernadette. Yes. Edward nodded. Those really are fixed points in history. They cannot be changed. But now that I know, what if I insist on changing them? Oh wait, you said last time that everything I do might actually be what causes that future to happen. Great. No solution. King hell. Strictly speaking, it's because someone won't allow it. Who? Don't tell me this world has some heavenly Tao or world will nonsense. That. Edward paused. Maybe it exists. Maybe it doesn't. I can't say. He then explained, what I'm talking about is an organization whose goal is to resurrect the Lord who created everything. Their leader is a being whose strength is not far from the gods. He's been pushing this world along the path he envisions and calls it the trend of the times. And you are an important part of that tide. Roselle's expression shifted, turning cold. How honored I am. So why reveal this suddenly now? He asked. Edward laughed. For one thing, we've had a fairly pleasant time interacting these past weeks. For another, for Bernadette's sake. For another, because we're both transmigrators. And one more reason, I have a huge beef with the one driving the trend of the times. Roselle snorted. That last one is the real reason, isn't it? That part is just the spark. Sabotaging his trend doesn't actually require me to tell you anything at all. In fact, keeping you ignorant would make you easier to manipulate. He went silent for a moment. Hearing you say that really makes me feel powerless. So this is how the high-level players operate, huh? Suddenly, Roselle found the past decade of his efforts ridiculous. Even though he had used his many inventions to become the church's son of steam, won the king's favor, and risen to become one of Intis' most envied new nobles, seemingly standing at the pinnacle of life. In truth, this was a supernatural world where strength mattered above all else. Position without power meant nothing. And he had actually been proud of himself, imagining he was the protagonist. Utterly laughable. Edward continued, also, telling you everything you wanted to know was part of the deal when you helped steal the Antigonus family notes. You do keep your word. So, since you've told me all this, what do you plan to do next? That, you'll learn in due time. Roselle clicked his tongue. Still putting on airs. Edward shrugged helplessly. Back to the main issue. I came today to say goodbye. Where are you going? I am heavily injured and need to enter sleep. Oh. Roselle's reaction was flat. Because inside, he was deeply hurt. He had believed that although he and Klein Sparrow weren't close friends, they were both fathers, and with Du Bois and Bernadette acting as the bridge between them, they would eventually become real friends over time. But now he suddenly discovered that Klein, no, Edward, had been acting from start to finish. Their already meager friendship disappeared instantly. Injured. Sleeping. Possibly dying. What did any of that have to do with him? Good riddance. One mountain cannot hold two tigers. One world doesn't need two transmigrators. Roselle said, since we're being honest, then answer the first question I asked you when we met. Can I still go back? Edward replied calmly, yes. That's all I need. Roselle didn't ask how he could return. He knew that if Edward intended to answer, he would have explained it already. Wait, hold on. He quickly realized another problem. You said I'd find out later, but you're about to sleep. How am I supposed to find out? You will know. Roselle raised a middle finger at him. Edward snapped his fingers. The city, skyscrapers, traffic, and pedestrians vanished. They were back at Roselle's villa, standing exactly where they had been the whole time, without having moved even a single step. Tisk, that's impressive. Aizen's Kyoka Suijetsu, huh? Edward curved his lips. A plain-looking Zanpakuto appeared in his hand as he chuckled. That's right. It's a Zanpakuto. Roselle's eyes widened. Holy, seriously? That's your cheat. Can you give me one? I'm not greedy, just give me old man Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka. Sure. Edward casually handed him a wooden stick. Raise it slowly. Roselle examined the stick up and down, then yelled, this is just a broken stick. You're screwing with me. Clang. Edward lightly drew the Zanpakuto and said, shatter, Kyoka Suijetsu. Roselle, forget everything I just told you. You will only remember it when you enter the Sapphira Castle, and each time you leave it, you will forget again. Ding. He sheathed the blade once more. It dissolved into countless starlit motes and disappeared. Farewell, Roselle. I wish you all the best. A few seconds later, Roselle's eyes trembled as he snapped awake. He scratched his head, puzzled. Why am I standing here? Just now, What was I doing? And why the hell am I holding a broken stick? Well, the design is kinda nice. If I had this when I was a kid, every rapeseed flower within 2 miles would have been doomed. No, that's not right. He had the vague sense that he had forgotten something very important. Note, 850 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 643, waiting for you. Edward lay on his back in the garden grass, staring up at the sky, too exhausted to even lift a finger. Lilith wiped the sweat from his face. Edward, is it done yet? He forced his eyes open weakly. Just one last step. Is it Bernadette? No. Edward flicked a gold coin into the air and caught it, activating Madman to the right, at the same time. In that instant, he felt a peculiar new energy bloom inside his mind. Imagination. At that moment, he finally understood how to collect imagination, by guiding and stimulating others' imagination about anything, past, future, technology, the supernatural world, love, family, friendship, everything under the heavens. Imagination didn't come only from fantasy, it came from thought. He sat up, extending his right hand. A worm of star burrowed out of his palm and dropped onto the ground. The creature writhed rapidly, expanding at a shocking pace until, within seconds, it transformed into a perfect replica of Edward. Except its eyes were dull and lifeless, an empty shell without a soul. From today onward, Edward said, you will replace me as the acting fantasist. You will gather imagination on my behalf, and make sure Lilith doesn't do anything reckless. Lilith stomped her foot. Edward. All right, fine, his duplicate corrected itself. While I'm gone, you will obey Lilith. Edward nodded. And within the limits of your ability, guide Roselle and help him change his so-called destined fate. A multicolored radiance flowed from Edward's palm, injecting itself into the shell. The dull eyes gained a glimmer of life. After a brief moment of adjustment, the double spoke calmly, your commands are my mission. Go, then. The double bowed, then dissolved into the air. Moments later, he arrived in the divine kingdom of the Evernight goddess in the astral realm. Facing the tranquil darkness filled with moonflowers, night-scented grass, and many other nocturnal plants, he said respectfully, Your Grace, I have come by order of my true body. A silhouette manifested from the void. She said nothing. Instead, she reached out, pinched the corner of empty space as if grasping a thin veil, and gently pulled. A sheet of night curtain drifted down, soft as gauze, falling over Edward's double and sinking silently into his form. It was the power of the Evernight goddess's authority of concealment. He quietly absorbed the power, then pressed a hand to his chest, bowed, stepped back 2 paces, and left the astral realm. Bernadette had felt that ever since she told her father, Old man, we are aura farming today, yesterday, he had been acting strange, several times opening his mouth to speak, only to fall silent. What baffled her most was that the very next day, he forbade her from visiting Mr. Sparrow's house. I'm not listening. She carefully packed the puppets and past gifts she had received, lifting the bundle with care. Then she opened the window and climbed outside. Trying to lock me in. Bernadette clapped proudly, but at that moment a voice suddenly sounded behind her, Bernadette. Where are you going? Her little face instantly went pale. She turned stiffly to see her father, Roselle, staring at her coldly, looking extremely angry. I just wanted to take a walk in the garden. Really? Roselle suddenly shifted the topic. But don't you think walking in the garden is very boring? Do you want to go out to sea again and see the mermaids? At that moment, Roselle's face and body twisted, transforming into Mr. Sparrow. Mr. Sparrow, it's you. Only then did she realize what was happening. She puffed her cheeks at him. So annoying. First you turned into my mom, now my dad, always trying to scare kids. So, do you still want to see the mermaids? Yes. Bernadette raised her hand excitedly, then quickly asked, will big sister Lilith come too? Not this time. Next time. Okay. She looked at the bundle in her hands. I even prepared a gift for her. No rush. Give it to her next time. Edward took a step forward and extended a hand to her. Come. Let's go. The moment Bernadette grabbed Mr. Sparrow's finger, she found herself already standing on the deck of the fairy tale, surrounded by all kinds of fairy tale characters. On a distant reef, mermaids were singing beautifully. She immediately ran forward with a bright smile and waved energetically at the mermaids. Edward watched her for a while with a gentle expression, then suddenly spoke, Bernie. What? Goodbye. Bernadette turned back in confusion. What? Edward blinked innocently. What? I thought I heard you say goodbye just now. Nope. You heard wrong. Oh. She didn't think further. I want to get a little closer. Okay. Inside the captain's cabin, Lilith supported the real Edward, standing beside him. The two watched from afar as the duplicate Edward led Bernadette toward the reef, letting her admire the mermaids up close. Lilith said softly, "See. I knew Edward would say goodbye to her one last time." Nope. Edward smiled at her. The last person I say goodbye to is, of course, Lilith. Lilith froze. Her eyes lowered, and she suddenly buried her head into his chest. When will you wake up? I don't know for now. At the earliest, I'll have to wait until the next owner of the Sapphira Castle reaches sequence 4 and reopens the deepest door within it. Klein. Yes. Lilith lifted her head to look at him. Then I'll wait for you. Amen. She suddenly sighed. I originally thought, this time, I could slowly grow up bit by bit with Edward watching me. But when you wake up again, you'll be seeing the adult me. It's fine. At worst, I can use fantasy to turn you back into a child. Edward patted her back gently and whispered, Lilith, I'll be waiting for you in the future. The future, year 1350, Trier. Bernadette opened her eyes. She slowly sat up from her bed, feeling as if she had just awoken from a long dream. The moment she woke, she couldn't distinguish dream from reality, scenes from the past flashed endlessly through her mind. She got out of bed and walked to the window. Outside, the garden had returned to its familiar appearance. Lilith sat on the swing, swaying back and forth like a carefree neighborhood girl. Bernadette rubbed her temples, recalling a conversation she'd had with Lilith not long ago. So Mr. Sparrow had left earlier than she had imagined. The one who accompanied her growing up and met her two younger brothers later had only been a duplicate. So that phrase she heard on the fairy tale, Bernie, goodbye, had truly come from Mr. Sparrow. It had been both a farewell and an unannounced departure. A wave of melancholy rose in Bernadette's chest. Really annoying, Mr. Sparrow. You lied to me for so long. Yo, awake. Lilith hopped off the swing and walked over. Want to go get breakfast somewhere? All right. Bernadette didn't mind, she still had countless questions without answers. For example, where was her father now? Where's Roselle? Sitting in the dining room, Lilith took a bite of steak, thought for a moment, and said, about that question, I actually want to tell you, but... But what? Lilith shrugged. I don't know either. You know me, I've lived for a long time, I'm the smartest kitty in the world, I can learn anything fast, do anything, ace everything. She rattled on for a while. But I really don't like anything too complicated. If I can avoid thinking, I avoid thinking. So I didn't get involved in whatever Edward and Roselle planned later. And Cheek kept chasing me everywhere, so I spent most of my time running and hiding. Bernadette nodded slowly. So Dad also learned about the future, from Mr. Sparrow's duplicate. Yep. And the future he learned, was the past we now know. Exactly. Bernadette fell into deep thought. After a long while, she murmured, but he still followed that future exactly as it was. Was it to avoid a time paradox? Lilith propped her chin on her hands. Who knows? You'll only find out when you see Roselle or Edward again. Then, Sparrow's duplicate, where did he go later? Bernadette voiced another long-held question. He vanished just before Dad was assassinated. Where did he go? Lilith replied, since he was a creation of Edward's special ability, he reached his limit around then. Before he disappeared on his own, he chose to leave and carry out his final duty. What duty? Bernadette had hardly finished asking when her spirituality reacted sharply. She turned her head to the sky outside the window. More than 10 massive Intis airships flew overhead at high speed, casting the surroundings into deep shadow. Her expression shifted, her blue eyes darkened. Half a minute later they returned to normal, but her face showed clear surprise. The war has already started. Yep. Faceac struck first. Backlund's already been bombed once. Backlund. Bernadette froze. Airships flying from Faceac to Backlund have to travel hundreds of kilometers. That's enough distance for Lone to respond and shoot them down. How did they reach Backlund? Lilith grinned. Yeah. Why indeed? Bernadette understood instantly. Lone permitted it. They deliberately let Faceac bomb Backlund. The conclusion was easy, the question was why. The Black Emperor. Bernadette instantly recalled the intel she had learned before, George III was attempting to ascend as the Black Emperor. And war was the fastest way to bind the king and the kingdom together, making the people remember him. Lilith leaned back and smiled. You'll have to investigate that yourself. Maybe this is the perfect opportunity for you to advance to sequence 2 and meet Roselle. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 644, Chapter 644, Hello, Zhou Mingrue. Bernadette's heart jolted. After thinking for a moment, she asked, then what role is Intis playing in all this? Why are they deploying airships as well? Maybe they just want to join in the excitement. Not just Intis, Fainapotter should be getting lively too, shouldn't they? Only then would this war sweep across the entire continent. Foggy Town. The game of hide-and-seek between Klein and Mr. A had been going on for almost half a day. Because he had been suddenly thrown here by that powerhouse from the Church of the Evernight, Klein hadn't been able to bring his Sequence 4 marionette with him. He could only make do with a temporary Sequence 5 marionette to face the enemy, one crafted by Hell Admiral Ludwell, the gatekeeper of the Corpse Collector. By all accounts, a Sequence 5 marionettist plus a Sequence 5 gatekeeper, combined with the creeping hunger in Klein's possession, should have made defeating a Sequence 5 shepherd relatively easy. The problem was that Mr. A could, through some special method, temporarily gain the strength of Sequence 4. If Klein hadn't happened to bring along a good assortment of delicious mushrooms he had acquired from Frank, enough to distract Mr. A, his situation would have been far worse. As darkness descended once again, the town fell into danger. Hiding inside a house, Klein shouted, Mr. A, if we keep dragging this out, neither of us will benefit. I'm certain the way to escape is hidden inside the church. Why don't we stop for now and let me try? Mr. A curled up where he stood, gnawing on a mushroom. The easing of his hunger brought back some of his rationality. On his exquisitely beautiful, almost womanly, face, his brows furrowed. What exactly did you see in that church? Zeridal. Klein answered honestly, there's someone in there claiming to be Zeridal. He said the method to leave this place is hidden behind a wall in the church. Heh. And you believe him? Before you arrived, no one who entered came out alive. What makes you think you're special? Perhaps because, I'm the only seer pathway beyonder to have arrived here so far. Then why didn't you leave directly through the church? Why come back out? Klein said, because the key needed to open that door is in your hands. Mr. A paused thoughtfully. Something appeared in his hand. That obsidian. At that moment, Foggy Town lit up again. Klein manipulated the marionette to step outside. Give me the obsidian. I'll open the door. If I succeed, it naturally works out for both of us, you can follow me through. If I fail, you lose nothing. How do I know the door opened with the obsidian isn't single use? Then what do you want to do? Mr. A grew out of the shadows, his hooded robe a vivid blood red. In a calm, low voice, he said, I will use flesh magic to enter your body and monitor your condition. When the door you're talking about opens, I'll leave your body and go through it. Klein had the marionette curl its lips into a smile. As far as I know, the Rose Bishop can indeed hide inside someone, but when they emerge, the host dies instantly. No. That method is meant to avoid detection, so it must fuse completely with the host's flesh. There's no need for that this time. I'll wait quietly inside your stomach. Klein took out a coin and performed a divination. Then he nodded. No problem. Mr. A walked straight toward the marionette that had taken on Klein's appearance. His body, along with his clothes, melted rapidly into a mass of viscous flesh, becoming a stream about the thickness of an arm that flowed toward Klein. Inside a distant house, Klein, feeling faintly nauseous, retched dryly, then had the marionette open its mouth. The stream of flesh climbed up the marionette's body and slithered into its mouth, that slightly warm yet slimy sensation traveling through the esophagus and into the stomach. Let's go. Mr. A's voice echoed from within. Passing through the church's door, Klein once again entered the hall where the corpses hung suspended. Each body drooped its head, eyes rolled back, gently swaying in the intermittent draft. From their lips drifted faint mutterings, Hornassus, Phlegria. Even though it wasn't his first time seeing the scene, it still felt unsettling. Klein carefully threaded his way between the corpses, making sure not to touch any of them. In the distance lay a pitch-black altar and a statue of an ancient god's descendant. The old man claiming to be Zeridal still sat diagonally behind the stone sculpture, hooded, with a face full of white beard. Klein's step suddenly slowed a little. He whispered, Mr. A, do you know Edward? Inside the stomach, Mr. A paused. He clearly hadn't expected to hear that name here. He buzzed in response, I do. To be honest, Edward is a friend of mine. He once told me that you and he had a rather close relationship, that both of you are trusted by the true creator. So, could you, for his sake, refrain from doing anything later and let us leave this place first? After a few seconds of silence, Mr. A said, all right. Soon, Klein arrived before Zeridal again. Zeridal spared him a glance, as if seeing past the marionette's eyes to meet Klein's true gaze. But he said nothing. Instead, He extended a withered hand and grabbed forward, pulling out a sheet of yellowish parchment, a quill dripping with ink, and a bottle of ink. Klein immediately understood. He knows perfectly well the one before him is a marionette, but he doesn't care. All he wants is for me to open the door for him. Zeradal picked up the quill and swiftly wrote symbols and words on the parchment, then rolled it up and handed it over. This is the symbol for opening the door, as well as the formula for the Bizarro Sorcerer potion you asked for. They can only last for 3/4 of an hour and cannot be taken outside. Klein unrolled the parchment, letting both the potion formula and the door opening symbol fall into his line of sight. His pupils suddenly contracted. His expression stiffened. The door-opening symbol that Zeradal had just drawn was largely the same as the complex sigils Klein had once seen in Tingen, in the Charney's Gate beneath the city, provided through the Lucky Doll. It was a vertical eye composed of intertwined mystical patterns and hidden symbolism. But one detail was different, a crescent-shaped pattern and a broken line mark had swapped positions. Meaning, the symbol Zeradal had given was likely fake. Zeradal returned the quill and ink bottle to history, then lifted his head and sighed. All the necessary conditions are already prepared. You may now go and open the door of escape. He paused. Do not forget to take my urn. The moment his words fell, his entire body shattered into countless tiny motes of light. They scattered outward and dissolved into the void, as if he had long since rotted away and turned to ash. Left behind where he had sat was a tin white urn, old in pattern and modest in appearance. But Klein's gaze suddenly froze. On the statue Zeradal had been leaning against, he saw 5 Chinese characters, 5 characters that made every hair on his body stand up, his breath nearly halt. Hello, Zhou Mingrue. He had been in this world for a year. The name Zhou Mingrue felt like something buried deep in the distant past, a faded memory slowly slipping away. But how could he possibly forget his true identity? He was a transmigrator from another world, Zhou Mingrue. Yet why? Why was his name written here? And in Chinese, no less. A girl's silhouette flashed through Klein's mind. Could it have been her? Did she carve my name here in advance? But what Klein could not comprehend, what chilled him to his very core, was: how did she know his real name was Zhou Mingrue? How did she know he would come here? Why leave this name? What was she trying to express? An arrangement. He couldn't stop the word from emerging. Could everything have been arranged from the very beginning? Was he merely a puppet moved by invisible strings, experiencing events that were nothing but a pre-written script? For a moment, Klein's mind was in chaos. If it weren't for the mental preparation laid down by that girl earlier, Klein suspected these 5 characters alone would have scared him into losing control on the spot. Open the door. Mr. A's voice urged from within. Klein took a deep breath, forcing down the turbulence in his heart. He nodded with difficulty. All right. No matter what, they had to leave first. Klein took the obsidian slate and inserted it into the depression. The two fit together seamlessly, not a bit out of place. The wall quickly lit up, gradually turning transparent, revealing the stone slabs outside, the fractured wall, and drifting clouds suspended midair. Next, do I draw the symbol Zeradal gave me, or the one I saw in Tingen? After a brief hesitation, Klein decided to try Zeradal's symbol first. After all, this was only a marionette. Even if things went wrong, there would still be a chance to fix it. Besides, Mr. A inside the stomach seemed to have seen the symbol as well. If Klein didn't draw it exactly, who knew whether Mr. A would think he was up to something, and act accordingly. With that thought, Klein raised his hand and began drawing. Over a minute later, the intricate vertical eye was complete. Pure light flowed along the lines, tracing every pattern before converging at the center. With a brilliant flash, a vague, mysterious double door appeared on the wall, slowly opening under the push of Gehrman Sparrow. Behind it lay the same ancient stone slabs and broken wall he had seen earlier. Everything was utterly quiet, no abnormalities whatsoever. It's done. Just then, a violent tearing pain surged from the marionette and stabbed directly into Klein's senses, nearly dropping him to the ground. In the next instant, Klein received the message: the marionette had been destroyed. Mr. A had transformed inside it into a flesh and blood bomb, blowing Ludwell's marionette to pieces. Edward, damn you. That was the last sentence Klein ever heard from Mr. A. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 645, Chapter 645, The Fool Card. Holy shit, what the hell is going on? Didn't Edward and Mr. A always get along? When did they start ripping each other apart? Klein didn't have time to think. He quickly deployed another spare marionette, finished lacing it to his spiritual thread, and sent the apprentice pathway marionette straight through multiple walls toward the church. At the same time, Klein himself moved toward the church as well. The instant the marionette passed through the wall into the church, Klein felt a strange twitch in his connection. For a split second it seemed the link with the marionette had dropped. Then it snapped back. Through the marionette's eyes, Klein soon saw the interior of the church clearly again. The door that had appeared in the wall still stood wide open. Mr. A had one foot poised inside, but his body hung rigid, something unseen gripped his neck and lifted him into the air. He drifted there, eyes slowly rolling white, his appearance still disturbingly beautiful. Zeradol's symbol really was wrong. Klein guided the marionette cautiously closer, every sense on guard. Suddenly, a powerful pull emanated from that doorway. Klein turned instinctively and then could not look away. Beyond the lighted portal he could just make out more bodies suspended in the air, old and young, male and female, dressed in styles both exquisite and threadbare, ornate and casual. From behind each hanger protruded a transparent, slick tentacle patterned with intricate, maddening runes. Countless such tendrils reached deeper into the hall, where an ancient, enormous stone throne sat inset with dull gold and gemstones. A writhing mass of translucent maggots lay curled upon that colossal chair, slowly undulating and endlessly multiplying, sprouting near imperceptible tendrils. This was the mythical creature form of the seer pathway, his spirit answered without hesitation. Klein stiffened and resolved to yank the marionette back and flee. But he failed. Control of the marionette seemed to be wrested away by that unknown high-sequence seer. The marionette walked, step by step, toward the lighted portal. As it neared the threshold it suddenly bent down, as if to pick something up. At the base of that ancient throne, Klein finally saw a tarot card lying quietly. Its face bore Roselle, the emperor, wearing ornate headgear, clad in motley robes, shouldering a staff hung with luggage as if setting out on a journey. His expression brimmed with yearning, a little dog trotted at his side. In the upper corner, starlight traced the words. Sequence 0, the Fool. The Fool card. Klein, who already possessed the Tyrant and the Red Priest cards, understood at once what this card represented. But now it was in the hands of that mythic high-sequence seer. Even glancing at it might throw him into madness. What? Why am I fine? He thought in disbelief. Even separated by a marionette, staring directly at a mythical creature form of a high-sequence beyonder would unhinge a demigod, let alone someone at sequence 5. Before he could finish the thought, the marionette had reached the portal and stepped through into the hall hung with corpses. Klein's sight followed. Instinct screamed that the marionette's situation was extreme and that his action was reckless, but another voice in him insisted, this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If he could wrest control back and seize the Fool card, he might not have to worry about formulas all the way up to sequence 0. He would gamble. Klein inhaled, forced a channel into the worm of spirit hiding within the marionette, and bit by bit re-established a sense of the marionette's presence. At that moment, one of the transparent, slimy tentacles whipped toward them. Through the marionette, Klein felt his spirit shudder as if death were seconds away. In the same instant he regained full control of the marionette. He blinked and dodged the tentacle, appearing directly before the ancient throne, before the heaped cluster of translucent maggots. He bent, snatched up the Fool card lying under the seat, and immediately vanished in a string of flashes to escape through the door. But his movement had provoked the curled maggots. Tendrils sprang into being and spread like a celestial net toward the marionette. So close. Just inches. Klein focused, using the recorded spiritual thread to frantically interfere with the rapidly approaching tendrils while he spun the card of blasphemy and hurled it through the portal. The Fool card sailed across the threshold and fell into the church. In the next second, the light door slowly closed. Klein's awareness was pushed out and returned abruptly to his own body, severing his connection to the marionette. But Klein's spirit was in an exhilarated frenzy. Even though the marionette had failed to escape at the last moment, the Fool card had at least been thrown out and confirmed to be lying inside the church. Despite his excitement, he did not forget to perform several rounds of divination first, confirming the church's safety before carefully making his way over. After all, having lost 2 marionettes, he had no choice now but to take the risk personally. Soon, he reached the church doors. Ding. He flicked the coin again. After ensuring there were no major issues, he stepped into the church. His eyes took in once more the eerie forest of inverted corpses. Passing through the corpse grove, Klein arrived before the altar. The Fool card lay quietly on the ground, radiating a constant pull upon him. Even better, his marionette was lying intact on the ground. It must have escaped in the very last moment. Klein hesitated briefly, then re-established control over the marionette. A few seconds later, the marionette patted dust off its body, stood up, took 2 steps forward, and bent down to pick up the card. It still works. A wave of joy washed over him, followed immediately by another discovery. His marionettist potion had somehow digested itself by a significant portion. Could it be because I seized back the marionette's control earlier? His previous acting guidelines had mostly focused on obeying the marionette's identity. He hadn't expected that pure manipulation of the marionette could also digest the potion. As Klein infused spirituality into the Fool card, it activated instantly, transforming into a miniature, illusory book. Under Klein's guidance, its pages flipped rapidly. Sequence 4, Bizarro Sorcerer. Sequence 3, Scholar of Yore. Sequence 2, Miracle Invoker. Sequence 1, Attendant of Mysteries. Sequence 0, The Fool. Silently, Klein put the card away again. The Seer Pathway Sequence 0 title is the exact codename I chose for myself above the gray fog. Is that really just a coincidence? His mind drifted back to the beast tamer girl from the Tinjin Circus, the one who had made him perform a tarot reading. Was she truly just an ordinary person? Thinking of that, he glanced again at the 5 Chinese characters carved onto the statue. A chill ran down his spine. He closed his eyes and steadied his emotions once more. Controlling his spirit body threads to keep them from drifting up toward the church ceiling, he bent down to retrieve the obsidian tablet. After confirming the important item was undamaged, he felt mildly reassured. Then he turned towards Zeridal's tin white urn, only to find it gone. But he had clearly seen it when entering with the marionette earlier. Oh, right. When the marionette lost control, it did make a crouching and picking motion. Did it pick up Zeridal's urn then? So the marionette's loss of control was that Zeridal's doing. When, then, had the urn been discarded? Was it now inside that palace-like hall? Klein knew that Zeridal would not have helped him without a motive. So had that motive been achieved already? Holding the obsidian tablet again, he reinserted it into the hollow in the back wall. The wall lit up once more, turning transparent, revealing the ancient stone slabs outside, the broken wall, and drifting cloud mist. He snapped his fingers sharply, igniting a tree outside the church, preparing to use flaming jump to escape at the first sign of danger. Now I need to seriously consider how to leave this place. Backlund, Cherwood Burrow. Furs had lost count of how many times she had moved with Zio. This time, Furs gritted her teeth and spent a large sum renting a house in the Cherwood Burrow, very close to the Church of Storm's Holy Wind Cathedral. Neither she nor Zio believed in the Lord of Storms, but that didn't stop Furs from planning to rely on the Church of Storm to deal with the war looming at any moment. After Zio firmly refused to leave Backlund, this was the compromise Furs chose. Naturally, the rent, nearly £2 a week, was exorbitant. But after several tarot meetings and multiple transactions running into hundreds or even thousands of pounds, spending a little money for the church's indirect shelter was, without doubt, a very worthwhile investment. Of course, the price was that Furs now needed to write another best-selling novel as quickly as possible, or she would go bankrupt soon. But why is it that after an entire morning, I still can't write a single line? Furs clutched her hair in despair. She glanced toward the door and saw Zio, who had gone out early, enter with a grave expression, her lips moving as if she wanted to speak but couldn't. What's wrong? Furs asked blankly. Zio pressed her lips together. I'm sorry, Furs. Furs nearly jumped out of her chair. Sorry for what? What are you apologizing for? Just now, the Faesak Empire launched an air raid on the north and west boroughs. You were right, Faesak has declared war on Lone. What? Furs froze. Though the matter had already been discussed at the Tarot Club, she hadn't expected it to come so quickly. Just then, the voice of a newsboy rang out from the street. Extra. Extra. The kingdom declares war on Faesak. Extra. Extra. The kingdom declares war on Faesak. Zio lowered her head again. I'm sorry, Furs. It's my fault for insisting we stay. Furs tossed aside her pen and smiled warmly. You're still investigating the truth behind your father's unjust accusation. It's fine, I don't believe Faesak would dare bomb this place. If they accidentally destroyed Holy Wind Cathedral, wouldn't that be equivalent to declaring war on the Church of Storm? They're not that stupid. Zio hesitated, then asked cautiously, Furs, are you hiding something from me? Huh. Where did you learn the war was about to break out? This, Furs scratched her head. Suddenly she remembered what Mr. Fool had told her last tarot meeting, find an opportunity to have Zio recite the 3-step prayer. She had been struggling to find an appropriate moment for days. But now. Zio, do you trust me? Of course I do. Zio answered instantly. Furs no longer hesitated. Yes. I joined a mysterious organization and began worshipping an ancient deity. I've already recommended you to this deity, and he has accepted you. Furs extended both hands. Welcome to the fold. Zio froze. It's over. My best friend has been ensnared by an evil god. And now she wants to drag me down with her. What do I do? Should I knock her out right now and drag her to the church for an exorcism? Note, 1160 Power Stones for another extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 646, Chapter 646, The Story of Prince Edisak. Northborough. In the part of Backlund that had been bombed by the airships, Audrey was on-site coordinating rescue efforts. She knew that in a situation like this, one more noble lady might end up being more of a hindrance than a help, but she wanted to see the reality of war with her own eyes. Edward had told her long ago that no matter how much one imagined, nothing compared to witnessing things firsthand. Otherwise, she would forever remain trapped within her original social stratum, unable to see what was truly happening. Perhaps one day, while ordinary people suffered the horrors of war and starvation, a group of nobles might still be hosting galas and drinking champagne under the pretext of fundraising, maintaining their lofty detachment, while no one quite knew where the money they raised would finally end up. Thus, she witnessed the cruelty. Bodies were carried out one after another. The air was filled with shrill screams, with the stench of fresh blood everywhere. Scattered flesh, torn limbs, each piece silently recounting the terror of war. She suppressed her discomfort and hurried around, using magic to heal the wounded. Compared to Beyonder abilities, Hogwarts magic might be far weaker in destructive power, but in certain special circumstances, magic was far more convenient. A single healing charm could mend most physical injuries. A reparo could restore a damaged building to its original state, though considering how absurdly miraculous that spell appeared, Audrey refrained from using it lightly. She focused instead on saving lives, no longer caring about hiding supernatural abilities from ordinary people. Thus, the young woman who cast miraculous rays of light, healing the injured and pulling people back from the brink of death, gradually took on a mystical air in the minds of everyone present. She must have been sent by a deity to help us. Phew. After treating another group of victims, Audrey exhaled deeply. Harry Potter-style magic did not require mana consumption, but using too many spells too quickly still exhausted a person mentally. She slumped against a broken wall and rested. An elderly man she had just saved approached shakily with a cup of water. "Miss, have some water." "Thank you." Audrey smiled softly and drank it in one gulp, the fatigue in her body easing by a great deal. She pushed herself up, ready to continue, when a voice called to her. "Audrey, Lady Sloth wants us." She turned to see two people disguised as the Edisac royal siblings. "Let me finish treating these people first." "But how many can you save alone?" "Even if you save everyone here, what about those dying on the front lines? Who will save them?" Audrey paused mid-step and looked back. "So what are you saying?" Edisac smiled. "I'm saying that if you want to truly resolve this problem, if you don't want more innocent people to die or be wounded, then you must eliminate the source. And that is the real reason we returned this time. The Psychology Alchemist's Tower's safe house." Sloth, Althea lay sprawled lazily on a couch, swinging her legs and holding a glass of red wine, staring at the light shimmering off the liquid. Her expression was as languid as ever, as though nothing in the world could interest her. She looked like someone who had seen through everything. As soon as Audrey and the others entered, Althea turned her head, covered her mouth with a yawn, and said, "You're finally here. I was about to fall asleep waiting." Edisac chuckled softly. Audrey was busy saving people. We didn't want to rush her too much, so we were delayed a bit. Our apologies. Althea's beautiful eyes flashed as she gazed at Audrey. "Oh my, you're even kinder than I imagined, Audrey." Audrey asked in confusion, "Althea, you urgently called me here, is there something you need?" "Edisac and Helena said you plan to resolve the war from its root." "No, no, no." Althea shook her head. "Not me. You. I just received an instruction from the president of the Psychology Alchemists, though calling it an instruction isn't quite accurate. Our society has always been loose and unstructured. We never force or order members to do anything." As Althea spoke, she stood and walked toward them with unhurried grace. "So, strictly speaking, it's more of a suggestion. The president suggested that I assist Loan's king, George III, and help him accomplish his objective." "But," she continued, "Edisac and Helena raised objections." Audrey furrowed her brow and looked at the siblings. Helena laughed softly. "That's perfectly normal, Audrey. I've already explained to you the grudge we have with George III. We returned this time for revenge, not to help him." Althea nodded and continued, "As I just said, the Psychology Alchemists are loose and never force members to take action. So, when faced with the president's suggestion and the members' objections, I decided to hold a vote. A vote to determine what role we will play in the events to come." Audrey glanced at the siblings in surprise. If the vote ends up completely opposite to the president's intention, would that really be fine? Althea folded her arms. "I am currently the acting leader of the society in Backlund, essentially, the authority for all of Loan. The final decision lies with me. That's why the society established counselors in the first place. So you don't have to worry at all." She continued, "Right now, the Backlund branch has 4 core members, including myself, and 6 peripheral members. Although it may seem unfair to the peripheral members, matters of this scale can only be decided by the core 4. Before you arrived, each of us had already made our choice. The siblings naturally voted against, not only refusing to help George III, but even hoping to topple him in the chaos. As for me, since I have the president's trust and temporarily oversee the Backlund division, I have to show some consideration, so I voted in favor. The three all turned to Audrey. So now, Audrey, we need you to cast the decisive final vote. If you agree, that makes it 2-2, and the Psychological Alchemy Society will do nothing further. If the result becomes 3-1, then we'll have reason to participate in whatever plan is needed to overthrow George III. Audrey wasn't foolish. She immediately recognized that this was not a vote at all, it was placing the real decision directly in her hands. But the question was, why? Because she was the daughter of the now influential Earl Hall of Lone? Or because they somehow knew she was a member of the Tarot Club? Or was there some other reason? Edisac smiled faintly. Audrey, before you make your decision, let me tell you a story. I love listening to stories. Althea immediately sat back down, somehow producing a plate of pastries. Come, listen while you eat. Sit, Audrey. Helena gently pushed her into a seat and handed her a pastry. Thank you. Edisac began, over 200 years ago, the lone royal family welcomed the birth of a prince, George. He was exceptionally intelligent from a young age and carried the high hopes of the entire kingdom. The expectation was that under his wise rule, Lone would become stronger in every aspect, economy, military, even territory. George lived up to those expectations. He demanded perfection from himself in everything. When he served as regent in place of his father, he vigorously promoted the economy, boldly supporting the technological and economic reforms started by Son of Steam Roselle, despite heavy opposition, causing Lone's national power to grow rapidly. Soon after, the old king passed away. George ascended the throne and ushered in a new era for Lone, one later known as the era of George I. But at that moment, he suddenly uncovered a bloody truth: the world was not what he believed it to be. Many things could not be accomplished simply because he was hard-working enough, smart enough, and made wise enough decisions, even though he was the king wielding supreme authority. Because there were always forces that not only eluded his control, but could shake his very throne at any time. Audrey frowned. The churches. Exactly. Edisac smiled. The churches. More precisely, the superhumans within them, and the deities standing behind them. No matter how great a king's authority might be, it was laughably insignificant before the power of the gods. And so George fell into confusion. He wondered what meaning there was in everything he did. His words made Audrey drift into her own thoughts. If she were George I, how would she feel facing the church and the gods? But she soon realized the point behind this story. Edisac was building towards something. It was at this time. Edisac continued, taking a bite of the pastry Helena handed him, that a mysterious organization approached George I. They invited him to join, and offered him a solution to his dilemma: if one day he himself became a god, then everything would be resolved. George I suddenly saw the path clearly. Audrey said, but according to church rules, all kings and emperors are forbidden from advancing to sequence 4. Correct. Edisac nodded. But this mysterious organization could help George I conceal the truth, not only hide his true sequence, but also hide his true identity. What do you mean? Audrey, do you know the advancement ritual of the Black Emperor? Audrey's heart skipped. Of course she knew. Edward had told her everything. Edisac answered his own question. To possess a kingdom of one's own. To bind one's name inseparably to the title of emperor, becoming common knowledge among the people. And to establish a complex and abnormal set of rules, including architectural styles. Then construct a mausoleum. We'll put aside the second half for now. Even the first half is incredibly difficult. After all, for thousands of years, only Roselle the Great succeeded. Only he changed the entire world in a few decades. His name is still remembered centuries later, tied forever to the peak of the Intis Empire. Although George I was wise, he could not compare to Roselle in this regard. So, with the mysterious organization's help, he came up with another plan: if he could not achieve it in one lifetime, then he would extend the time. Extend it further. Extend it again. If George I could not complete it, then George II would continue. If George II still could not complete it, then George III would. With the effort of 3 generations, the ritual would surely be complete. Audrey stared blankly. But, wouldn't that require 3 different kings? Edisac's smile deepened. What if they were the same person all along? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 647, Chapter 647, The Lazy Amon. Audrey was stunned. That's right. George I, George II, and George III were actually all the same George from the very beginning. With the help of certain secret organizations, he chose the right moments to die naturally, then replaced his successor and became the new king. During each reign, he continuously launched wars, created conflicts, built mausoleums, issued currency, amended constitutions, and so on. For more than a century, he caused over 1 million deaths, all to complete his advancement ritual piece by piece. Oh, and the tens of thousands of innocent victims in the last great smog of Backlund disaster. That was orchestrated by him as well. Audrey froze. Why, you're saying? Exactly. For nearly 200 years, the King of Lone had always been the same person, the one who was once George I, and now George III. There was no denying that this revelation was far too shocking for Audrey. Although she had already learned of George III conspiracy through Edward and the Tarot Club, she had not expected an even deeper secret to be hidden beneath it. Edisac said, and now, he believes the only thing separating him from the final step is a continent-wide war. So the war has come. On the surface, it appears that the Faesac Empire initiated the war and Lone is merely resisting. But in truth, this war could never have happened without his behind-the-scenes manipulation. He paused there. Helena looked at Audrey with a smile and asked, all right, story time is over. Audrey, now it's your turn to vote. Are you going to help this old lunatic who caused endless slaughter and stained himself with the blood of 1 million innocents just to become a god? Or will you pull him down from his throne and pedestal, letting him receive the punishment he deserves? Audrey fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said softly, I abstain. The siblings froze simultaneously. Audrey continued, I'm abstaining not because I don't believe your story, nor because I disagree with you. I simply feel that matters involving nation, war, and even deities couldn't possibly be decided by a vote among just the 4 of us. Of course, even if I abstain, the final result is still 2-1, which fits your expectations. As she said this, she looked toward Althea. What do you think, Althea? Ah. I don't mind either way. Althea shrugged with a cheerful grin. Then that settles it. Do whatever you two want. Edisac and his sister exchanged a glance, then placed their hands over their chests and bowed in unison. Much appreciated. And thank you as well, Audrey. They stepped back a few paces and turned to leave. In the room, only Audrey and Althea remained. Althea, do you really think our little vote could influence anything at all? She yawned again and muttered, who knows? But, there's something you might be mistaken about. Audrey blinked. What? The 4 of us together are actually really, really strong. Althea slipped a slender, alabaster hand into her pocket, pulled out a crystal-clear monocle, and placed it over her right eye. Then she smiled faintly. What do you think? Audrey's heart felt as if it had been violently clenched. Her pupils shrank sharply. Why you're... Just as the words, Amon, were about to leave her lips, her mind abruptly blurred. When she came to, Althea was waving a hand in front of her face, frowning in confusion. Audrey, what's wrong? What happened to me? Audrey paused, then said, oh, it's nothing. I just spaced out for a second. Huh. But why did I suddenly zone out? It felt like something extremely important had just happened. What was it? Why can't I remember anything? Althea waved her hand dismissively. All right, head back for now. I'm going to rest too. Okay, see you. Watching Audrey's figure disappear into the distance, Althea narrowed her eyes and curled her lips into a smile. The show's about to begin. Cheek, oh Cheek, if Lilith actually succeeds in leaping to Red Priest this time, you're going to be in big trouble. The struggle for the primordial demoness is finally approaching its curtain call. Backlund, on a street in the North Borough. Leonard had changed into a worker's outfit and wore a patched, worn-out beret. He followed behind a horse-drawn carriage as it slowly moved forward. Hey! The sudden voice startled Leonard so badly that he nearly jumped. Thinking he had been discovered, he instantly ducked to the side and muttered inwardly, Old man, what are you doing? You scared me half to death. I should be asking you that. Why are you suddenly tailing daily? Don't tell me you. Please don't say nonsense. You're not thinking she's suspicious, are you? Palez chuckled. What was that reaction just now? Leonard stayed silent for a couple of seconds before explaining, I just feel like Miss Daly has been acting strange lately, especially after learning about the Faesac bombardment. She suddenly made up an excuse to go home. Heh. She's worried her place might have been bombed. Isn't it normal to go back and check? My intuition tells me it isn't. Palez laughed pleasantly. Did your intuition tell you what the truth is, then? No. But Miss Daly must be hiding something she doesn't want me to know. Hee-hey. The old man suddenly laughed. Her carriage slowed down again. Leonard paused. What? Idiot. You followed her all this way and still haven't realized. Every time you fall behind a little, every time you're close to losing her, the carriage slows down with you. Why do you think that is? Leonard scratched his head blankly. Really? How did I not notice? Palez sighed inwardly. Before the chairman went into deep sleep, he had told him to go to Tingen and find Leonard after a century or so, and he had done just that. He had to admit, the kid was pretty decent, just adorably stupid at times. Leonard suddenly stopped walking, his expression frozen. Wait. You mean Miss Daly has known I was following her all along, and she's been deliberately waiting for me? At least you're not completely hopeless. But, why? Palez curled his lip. How would I know? Of course, he could guess most of it. That girl named Daly wanted to confess everything to Leonard, and to the Church of Evernight, through this method. The reason was simple, to protect Dunn. With Zangwill on the loose and a war erupting, Backlund's situation changed by the day. Besides the church, nowhere else could truly be considered safe. But because he, the old man, had insisted on not letting Leonard learn the truth, she hadn't told the idiot boy directly. Instead, she used this method to intentionally guide Leonard toward discovery, while also testing his attitude toward the matter. These youngsters, honestly. As if I were some unreasonable old fogey, Palez thought. How they underestimate me. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of a refined little house. Daly paid the coachman and hurried inside. Leonard hesitated for a few seconds, then quickened his steps. With Palez's help, he silently approached the window. Cough, cough, cough. The moment he reached the window, a series of coughs drifted out, followed by Daly's gentle voice. Why are you out of bed again? It's too boring. A familiar voice answered, besides, my body has almost recovered. Cough, cough. You can say that again when you stop coughing. Hee, soon, soon. After a brief pause, the voice asked, any progress regarding Faceax bombing? Daly answered, Lone has officially declared war on Faceax. The church hasn't given us any instructions yet, just told us to cooperate with the authorities and help the affected civilians. Then you must be careful. I know. Daly smiled slightly, but her gaze suddenly flicked toward the window. She saw nothing, and her eyes dimmed with faint disappointment. I've already arranged a rental near St. Samuel Cathedral. We'll move there this afternoon. All right. Leonard walked silently into a deserted alley. His complexion had gone pale, and his fingers trembled slightly. Leaning against the wall, he muttered, that person just now, was that the captain? Palez spoke calmly, seems like it. So Captain isn't dead. What do you think? After a long moment of silence, Leonard suddenly slammed a fist into the wall. Then what about Klein? Is he also alive? And Edward, what's his situation? Have they all been, all this time? Hey now, kid, don't tell me you're going to fall to darkness or something. Leonard gritted his teeth. I'm asking you a question. I don't know. Besides, I'm not answering questions for someone who doesn't know how to respect his elders. Old man. Lord Palez. He clenched his fists, forcing out the words from deep in his throat. Please, tell me the truth. There's no such thing as truth or falsehood. Back then, they were simply forced to stage a fake death incident in order to survive. Palez immediately exposed all the thoughts swirling in Leonard's mind. No one tried to trick you. No one saw you as an outsider. No one targeted you on purpose. So you really did know everything. But why hide it from me until now? Palez said calmly, what else would you have me do? Tell you that Dunn and Klein were alive and well, that Edward wasn't a traitor, and let you continue being the same lazy, self-satisfied kid, always thinking you're the protagonist of the era, yet never truly putting in effort. While everyone else improved day by day, you would have stayed a low-sequence fool dreaming laughable dreams. Dunn and Klein's deaths were fake, but their enemy was real, and he was a high-sequence powerhouse about to advance to sequence 3. You might remember him, in Zangwill, that traitor who left the Church of Evernight. And behind him stands someone of even higher sequence. In Zangwill. The wanted poster issued by the church immediately appeared in Leonard's mind. So now that you know this so-called truth, what can you possibly do? Rely on me to bail you out at critical moments. Let me make you shine for the crowd, so you can keep pretending you're the protagonist blessed by fate. Note, 1420 Power Stones for another extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. I noticed some of you were upset about the higher Power Stone goal yesterday. Guys, I only raised it by 10 stones. Seriously. Chapter 648, Lilith and Medici. Don't forget, kid, right now, I'm already half dead. But even if I were still in perfect shape, why should I play the supporting role for you? You really think you're the protagonist? No. You're just an unlucky brat whom I, a scheming high-sequence old fox, happened to pick up. You're the nourishment I need to stay alive. If you keep standing still, sooner or later I'll drain all your life force dry, and you'll die long before your time. As Palez spoke, Leonard's face grew paler and paler. His pupils unfocused, his knees wobbled, and he nearly stumbled to the ground. Do you know why Daly intentionally guided you here today? Do you know what truth she wanted you to discover? Palez's tone softened slightly. Not long ago, the mastermind behind the Tingen incident made another move on Dunn. If Daly hadn't arrived in time, prepared to fight to the death, Dunn would have truly died this time. And with Faceac officially at war with Lone, the situation has become even more chaotic and dangerous. So Daly wants to confess everything to you, to confess to the church, to seek protection. Now tell me. Palez spoke with a cool indifference. If no one in the Church of Evernight speaks on their behalf, do you think the church will tolerate Dunn's fake death and deception, or punish him? Leonard's heart trembled. He hurriedly said, I'll help. You think you're worthy? Palez's tone carried no attempt to hide his mockery. You're just a mere Sequence 6, the captain of a Red Gloves team. What makes you think the church will listen to you? Leonard lowered his head in defeat. Right, what qualifications did he have? A Sequence 6, what a joke. It's been a long time since I got to insult someone this thoroughly. Did I overdo it? Did I make the kid shut down emotionally? Palez grumbled inwardly, then said aloud, ultimately, it's because you're too weak. If you were strong enough, if you had a status like that so-called goddess sword, this wouldn't even be a problem. You could simply declare that Dunn and Klein's fake deaths were part of a covert mission you orchestrated. Whatever the truth actually is wouldn't matter at all, because your version would become truth. Leonard murmured blankly, but someone can't reach that level in a short time, and Captain and the others are in danger right now. I can't do anything. Since we've gotten along decently, I suppose this old man can help you protect Dunn a bit until you grow stronger. And besides, I have a suggestion. What suggestion? Palez chuckled. Remember that mysterious organization you investigated some time ago, the one marked by tarot cards? Leonard nodded repeatedly. Of course I remember. I've obtained the method to join them. Joining might help you grow stronger more quickly. Leonard's eyes lit up. What? Repeat these 3 lines, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Leonard repeated in a whisper, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. His eyes suddenly widened. Isn't this a 3-segment prayer formula used only for deities? Old man, you want me to worship an evil god? For strength, what's wrong with worshipping an evil god? But Klein and Edward are both members of that organization. Leonard's eyes flashed sharply. I'm doing it. Backlund, inside an Aurora Order stronghold. Priscilla lay on the windowsill with her chin in her hands, staring outside with a worried expression. Are we really not sending the Aurora Order to help? Medici's eye twitched fiercely. You idiot. This is the Aurora Order, continent-wide recognized heretics and terrorists. Did you really think it was some righteous organization? If you dare send people to help, the authorities and the church will be here to arrest you before your agents even return. Priscilla frowned tightly. But I'm righteous. Oh. I didn't notice. She turned around to walk out. Then I don't want to be Miss D of the Aurora Order anymore. Medici inhaled sharply and pressed a hand to his forehead. Do you think this is playing house? You can't just quit because you feel like it. Why not? His fists clenched. Very hard. Medici, parenting again, are we? A crisp, bell-like voice suddenly rang out. Without anyone noticing, a little girl, seemingly only 6 or 7 years old, had appeared in the room. Exquisitely adorable, she radiated an unusual, enchanting charm. Medici's pupils rippled in clear shock as he stared at the girl. Lilith. Look at that face, that tone, like we haven't seen each other in ages. Didn't we just meet not long ago? Priscilla jumped with delight. Wow. Lilith. Are you really Lilith? Although she had seen Lilith a few times in the Tarot Club, this was Priscilla's first time seeing Lilith's human form in reality. If she hadn't already confirmed it with Audrey, she would never have believed that the adorable little kitten from before had turned into a little girl the same size as herself. It's me, little Priscilla. Miss Empress. That's me too. Wah. Amazing. Priscilla rushed over, grabbed Lilith's hands, and bounced up and down excitedly. Medici, you don't look very happy to see me. Lilith turned her head toward him. Still mad I snatched that conqueror characteristic half a step before you. Humph. That only means my skills were inferior. Medici crossed his arms and snorted. Besides, aren't you still missing one more conqueror characteristic and the uniqueness? Who laughs last is still undetermined. Sorry to disappoint you, but I've almost finished negotiating with Hera Bergen. Once the timing is right, I can absorb it. Oh. The timing is right. Medici remained composed. I'd really like to see what kind of timing would allow you to withstand a uniqueness polluted by both the river of eternal darkness and the city of calamity. Priscilla looked left, then right, confusion written all over her face. Medici, Lilith, what are you talking about? Just chatting about random things. It's fine if you don't understand. Oh. After a brief silence. Hey, Lilith and Medici said at the exact same moment. Lilith waved a hand. You go first. Medici didn't stand on ceremony. Was the Northern Continent War triggered by you, so you could complete your ritual? Huh. Lilith stared in confusion. I was about to ask you the same thing. Weren't you the one instigating things from behind the scenes? Another stretch of silence. So it really wasn't you. Both of them spoke at once. You're serious? Both of them again. Swear it. Perfect unison. The two exchanged 3 sentences with impeccable synchrony. Stop copying me. Again, in perfect unison. Lilith frowned slightly. I thought it was you and Adam stirring up trouble. Adam. Are you joking? You may not care about him teaming up with Cheek to kill you back then, but I'll never forget what he did to me. Medici snorted. Although someone did come to me recently, claiming to carry God of Combat Badiel's command and asking to cooperate. I refused. Why? That's a great opportunity for you. Why? Huh. Don't you know who arranged for that stupid girl to approach me? Amon Isis predicted all of this long ago and pressed me down a step ahead of time. His expression was full of displeasure. Otherwise, I'd have had no reason to refuse. Hee. If he could ask you to cooperate, he must have had a way to lift your seal, right? What's wrong? Was the price Priscilla's life? Couldn't bear to sacrifice her. Medici said coolly, you think I'd care about that? Then why? Lilith didn't believe Medici was simply being tsundere. There had to be a compelling reason for his refusal. Ha 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 ha. Lilith, don't forget, we're competitors now. You think I'd tell you everything? TCH, stingy. Medici raised an eyebrow. By the way, where's that kid? Not telling you. Priscilla chimed in, are you talking about Big Brother Edward? Lilith, where did he go? I already told you in the Tarot Club he's in a very, very safe place. I can't tell anyone, or he might stop being safe. All right. Priscilla nodded obediently. But when he comes back, you have to tell me right away. Lilith grinned and patted her head. Of course. Hey. Don't pat my head like an adult, Lilith. I am an adult. No, you're not. Priscilla muttered, before you transformed, you were only 2 or 3 years old. Now you look my age, but you can't be more than 4. You're clearly younger than me. Aya, you caught me. Then, should I call you, Big Sister Priscilla? Her eyes lit up instantly, and she lifted her chin proudly. Wow. I love that. Big Sister Priscilla, ha ha ha, so good. Big Sister Priscilla. Ha 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 ha. Medici rolled his eyes so hard they nearly fell out. You're a several thousand-year-old ancient hag and still pretending to be cute, not a sight I needed to see. After laughing for a while, Lilith suddenly asked, right, where's Audrey? Didn't she say she was coming with you? When the explosion just happened, she rushed off to help with the rescue efforts. As she spoke, Priscilla lowered her voice. Lilith, is the war really going to break out? MHM. But why? Isn't everyone living just fine? Why must they go to war? Lilith thought for a moment, then said, some wars are sparked by conflicts of interest between social classes. Some are driven by a small group of people for personal gain. Some wars happen because the big picture forces them into it. And yet, there are also wars fought to overthrow invaders and oppressors, to win freedom and rebirth. Although war always brings casualties, no matter the cause, there are wars that are necessary and worthwhile. Priscilla scratched her cheek. I still don't really understand. Medici raised an eyebrow, somewhat impressed. Looks like you've really prepared for advancing to Red Priest. This war theory is nothing like what the silly Lilith I know could ever say. Lilith immediately planted her hands on her hips in protest. First of all, Miss Lilith is not silly. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 649, Chapter 649, Medici learns the truth. Lilith raised 2 fingers. Second, I learned these theories from books. The true Red Priest isn't someone who wages war for the sake of war itself, nor someone who ignites conflict merely for a ritual. A genuine Red Priest fights to uphold a belief, one that, after victory, will bring real change to the world. The ritual is secondary. Medici, read more books. Medici rolled his eyes with clear irritation. Get lost. Having followed the ancient sun god for so many years, Medici had indeed considered the meaning of war under his influence. But in the end, he had learned one thing. You have to win first. No matter how grand your ideals were, no matter how beautifully you spoke, if you lost miserably in the end, then it all meant nothing. Humph, Lilith, on the surface, it looks like you're 2 steps ahead of me. But who wins in the end? That's still hard to say. All right, whatever schemes you're plotting in that little head of yours, it's best for the 2 of us to cooperate first. We need to figure out whether this war stirred up by Faceac was simply Badheal, the god of combat, trying to target Amon-Isis, or whether someone else is taking advantage of the chaos. Medici gave a small nod of agreement. So, why don't you pretend to agree to the cooperation proposed by the person Badheal sent? See how much of this involves him. Heh. Pretend. And how exactly would I do that? Do you take Badheal for an idiot? He'll definitely make me sign a contract. With the Evernight goddess on one side and the god of combat on the other, do you want me to get beaten by both of them together? Lilith pinched her chin thoughtfully. Well, even if there's a contract, it would only be valid after you advance to Red Priest. If you fail to advance, the contract naturally doesn't apply. Medici stared at Lilith. Then suddenly, faces appeared on his cheeks, 2 mouths twisting into mocking grins. Ha 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 ha, Medici, she's obviously trying to fool you. Exactly. After all that talk, all she wants is to stop you from competing for Red Priest. You're not actually thinking of saying yes, are you? That would make you unbelievably stupid. Ha ha ha, unless our iron-blooded warrior Medici has always harbored certain feelings toward Lilith TSK, who would have thought? Medici finally lost patience. He jabbed a finger directly into one of the mouths. And what if the one muddying the waters has nothing to do with Faceac or the god of combat? Lilith chuckled. Then the question becomes, who in this world doesn't want me to become Red Priest, and also doesn't want you to become Red Priest? Medici's expression darkened instantly. Adam. But a moment later, he added, though that kid told me some time ago that Adam is dead. I don't believe he died that easily, but the kid was absolutely certain when he said it. That means there must be a hidden truth. You know it, don't you, Lilith? The smile faded from Lilith's face. I know. Tell me. Are you sure you want to know? Lilith looked at him seriously. Edward once told me something, lies don't hurt people, truth is the sharp blade. Are you sure you can endure it? Medici froze. He suddenly remembered hearing that same line during that damned misery contest some time ago. Enough with the theatrics. Tell me. All right. Lilith said calmly, Adam fused with the true creator. In a sense, he really did die. Medici's pupils contracted sharply. What do you mean? Fused? Why would they fuse? How could they possibly fuse? They. Haven't you already guessed? In an instant, a bone-deep chill surged up Medici's spine, freezing every drop of blood in his body. A wrenching pain twisted through his heart. Memories flooded his mind like a raging tide. From the early days when he followed the ancient sun god into countless battles, full of youthful pride and blazing radiance, to the moment he chose to stand with the true creator, believing each decision was guided by fate, to becoming a pawn in Adam's schemes, falling in a single moment, reduced to an evil spirit struggling endlessly in darkness and agony. In a daze, the 2 faces that had always overlapped interchangeably in Medici's memories gradually merged into one another. Their features aligned bit by bit, finally forming that earliest and most familiar visage. So that was it. So this was the so-called truth. Ha 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 ha. Medici suddenly threw his head back in wild laughter, unrestrained, ceaseless, manic. He laughed until even an evil spirit like him shed tears. Priscilla, who had dozed off to the side after realizing Lilith and Medici were discussing things she couldn't understand, was jolted awake by the laughter. She hurriedly looked at Medici in panic. Medici, what's wrong? Lilith, Medici, he looks really scary right now. Lilith replied, don't worry. He's fine. After quite a while, Medici finally stopped laughing. He wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and said, Lilith, you came here today just to tell me this, didn't you? Huh? You're the one who insisted on asking. Medici said coldly, you want to oppose Adam. But now that he has fused with the true creator, you deliberately revealed the truth to me so you could use me to help you, didn't you? As expected of the temptress. Hey, now that's unfair. Lilith crossed her arms with a huff. Talking about using you is something you imagined yourself. At most, I just don't want you standing opposite me when the crucial moment comes. Anyway, that's how things are. Do what you want with the information. Medici fell silent for a while. Back then, did the true creator know what Adam planned to do to me? Lilith considered a moment before answering, probably not. Heh. A faint breath of relief loosened deep within his gaze. That's enough. If their fusion leaves the true creator dominant, then Adam is effectively no different from dead, and the past ends there naturally. But if Adam's consciousness becomes dominant... Medici clenched his fingers. Then, I will finally be free. Lilith clapped lightly. Congratulations, Medici. From now on, you are no longer the former Red Angel. You can lay down the burdens of the past and simply be yourself. But if you get the chance, I recommend you visit the forsaken land of the gods and meet the true creator yourself. You might change your mind then. Medici raised a brow and snorted. Lilith, you truly aren't as stupid as you used to be. Lilith beamed. Hee hee, people have to grow. These were all lessons Lil Chrismona taught me. How's my learning ability? Medici silently raised his middle finger. Priscilla immediately put her hands on her hips. Medici. Don't make that gesture at girls. Just then, a servant jogged over to Priscilla and whispered, Miss Audrey has arrived. Oh. Lilith, Audrey is back. Soon, Audrey walked into the lounge. Her face was full of exhaustion. After leaving the psychology alchemist's base, she had rushed straight to the bombing site to help treat the injured. Only after all the wounded had been properly taken care of did she hurry over. Lilith. The moment she saw the little girl sitting with her chin propped in her hands, legs swinging, and face brimming with a sweet smile, Audrey finally exhaled in relief. Phew, glad I made it. Good afternoon, Audrey. Lilith hurried over with a bright grin. Did you miss Miss Lilith during this time? Medici internally, putting on an act again. Audrey crouched down and swept Lilith into her arms. I did. Hee hee, I knew it. Lilith tilted her head back. But did you miss Miss Lilith more, or Edward? Don't tell me you mostly missed Edward and only missed me on the side. I missed both of you. Audrey met her eyes seriously. Lilith, where did you and Edward go? And why hasn't he come back yet? We went somewhere very, very far away, so far that even gods can't cross that distance. As for why Edward hasn't returned, it's because he's preparing to advance to Sequence 1. Audrey froze. Advance to Sequence 1. The news shocked her beyond measure. The last time she saw Edward, he had still been Sequence 5. How could he suddenly be about to jump to Sequence 1? It was far too unbelievable. Priscilla also gasped and covered her mouth. Wow. That's amazing. She counted on her fingers. That means, he advanced one sequence every week. She turned toward Medici. Medici, look at Big Brother Edward. Medici, I was born a Sequence 2 angel, all right. Even advancing to Sequence 1 didn't take me several years. In terms of speed, how could the kid ever compare to me? Lilith continued, that's why right now is Edward's most crucial and delicate moment. No one can know about him, and no one can disturb him. I can't even tell Audrey. After a long while, Audrey finally calmed her shock. She nodded firmly. Lilith, you did the right thing. She hesitated, then couldn't help asking, then, do you know how long before Edward returns? Soon. Don't worry, Audrey. Lilith gently patted her head and said warmly, when he comes back, he'll definitely come find you first. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 650, even Mr. Fool was dumbfounded. Audrey gave a slight nod. Right, Priscilla just said you went to help the wounded. Lilith pulled Audrey down to sit on the sofa and asked, how is the situation? Audrey's expression grew a little heavier. Nearly 100 people were blown to death on site, and there were almost 1,000 injured. And this was caused by only a few airborne vessels of FASAC that broke through the defensive line. By now, the two nations' border should already be engaged in full combat. People are dying every moment. Priscilla raised her hand. Lilith and Medici were just saying that someone is behind this war, stirring trouble. Audrey's eyes flickered. She said in a low voice, I know, it's George III. He orchestrated this war to complete the Black Emperor ritual and ascend to Sequence 0. Ha 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 ha. Medici burst into loud laughter. Little girl, who told you this war was orchestrated by George III? It was. She thought for a moment, then said, I just received the news from the psychology alchemist. Isn't it true? George III, well, of course it has something to do with him, but he's merely the one standing in the open. Audrey still wanted to hear this king of angels' wisdom continue, yet he stopped right there. Want to know? Medici grinned. I'm not telling you. This is payback to that brat. Audrey could only swallow her confusion with some helplessness. Lilith leaned close to her ear and whispered, Audrey, what's behind this actually involves several other kings of angels and deities. It's very complicated. It's not that I don't want to tell you, knowing too much would be harmful to you. Audrey instinctively wanted to ask, then why can you know, Lilith, your sequence is lower than mine? But in the next second, she suddenly realized that Lilith's state on returning this time seemed different from before. Perhaps it was related to that. But what I'm curious about is... Audrey pondered for a moment and asked, once a war breaks out and escalates, it inevitably causes massive casualties. Most of the dead are the believers of the gods, their anchors. Do the gods truly not care? In truth, the anchors a deity needs aren't, the more the better. Once a certain number is reached, having more brings more harm than benefit. That's why for thousands of years, the major churches rarely interfere in wars between nations. No matter how much people fight, as long as those who survive continue to believe in them, that's enough. As for George III's scheme, Lilith patiently explained, do you remember the apocalypse Edward mentioned a long time ago? Audrey's heart tightened. Yes, of course. To prepare for the apocalypse, all 7 gods wish for a Black Emperor to appear. As for who becomes this Black Emperor, they don't particularly care. And when George III, after years of preparation, finally progressed to the final step, the 7 gods actually had no reason to oppose him. This involves the essence of the apocalypse and the method of dealing with it, but I can't tell you that for now. Audrey was stunned. So everything George III has done was tacitly permitted by the gods. That's right. For something to be permitted by the gods did not mean it was right. But if even the gods tacitly accepted it, changing such a matter was bound to be incredibly difficult. Yet Edisac and Helena, the siblings, still chose to stop George III. They wanted to drag him from the throne and the sacred pedestal, even though their reasons were largely rooted in revenge. At that moment, Audrey couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration for them. But at the same time, her confusion deepened. What was the meaning of that vote not long ago? If she had voted for, would the siblings have abandoned their revenge? Would they have joined the psychology alchemist in supporting George III? Was her vote truly that important? Unless... A sudden shock surged through Audrey's heart. Unless they knew I was a member of the Tarot Club, knew that behind the Tarot Club stood a deity like Mr. Fool. She couldn't help thinking back to the earlier incident, when she seemed to have been affected by a psychological cue, almost going to Klein to confess and acknowledge kinship. When she thought it through at the time, she had suspected that whoever implanted that suggestion might have been targeting Mr. Fool. Could these two matters be connected? Audrey glanced at the 2 children and the King of Angels in the living room, then rose to her feet. I'm going to the washroom. You're going to pray to Mr. Fool? Although everyone present was well aware of Mr. Fool's existence and could be considered members of the Tarot Club, Audrey still wasn't used to praying to Mr. Fool under the gaze of others. She entered the washroom, lowered the toilet lid and sat down. Pressing her palms together against her forehead, she murmured softly. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Respected Mr. Fool, I have something important to report to you. In the foggy town. Klein stood before that wall and attempted once more to draw the symbol he had seen beneath Tingen, as well as the one representing the fool above the gray fog, yet none of them opened a way out. His expression gradually turned bitter. He began to suspect that he would be trapped here forever, just like Mr. A, forced to fight those beyonders the lady had thrown in afterwards until he starved to death or was eaten. But the moment this thought surfaced, he suddenly froze. That's not right. Mr. A, and those other beyonders, being thrown in here seemed far more like punishment. But I'm different. I was sent in by the Evernight Goddess's messenger as her blessed, to obtain the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. There's no reason they would purposely send me to my death. This place was clearly connected to the power of darkness, perhaps even directly to the Evernight Goddess herself. And as a blessed, when encountering difficulties, the first thing one usually thinks of is seeking aid from the goddess. So, how should one seek her help? Klein pondered, then once again raised his right hand and sketched a simplified outline of the dark sacred emblem. In an instant, the scene beyond the transparent door rippled like disturbed water and began to change. Beyond the now shifting gate appeared a bottomless cliff face, the vast night sky, countless stars, and the crimson moon. Just as expected. Klein took a deep breath, placed both hands against the door, and pushed. Creak. The door opened with a soft sound. A cold wind whistled toward him, making Klein shiver. He tightened his collar, then tossed a coin and conducted a divination, receiving the revelation that there was no danger outside. After that, he drew the sign of the crimson moon upon his chest in earnest, lifted his right foot, and stepped through the illusory doorway. Darkness greeted his sight first, then boundless night and a sky full of glittering stars. In the next moment, he realized he stood atop some mountain peak. Aside from lingering snow, jagged stones, and the dawn sunlight, there was nothing around him. Still, he did not completely relax. He first prepared to control his marionette and open a door to the spirit world to leave this place. If he succeeded, That would mean he had indeed escaped the foggy town and returned to the real world, allowing him to instantly move away from his current location and avoid danger. If he failed, he would quickly understand the situation and be ready to fend off possible attacks. Suddenly, a faint noise reached his ears. Someone was praying to him. There was no longer any doubt. I really did get out. Only then did Klein finally let out a breath of relief. These past 2 days have been far too thrilling. Sigh, am I really the goddess's blessed or not? If he was, then why did he have to go through such a convoluted ordeal just to obtain a formula? He could have died in there at any moment. He couldn't help complaining internally. The goddess is way too unreliable. Whoever wants to be her blessed can have it. Of course, that was nothing more than a complaint. Klein still had to visit the church again, properly face the messenger and respectfully say, "Thank you. Let's head back to Backlund first." With that thought, Klein controlled the traveler marionette and brought himself into the rich, ink-like spirit world, heading straight for Backlund. He went to St. Samuel's Church first, retrieving the marionette of the demigod that had been thrown near there. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to return to the rented hotel. Not only did he need to respond to the member who had prayed to him, he also needed to quickly sacrifice the fool card above the grey fog before it caused more trouble. The moment he stepped out of the spirit world, Klein sensed something strange in the atmosphere. He went to the window and looked outside. Groups of pedestrians clustered together talking in agitation. 2 newsboys were running down the street shouting while waving newspapers. Faceac Air Raid, Death Toll Reaches 262. Faceac Air Raid, Death Toll Reaches 262. Lone has formally declared war on Faceac. Lone has formally declared war on Faceac. The cries echoing down the street made Klein's mind go blank for a moment. What is happening? I've only been gone half a day, just visited the foggy town, and something this huge has already happened. Faceac air raiding Backlund. Lone declaring war. Although he had long expected war to break out, when it truly arrived, his heart still felt heavy. Whether Faceac launched war because of Lone's political instability, old grudges, the need to divert domestic tension, or simply due to the ambitions of those in power. The ones who suffered in the end were always the ordinary people at the bottom. Sigh, I don't even know what I can do in all this. Klein drew the curtains shut, walked into the washroom, and first prayed to himself, sacrificing the card of blasphemy above the grey fog. Only after that did he sit upright on his bronze chair and gaze at the swelling, flickering crimson star. He extended his spirituality into the star, and soon, Audrey's figure appeared within the depths of the grey fog. Respected Mr. Fool, I have something important to report. You have likely already learned of Faceac's attack on Lone and the outbreak of war. I've just received some hidden information regarding this war. This war. Audrey relayed everything she had learned from Edisac and Helena, as well as from Medici and Lilith, all in one breath. At the end, she concluded, but all of this is merely what I've heard. Please forgive me for informing you before verifying its truth. I simply felt that this matter involves far too much. I leave it to your judgment, Mr. Fool. After hearing Audrey's account, Mr. Fool was completely dumbfounded. Note, vote if you enjoyed the chapter and, no extra chapter tomorrow. I'm a bit too busy right now. Chapter 651, Leonard's Prayer. Every piece of information Audrey provided was more explosive than the last. George III is actually George I, an old man who has lived for over 200 years, preparing for his ascension to the Black Emperor for more than 2 centuries. The war initiated by Faceac is actually part of George III's plan, meant to complete the final step of the Black Emperor ritual. The 7 gods have already tacitly approved George III's ascension to the Black Emperor. Oh, that part he seemed to recall hearing before. This war isn't just that, multiple gods and kings of angels are engaged in a struggle behind it. And then there was that pair of prince and princess siblings. What were they scheming? Where did they get the confidence to believe they could stop the ascension of a deity? What about the psychology alchemist's seemingly childish vote? What exactly was it meant to express? According to Audrey's own deductions, the psychology alchemists might already know about the Tarot Club and about him, meaning they were actually aiming for him. But in the eyes of outsiders, he was more or less an evil god. Was the psychology alchemist truly bold enough to provoke such a being? Moreover, although Audrey was a member of the Tarot Club, her decisions and thoughts did not represent his decisions or thoughts. Even if she wanted to stop George III, that didn't mean he wanted to. Just as these thoughts spun through his mind, another crimson star lit up in the depths of the grey fog. It was Lady Power, Bernadette. Klein reached out, and her figure quickly surfaced within the foggy expanse. Her first words made him freeze. Mr. Fool, I intend to stop George III's plan. I do not know what stance you hold regarding this incident. Will my actions interfere with your arrangements? Klein silently pressed a hand to his forehead. What arrangements could I possibly have? You're really giving me too much credit. I'm just a fake god with nothing but empty appearances, merely a small sequence 5. What could I possibly do in a war involving multiple nations, multiple kings of angels, and multiple gods? The key point was, even the 7 gods had tacitly approved it, believing that George III's ascension as the Black Emperor would better help resist the apocalypse. So, was stopping him truly the right choice? Perhaps because Klein had not experienced as much as his original self in the novel, he did not feel the same level of resentment or fury. What lay before him was clearly a trolley problem. On one side, there was George III, George I, who had committed countless atrocities over 2 centuries in order to ascend to sequence 0. On the other side was the possibility that, after ascending, he might genuinely be able to better resist the apocalypse. If George III, after his ascension, truly could help the 7 gods resist the apocalypse, then the number of lives saved would far exceed the number of deaths he had caused. But Klein had one, and only one, doubt. Could such a despicable man, a man willing to sacrifice millions of innocents for his own interests, truly be trusted? After a long moment, Klein extended his spirituality into Bernadette's crimson star, drawing her up into the Sapphire Castle. He asked calmly, "Tell me, Lady Power, why do you want to stop George III?" Bernadette had not expected Mr. Fool to summon her directly. She was momentarily stunned. This time, she had not even had time to split off a stream of information, yet she entered the grey fog smoothly. As expected, Mr. Fool had been testing her before. She then spoke truthfully, "Mr. Fool, as you likely know, my father, Emperor Roselle, in his later years forcibly switched from Knowledge Emperor to the Black Emperor pathway for a certain purpose." Klein, I didn't know that at all. And he was assassinated in White Maple Palace precisely during that transition. But at that time, he very likely had already completed the ascension, able to revive at any moment. That was why, afterwards, the church searched for and destroyed every mausoleum he built during his life, to prevent his revival one day. However, after years of effort, the church only found 8 mausolea. Bernadette said solemnly, "Therefore, as long as the last mausoleum remains unfound, Father always retains the possibility of returning, unless..." Klein suddenly understood and said lightly, "Unless another Black Emperor is born." "Correct." Bernadette took a deep breath. "I do not care what George III has done to ascend, nor do I care what benefits his ascension might bring for resisting the apocalypse. I do not care whether the 7 gods have tacitly approved him. Stopping him is solely for my personal reason. I will not allow anyone to cut off Father's chance of survival." So that was it. Although Klein had never met the Emperor from his homeland, the fact that he had successfully impersonated the Fool and progressed step by step to where he was now, most of that credit truly belonged to the diaries Roselle left behind. Perhaps Emperor Roselle had not thought so far ahead when he wrote those diaries, but Klein felt he owed him a great debt nonetheless. He had more than once thought, if Emperor Roselle were still alive but trapped in some dire situation, then when he himself had enough strength, he must lend the Emperor a helping hand. And now, with George III's scheme tied to the Emperor's life and death, Klein could only feel powerless once more, lamenting his own weakness yet again. If he were powerful enough, then faced with George III's indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, he would not hesitate with any trolley dilemma. He would simply smile lightly and say, "Even if the 7 gods permit it, what of it? The Fool does not agree. Because you are not worthy." After a moment of silence, he nodded. "I understand. Then go ahead and act boldly." Klein hesitated for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and said, "I will provide assistance when necessary." Bernadette gave a slight bow. "Thank you, Mr. Fool. That will be all." With a wave of his hand, he cut off the connection and let her silhouette dissolve from the grey fog. Then he infused spirituality once more to reconnect with Audrey. After briefly arranging his wording, he said calmly, "Noted. Lady Power's subsequent actions will represent my stance on this matter. As for the psychology alchemist's intentions, you need not concern yourself. Just ensure your own safety. If they are indeed aiming for me, then let them come." He sent this scene to Audrey. "Since I've already said such big words, I have to speed up the digestion of the marionettist potion and start gathering materials for the Bizarro Sorcerer potion." Klein leaned back, resting his chin on his hand as he tapped the table lightly. The main ingredients of a Bizarro Sorcerer are the Bizarro Bane's main eye and the true soul body of a spirit world plunderer. Bizarro Bane, I have absolutely no idea what that is. I'll have to ask the others during the Tarot Club tomorrow. As for the spirit world, from the name, one can guess it probably exists within the spirit world. Also, the most troublesome part is the Bizarro Sorcerer's advancement ritual. One must, through their own power and planning, direct a grand theatrical performance before numerous witnesses, and use that to assassinate a demigod or an equivalent beyonder. With a sequence 4 Earl of Fallen marionette, a sequence 5 Traveler marionette, plus my own strength and the Sea God Scepter, it should be possible to kill a demigod. But the problem is, how do I ensure it happens under the watchful eyes of many spectators? Klein fell deep into thought. TSK. I should gather the materials first and worry about the ritual later. Without the potion, even killing a demigod won't help. Just as he was about to leave the grey fog, a crimson star deep within suddenly expanded and flickered. Before he could inspect it, another star lit up as well. A sweep of Klein's spiritual intuition left him stunned. Neither of the two crimson stars belonged to members of the Tarot Club. Both had connected to the grey fog using the three-step honorific. His thoughts turned quickly. One of these is likely the friend that Miss Magician recommended. Then the other one. Infusing spirituality into them, he watched as the two stars blossomed with faint radiance, revealing blurred images of the praying individuals. The first star belonged to a very short girl. Under the urging of another girl beside her, she recited the three-step prayer anxiously, reluctantly, and with high alert. Klein recognized the girl beside her immediately. It was Miss Magician, Furs. Then the short girl must be, well, it could only be Miss Zio. As for the other star, even through the hazy mist, Klein recognized the praying men at a glance. It was Leonard. Klein was utterly astonished. How was this possible? How could Leonard be praying to him? And where had he learned the three-line prayer? From eliminating the human trafficker Capim or helping Miss Sharon deal with the Rose School pursuer, he had indeed revealed the existence of a group marked by tarot cards. But that was it. As for Mr. Fool's three-line honorific, he had emphasized countless times that it must never be spread without permission. Everyone had cooperated extremely well. Oh, except for that time Audrey accidentally let Edward learn it. Klein frowned. Considering that he was blessed of the goddess, could Leonard's prayer have been instructed by the church? Could the church have revealed to Leonard that he wasn't dead? Sigh, why am I overthinking this? I should just pull him up here and ask. With that thought, Klein extended his hand and poured spirituality into Leonard's star. Elsewhere. Leonard sat in a room of the temporary lodging he had rented. After finishing the three-line chant, he still maintained a posture of pious prayer. After all, according to the old man's words, this was a resurgent ancient deity. Proper respect was necessary. Of course, Leonard couldn't avoid feeling somewhat uneasy and guilty. He had sworn himself to the goddess long ago, declaring he would believe in her forever, offering all of himself to the Church of the Evernight. And now here he was, hiding in this room, praying to a so-called evil god, even planning to join the organization created by that deity, to worship him. Ah. Goddess, I really deserve death. But rest assured, I only pray to this fool because of Klein and Edward, only to infiltrate. I swear I will forever and solely be loyal to you, goddess. If necessary, I can be the Church of Evernight's nail driven into this cult, ready to help the church wipe them out completely. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 652, Chapter 652, the classic, Mr. Fool does not agree. While his mind drifted wildly, Leonard continued kneeling for a full quarter hour. At last, he couldn't help whispering, "Old man, why is there still no response? Are you sure those 3 sentences you taught me are correct? Are you sure that fool actually exists?" Palez replied coolly, "Boy, what gave you the illusion that whenever anyone prays to a deity, that deity must respond immediately? That is an ancient god. Moreover, once you speak his honorific name, even if he doesn't respond, every move you make is very likely already under his gaze. You'd best pray you don't accidentally offend him and get punished. Don't get me covered in blood." Leonard looked utterly aggrieved. "Old man, that's not what you said when you told me to recite it." "Heh. Did you forget which pathway I'm from? Since when does a swindler speak the truth? Maybe I just wanted to trick you into praying to an evil god to get you killed. You really are boring." Leonard curled his lip and pushed himself off the floor with his hands, slowly standing up. "I'm going to the washroom." Rubbing his sore thighs, he stepped into the washroom, lifted the toilet lid, loosened his belt, and just as he was about to urinate, deep crimson light suddenly surged out before his eyes, engulfing him entirely before he even had time to react. By the time Leonard came back to his senses, towering stone pillars surrounded him. They rose from endless grayish-white fog, supporting a colossal hall fit for giants. Only then did he realize he was somehow seated along the side of a mottled, ancient bronze long table. Beside him and across from him stood rows of high-backed chairs that exuded solemn majesty. And at the head of the mottled table sat a figure shrouded in dense gray fog, leaning back leisurely against the chair as though he overlooked all creation. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Leonard's mind, but his body reacted even faster. He stood up abruptly and bowed deeply to the exalted being. "Good afternoon, great being." In that moment, all vows of loyalty to the goddess, all talk of being a nail infiltrating a cult, completely forgotten. The only thing he felt was the pressure of divinity was heavier than the weight of mountains and seas. But just as Leonard bent down, an invisible force pressed him back into the bronze chair. A calm, steady voice reverberated beside his ear, "There is no need for such formality. Just call me Mr. Fool." Klein looked at his former colleague, who had completely discarded his previous nonchalant demeanor and now sat stiff and cautious like a low-ranking supplicant, and couldn't help finding it amusing. So the Leonard who had an old grandfather in his body, the Leonard who fancied himself a protagonist, also becomes meek in front of a god. Interesting. He asked lightly, "Where did you hear my honorific name? And why did you pray to me?" Leonard trembled. It was an old man who told me your honorific name. And I prayed to you because I heard that 2 of my colleagues believed in you and joined the organization you founded. Oh. An old man. Palaz Zoroast. Klein smiled casually. So the old grandfather had told Leonard everything. But how did that elderly angel know they had joined the Tarot Club? Did Edward tell him? Leonard's heart thrashed wildly. His pupils contracted. Mr. Fool knew of the old man's existence. And even spoke his name directly. May I ask, great, Mr. Fool, do you know the old man, Palaz Zoroast? We are not acquainted, Klein replied slowly. I merely heard of him, a fallen angel who was active in the 4th epoch. This sentence was completely true. Everything he knew about the old grandfather had been told to him by Edward. The old man is really an angel. He had expected it somewhat, but still couldn't help being shaken. Although Leonard trusted the old man greatly by now, he still harbored one doubt. Why would an angel choose him as a host? Back in Tingen, he had naively believed he was the protagonist, that fate had chosen him. But after everything that had happened, he was no longer that foolish. Leonard slowly exhaled. He glanced around hesitantly before asking, did they, Klein, Moretti and Edward, also come here like I did? Klein thought for a moment before answering, yes. Though the methods by which you arrived differ. Leonard was not surprised. He immediately asked, then, when will I be able to see those 2? I have some very important things I need to discuss with them, especially Klein. Edward had only joined the Tingen Nighthawks for a short while, so Leonard could barely consider him a colleague. His concern for Edward was only because he once thought Edward's betrayal caused the deaths of both their captain and Klein. But Klein was different. Months of working together, carrying out dangerous missions side by side, and trusting their backs to each other, Klein was a friend he truly trusted. Klein said, don't be anxious. Besides you, many other beings have been brought here for various reasons. They asked me to hold regular gatherings to exchange information, trade materials, exchange formulas, and assist one another. This helps them advance quickly, toward higher sequences. Are Klein and Edward also part of that regular gathering? Do they also have seats here? Leonard asked eagerly. Klein replied casually, yes. Leonard fell silent for a second, then couldn't conceal the agitation in his voice. Respected Mr. Fool, if I join that regular gathering, does that mean I'll get to see them? Of course. With a wave of his hand, Klein manifested a deck of tarot cards upon the bronze long table. He pointed casually. They each chose a card as their codename. You may also draw one. The cards corresponding to existing members have been removed. So they really did use tarot cards as codenames. Leonard let out a slow breath. He couldn't help asking another question, may I ask which cards Klein and Edward drew? You'll know then. Leonard extended his right hand, drew a card from the deck, and flipped it over. What he saw was a sky full of stars and a goddess pouring holy water. The star. Though honestly, he felt the moon would have suited him better. After all, the one he truly believed in was the Evernight goddess, symbolized by the crimson moon. And the moon card would also constantly remind him, standing on Chao's land, but thinking of Han in your heart, a phrase invented by Emperor Roselle. Of course, he only dared think this inwardly. Outwardly, he held the star card as if it were a priceless treasure. Return for now. The backlund time for the gathering is every Monday at 3 in the afternoon. The next one is tomorrow. Klein raised his hand gently, and Leonard, who hurriedly bowed again, vanished from the ancient hall. All right, next is Miss Zio. He exhaled softly and infused spirituality into the other crimson star. Soon, a short girl not even 1.50 m, wearing an extremely nervous expression, appeared above the gray fog. Her first reaction was to reach instinctively for the back of her waist. If he remembered correctly, the last time he saw Miss Zio, she had kept her triangular stiletto there. Excellent. Upon seeing an unknown deity, her first instinct was to reach for a weapon. Miss Zio, you are quite brave. Yes. Very much in line with the Tarot Club's usual selection criteria. What's that? You're saying the Tarot Club, starting from Mr. Fool, has always followed a policy of cowardice first. Hey. I'm about to help Queen Mystic stop George III from becoming a god. How could that be called cowardly? Meanwhile, dragged into reciting the three-step honorific by Fur's relentless insistence, Zio suddenly found herself transported into an ancient palace shrouded in grey fog, and instinctively almost drew her triangular spike. Then reality finally caught up with her. Ah. What am I doing? I actually tried to attack an evil god. I'm done for, I'm done for. Furs, oh Furs, you're really going to get me killed this time. Back in Backlund, at the Aurora Order's hideout. Seeing Audrey walk out from the washroom, Lilith asked curiously, what did Mr. Fool say? Audrey's face showed some confusion. Mr. Fool said that Lady Power's upcoming actions represent his stance on the matter, and that there's no need to worry about the psychology alchemists. It was normal for Mr. Fool to disregard the psychology alchemists. No matter how powerful they seemed, in the eyes of a deity they were no different from ants. But what exactly were Lady Power, Queen Mystic, Bernadette's upcoming actions? Audrey immediately voiced her question. Lilith suddenly looked enlightened. Lilith knows this one. Edward discovered earlier that Emperor Roselle, in his later years, successfully completed the ritual and switched to the Black Emperor pathway, but was then assassinated in White Maple Palace. And based on the traits of a Black Emperor, as long as even one of the 9 mausoleum constructed for Ascension remains intact, resurrection is possible. So Edward speculated that Emperor Roselle never truly died, he has simply been waiting for the right time to return as a king. But if someone else ascends to Black Emperor first, then Emperor Roselle will meet true and final death. Audrey exclaimed softly, so the Queen Mystic will definitely find a way to stop George III. Then what Mr. Fool meant, that her actions represent his stance, means. Lilith narrowed her eyes and smiled mischievously. Exactly. Even if George III ascension as the Black Emperor has been tacitly approved by the 7 gods, our great Mr. Fool does not agree. Priscilla and Audrey. The 7 gods approve. But Mr. Fool does not agree. This was too domineering. It perfectly aligned with their image of what a true deity should be, what a true protagonist should be. And they themselves were members of this deity's gathering. It felt like standing on the front lines of history, witnessing another world-shaking event with their own eyes. Klein, Miss Justice, I feel like you may have misunderstood something about me. Note, vote if you enjoyed the chapter. Chapter 653, she was only pretending. At that moment, Lilith suddenly turned her head toward Medici and said, it looks like you have a guest. Medici's eyes flickered. I'll go take a look. With that, he passed straight through the wall and vanished. Lilith immediately beckoned Priscilla over and whispered, come on, let's follow and have a look. Priscilla froze for a second, then grew excited. Okay. Audrey, do you want to come with us? This. Seeing the anticipation on the 2 children's faces, she hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. All right. The 2 little ones and 1 adult hunched over in a line, quietly opened the door, and jogged out. Under Priscilla's lead, they eventually reached a dim, deserted alley. Then they poked their heads out one above the other. They saw Medici standing with arms folded, leaning against a wall. In front of him stood a burly, one-eyed man in a double-breasted black trench coat. Huh. Priscilla and Audrey immediately recognized him, the very person Mr. World had issued a commission to locate and hunt down. The last time they had heard any news of him was from the Aurora Order's branch in the Faceac Empire. They hadn't expected him to appear in Backlund again, and to have dealings with Medici, an angelic evil spirit. Priscilla let out a small huff. Humph. So all those times Medici was acting all secretive, he was coming to meet this big villain. Most likely, Lilith replied. But, how do you know he's a big villain? Because of Mr. World's commission, of course. Mr. World is one of our tarot club members. Obviously, everyone in our tarot club is a good person. So whoever the good guys put a bounty on must be a big villain, she declared with absolute certainty. This logic actually felt pretty sound. Then if Medici is connected to that big villain now, and might even have some secret deal with him, doesn't that mean Medici is also a big villain? Priscilla froze, rolled up her sleeves, and was about to charge out. Then I'll make Medici catch him and beat him to death to make up for it. Unfortunately, before she could rush forward, the one-eyed Insanguil took a single step and disappeared. Medici turned his head toward them and said impatiently, did you really think you were hiding so well? Come out. Priscilla marched over with her chin raised aggressively. Medici. What were you talking about with that big villain just now? He shot Lilith a glance. He came to ask me to work with him. And you agreed. Medici let out a low chuckle. As if it were that easy. He wanted me to sign a contract first, then help him with something, as an initiation gift. Oh. What kind of help? To hunt down a saint of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. His face held pure disdain. Heh. Idiot. Do you really think someone like Evernight would care about a few dead saints? Even if I slaughtered the entirety of the Church of Evernight from top to bottom, as long as I could bring her what she wanted, she wouldn't waste even half a minute mourning those deaths. And she'd still smile and work with me a second later, each taking what we need. Ah. The Evernight this angelic evil spirit referred to couldn't possibly be. Oh my God. Audrey immediately slapped her hands over her mouth. This was far too terrifying to overhear. Although ever since joining the Tarot Club, Audrey had already dedicated all her faith to Mr. Fool, the Evernight goddess had still been her childhood faith, especially after learning that deities weren't legends but real existences. Even if she no longer worshipped her, she should at least maintain 10,000 degrees of respect. Yet this angelic evil spirit actually dared to. Why had she come along to meddle? She wished she had been a mute, a deaf person just now. Lilith tilted her head. So did you agree? Medici slanted his eyes at her. Why wouldn't I? Isn't this what you wanted? What? Lilith instantly put on an innocent, confused expression. Miss Lilith doesn't understand what you're talking about. Their exchange finally pulled Audrey's thoughts back on track. When she had rushed here earlier to find Lilith, her mind had been completely preoccupied with the psychology alchemists, she hadn't paid attention to anything else. Now that she calmed down, she finally realized something. Why did Lilith know so many deep, concealed matters? Even if all of it could be explained away as things she heard from Edward. But then, what about the attitude this king of angels had toward her? And the things he said to her? This king of angels didn't even put the Evernight goddess in his eyes. There was no way he would act like this toward Lilith just because of Edward, right? What in the world was going on? Let's go, Audrey. I haven't tasted your family chef's cooking in ages. Lilith suddenly grabbed Audrey's hand and walked off. Audrey, her head full of questions, didn't resist. She hastily waved toward Priscilla and Medici before leaving with Lilith. Half an hour later. News of Audrey bringing home a child spread rapidly through the Earl Hall household, causing the recently suppressed rumors about an illegitimate daughter to resurface once again. Late at night. After finally dealing with Audrey and Susie's barrage of relentless questions with all sorts of excuses, and only after the two of them fell asleep, Lilith sprang up, turned into a streak of flowing light, and slipped into the dressing mirror beside the bed. Passing through layer upon layer of mirrored worlds, she stepped out again beyond the villa. A woman in an exaggeratedly bulky trench coat, woolen trousers, beret, and scarf, an ensemble that looked noticeably odd, leaned slantwise against a tree, tilting her head up as she gazed at the crimson moon. Lilith walked over with light, tapping steps. Hey, has anyone ever told you your fashion sense is terrible? The woman lowered her head and smiled. Clothing was an invention created by low-level creatures like humans to cover their shame. Do you really think I need to care about such things? Under the moonlight appeared a striking, heroic face, Christine, yet another avatar of the mother goddess of depravity. Lilith curled her lip with a huff. Fine then, so may I ask what this higher life form wants with me? Christine gave a soft laugh. You've been wanting to obtain the Sequence 1 characteristic from Mr. Dorr, haven't you? What about it? You can give it to me. I can't. But we can cooperate. Christine continued, I can help you buy time by stalling the mother goddess of depravity, giving you an opportunity to communicate with Mr. Dorr. Whether you can obtain the characteristic is your business. So what do you want from me? The brood hive. Lilith froze, stunned. Please. Even putting aside whether I'm capable of giving you the brood hive, even if I could, there's no way I'd hand it to you, avatar of the mother goddess of depravity, Earth Division. Christine wasn't surprised by her reaction. She explained, you should have noticed that although I was created as a split body of the mother goddess of depravity, thanks to Edward's uniqueness, I'm essentially an independent entity. I hate the feeling of my life resting in the mother goddess's hands, and I dislike the idea of being absorbed by her one day. To me, that would be no different from death. So I have only one objective, to free myself from the mother goddess's control. And to achieve that, there are only two ways, either the mother goddess dies, or I gain power beyond her grasp. Lilith nodded. Since killing the mother goddess of depravity is a bit too difficult, you decided to set your sights on the brood hive. Exactly. If I obtain the brood hive and leave, the mother goddess of depravity will inevitably pursue me. That indirectly solves a major enemy for all of you as well. It benefits everyone, doesn't it? Benefits my. Lilith rolled her eyes hard. Do you really think Miss Lilith is stupid and easy to fool? All right, don't come to me again. I'm afraid the seven gods will misunderstand. She turned and prepared to leave. Christine continued, I can help you first. As for the brood hive, I don't need you to sign any contract, nor do I require any promise. I only ask that, if one day things reach that point, consider my request. What do you think? Lilith halted her steps, turning her head back. Are you serious? Of course. Oh. Lilith nodded thoughtfully. So after talking this much, your real purpose was actually me, huh? The brood hive and everything else were just excuses. You're not here to help the mother goddess of depravity lure me out, are you? Christine stared straight into her eyes. A long moment passed. Lilith folded her hands behind her head. Well, wealth and fortune come with risk. Fine, I agree. When? Christine lifted her gaze to the crimson moon. 1 week later. On the night of the full moon. Done. Lilith yawned. All right, this low-level creature is heading back to sleep. You high-level lifeforms can go wherever you want. She paused. Oh, and when the time comes, you'll follow my instructions. Of course. Christine smiled and dissolved into a streak of scarlet moonlight. Back in her room, Lilith lay sideways on the bed, puffing her cheeks as she muttered, thinking is such a pain. Nothing beats solving everything with a good smack. Ugh, but I don't have the power to flip the table yet. She rolled over and grumbled, the war on the southern continent clearly needs to expand further. The next day, Klein went to St. Samuel's Cathedral again early in the morning. As the saying went, he was there to fulfill a vow, which, put plainly, meant thanking the Evernight goddess and reaffirming his loyalty. Archbishop Anthony received him and brought him to a study room in the cathedral, the very same room Edward had used for his prayers to the goddess. Klein looked at the glow of the Evernight emblem hanging on the wall and found himself briefly at a loss. What should he say in his prayer? Just a simple thank you. Or should he seize the chance to ask questions, like why he had become a blessed of the goddess, or what the goddess saw in him? While thinking, Klein took out the materials, a mantha pure dew, a distillate of night incense, slumber flowers, chamomile, full moon essential oil, produced from dragon blood tree bark and moonflowers, and quickly set up a sacrificial altar. Then he recited silently, lit the 3 corresponding candles, and intoned in Hermes. I beseech the power of the night. I beseech the power of concealment. I beseech the goddess's favor. Your devout follower Klein thanks you for your grace and for bestowing upon me the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. Although obtaining the formula had involved multiple brushes with death, what else could Klein do before a deity? Forgive, no, thank her, of course. A few seconds later, the flames flickered. The room's lighting dimmed into shadow, and a gentle breeze began to swirl. Klein hesitated repeatedly but ultimately chose not to ask any questions. He feared that if he spoke, he would inevitably touch upon the matter of the gray fog. As curious as he was about that mysterious existence, he understood the principle of, a treasure invites trouble. So, it was better to wait. The breeze lifted the ashes from the burning herbs, and they drifted silently to the ground, forming a few emotionless words. I have been informed. Then nothing more. Klein froze for a moment, experiencing for the first time what every Tarot Club member felt when receiving his own indifferent, I have been informed, I see, or noted. Cool. High class. Mysterious. Impossible to read. Except, the Evernight goddess was truly powerful, and had every right to be aloof. But as for himself, he was only pretending. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 654, Chapter 654, yet another tarot gathering. Praise the goddess, glory to the goddess. Klein drew the Evernight sigil on his chest, tidied up the room out of habit, and only then stepped out. After greeting the archbishop, he hurried back to the inn. Near 3 o'clock, he instructed his traveler marionette to stand guard at the door while he entered the washroom himself and ascended above the gray fog. 3 p.m. Klein leaned lazily against the armrest, fingers interlaced, as streaks of crimson light gradually lit up one after another and faded into vague silhouettes. Soon, he heard Miss Justice's cheerful greeting, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Only after seeing both new members, Star and Judgment, appear one by one in the ancient palace did Klein finally relax. He had worried whether his spirituality might fail to support incorporating 2 more members at once. It seemed that after advancing to Sequence 5, he no longer needed to worry about lacking sufficient spirituality to pull people into the gray fog. Audrey greeted everyone in turn, and very quickly she noticed that 1 new member had appeared on each side of the long table. On the girl's side was a petite figure, shrinking her neck and cautiously observing the group, then sneakily making eye contact with Miss Magician. Audrey instantly recognized the small woman, Zio. She had finally passed Mr. Fool's test and joined the Tarot Club. But why did she look nothing like the straightforward, decisive woman Audrey had met before? Instead, she seemed overly timid. Zio, if the first time you saw Mr. Fool, you pulled out a triangular blade trying to stab him, you wouldn't be much better than me. On the men's side, a man in a vest and shirt sat with an awkward posture, around 180 centimeters tall, carrying a lazy air about him. From the very moment he arrived above the gray fog, he had been scanning his surroundings rapidly. But clearly not to study the environment or assess the members, he was looking for someone. He was looking for a specific person. Which meant this new gentleman recognized someone present. But who could it be? Just then, after Audrey finished her greetings, everyone rose to greet Mr. Fool. Leonard, however, did not react at all. After glancing past Derek and Alger, he locked onto World and Moon, trying to guess which of them was Klein and which was Edward. Only after a second, when he felt the other's gazes, did he snap back to his senses and stand up hastily to follow along. Across from him, Zio gave him a glance and subconsciously equated him with Furs in certain aspects. Furs, for her part, was thinking the same, but in reverse. She equated Leonard with Zio in certain aspects, because upon first meeting, both had behaved rather unreliably. Oh right, and Mr. Moon as well. Klein pointed lightly at the two newcomers and said casually, "This is Mr. Star, and this is Miss Judgment. Sit. Introduce yourselves." One by one, they each gave their simple introductions. There wasn't much to say, aside from little son Derek reporting that he came from the land abandoned by the gods. The others only stated their code names. When Emlyn introduced himself as Moon, Leonard immediately fixed his stare on him. "So it was you who stole the code name I wanted. Are you Klein? Then that gloomy world must be Edward." "Yes, reasonable." Emlyn looked utterly baffled. "Why is the new guy staring at me like that? Did I say something inappropriate just now?" "I didn't, right?" "Right." Meanwhile, after Zio gradually relaxed, her gaze kept darting back and forth between Lilith and Priscilla. "Great. There are finally people shorter than me. I swear, I already love this tarot club." Unfortunately, her joy lasted only until the two introduced themselves, because those two small figures turned out to be children. "Ah, so in the end, I can only compare height with children. I'm such a failure, T0T. While Zio and Leonard were quietly observing the other members, everyone else was naturally observing them as well. Especially Alger, who swiftly assigned them mental labels. The petite Miss Judgment, though short, carried herself with a convincing presence, just with an inexplicable hint of sneakiness. As for Mr. Star, judging from his performance at the opening of the meeting, he could easily have sat at the same table as Little Sun and Mr. Moon. Bernadette merely gave both newcomers a glance during their introductions. For the rest of the time, she was either deep in thought or watching Lilith. At this moment, Audrey turned toward Mr. Fool. "Mr. Fool, I don't have any diary pages this week." Alger and Furs followed one after another. "I don't have any this week either." "Apologies, Mr. Fool, I also have none." Klein felt a trace of disappointment, though none of it showed on his face. He only nodded calmly. He was just about to announce the start of the trading segment when Emlyn the Moon spoke with a faintly proud tone. "Mr. Fool, I obtained 2 pages of diary this week." Emlyn glanced around with a "critical moments always rely on me" expression. Instantly, Leonard drew a conclusion: this guy is definitely not Klein, and definitely not Edward. Neither of them would act this, pleased with himself. He shot another look at Derek and Alger. Neither of them resembled Klein or Edward in the slightest. That left only the unreadable world. But there are 2 people, Edward and Klein. Which one is he supposed to be? This prompted a sudden, belated realization. Diaries. What diaries? Don't tell me members of the Tarot Club have to write daily journals and submit them to Mr. Fool every week. What kind of normal person writes a diary? And even if they do, who writes the truth? Fortunately, judging from what the others said, it didn't seem to be mandatory. Soon, Klein received the diary pages manifested by Emlyn. He lowered his gaze and read. June 6th. I performed another divination above the grey fog today, a divination concerning the apocalypse. Above the grey fog. Klein's heart trembled. Was the grey fog mentioned in the diary this grey fog? The moment he saw the handwriting on the parchment, he felt instantly. This wasn't Emperor Roselle's diary. So, was this the diary of another transmigrator predecessor? He continued reading. In a daze within my dreamscape, I searched for a long time. Only when my spirituality was nearly exhausted did I glimpse a name through the dream's illumination. But, why would a divination of the apocalypse reveal a name? What does he have to do with the apocalypse? Unfortunately, no matter how I divined afterwards, I found nothing further. Although I couldn't learn more, I'm basically certain of one thing: after me, other transmigrators will come to this world. And he is the true hope against the apocalypse. If this world were a novel, perhaps I would only be some insignificant character living in a flashback, while that person is the true protagonist of the story, the savior who will stand against the apocalypse. I must say, it's rather sad. But that's the reality of this world. No matter how unwilling I am, no matter how loudly I shout, my fate is mine and not the heavens, nothing changes. After all, beneath the gods, all are ants. In the short term, I have no hope of becoming a god. So that's that, I'm tired. Let it all be destroyed. From beginning to end, this diary was steeped in despair. As Klein read, he couldn't help but feel the same helplessness weighing on him. But what captured his attention most was the name the diary mentioned, and why the predecessor concluded, upon seeing it, that other transmigrators would surely arrive. A thought stirred in Klein's mind. Wait. Aren't I precisely one of the later transmigrators? Was the name he divined actually mine? With that in mind, he continued reading. June 8th. Slept the whole day yesterday. Felt incredibly refreshed. I have to admit, once someone casts off all burdens and stops worrying about things beyond their capability, the world suddenly becomes damn beautiful. Before transmigrating, I am just an average college student. But coming to this backward world, I instantly became a noble lord, with dozens of people ready to serve me hand and foot, doing whatever I wanted. It's too indulgent. But after corruption comes emptiness. That emptiness comes from having abilities with nowhere to use them. Showing off before ordinary people isn't my style. Fighting against the apocalypse is beyond my power. But I still feel like I must do something to live up to the education I received. Yes. I've decided, I shall start a revolution. I'll liberate those oppressed, bullied, colonized, unfortunate people. Of course, I won't do anything unrealistic for this era. But liberating these poor people may actually help humanity resist the apocalypse in the future. Klein's eye twitched slightly. This transmigrator predecessor's thought process is really something. But he had to admit. Compared to Emperor Roselle, who immediately indulged himself upon arrival. And compared to himself, who had integrated into this world rather quickly. This predecessor's scope was far grander. I only occasionally think about helping the unfortunate people I encounter. But he went straight to revolution and liberation. Still. Klein frowned. But why did he say that liberating the oppressed would help humanity resist the apocalypse? Note, 290 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 655, Chapter 655, The Diary. June 27th. My plan failed before it even began. The reason it failed was that someone leaked information in advance. 3 angels from different churches came straight to my door and blocked me in. They believed my actions disrupted social stability and made me a cancer to the world, so they wanted to eliminate me. I was honestly amused. What's the use of a stable society where a minority is happy while the majority lives in despair? The more people suffer oppression and hopelessness, the easier it is for negative emotions to accumulate, and the easier it is for everyone to be pushed toward extremes. Over time, that will inevitably become fertile ground for evil gods to breed, the perfect cradle for the apocalypse, the dagger humanity and the gods themselves will face when doomsday arrives. I don't know whether those idiots failed to realize this, or whether they realized it but were simply too lazy to change anything. Understandable, I suppose, you'd need incredibly high awareness to willingly rip open a hole in your own plate. Klein frowned slightly. He could understand oppression and despair breeding evil gods, that matched Emperor Roselle's earlier insights as well. But why would it be tied to the apocalypse? TSK. The biggest confusion right now was what exactly the apocalypse referred to. Was it something inevitable and unstoppable like the biblical Great Flood? Or something else entirely? June 28th. I got caught by an angel of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Then I watched myself being erased like a line rubbed out with an eraser, only to suddenly find myself in an empty, mist-filled town. Erased by an eraser. A misty town. Wasn't that exactly Klein's experience from just 2 days ago? When I realized I wasn't dead, I basically understood, this was the Evernight Goddess warning me. Warning me not to mess around again. Sometimes I'm really curious about this Evernight Goddess. On one hand, she's absolutely the type who would be the mastermind final boss if dropped into another world, scheming, ruthless, willing to do anything to achieve her goals, a textbook werewolf. But on the other hand, she's not completely evil either. At least when I danced on the edge of her bottom line several times, she let me off, probably because we're from the same hometown. Of course, maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe she didn't kill me simply because she still found me useful. That's why I always warn people, beware the Evernight Goddess. Beware the Evernight Goddess. That woman never does unprofitable business. Most things she does have a clear purpose. As the old saying goes, the gifts of fate have long been marked with a hidden price. Maybe it looks like you're benefiting in the short term, but what the Evernight Goddess has her eye on might be the future you. I wandered around the misty town for a while and quickly found a way out. I walked into the church and saw the statue of the former Mother of the Sky. A blurry scene in my mind suddenly became clear. Wasn't this the same picture I saw during my divination about the apocalypse? Then the name I saw that time should be at the base of the statue, but there was nothing there. In that instant, I understood everything. So, I picked up a stone and carved 5 words at the base of the statue, Hello, Zhou Mingrui. Klein was completely stunned. Not just because he now knew who carved his name in the foggy town. Not just because he was that savior foretold in the predecessor's divination. But because of something far more earth-shaking. The Evernight Goddess was a fellow countryman. If Klein understood correctly, fellow countryman here meant a fellow transmigrator. The Evernight goddess was also a transmigrator. A wave of realization washed over him. He suddenly understood why he had inexplicably become a blessed of the goddess. Why the goddess valued him so much. If they were both transmigrators, both from the same homeland, everything made sense. Of course, some of it might also relate to him being the supposed savior. Klein felt an absurd, almost comical emotion rising in him. There are way too many transmigrators in this world. At this rate, you could make a movie called Transmigrators Assemble. After handing the diary pages to Mr. Fool, Emlyn had been sneaking glances anxiously. He was currently busy, doing big things, in the southern continent, and naturally had no time or energy to collect Roselle's diaries. These 2 pages had been given to him by Ancestor Lilith. He didn't know what was written in them. But judging from the meaningful smile on Ancestor Lilith's face at the time, he had a bad feeling. What if Mr. Fool gets angry after reading it and casually slaps me to death? I'm innocent. Zio, having already learned the structure of the Tarot Club from Furs, behaved obediently. Leonard, meanwhile, had begun a new round of searching. Maybe one of Edward or Klein disguised himself as a woman to enter the Tarot Club, that's why he can't find the other one. So which woman could it be? Miss Judgment was too newly joined and clearly not. Miss Justice had the natural grace and mannerisms of a noble lady, highly unlikely. The 2 children obviously weren't candidates. That left only Miss Magician and Miss Strength. Just as Leonard's gaze drifted back and forth between the 2, Miss Strength suddenly cast him a faint sideways look. Leonard's heart trembled instantly, and he lowered his head uncontrollably. He knew that kind of gaze very well. The unmistakable aura of a high-ranking, high-sequence powerhouse. I worked this hard just to reach sequence 6. No matter how capable Edward and Klein are, they're at best sequence 5 right now, so they absolutely cannot be this Miss Strength. Which meant there was only one truth. Miss Magician. Yes. Klein was a seer, and the sequence 7 of the seer pathway was the magician. After reaching sequence 6, a faceless could alter their appearance at will. Everything lined up. And earlier, when the gathering started, Miss Magician had seemed to glance at him a few times. Was it because she had recognized his identity? Meanwhile, Furs was thinking, why is this new member, Mr. Star, staring at me the whole time? And muttering who knows what under his breath. Is there something wrong with his brain? Ah, Mr. Fool wouldn't let a fool into the Tarot Club, right? Probably. At this moment, Mr. Fool paid no attention whatsoever to the chaotic misunderstandings below. All his focus was on the diary. He turned to the 2nd page and continued reading. June 29th. Finally left the misty town. Time to start planning for the future. To be honest, the idea of resisting the apocalypse didn't come from some noble awareness of mine. It was simply that I finally reached demigod and gained a long lifespan. I didn't want to suddenly die halfway because of some doomsday. Back then, I thought that because I was a transmigrator, I was special. I thought I was the protagonist, so it felt natural to shoulder the burden of saving the world. Thinking back, that was pretty clownish of me. I worked so hard to save the world, only for the world to slap me in the face and say, get lost. The real savior isn't here yet, you're not worthy. Just like Roger from One Piece, who went through countless hardships to reach Laugh Tale, only to find a sign saying, no entry unless you are Sun God Luffy. Ridiculous. Since that's the case, what I need to do next is simply live well. May that unlucky guy named Zhou Mingrui truly save the world. The predecessor's diary was filled with self-mockery and humor, but Klein couldn't laugh at all. Because he was the unlucky guy. I'm only sequence 5. I'm still terrified of stopping a scumbag like George III from becoming sequence 0, and now you expect me to save the world. No. I'm the one who's not worthy. If he weren't currently at the tarot gathering, with so many eyes on him, Klein would have collapsed into his chair, refusing to move. Suppressing his turmoil, he exhaled softly and read the final portion. June 30th. After careful consideration, I entered the grey fog one last time and gave it a proper farewell. Then I gathered everything about the grey fog, about the apocalypse, about transmigration, about the secrets of this world, my years of knowledge and gains, and placed them as a gift within the deepest layer of the grey-white fog. My juniors, if you one day read my diary and can enter the grey fog, then please advance to sequence 4 as soon as possible. Step onto that staircase of light. Enter the depths. I left everything there. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Klein leaned back slightly and closed his eyes, unable to calm his heart for a long time. He certainly knew that in the depths of this mysterious space, there existed a towering staircase of light, like something out of heaven, faintly corresponding to his sequence. The staircase was as if built for giants, leading to a floating layer of grey-white fog that seemed to be bearing something unseen. Each time he advanced, he could climb 1 or 2 more steps. By his previous estimation, once he reached sequence 4, he would be able to ascend every step and enter the deepest layer of grey fog. So, all the secrets can only be known once I reach sequence 4. He couldn't help remembering the transmigrator girl he had met on Simeem Island. She, too, had told him to advance to sequence 4 to learn everything. But why did it have to be sequence 4? Was it because that was the threshold of being half human, half divine? Despite his countless questions, he had to admit, in that moment, Klein's desire to reach sequence 4 surged to its peak. The acting method, materials, and rituals. Each was more troublesome than the last. Meanwhile, at an inn. At the same time as the tarot gathering, a faint trace of nearly invisible grey-white fog drifted out of the washroom, floating quietly into the traveler marionette stationed at the door. Its previously empty, lifeless eyes suddenly gained a spark of light. Moments later, it rose slowly, walked to the window, opened the curtains, and glanced at the street outside. Then it turned, and saw the wardrobe mirror nearby. In the reflection appeared the face of a man in his 30s with a short beard, around 1.8 meters tall, reasonably handsome. If Bernadette were here, she would immediately recognize him. Mr. Sparrow. Edward's long-lost split body. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 656, Chapter 656, are you pointing at me? Edward glanced toward the washroom, flicked out a gold coin, and watched it fall. The number landed facing upward, a negative answer, so he smiled faintly. Mr. Fool, I'll be right back. With that, he stepped forward and vanished from the room. In the North Borough of Backlund. From thin air, Edward emerged on the bustling street outside a commercial shop. Yet not a single passerby spared him a glance. His gaze fell upon the storefront before him. Mysterious, intricate characters shimmered faintly in his eyes as his sight pierced all obstructions and locked onto the woman lying lazily on a sofa inside, a woman in a violet long dress, the one known within the psychology alchemists by the codename Sloth. A second later, he appeared before Lady Sloth. Before she had time to react, he lifted his wand and cast the Imperious Curse, seizing control of her. Why did you want Audrey to join the psychology alchemists? Edward asked. Sloth, Althea, smiled with relaxed delight. She is one of the few new members developed by the previous batch remaining in Backlund. Anything else? I wish to find out whether she is connected to what happened to the previous batch of members. It seems she isn't. And since I can't be bothered to manage things, I simply let her stay and assist me. She's the daughter of Earl Hall, she has excellent connections among Backlund's nobles, which is convenient for the psychology alchemists to recruit new members. Edward continued, why did the Edisac siblings return to Backlund? To take revenge on George III. And how do they intend to take their revenge? I don't know. Where does their confidence come from, to believe they can take revenge on someone who was only one step away from ascending as a deity? I don't know. How did the Edisac siblings join the psychology alchemists? The president recommended them to me. Where is your president? Uncertain. But possibly in Eden. Eden, the headquarters of the psychology alchemists, was a world that had been imagined into existence, one that did not belong to reality. Why was that vote held? What significance did Audrey's vote have? Edisac said that behind Audrey stands a mysterious organization and a deity. Through this vote, they could test her and, at the same time, convey their intention to oppose George III. And what makes the Edisac siblings believe a deity would care about their intentions? I don't know. Where are the Edisac siblings now? I don't know. Their movements have always been extremely secretive. Do you have any items related to them? No. Edward lowered his head and pondered briefly. Then he snapped his fingers lightly. From now on, protect Audrey. All right. He turned around to leave, then suddenly paused, looked back at Lady Sloth, Althea, and asked, who are you? I am. Before she could finish, Edward reached out to seize her. But the Althea who had been smiling under the Imperious Curse suddenly leapt backwards. Her figure vanished, leaving behind a teasing laugh, so vigilant. Edward stared at the spot where she disappeared, his brow tightening. Amon. Did you lure me out on purpose? Is this supposed to be a threat? Amon's figure appeared abruptly behind Edward, standing back to back with him. A threat? If you say so. But I'm not threatening you, this fake body of yours. I'm threatening the real body that's still hiding and refusing to come out. I'm no different from my real body. Oh. Is that so? Anyway, I can send my avatars to die whenever I please, and all my avatars also hope my original body dies. Once consciousness emerges, that's inevitable. Edward fell silent. Amon chuckled. Not speaking. So you're admitting it. Cut the nonsense. What do you want? I simply want your real body to know that I have the ability to turn everyone he cares about into my avatars, anytime, anywhere. If he continues hiding, I might lose my patience. So, hurry up. With that, Amon's voice dissipated along with his figure. Edward exhaled slowly. Amon. He walked a slow circle around the shop interior, then casually leaned against the wall. As he closed his eyes, he recited a divination statement, the current location of the Edisac siblings. Within a hazy, indistinct dreamscape, two unfamiliar faces came into view. They were the Edisac siblings, their appearances altered. Yet aside from their faces, no other useful information could be seen. The siblings were speaking to each other when Edisac suddenly seemed to sense something. His eyes lifted and met Edward's across the dream, completing a silent confrontation through the void. The next instant, the dream shattered. Edward opened his eyes. With a contemplative expression, he swept his hand and erased all traces of his presence from the room. Then he stepped forward, re-entered the hotel, passed through the wooden door, and arrived inside the washroom, where our great and esteemed Mr. Fool was sitting on the closed toilet lid, leaning against the wall with his eyes shut, a mysterious, inscrutable smile curving his lips. Oh, so this is the expression Mr. Fool wears when he's in the Sapphire Castle. He pulled out a Polaroid camera, let it hover in midair, and click, took a photo. Not bad. Expressionless, he put the photo away, stepped through the wooden door again, returned to his previous seat, and allowed the spiritual radiance in his eyes to fade rapidly, his form reverting to that of a marionette. Above the gray fog, the Tarot Club meeting continued. Completely unaware of what had happened outside, Klein dispersed the diary pages in his hand, glanced around, and said in a calm tone. You may begin. Little son Derek spoke first. Instinctively, he wanted to share what he had heard earlier that afternoon from that Steph in Afternoon Town, hoping for guidance. But then, recalling this was the transaction segment, he forcibly reined in his impulse and quickly changed topics. I'd like to purchase the potion formula after Solar High Priest. His reaction fooled no one. Alger silently gave him a mental thumbs up. Little son is gradually learning to control his emotions and use another subject to cover his true thoughts. Not bad. Worthy of someone I've guided. Audrey, however, thought the opposite. Little son used to be such an honest and straightforward person, now he's slowly learning to become smooth and tactful. Bernadette spoke. The sequence after Solar High Priest is notary. I happen to know its formula. Derek immediately asked, Lady Strength, what do you require? His question instead left Bernadette silent. As a sequence 3, she had long since gathered all the later formulas and materials she needed. And what she truly required, no one present could provide, except, perhaps, Mr. Fool. Even if Mr. Sun came from the forsaken land of the gods, the situation remained the same. But she could not say that directly. So she asked, does the City of Silver have any records related to the hidden sage? The moment she spoke, she realized she had asked something foolish. Based on the clues they currently had, the hidden sage should have appeared after the forsaken land of the gods was sealed. Sure enough, Derek shook his head. Sorry, I've never heard that name. But I can check once I return. Bernadette nodded. That will do. All right. Alger followed up, Mr. Sun, have you already returned to the City of Silver? No. We're temporarily stationed in Afternoon Town, though the chief did let some people return first. Why didn't you continue forward? Didn't Lady Strength say that past Afternoon Town is the Giant King's court? The exit from the forsaken land of the gods should be there. Their conversation immediately left Leonard completely lost. Afternoon Town. Giant King's court. Where is that? Wait. Forsaken land of the gods. Is that the same forsaken land of the gods I'm thinking of? This Mr. Sun actually came from the forsaken land of the gods. Oh, right, he did mention that earlier, but I didn't pay attention. In an instant, Leonard's impression of Mr. Fool's power grew even more concrete. After all, that's a place even gods cannot reach, and yet Mr. Fool can casually bring someone from there to attend a tarot meeting. This. Derek hesitated a few seconds. Let's discuss this later. Right now, isn't it transaction time? His words left Alger utterly speechless. Lil bro. Are you pointing at me right now? But he couldn't deny it either, he had been the one to interrupt the meeting structure. He had completely forgotten that the Tarot Club always had a transaction segment followed by a free discussion segment. He quickly sneaked a glance at Mr. Fool, terrified his breach of etiquette had left a bad impression. But Mr. Fool merely rested his chin on his hand, watching everyone calmly, without the slightest visible reaction, as if none of this concerned him at all. Praise the Fool, he was as tolerant as ever. In truth, the Mr. Fool being praised had already quietly projected his consciousness into Mr. World. And once Lady Strength and Little Sun finished their transaction, Klein lowered his voice, deep and hoarse, and said, does anyone know about the mystical creature called a Bizarro Bane? He paused, then added, this extraordinary creature is extremely adept at disguise. Its abilities are bizarre, close to the demigod level. It has a primary eye composed of concentrated characteristics. Everyone exchanged looks. A demigod-level extraordinary creature was far beyond their capabilities. So naturally, they all turned toward Lady Strength. Surely the Queen Mystic would know. Seeing Lilith also glance toward her with interest, Bernadette fought the urge to pinch the bridge of her nose. Sister Lilith, last time you came to the Tarot Club, you literally exposed the fact that you went to the astral world to fight someone. Why are you pretending now? She quickly realized it was likely due to the low sequences of everyone else. Even if they knew the astral world was where the deities dwelled, they didn't have the mindset to appreciate what that truly meant. This feeling of everyone being ignorant except me was utterly exasperating. Apologies, Bernadette said. I've only heard of Bizarro Bane, but never encountered one. Are you preparing for Sequence 4? Yes. Besides the Bizarro Bane, I also need a spirit world plunderer. I plan to hunt the latter myself in the spirit world. But there's still very little information on the former. At that, Klein turned to Derek. Mr. Sun, is there no record of Bizarro Bane in the City of Silver? Derek thought for a moment. They're not among the common monsters, but perhaps someone has encountered one. When I return, I can search the archives or ask around. Maintaining his world persona, Klein answered simply, my thanks, then fell into silence. Sigh, if Little Sun can't find anything either, who else can I turn to? The Evernight Goddess. Maybe she'll help me out for the sake of a fellow countryman. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 657, Hunting in Sangwil. Klein mulled over the matter and unconsciously shook his head. He had only just received the Bizarro Sorcerer formula from the Evernight Goddess, wouldn't it be far too presumptuous to ask her for materials as well? Instantly, the description he had read in the diary resurfaced in his mind. The gift of fate always carries a hidden price, it is merely that the one who pays is not the present you, but the future you. Considering that, he felt it best to observe for a while longer before making any request. Next, Furs, Alger, and Emlyn each raised their own requests for materials, Furs on Zio's behalf, seeking items related to the Arbiter pathway, Alger and Emlyn for their respective advancements. After hesitating for a long time, Leonard finally gathered the courage to voice his need. I require a mystical item. Seeing that Leonard had taken the initiative, Klein controlled the world to ask in a calm voice. What do you need? Leonard blurted, and subconsciously replied, I don't know. A couple of days ago, after being scolded harshly by the old men, he had reflected deeply. He realized that when it came to digesting potions, even doubling his efforts would only improve his efficiency so much. But advancement wasn't the only path to increasing strength. If he could obtain a powerful extraordinary item, the enhancement might be even greater. Just like that blood-stained silver armor he had once controlled, against a Sequence 5 Beyonder, it had been able to kill instantly. Its might had been overwhelming. Leonard's answer made everyone frown, each silently grumbling, you don't know. Is this guy an idiot? In that moment, everyone gained a rough impression of Mr. Starr, a man whose head didn't seem to work very well. Sensing the strange looks around him, Leonard felt his embarrassment surge. He hurriedly added, I mean, any type is fine. Preferably something offensive. The stronger, the better. Lilith smiled. Do you need something at the level of a grade 1 or grade 0 sealed artifact? Leonard's voice caught. There's no need to exaggerate that much. Of course, if a grade 1 or grade 0 sealed artifact really appeared, he wouldn't hesitate to take it. But he wasn't delusional, he knew he couldn't possibly afford something of that caliber. However, after thinking for a moment, he realized something. Judging from earlier conversations, everyone here was roughly in the mid-sequences, around Sequence 6. In other words, ordinary Beyonders. He didn't believe anyone here could actually bring out a grade 1 sealed artifact, let alone a grade 0, especially not a child. Thus, he teased lightly, Your Majesty, Miss Empress, do you actually have a grade 1 or even grade 0 sealed artifact? If you did, Lilith shook her head. Nope. Leonard lifted his chin, ready to continue speaking, but Lilith suddenly pointed toward Bernadette. But Lady Strength does. She has at least 3 grade 0 sealed artifacts and 2 grade 1s. If you can offer something valuable enough, she might actually trade one with you. Bernadette. Leonard couldn't stop the shock from spilling onto his face. 3 grade 0 sealed artifacts. This had to be a joke, right? According to the old men, even the great families of the 4th epoch couldn't necessarily take out 3 grade 0s at once. This Lady Strength was definitely someone extraordinary. He immediately regretted it, he had fallen into his old habits again. Mr. Fool is an ancient deity. The Tarot Club is a gathering personally established by him. This is a true divine assembly. How could anyone allowed to participate possibly be simple? Lilith asked again, smiling faintly. Right, what were you about to say? If I really had it, what were you planning to do? Everyone's eyes turned to Leonard a second time. He wished he could crawl into a hole on the spot. After stammering for a long while, he finally muttered. I didn't say anything, ahem, I probably don't have anything that could interest Lady Strength. He lowered his head quickly, terrified they would ask more. Fortunately, the hangman, Alger, smoothly pulled the topic back on track. He confirmed Leonard's needs in detail, gave him a rough price estimate, and even offered to check for him later. Only then was Leonard spared continued humiliation. Leonard, Mr. Hangman is such a good person. Klein, Mr. Hangman just wants to fleece you for a big profit. Once Leonard and Alger finished, Priscilla raised a hand excitedly. Mr. World. Mr. World. I found the one-eyed villain you posted a bounty for. Klein's mind sharpened instantly. He leaned forward and asked, you mean Insangwil? Yes. That's him. At the mention of Insangwil's name, Leonard's ears instantly perked up. Wasn't that the mastermind behind the Tingen incident? Mr. World is hunting Insangwil. My guess was right. Priscilla continued excitedly, remember how I said Medici suddenly started sneaking around suspiciously? He was actually going to meet Insangwil. Yesterday, Medici met him again, and the two of them even reached a cooperation agreement. Klein froze. Cooperation. His heart sank. Why would Insangwil cooperate with the former king of angels? If they truly joined forces, wouldn't hunting Ins now mean facing another angel-level enemy? MHM. But I'm not sure what they're cooperating on. That one-eyed villain asked Medici to kill someone as proof of sincerity first. Kill who? Priscilla answered brightly, a saint of the Church of Evernight. Leonard nearly slammed the table. What? Who has the guts to do that? Someone actually dares to hunt a saint of the Church of the Evernight goddess. The others were equally stunned. It was already shocking to hear someone intended to hunt a clergy member of the church. Hunting a saint was beyond anything they could imagine. Furs couldn't stop bouncing her leg, not from fear, but from excitement. Wonderful. I knew every tarot meeting would give me new writing material. After all, no matter how terrifying the events were, none of it had anything to do with her. She was just a popcorn-munching spectator. Klein remained silent for a few seconds before asking, and Medici agreed. Yes. Priscilla hadn't noticed Klein's growing heaviness. Instead, she grew even more excited. Mr. World, don't you think this is a perfect chance to hunt that one-eyed villain? Klein blinked. What? When Medici and the one-eyed villain finalize the time and location of the attack, we can secretly set up an ambush. The moment he shows up, bam. We take him out. But His Excellency Medici. No need to worry about him. Priscilla patted her chest confidently. Leave him to me. Ah. Klein hesitated. He wasn't sure whether he should trust the words of a child. Leonard, who had been listening for a while, finally couldn't hold back. May I ask, who exactly is this Medici Miss Death is talking about? And why does she know so much about his cooperation with Insangwil? After a pause, he quickly added, I've also been searching for Insangwil. Priscilla replied sweetly, Medici is the evil spirit housed inside my body. Ah. Audrey kindly helped clarify for the seemingly not-so-bright Mr. Starr. Miss Death is a Sequence 5 gatekeeper. As for Medici, they are, 3 individuals who were Sequence 1 angels before their deaths. Ah. Why is it that I understand every word Miss Justice says individually, but once she puts them together, I understand nothing? But Leonard's confusion concerned no one. Klein lowered his head. I need more time to consider. Priscilla hurriedly urged, don't think about it. If you miss this chance, who knows when the next one will be? If you're worried about failing, you could ask Lady Strength for help. Wait. Her eyes lit up, excitement bubbling. Or, how about this? Let the Tarot Club work together. A group operation. Let's hunt that evil one-eyed giant villain together. I've wanted to meet everyone in real life for so long. The moment the words fell, Alger immediately said apologetically, forgive me. I won't be able to reach the continent anytime soon. It was both the truth and an excuse, he was nowhere near ready to meet the Tarot members in person. Derek followed softly, I can't leave the forsaken land of the gods. Emlyn raised his hand. I'm currently in the southern continent. I can't return soon. Furs, suddenly realizing the popcorn had rolled to her feet, hesitated. She had gone on an operation with Audrey and Miss Death once, and even helped take down her own teacher, but this time was completely different. The target was a powerful demigod. What could she do besides cheer from the sidelines? Write a live-action report. Zio secretly glanced at Furs, desperately seeking advice, should she refuse outright? Even if she didn't refuse, what could she do to help kill a demigod? Sigh. No wonder Furs warned me again and again before the meeting that most tarot members look low sequence, but the things they talk about get increasingly outrageous. Audrey answered honestly, my strength is still too weak. If I follow, I'm afraid I would only cause trouble. But if there are other aspects, especially financial ones, you need help with, I can assist as much as possible. Bernadette looked toward Lilith. Seeing Lilith grin at her knowingly, she understood immediately, nodded, and said, I can assist. Just pay me £10,000 afterwards. £10,000. Klein instantly sobered up at that number. He quickly said in a deep voice, let's not rush. Give me a bit more time. Then he turned to Priscilla. Miss Death, do you know roughly when Insanguil and His Excellency Medici plan to act? Most likely within a week or two. Good. I'll contact you as soon as possible. In that moment, Klein suddenly remembered the ritual for advancing to Sequence 4, to murder a demigod before the eyes of many witnesses. Insanguil happened to be a demigod. He was also Klein's enemy, one who had to be eliminated sooner or later. If he could accomplish both goals at once, that would be ideal. Unfortunately, his marionettist potion had only partially digested. Oh. So Miss Death has an angel-level evil spirit in her body, and this evil spirit is cooperating with Insanguil. Leonard finally exclaimed in sudden realization. Note, 580 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Oh, and enjoy the extra chapter, though we didn't hit our PS goal. Chapter 658, Chapter 658, the true creator had gone mad. The moment Leonard finished speaking, everyone fell into a strange silence, as though even the air was infused with a faint trace of awkwardness. Audrey's face was filled with confusion, a string of question marks flashing wildly in her mind. Did I not explain it clearly enough? This was the first time she had ever doubted her own outstanding ability to express herself. In truth, Leonard wasn't slow to react, those pieces of information were simply far too shocking. He needed a moment to digest them. It wasn't until he suddenly remembered that an angel-level old man was also residing inside him that he finally understood, if he could encounter such a bizarre stroke of fortune, why couldn't others? Emlyn was secretly snickering to himself at the side, thinking, the Tarot Club finally has someone even dumber than me. Wait, no. I'm not dumb. Leonard's expression turned serious. He spoke with solemn earnestness, Mr. World, back when I was in Tingen, I formed a grudge with that Insanguil. When the operation begins, I hope to join in. His words were practically a direct declaration. I, Leonard, formally request to join the War of Vengeance. Klein, controlling the world, nodded steadily and gave a concise, powerful reply, sure. With that, the topic temporarily came to an end. The hanged man, Alger, immediately switched to a tone that sounded like a kindly big brother, asking with gentle concern, Mr. Sun, what is the situation on your side right now? Why did you stop at Afternoon Town instead of continuing deeper into the Giant King's court? Derek's expression sharpened instantly, and he began explaining with solemn seriousness, because of that boy named Steph. Miss Empress was correct, Steph may look like a child, but in truth he is an angel under the true creator. He originally intended to lead us to the Giant King's court, but after hearing Miss Empress's name, he suddenly changed his mind and advised us not to proceed any farther. Klein, Audrey, and the others all looked at Lilith in surprise, secretly guessing, how did she end up connected to an angel, and one under the true creator, no less? And the key point is, the angel actually respected her. Could it be because of Mr. Tower? Mr. Tower, Edward, had mentioned before that he maintained a good relationship with the true creator. If so, it would make sense for him to also have decent relations with the angels under that deity. Angel. The true creator. Leonard's mind fell into chaos again. He could still understand how Miss Death's angelic evil spirit, greatly weakened after becoming an evil spirit, could be restrained by the gatekeeper and thus take residence inside her, but what was this current situation supposed to be? A group of mid to low sequence beyonders openly discussing angels and gods, even if said gods were evil deities, was that really appropriate? Alger continued asking, why did that angel advise you not to continue? And why did he intend to take you to the Giant King's court to begin with? Everyone was extremely curious. Derek replied, Lord Steph told me at the time, the true creator has gone mad. As for why he originally wanted to take us to the Giant King's court, it was because he wanted us to believe in the true creator. He planned to use our entire city of Silver as his anchor, attempting to pull himself back from his state of madness. Most of those present wore bewildered expressions. They knew very little about the concept of gods requiring anchors. But that the true creator was a lunatic, that was common knowledge. Not only was he mad, he was also monstrously evil, which was precisely why he was universally regarded as an evil god, and why the Aurora Order was considered a cult. Lilith frowned slightly, sensing instinctively that something felt off. Soon, several others also reacted, thinking, for ordinary people, it was fine to assume the true creator was mad. But how could his most faithful angel also think that the god he worshipped was insane? Little Son continued, back in previous tarot gatherings, I already had some understanding of the true creator, so after hearing his words, I was confused as well. I asked him, wasn't the true creator always mad? Everyone's inner thoughts, Little Son, you really are bold. Truly worthy of being the biggest fool among the three fools. To say directly to an angel that the god he serves has always been a lunatic, are you sure that wasn't provocation? Or a death wish? Derek scratched his head, looking innocent as he said, but after I asked, his gaze suddenly became terrifying. I don't even know why. Yes. Why indeed? But he recovered very quickly, Derek continued. Then he told me that not long ago, the true creator suddenly lost all rationality and could no longer communicate at all. He wanted to destroy everything in sight. Even the angel of fate, who had always accompanied him, was injured and had no choice but to distance himself from the true creator. Now, within the giant king's court, aside from the true creator, there is no longer any living creature. No matter how Lord Steph prays, he can no longer receive any response from the true creator. That is why he said the true creator has gone mad. Once Derek finished speaking, the tarot club instantly fell silent. Although ordinary people had always believed the true creator to be a mad, evil god, through Mr. Tower they had all learned, at least partially, that this so-called evil god could communicate, and would even occasionally bestow oracles upon the Aurora Order. But from Little Son's description, this time the true creator seemed to have truly gone completely insane. What in the world could have happened to reduce a deity to such a state? Lilith also sank into deep thought. After Adam's fusion with the true creator, regardless of which of the two ended up in control, the result should have been the restoration of reason and normality. Audrey looked toward Mr. Fool and asked, Mr. Fool, may I ask if you know what happened to the true creator? Klein, who had been wholeheartedly enjoying the gossip, hurriedly pulled his attention back from the world, pondered rapidly for a few seconds, then showed a faint, unhurried smile. I don't know. Perhaps it's related to the recent war between Faceac and Lone. Furs, Zio, and Leonard immediately perked up, curiosity brimming. How could the true creator's madness be connected to a war? Was the war caused by his madness, or did the war cause him to go mad? The two didn't seem related at all. Audrey suddenly understood and said, you mean King George III's scheme? Mr. Fool gave a small chuckle and replied casually, who knows? Furs immediately recalled the discussion during the tarot meeting after the Great Smog incident, how the King of Lone, George III, had secretly trafficked people to construct his mausoleum in preparation for advancing to Sequence 0 as the Black Emperor. Thinking of this, Furs asked, Miss Justice, is the scheme you mentioned the same one Mr. Fool talked about back then? Alger realized instantly. But the newcomers Leonard and Zio were completely confused. What scheme? Could someone please consider the fact that we're new members? Audrey nodded firmly. Yes. From the royal family trafficking citizens to build a mausoleum, causing countless disappearances and deaths, to George III later collaboration with the Demonist sect in order to create the inhuman Great Smog, and then to the current war with Faceac Empire where people die every single moment, all of it has been for one single purpose. George III wants to ascend as the Black Emperor, to become a god. In that instant, Leonard felt his hands and feet grow cold. A wave of shock swept through his entire being. George III wants to become a deity. Zio's mind went blank. Gods can be promoted. After several seconds of stunned silence, Leonard exclaimed, but kings aren't allowed to exceed Sequence 4. Isn't that a rule enforced by every church? The churches, no, the gods, how could they possibly allow a king to become a god? Audrey said softly, unfortunately, the 7 gods have already tacitly approved it. The 7 gods approved it. Then George III becoming a deity was practically guaranteed. Audrey continued, everyone knows that last week, Prince Edisac and his sister returned to Backlund and joined the psychology alchemists. At the time, they said it was because of the coming war. It was only 2 days ago that I learned the truth. Their real purpose was George III. They resented George III for sacrificing them for his ambition, pushing all the blame for the Great Smog onto them. They returned to seek revenge and to stop his scheme. Alger frowned. But are their words even trustworthy? They're George III children. Who knows what sort of tricks their family might be playing? That's why they later told me another story. Audrey briefly retold everything about King George. Aside from Klein, who had known long ago, even Lilith was shocked, George III was actually George I. For 200 years, all of Lone's transitions of royal power had been nothing but an illusion. Each George would select a successor, and in order to hide the truth from everyone else, he would gradually clean out all acquaintances around the chosen successor, including but not limited to ministers, nobles, and even his own spouse and children. The chosen successor would, without ever realizing, be replaced by him. Edisac was originally the selected one, but he accidentally discovered the truth when his mother accidentally died. George III then changed his plan and forced him to bear the blame for the Great Smog and die in disgrace. That is why Edisac hates George III so deeply and is willing to pay any price to take revenge on him. Emlyn curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Humph, humans are so troublesome. Why bother with such a complicated mess? Look at us sanguines, our marquises and dukes all live for several thousand years, and not once do we have to worry about such trivial matters." Lilith smiled. "And that's exactly why your vampire race has declined to this point." Emlyn frowned. "What does that have to do with anything?" "Of course it's related because your vampire race grows older, but not smarter." Emlyn. Leonard couldn't help glancing at Emlyn. If all vampires are this foolish, no wonder they're losing to humans. Zio had already fallen deep into contemplation. She had been investigating the truth behind her father's false accusation and execution for treason. Now, as Audrey spoke, the fog in her heart gradually dispersed. She was almost certain. Her father's death was connected to this matter. Bernadette spoke calmly. How do those two intend to stop George III? To her, anyone who opposed George III was automatically her ally. That's what I find strange, Audrey admitted, her tone tinged with confusion. Even if the Edisac siblings are Beyonders, fine, let's assume they're both demigod level. Where would they get the confidence to stop George III from ascending as a god? Alger said gravely, and your vote that day was far too strange. It felt as though they knew. He discreetly glanced at Mr. Fool. Knew about the existence behind you, Mr. Fool. But no matter how they voted, it shouldn't have influenced Mr. Fool's decision at all. As soon as he finished, everyone instinctively turned to Mr. Fool. Klein smiled faintly and repeated the same words he had said to Audrey earlier, whatever the Lady Strength chooses to do next represents my stance. So everyone's gazes shifted to Bernadette. Bernadette said calmly, I will do everything within my ability to prevent George III from ascending as the Black Emperor. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 659, Chapter 659, The Great Emlyn. The moment everyone heard those words, the room erupted into an uproar. What shocked most of them was not that the Lady Strength intended to stop George III from ascending, but that her actions actually represented Mr. Fool's stance. Leonard's mind trembled violently. Just who in the world is the Lady Strength? How could she dare claim she would stop a king who was on the verge of becoming a god? Mr. Fool disagreed with George III ascending as the Black Emperor. The 7 gods had all acquiesced to it, yet Mr. Fool opposed it. As expected, Mr. Fool was truly righteous and great. How could someone like George III, despicable in character and treating human lives as nothing but weeds, ever be worthy of becoming a deity? Furza's body trembled slightly. Having written so many novels, this was the first time she truly felt she might be witnessing the birth of a legendary tale, no, the birth of history itself. Alger bowed deeply, awe surging within him. Mr. Fool dared to veto something even the 7 gods acknowledged. Doesn't that mean he doesn't place the 7 gods in his eyes at all? Could Mr. Fool be far stronger than I've ever imagined? At that moment, Miss Death, Priscilla, suddenly raised her hand high and asked crisply. If we successfully stop George III's scheme, will the war end? The question was like a bucket of cold water, instantly dragging everyone out of their boundless fantasies and back into reality. Silence fell. Even Leonard and Emlyn understood the answer was clearly no. The war would not end, it would likely intensify instead. Conversely, if George III truly succeeded in becoming a deity, the war might instead be quelled immediately. Furs, Audrey, and even Klein found themselves sinking into confusion. It was then that Lilith spoke leisurely, this matter isn't that simple, you know. She paused, deliberately drawing out the suspense. Mr. Tower told me the true force pushing Faceac and Lone, and the entire northern continent, into war is actually someone else entirely. George III might simply be a pawn being used. Leonard's eyes widened in shock. Even someone about to ascend as a god like George III is being used. Then, what exactly is hidden behind all of this? His pupils contracted, his voice trembled. Is it a deity? Lilith's lips curled into a mysterious smile. More or less. Everyone's gaze shifted back and forth between Lilith and Mr. Fool. A few people suddenly realized something. Could this be the real reason Mr. Fool cast his opposing vote? The true game being played was far deeper than George III, it unfolded on an entirely different level. Klein silently complained in frustration, don't start making things up. I'm just as confused and surprised as you all are. Suppressing his thoughts, he controlled the world to ask, has Mr. Tower returned? Lilith shook her head lightly. Nope, otherwise he would definitely have come to the tarot gathering. That's what he told me before. Just wait patiently. Klein pondered for a moment, then asked again, I'm very curious, where exactly is Mr. Tower, and what is he busy with that he can't even attend the tarot gathering? Well, that. Before Lilith could finish, Priscilla raised her hand again. I know. I know. Her face shone with excitement. Ed, Mr. Tower is preparing to advance to Sequence 1. The news exploded like a massive bomb, even more shocking than learning of George III's scheme or that there was a hidden conspiracy behind the war. After all, George III divine ascension or the gods' machinations felt far removed, like some distant legend. Just like hearing that Elon Musk founded X Financial with hidden motives backed by mysterious capital, surprising, yes, but ultimately something you only listen to. But if you suddenly learned your neighbor just won 10 million, that would feel like the sky itself collapsing. No, this was even more outrageous than George III planned to ascend. After all, George III had spent over 2 centuries to reach this point. Yet just a few weeks ago at the tarot gathering, Mr. Tower had still been Sequence 5. And now he was suddenly preparing to advance to Sequence 1. Wait, didn't that mean Mr. Tower's next step would be aiming directly at Sequence 0, the level of a true deity? Klein felt his scalp go numb. I've been pretending to be a god for so long, and I'm still ages away from becoming even a demigod, yet Edward is about to become Sequence 1. Holy crap. When that time came, wouldn't Mr. Tower instantly see through the fact that he was not a god at all, that he was a fake, a counterfeit, a cheap knockoff? Would he get angry? Would he drag Klein out of the grey fog and give him a thorough thrashing? The more he thought about it, the more Klein trembled uncontrollably. Alger felt utterly deflated. Even though Mr. Tower had always been ahead, setting aside the Lady Strength and Miss Death, who came prepackaged with their sequences, Alger had still retained a sliver of hope he could one day catch up. But now he finally accepted the bloody reality. He was just an ordinary person trying to compete with someone who had literal cheats activated. It was like trying to win a race by eating dirt. Leonard and Zio, meanwhile, had only one question filling their minds. Who exactly was Mr. Tower? If it had been anyone else, Audrey, whose protagonist spirit always overflowed, would certainly have enthusiastically explained everything to them. But when it came to Edward, that would feel far too much like boasting. Mr. Tower is my lover, and he's preparing to advance to Sequence 1. How embarrassing. At that moment, Mr. Fool, Klein, tapped the table lightly and said calmly, all right, let's end this topic here for now. Everyone could only swallow their shock and confusion. Alger quickly regained his composure. He turned to Moon, Emlyn, and asked, Mr. Moon, did you resolve the problem you mentioned during last week's tarot gathering? Emlyn blinked. What problem? First followed up, the one about wanting to gather and lead a group of people to resist the tyranny of the colonizers. Ah. Emlyn hesitated for a moment before saying, the progress seems, more or less, going smoothly. This answer matched exactly the tone the star had used earlier when talking about wanting to acquire extraordinary items. Thus, everyone reached a unanimous conclusion almost instantly. This must be another fool. The truth was, Emlyn really wasn't sure. Throughout the entire process, he had essentially acted as a messenger. The ones actually doing the work were the rest of the Sanguine and the Temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought. Currently, the Temperance faction was rallying under the banner of the Highlands Kingdom, promoting the ideas of suppressing landlords, opposing colonizers, and tyranny. They had already gathered massive support across the southern continent and were surging with unstoppable momentum. But as for the actual situation, Emlyn had absolutely no idea. The world let out a low, gloomy chuckle. I remember Mr. Moon mentioning last week that this was merely something you wondered about while reading a book, that you were just curious. Emlyn fell silent. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Alger continued, the war between Lone and Faceac should soon affect the Rorstad archipelago. When that happens, your pressure should lessen quite a bit. Emlyn thought silently, Danitz will definitely be thrilled, but it doesn't have much to do with me. No matter how fiercely the northern continent fights, they won't be pulling soldiers back from the southern continent anytime soon. Just then, Audrey let out a soft, surprised, So that means, didn't the wars on the northern continent and the Rorstad archipelago begin around the same time? Could there be any connection between them? Klein recalled his time serving as governor in Byam and said, not necessarily. The natives of the Rorstad archipelago almost never stopped resisting in the first place. Hey, Lone's wealth over the years has everything to do with its endless exploitation of its colonies. Zio couldn't help speaking for the first time, but most people in Lone still live below the poverty line. People starve to death every day, and every winter, people freeze to death. And that's just what I saw in the Land of Hope, Backlund. Other cities might be even worse. Klein added, so no matter how wealthy the nation is, all that wealth goes straight to the nobles at the top. As for the people at the bottom, their lives aren't much different from colonial slaves. They're all just consumables used to sustain the aristocracy. Hearing this, Audrey felt panic rising in her chest. As the only noble present, Bernadette was now a pirate. She couldn't help feeling that every sentence was aimed directly at her. But thinking more carefully, everything they said was true. Her father was a great banker, but not just a banker. He invested in numerous businesses, many of which were connected to overseas colonies. Her eldest brother, Hibbert, managed many of those companies. Her second brother, Alfred, directly served as a military officer in the southern continent's colonies. She and her mother appeared uninvolved, but the comfortable, extravagant life they lived was funded by the money her father earned. Looking at it that way, the Hall family truly was deeply sinful. With that realization, Audrey took a long breath and said earnestly, "Mr. Moon, I am willing to contribute some funding to support your cause." Emlyn froze, his mouth falling open in shock. Ah. Why was she suddenly funding him? Well, the thing is, I currently have about £30,000 in liquid cash. Of that, I need to reserve £10,000 for purchasing materials, so I can only fund you with £20,000. I will offer it to Mr. Fool after the gathering so he can pass it to you. But this is only the first batch. I'll find ways to gather more afterwards. Everyone. £20,000, offered just like that. And that was only the first batch. If this were any other time, the penniless Mr. Fool would have drooled in envy, but Klein now more or less guessed what Miss Justice was thinking. While he admired her sincerity, he also sighed inwardly. With just this amount of money, I'm afraid it will be little more than a drop in the bucket. Emlyn, upon hearing the astonishing figure of £20,000, felt overwhelming shock at first. But soon, he began thinking seriously. After a moment, he spoke in an unusually solemn tone, "Miss Justice, what we lack right now may not be money. We need food and weapons. If you truly wish to help, perhaps you can convert the money into supplies instead." After a pause, he added. "And, I apologize for not explaining clearly before. I am not helping the natives resist colonizers in the Rorsted archipelago. I'm doing it in the southern continent." The southern continent. This news caught everyone completely off guard. Compared to the Rorsted archipelago, the southern continent was far too distant. Most people only knew of the East and West Balam nations, worshippers of death. As for anything else, they knew almost nothing. But for a sanguine from the northern continent to travel thousands of miles to the southern continent to lead the oppressed masses in resisting colonial exploitation. What kind of spirit was that? This was simply the selfless greatness of a true protagonist. Note, 820 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 660, Chapter 660, Reinforcements. For a moment, Klein felt thoroughly shaken. Compared to that, he, a true transmigrator with a cheat, the person destined to save the world from the apocalypse, felt utterly ashamed. On impulse, he controlled the world and said, "Mr. Moon, I will also contribute £2,000 to purchase supplies and support you." As soon as he said it, Klein felt as if his heart had been sliced open. But at a time like this, he couldn't afford to fuss over money. Bernadette followed calmly, "I happen to have a considerable amount of food and weapons on hand. I'll arrange for them to be delivered to you as soon as possible." Priscilla raised her hand. "I can also obtain food and weapons from the Aurora Order." Little Sun said with embarrassment, "I'm sorry. There is nothing at all in the City of Silver, I probably won't be able to help." Klein seized the opportunity and said, "Mr. Sun, we all know the City of Silver's circumstances. In fact, you are someone who needs our help as well. Not long ago, I asked a wonderful friend to research a type of mushroom. If it succeeds, it might solve the City of Silver's food shortage." Derek's spirits lifted instantly. "Really? Thank you so much, Mr. World." Alger actually had no interest whatsoever in what Mr. Moon was doing in the southern continent. But now that more than half the members had expressed their support, he knew he couldn't be the odd one out. Thus, he said stiffly, "I will also use my abilities to assist." That left only Furs, Lilith, and the newcomers Zio and Leonard. Lilith was a child and, unlike Miss Death, not particularly special. No one expected her to contribute anything. Which meant Furs was utterly lost. Wait. Why did the popcorn I was eating suddenly roll onto my own head? I'm just a broke, failing author. I really have no money. I'm the one who needs financial aid. After a long moment, she forced out a stiff smile. I'll go back and ask my teacher. He might be able to help. As for Zio and Leonard, their thoughts were identical. I feel like I've joined some kind of scam organization. All that talk earlier was just paving the way to trick us into donating money. I should report this to the authorities. Wait. I am the authority. Red Gloves and MI9. Everyone's sudden declarations of support left Audrey surprised and flustered. She had only offered funding because she felt guilty, so how had she accidentally inspired everyone else to donate? I'm not like you people. I have nothing else, I only have money. It's all Mr. World's fault. Why did he have to join in? Klein also realized this and coughed, quickly forcing the conversation in another direction. Well, Miss Death, may I ask if there is any news from Mr. Azek? Priscilla shook her head. No, but he should be back soon. Lilith had told her that, though she had no idea how the girl knew. Still, Lilith wouldn't lie to her. I see. Klein knew the tarot gathering was nearing its end. He leaned back slightly and said with calm authority, all right, today's meeting ends here. The members immediately rose and saluted toward the head of the bronze table before taking their leave. This time, Leonard did not appear as slow-witted, but after a brief hesitation, he said, Mr. Fool, may I speak privately with Mr. World and Miss Magician? Furs froze. Ah. Who are you? Do I know you? Why do you want to talk to me? Klein, too, found it strange. He naturally understood that Leonard had been trying to match identities throughout the entire meeting, and it wasn't surprising for him to guess that the World was Klein himself, but what did any of that have to do with the magician? You may. He waved a hand. The other members dissolved into streaks of deep crimson light, leaving only Leonard, Furs, and his own marionette, the World. Feigning ignorance, Klein asked, what is it, Mr. Star? Leonard asked in a low, solemn voice, are you, Klein? I. Klein was just about to pretend ignorance, but suddenly realized Leonard wasn't talking to him. Leonard had turned toward Furs. Then he looked at the World and asked, and you're Edward, right? Leonard, you absolute idiot. Southern Continent. As the crimson light in his sight faded, Emlyn returned to the room. He was currently in a small city at the northwestern edge of West Balam, the very place where Roselle had first opened maritime routes and begun Lone's colonial expansion into the southern continent. For years, it had been the first stop for colonizers setting foot on this land. Now, it had quietly become the Sanguine's headquarters. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. A man and a woman stepped inside, one in tightly fitted leather attire, the other in a sharply tailored suit. They were Akasha and Arlda. You're constipated again, Emlyn. I was just sleeping. Akasha strode forward and wrapped an arm around his neck. At a time like this, you still have the mood to sleep. What happened? Startled, Emlyn hurriedly asked, did something go wrong? Arlda frowned. Akasha, stop scaring him. Akasha snorted, flung herself onto the sofa, and crossed her legs. I just don't understand why the ancestor chose him to convey the oracle. It was always me before. Arlda's expression darkened. How many times must I tell you? The one who contacted you back then wasn't the real ancestor. And why not? Why is my contact not the ancestor, but his is? I still think mine was the real ancestor. And that's why you secretly sacrificed grandfather's treasured sealed item to it, wasn't it? Akasha pursed her lips. So what? In that case, isn't it even more ridiculous that the ancestor let this useless, no, very young Emlyn take charge of the war against the Rose School? Arlda sighed. Anyway, the dukes of the clan all recognized it. What more do you want? Akasha muttered to herself for a while before finally turning to Emlyn. Then tell us, Lord Emlyn, what is our next step? Emlyn. The ancestor never told me anything. He thought for a moment, well, we'll have to wait for the ancestor's next instruction. But earlier, I managed to obtain around 30 to 40,000 pounds worth of food and weapons from a friend. Arlda was stunned. Didn't you stay inside this room the entire time? Emlyn lifted his chin proudly. That is precisely my special ability. Do you think the ancestor chose me for no reason? Let me tell you, my skills are far beyond your imagination. Akasha narrowed her eyes. When will the supplies arrive? They won't, nearly slipped out of Emlyn's mouth. No rush. These things will take some time to prepare. Fine. Then we'll report this good news to the Duke. With that, the siblings left the room. Once outside, they exchanged a look. They hadn't come because Akasha was unhappy and wanted to pick a fight. This had been a test, and the results had surprised them greatly. Phew. Emlyn finally exhaled in relief and slumped onto the sofa. After a long moment, he carefully took a suitcase from under the bed, opened it, and climbed inside, entering a small, 10-odd square meter space. It was empty except for a broken rock in the corner. Emlyn pressed his hand onto the stone, and in an instant, his body twisted violently. And he and the stone vanished. 10 seconds later. Emlyn plummeted straight down from above, landing face first on the ground. Arg. I hate the terrible experience every time I use this thing. Tap. A booted foot appeared before him. Danitz crouched down, biting into some kind of tropical fruit while grinning. Yo, Emlyn. Showing me such a big greeting the moment we meet. Expressionless, Emlyn pushed himself up. Screw your whole family. Danitz clicked his tongue. Not bad. You're getting better and better at throwing insults. Seems like you've digested the provoker potion pretty well. If I had really taken the hunter pathway, I'd already be a demigod by now. Emlyn huffed. Unlike you. Useless waste. If I were you, I would have smashed my head into a wall already, dreaming about chasing after your captain. Hilarious. Danitz raised an eyebrow. So that adult was right. The people most suited for the hunter pathway are always found in other pathways. He waved dismissively. Enough. I'm not arguing with you. What do you want this time? Emlyn extended his hand skillfully. Give me a batch of supplies. I'll return them in a few days. Danitz rolled his eyes. Return what you owe me first. What do you think I am, a colony you can plunder whenever you need something? Didn't the ancestor say you would be getting strong reinforcements soon? And now that the Northern Continent War has begun, your pressure will definitely lessen. Reinforcements? None. I've waited days and haven't even seen a fart. Danitz spread his hands. And besides, my biggest headache right now is that Sea King from the Church of Storms. What reinforcements could possibly stop him? Oh, then you can wait slowly. You. Suddenly, Danitz lifted a hand and looked toward the window. Someone seems to be coming. Come on, let's go see what kind of reinforcements they are. He vaulted straight out of the window. Emlyn had no choice but to follow. The moment they landed in the small courtyard, they heard footsteps. A group of around 20 to 30 people walked in. Most wore uniform, loose-fitting trench coats with hoods pulled low, making it impossible to see their faces. At the front was an enormous man, at least 2.5 meters tall. Beside him walked a slender woman. Their footsteps were heavy, their aura dense and imposing, clearly not ordinary people. Why are buildings these days all built so short? The giant scratched his head. Every time I enter a house, I bang my head. That's because you're too tall, Groel. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 661, Azek and Phoenix. The one speaking was a young man wearing a tall, stiff, pointed black hat and a mismatched, asymmetrical coat. This is already the height we forced them to settle on after strongly objecting. If the Church of Earth Mother had crafted your new body according to your original one, no matter where you went, everyone would immediately know a giant had revived. Besides, isn't this body far more convenient for you to go out and find women to, for leaving behind a bang? Before he could finish, the woman at the front punched him on the shoulder, cutting him off. Then she pulled down her hood, revealing an exceedingly gentle face and a pair of pointed ears. She looked at Danitz and Emlyn and said, "We were ordered to come assist you in resisting the colonists and the church." Before Danitz could speak, Emlyn blurted out in astonishment, "Elves. You're actually elves." Ciatas raised an eyebrow. "You've seen elves before?" "No, but my clan has records." Emlyn widened his eyes and looked her up and down. "You really are elves? But weren't you supposed to be extinct?" The elven woman immediately showed displeasure. "Humph, even if vampires went extinct, we never would." Emlyn instantly shouted, "It's sanguine." Danitz shoulder-checked Emlyn out of the way and stepped forward, giving a formal salute. "Friends, I am Danitz, the person in charge here. Welcome." Ciatas nodded. "I'm Ciatas." She then introduced the others one by one, Groel, Mobit, Frunzier, and Snowman. "As for the rest, remove your hoods." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone walking behind them removed their hoods. There were both men and women, all with exquisite features and the iconic pointed ears of elves. They were an elven strike team. Inside a dark, deep tomb, Azek, who had been missing for many days, was descending the stairways layer by layer toward the depths of the burial site. From within the black fog ahead came low, labored breaths. Each exhalation stabbed painfully through his mind, stirring up fragmented memories he had once experienced. At last, Azek reached the very bottom of the tomb. As the black fog dispersed, the phantom entity coiled at the bottom slowly revealed itself. It was a feathered serpent so enormous it seemed capable of occupying an entire island. The exaggerated creature looked both illusory and real. Pale flames burned within its eye sockets, and its face, shockingly, was a human face. Its skin was bronze-colored, its features gentle, and beneath its right ear sat a tiny black mole. It was unmistakably another Azek. In an instant, Azek Eggers remembered everything. He finally understood the reason he had died and revived again and again, the reason he had repeatedly lost his memories only to recover them each time. His soul was incomplete. And the feathered serpent in the depths of the black mist was precisely the missing portion of his soul. All of this had been orchestrated by his former father, Salinger, the god of death in the fourth epoch, who intended Azek to be his contingency plan for resurrection. Once the time was right and the two halves of the soul reunited, the former god of death Salinger would return, and Azek Eggers would disappear from the world entirely. The moment Azek understood this, he lost control of his body. He suddenly strode forward toward the colossal feathered serpent. His eyes beneath the pale flames twisted in agony, his expression contorting to the extreme. On the exposed parts of his skin, black-scaled gaps began sprouting white feathers stained with a faint yellow grease. From his forehead, an ancient ornament, like one forged from gold, began to grow out. He simply could not resist the call embedded deep within the core of his soul. Just then, the air to the side split open, tearing into a narrow rift. From it flew a palm-sized black bird trailing fiery red tail feathers. It darted straight between Azek and the massive feathered serpent. The moment it opened its beak, an ancient bronze door materialized out of thin air, blocking Azek's path and severing the serpent's summons. Huff, huff. Azek stopped before the door, drenched in sweat and breathing raggedly. The abnormal transformations on his body faded just as quickly. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Thank you. No need to thank me. If you hadn't shown up in time to save me last time, I would have been dead long ago." The black bird, Phoenix, spoke. "Besides, I can only hold it back for a while. The key still depends on her." It turned its head. At some unknown moment, a woman in an ancient robe had appeared beside them. Her beautiful face was expressionless. She gazed calmly at the distant feathered serpent and said, "Have you made your decision?" Azek nodded slightly. "Of course. Just as you said earlier, I will give up everything and continue as before. I've long grown used to it anyway." "Good." The elegant woman closed her hand, gripping tightly onto the bird-shaped golden ornament. Bit by bit, she drew her arm back, forcibly pulling the ancient object out from the crack in Azek's forehead. The process was undoubtedly excruciating. Azek could not stop himself from trembling all over, and his face rapidly turned somewhat pale and faintly translucent. After a long moment, his body swayed slightly. He bowed to the elegant lady. "Thank you for your help." Perched on a collapsed and broken stone column, Phoenix asked, "Is it all over now?" The elegant lady's expression remained unchanged. "Azek, you haven't forgotten, have you? The reason that child is still alive is because she is being sustained by artificial death's power. Once I begin accommodating the authority of death, I will inevitably draw back the power she relies on to live. That would result in irreversible death." Azek said, "I understand. May I ask what can be done to prevent this outcome?" The elegant lady looked toward Phoenix. "We need its assistance." Azek fell silent. It is a mythical creature born from a tributary of the river of eternal darkness. By nature, it possesses a portion of the immortal bird's bloodline as well as the river's power. If it is willing to abandon the river's power, it can compensate for the death's power the child will lose. At the same time, it will also be able to somewhat heal the influence caused by your missing half of a soul. Before Azek could speak, Phoenix tilted its head and asked, "If you take away the river of eternal darkness's power, will I die?" "No. But you." "Then take it." Phoenix said, "Azek saved my life. I'm paying him back." Azek lowered his voice. "But from now on, you'll be stuck where you are. You won't be able to advance anymore. That isn't unacceptable." Phoenix raised its head. "At first, my desire to become stronger came from instinct. But as my sequence rose, my self-awareness grew stronger as well. I don't feel much desire to continue advancing anymore, so it doesn't matter. Have you decided? Go ahead." The elegant lady waved her hand. Phoenix's body distorted violently, melting into a puddle of black liquid. A slender, fire-red, flecked tributary peeled away from the mass and flowed toward the elegant lady's hand. It circled her fingers a few times before finally merging into her body. Soon, the puddle of black liquid gradually reformed into Phoenix. It looked almost the same as before, except the fiery red of its tail feathers was now gone. Hopping up and down on the stone column, it looked itself over. "Aside from it hurting a bit just now, nothing else feels different. Much better than what you went through." At that moment, the elegant lady flicked her fingers. A drop of red-streaked liquid separated from her and sank into Azek's forehead. "It's done." The next instant, she vanished. Azek looked toward Phoenix and said softly, "Thank you. I originally thought I'd have to sleep for a very long time after this." He thanked it again. "Truly, thank you. Let's go." Man and bird stepped into the layered, vividly interwoven blocks of color corresponding to the Berserk Sea in the spirit world and returned to Biome. Almost the moment they landed, Azek's gigantic skeletal messenger drilled up from the ground, holding a stack of letters which it handed to him. Azek accepted the letters and rapidly flipped through them, discovering that most were from the girl Priscilla, with one or two from Klein. He turned to the most recent letter. His expression grew slightly surprised. Faceac has launched a war against Lone. Are they aiming at her? Are they just using this to force her not to fuse the death's uniqueness, or do they truly intend to fight to the bitter end? Backlund, Hillston Borough, the East Byam Retired Officers Club. Klein, controlling the lawyer pathways demigod marionette, MI9 Deputy Director Conas Kilgore, walked through the crowd with a glass of red wine in hand, skillfully greeting the various people he encountered. Eventually, he arrived at a table where a game of Texas Hold'em was in progress. He sat down and joined them. The other players at the table were all well-known figures in Backlund. Earl Hall, a major banker, the newly appointed young member of Parliament, Mocked, an army colonel named Luke, and, one Klein found especially familiar, Admiral Amirius, governor of Byam. Klein had impersonated him not long ago. This was a genuine demigod. He had not expected Amirius to be transferred back to Backlund. Probably because of the war with Faceac. The war between Faceac and Lone had already been going on for 4 or 5 days. Klein had no way of knowing the exact situation on the front lines, but Lone's upper-class nobles and high-ranking officers behaved as if nothing were happening. They continued attending gatherings every day, drinking and playing cards to pass the time. Meanwhile, the common folk had already begun to feel the impact of the war, most notably in the rising prices. For the same amount of money as before the war, one could now only buy a third of a loaf of bread, and prices continued to skyrocket by the hour. There was nothing Klein could do. His top priority was to digest the marionettist potion as quickly as possible. He had to admit, thanks to the demigod marionette gifted by Edward from MI9, his digestion was progressing exceptionally fast. Not only because the marionette sequence was higher, but also because of its interpersonal connections and its daily encounters with all sorts of high-sequence beyonders. At that moment, Earl Hall looked at Klein and said, "You may reveal your cards." Klein smiled faintly and flipped his whole card, a queen. Combined with the exposed cards, he formed a full house, 3 queens and 2 kings. That was already quite a strong hand in Texas Hold'em. General Amirius smiled mildly. "It seems you're quite lucky today." Klein shrugged. "Not bad." He could win at least £50 with this hand. Who would have thought that playing the role of a marionettist could earn him money? It was quite an unexpected delight. But before he could enjoy the moment, Earl Hall burst into laughter. "Looks like my luck is even better." He flipped over his whole card, a 7 of diamonds, forming 4 sevens. 4 of a kind. A hand stronger than Klein's full house. Klein's smile froze. "Very good. Miss Justice, your father certainly has guts, daring to win the fool's money. Note, 1030 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote." Chapter 662, Chapter 662, Klein travels to the spirit world. Earl Hall collected the chips on the table with a pleasant smile, saying casually, "Admiral, I heard the military recently phased out a batch of old-style weapons." Before responding, Admiral Amirius glanced at Klein. "Oh. Is Earl Hall interested?" "Well, everyone here must understand the current situation better than I do. I want to stockpile some weapons and food, just in case." Young MP Mock toyed with his chips and chuckled. "Isn't Earl Hall overthinking? No matter how this war goes, it surely won't affect Backlund." Earl Hall replied, "In fact, this war began with Backlund being bombed. If it can happen once, it can happen again. I don't want to wake one day to find a group of Faceac soldiers rushing out of nowhere, while people like us can only become lambs waiting for slaughter. As for food, you gentlemen may not pay attention to this sort of news, so perhaps you don't feel it yet. But in my view, Backlund may face a food shortage in at most 2 weeks. Oh." Admiral Amirius fixed his gaze on Klein. "Deputy Director Conas, what is your view on this matter?" "Me." Klein froze for a moment before remembering the identity of the marionette he was controlling. MI9 was the royal family's hunting dog, something akin to Lone's equivalent of ANBU. Naturally, its intelligence capabilities were the best. He replied unhurriedly, "Apologies, I know nothing." On one hand, he truly knew nothing. Since the Great Smog incident, Conas had never again received orders from George III. On the other hand, this attitude perfectly matched the aloofness expected of Conas' identity. "Shall we continue?" Earl Hall laughed. "Of course." The dealer immediately stepped forward to shuffle the deck, preparing the next round. But at that moment, Klein suddenly heard a noisy murmur at his ear. Someone was praying to him. He stood up at once. "Pardon me, I need to visit the washroom." As soon as the marionette Conas entered the washroom, Klein withdrew his consciousness. His true body was currently in a restaurant not far from the club. After asking the server for the washroom's location, Klein walked in. Once he confirmed it was safe, he took 4 steps counterclockwise into the fog above the gray mist. The deep crimson orb representing Mr. Moon flickered continuously. "Huh? Why is Mr. Moon looking for me?" Klein felt curious. Could it be that the supplies he impulsively promised at the last tarot gathering had taken too long to arrive, and this was a reminder to pay his debts? As his spirituality spread outward, Emlyn's figure materialized in the depths of the grey mist. He bowed humbly and said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, may I trouble you to relay a message to Mr. World? Regarding the bizarro bane he wanted, I learned yesterday that us, sanguines, happen to have preserved the corpse of one. Does Mr. World still need it? The sanguines have a bizarro bane." Klein was overjoyed. But then he immediately recalled that the formula for bizarro sorcerer required not only the creature's main eye but also its blood. Did the sanguine specimen still retain any? I understand. He thought for a moment, then poured spirituality into Emlyn's crimson star, allowing the world persona of his marionette to manifest above the grey mist. You two can talk directly. After speaking, Klein switched to the world alt account. Mr. Moon, does the bizarro bane you clan possess still have its blood? Emlyn nodded. Yes. The person who stored it seemed to understand its value. He preserved the main eye, the blood, and the remaining corpse separately to better maintain its spirituality after death. Excellent. What do you require, Mr. Moon? Emlyn answered solemnly, supplies. He paused briefly before continuing. To my knowledge, Beyonder materials above sequence 4 are priceless and not sold on the market. In that case, the transaction cannot proceed. After consulting the elders, we estimate the main eye of a trick-performing evil spirit to be worth between 30,000 and 40,000 pounds. Therefore, my request is that Mr. World provide me with 30,000 pounds worth of supplies, or the primary material corresponding to a sanguine earl. Klein's heart instantly sank. He had saved up a fair bit recently, but 30,000 pounds was still an astronomical sum. And even gathering 30,000 pounds worth of supplies was no simple task in the current wartime Backlund. Emlyn added, I know such a quantity of supplies cannot be prepared in a short time. Mr. World may take the item first and slowly repay me afterwards. Klein was surprised. Is that all right? I haven't forgotten Mr. World's generous assistance during the previous tarot gathering. This. Klein felt a little ashamed. But I've only managed to acquire less than 1,000 pounds worth of goods so far. With the war in Backlund, supplies are becoming scarcer by the day. Emlyn said seriously, we'll do it step by step. This kind of matter cannot be rushed. I'll head back to handle things. I'll deliver the item to you shortly through Mr. Fool. Klein no longer refused. Thank you, Mr. Moon. You're welcome. Emlyn let out a quiet sigh of relief. Good. The task entrusted by the ancestor has been completed perfectly. But he still couldn't help feeling curious, why is the ancestor treating Mr. World so well? These materials are worth tens of thousands of pounds, isn't this basically giving them away for free? Even I, the sanguine's savior, don't get treatment like this. A few minutes later, Klein received the bizarro bane's main eye and blood, which Emlyn had offered as a sacrifice. After confirming their authenticity, he suppressed his excitement and murmured, now the only thing left is the spirit world plunderer. Just as he exited the grey mist and returned to the washroom, Klein saw a massive skeleton drill down from the ceiling, a letter clutched in its bony hand. Mr. Azek has returned. The skeletal messenger nodded and handed the letter over. Its contents were simple, Azek was safe and had returned to his Backlund residence. Klein could find him anytime if needed. Klein took out a fountain pen and wrote a short reply on the back of the letter, also asking Azek about the spirit world plunderer. Help me send this back to Mr. Azek. The skeletal messenger accepted the letter, collapsed with a thunderous crash, and vanished. Klein washed his hands and stepped out of the washroom while reconnecting his consciousness to Kona's. A strange amusement rose in him. I already had to enter the washroom every time I went above the grey mist, now I'm doing it twice as often. He pressed the flush handle, washed his hands again, and Klein calmly walked back to the poker table. The others hadn't waited, they had already started a new round. This time everyone had terrible luck, when the whole cards were revealed, not even a pair appeared. Yet the winner was still Earl Hall, with a single king. Klein said to the group, my apologies, gentlemen. I must take my leave. We'll continue next time. All right, see you then. He quickly left the club, circled around to rejoin his true body, and then made his way to Mr. Azek's residence. More than 10 minutes later. Just as Klein approached Azek's residence, he spotted the familiar figure from afar. He hurried forward. Mr. Azek, you've returned. Azek was smiling warmly as he listened to Priscilla recount her heroic deeds of the past few weeks, like an elderly grandfather doting on his grandchild. Hearing Klein's voice, he lifted his head. It seems you've made further progress in my absence. I advanced to sequence 5 not long ago. Klein never hid things from his former professor, who always treated him kindly. Hello. Priscilla waved enthusiastically at Klein. Azek said, As for the spirit world plunderer you asked about earlier, I am fairly familiar with it. It's a rare and cunning creature, very skilled at disguise, and not easy to find. You may pray to the red light, Moria. She is friendly to humans and willing to answer such questions. If you obtain information on it, I should be able to assist you. The moment he said this, another voice chimed in from the side, no need to ask some red light or blue light. I'm very familiar with spirit world plunderers, they're mostly active in the core region of Calderon City. Klein turned at the sound and was startled. You're Edward's messenger. I am. Phoenix nodded and landed atop Priscilla's head, then asked in puzzlement, do you know where Edward went? I can't seem to find him. You're not with Edward. Ever since Edward's disappearance, his messenger had been missing too, so everyone assumed the messenger was alongside him. No. Phoenix said, that day, a giant hand almost slapped me to death. Fortunately, Azek appeared in time. But I still fell into extreme weakness. Azek's presence feels comfortable to me, so I've been following him. And then, Its black pupils flickered. Strange. I clearly remember what happened afterwards, but whenever I try to speak about it, I instantly forget. Do you know what's going on, Mr. Azek? Azek replied calmly, there are matters she does not wish others to know. If that is the case, then we cannot tell others. Why? That is secrecy. Phoenix nodded solemnly, as if suddenly enlightened. All right then. Anyway, I've been with Azek all this time, visiting several isolated places. We only returned today. It then muttered to itself, I thought that as soon as I came out, I could finally eat that stone. I risked my life helping him protect his little daughter. Secrecy. Klein felt puzzled. At this moment, he still did not know the authorities the Evernight goddess wielded. Azek spoke. Since we now know where the spirit world plunderer is, let's depart. Klein froze. Actually, I'm not in that much of a hurry. This has nothing to do with you. It's because a series of events may occur at any moment, and I fear I won't have time to help you. Of course, if you feel you can handle it yourself, that is also fine. This. With a sequence 4 marionette, plus creeping hunger and the sea god scepter, Klein felt fairly confident he could handle a spirit world plunderer. But since an angel was offering help, there was no reason to refuse. All right. Then let's head out now. Priscilla immediately exclaimed in excitement, I want to go too. Azek did not object. He looked at Phoenix. We'll trouble you to guide us. Let's go. With a flap of its wings, Phoenix tore open a rift and flew into the spirit world. Azek grabbed Klein and Priscilla and followed closely behind. Man, child, and bird traversed swiftly through the spirit world, heading straight toward the deepest region, Calderon City. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 663, Audrey's Big Deal. Earl Hall had barely returned home when his daughter arrived with his granddaughter in tow. Father, how did it go? The Earl couldn't help feeling puzzled. Whose mouth is this fast? I just stepped inside and haven't even warmed my seat, and Audrey already knows I'm back. Susie, I swear on my honor, it wasn't me. The matter of weapons is easy to resolve. But food, that's much more troublesome. Earl Hall frowned, his voice deepening. You may not have realized it yet, but even Backlund may soon face a food crisis. Trying to acquire grain at a time like this will be very difficult. Audrey froze. It's already that serious. This is war, touch one strand, and everything shifts. His Majesty clearly intends to settle old and new scores with Faceac this time. Even the troops stationed in the overseas colonies are being recalled. At present, the entire nation is pouring all its strength into preparations for a full-scale war. Most food supplies must be prioritized for the frontline soldiers. Naturally, grain merchants are hoarding stock and inflating prices. He continued, if the war doesn't end soon, it will even affect this summer's wheat harvest. When that happens, things will become even more dire. How did it become like this? Earl Hall's voice sank. Audrey, you suddenly asked me to help you acquire these supplies. What exactly are you planning to do? I have an important use for them. She didn't dare reveal the truth. After all, part of the enemy's Mr. Moon plan to overthrow in the southern continent were precisely Lone's colonists and military forces. If you find it inconvenient to say, then I won't ask. Earl Hall nodded. But the current situation truly doesn't allow for optimism. Audrey bit her lip. Father, I remember our family has always kept a considerable stock of grain, hasn't it? If the day truly comes, will you? Earl Hall lowered his gaze. As I said just now, none of us know how long this war will last or what its final outcome will be. We must reserve plenty of food to face whatever comes. I know you're very kind, Audrey, especially after meeting Edward. You've seen many things even I have never seen, and that has only encouraged your kindness further. But reality is often cruel. I must consider our future. What I'm about to say may sound selfish, but compared to the pitiful people you care about, I value the survival and future of our family more. Only when those are not threatened can I show generosity and compassion. So, I'm sorry. Earl Hall's words left Audrey silent. She was never naive, she understood perfectly what her father meant. She also knew that mere persuasion would never change his mind. Father, I understand. Earl Hall smiled. Good. That's enough. Audrey took a deep breath, her expression suddenly solemn. In that case, I want to discuss a business deal with you. The Earl's smile froze. A business deal? With me? Audrey nodded seriously. Father must be very curious about why I've asked you these past few days to help me acquire weapons and food, right? Perhaps you think I simply want to help some poor, suffering people out of kindness. But have you ever considered, if that were the case, why would I need weapons? Earl Hall frowned. Indeed, that had puzzled him. To be honest, Edward and I have been busy with something major during this time. As she spoke, Audrey rapidly organized her thoughts. We have supported a separatist faction in the southern continent. We let them fight on our behalf. We let them help us seize vast amounts of land and wealth from the eastern Biome region all the way up to Lone's colonial territories. Earl Hall was utterly stunned. Lilith was stunned as well. Who am I? Where am I? What in the world are you saying? But right now, the problem we face is that land and wealth, no matter how plentiful, cannot immediately be turned into food and weapons. That would hinder our continued expansion. That is why I asked Father to purchase supplies, to sustain my army so they can hold even more territory and population, faster and farther. Audrey's lips curved upward into a confident smile. The business proposal I want to discuss is this: no matter how much material Father helps me obtain, I can repay you at double, no, 5 times the amount in the future. Earl Hall remained silent for a long moment before asking, then, where did you obtain the supplies to support this military faction in the first place? The Rorstad Archipelago. Audrey delivered her prepared explanation calmly. Perhaps you've heard that among the more than 1 million natives of the Rorstad Archipelago, about half believe in a deity called the Sea God. Around 2 months ago, Edward became a blessed of the Sea God, second only to him in authority, able to issue divine commands to the believers. In other words, Edward now has hundreds of thousands of devout followers in the Rorstad Islands. These faithful believers would give him everything, including their lives. Earl Hall felt numb. Reason told him that everything his daughter said was utter nonsense, but his intuition told him it might all be true. Is this the scale on which Beyonders operate? For generations, the Hall family had climbed its way up to its current position, one of Lone's great bankers, among the richest in the kingdom. And now his daughter and son-in-law had quietly expanded into overseas territories and the southern continent. Wait. That can't be right, can it? He still couldn't fully believe it. After all, despite all her claims, Audrey hadn't shown a single piece of concrete evidence. At the same time, Audrey was panicking internally. Oh no. Father only recently advanced to sequence 9, he's still half a normal person. Why is his willpower this strong? How did he single out the flaws even when I am trying to lead him subtly with cues? Just as Earl Hall was about to speak, Alfred strode in angrily, waving a sheet of paper. Idiot. Useless morons. Incompetent fools. Earl Hall's attention immediately shifted to his second son. What's wrong? I just received a telegram from the southern continent. Most of the kingdom's colonial territories there were seized by a newly rising faction. After taking the colonies, this faction immediately clashed with the forces of West Balam, and both sides are locked in a stalemate. Earl Hall froze and stared at his daughter in bewilderment. Audrey was just as surprised. Mr. Moon is, actually this amazing. Ah. Thank you, Alfred, for the perfect assist. Audrey straightened her back, adopting an expression of serene calm as she met her father's eyes. The sight of the father-daughter pair made Alfred halt in confusion. Father, Audrey, what's going on? Audrey answered, I'm discussing a business deal with Father. A very large business deal. Alfred. If Hibbert had said such a thing, he wouldn't have been surprised in the slightest. But Audrey. Business. You should stick to romance, little sister. Earl Hall's expression grew complicated. After thinking for about a full minute, he spoke again for confirmation. Audrey, is everything you said true? Audrey nodded earnestly. Of course. I'm sorry, Father. Even though everything about the southern continent is fabricated, once I return to Hogwarts with Edward, I'll definitely find a way to earn double, no, quintuple, the supplies in that world and pay you back. Food prices over there are far cheaper. At the side, Alfred asked again, Father, what exactly are you two talking about? Audrey just told me. Earl Hall lit a cigar, took a slow puff, then briefly repeated Audrey's story. Afterwards, he looked at his shocked second son and asked calmly, "Alfred, do you think I should make this deal with Audrey?" Alfred was silent for a moment. Then he looked at his sister and said, "Why not?" Emperor Roselle once said, "When profits reach 50%, someone will risk their life, at 100%, they will trample all human laws, and at 300%, they will not fear the gallows. And this is fivefold profit." Earl Hall exhaled a stream of smoke and looked meaningfully at Audrey. "Very well. Then the future of the Hall family will rest in your hands, my dear." "Ah. I don't think it's." Audrey instinctively began to refute but immediately corrected herself. "All right." After watching his daughter leave with her granddaughter and golden retriever Susie, Earl Hall crushed his barely smoked cigar into the ashtray. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he fell into deep thought. Alfred asked, "Father, do you really believe?" "I don't know." Earl Hall sighed. "But the fact that Audrey went so far as to say all this means she's already made up her mind. And ever since she was young, whenever she wanted to do something, she would find a way to accomplish it. So, let it be, for now." Then he asked, "By the way, why did you suddenly come home?" Alfred's expression turned solemn. "Father, we just received intelligence. Potter has also declared war on Loan." Back in her room, Audrey collapsed onto the sofa as though all strength had left her. Her cheeks flushed red as she thumped her chest repeatedly. "You have no idea, I was terrified just now." Susie sat in front of her, head tilted in confusion. "But you're clearly quite pleased right now." Audrey bolted upright, her face growing even redder. No, I'm not." Lilith leaned against the wall, giving Audrey a long, amused look. "Audrey, since when did you start lying without even drafting your lies first?" Miss Lilith was completely stunned earlier. I was just telling a harmless lie." Audrey sighed. "Actually, I'm very lost right now. At first, I only wanted to help Mr. Moon. But Father said that Backlund, and even all of Loan, may soon face severe material shortages. And suddenly, I don't know what I should do. Should I help Mr. Moon? Or the pitiful people of Backlund? No matter what, I am a lone citizen. Shouldn't I think of Loan's people first? Note, 1241 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 664, Lilith and Ouroboros. Lilith patted the back of her hand, comforting her. "Audrey, the fact that you have this intention is already very good. After all, what you have done and what you want to do actually run contrary to the class you belong to. You must remember, changing the world isn't something that can be achieved by the efforts of just one or two people. Even if your father was among the wealthiest men in Loan, even if he handed over all the money of the Hall family, he might not even be able to support a single borough of Backlund for very long." Audrey sounded troubled. "Then what should I do?" At this moment, Susie spoke up. "Audrey, do you still remember the question you once asked me? About the Dog King?" "Oh, I remember." At that time, after learning the true face and conspiracy of George III, Audrey had casually asked Susie what one should do if such a kingdom of dogs existed. She continued, "I think the very first step has to be toppling the rule of the Dog King. And after that?" Lilith secretly gave Susie a thumbs up, then said, "And then, reform. If the underlying logic of this world doesn't change, nothing you do will matter." Audrey nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly asked in puzzlement, "Lilith, how come you suddenly understand so much? Why wouldn't Miss Lilith understand this much?" Lilith planted her hands on her hips with a hum. "Have you forgotten that I am the smartest cat? No, the smartest person in the world." Yes. "Miss Lilith is the smartest." "Humph." Lilith hummed proudly twice, then pulled out several thick books, and handed them over. "All right, I actually learned these from books. If you're interested, Audrey, you can read them too." Audrey opened a few books, glanced at them, and asked, "These are all written in English. Did Edward give them to you?" "That's right. Edward's world became prosperous and harmonious because it was guided by these works." "That's right." Lilith pointed at the third book with an old, worn-out cover, her eyes shining. "Especially the last one." Audrey hugged the 3 books to her chest and said earnestly, "All right, then I'll study these carefully." Susie asked, "Can I read them with you?" "Of course." Lilith narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Susie, you are the dignified dog of imagination. And Audrey, she's merely your experimental maid." Night deepened. Lilith passed through layer upon layer of mirror worlds, arriving at the edge of the battlefield of gods in the sea of ruins. Barefoot, she walked across the ocean's surface as though it were solid ground. Her figure gradually grew larger, slowly restoring the appearance of an adult. Then she swung her arm sharply toward the front, the ocean instantly parted, opening a road that led directly to the projection of the Giant King's court, straight into the forsaken land of the gods. She snapped her fingers with a crisp pop, and a mirror appeared out of thin air. Lilith stepped into the mirror, and both she and the mirror shot toward the distant projection of the Giant King's court. After a shifting interplay of illusion and reality, the mirror shattered with a bang, scattering into countless falling starlight. Taking advantage of the moment, Lilith leapt from the projection of the Giant King's court, passed through the mirrored world, and landed before the Real Gate of the Giant King's court. It was a great door dominated by grayish-blue hues, covered in symmetrical symbols, sigils, and patterns. On the left side of the door's seam was a pitch-black opening. This was the furthest point most beings could ever reach. To proceed any further, one either had to sneak in as Amon once did, by deceiving the true creator, or be personally allowed entry by the true creator. Lilith placed her fair palm against the gray-blue gate. A moment later, she murmured, "Still sealed, has the true creator truly gone mad?" She pondered for a moment, then tapped her delicate finger lightly on the door. Ripples spread across it as though she had touched water. A few seconds later, the door transformed into a silver mirror. Lilith stepped forward and entered the mirror. After another bout of transit, she emerged again from the mirror surface. TCH. As expected, going through the mirror world still can't get me inside. She folded her arms across her chest and pinched her chin in thought. After thinking for a while, she suddenly raised her hand and began hammering on the door, bang, bang. "Open up. Open up. Ouroboros, did you hear me? Come and help me open the door. The lingering hero spirit of the river, the grace of the true creator, the eyes that look at fate, Ouroboros, can you hear me? Hey. If you don't come help me, I'm going to force my way in. Ouroboros." After calling for quite a while, Lilith grew a little disappointed. Is he unable to hear me, or was he hurt too badly when the true creator went mad to respond at all? Just as she muttered to herself, Lilith's ears twitched slightly. She turned around, only to see a man standing a few meters away. He had delicate, handsome features, a gentle expression laced faintly with aloofness, a slender and tall figure, and long silver hair cascading down to his shoulder blades. He wore a plain, simple linen robe and stood motionless and silent. Truly worthy of being a snake through and through, you even walk without making a sound. Ouroboros looked at her with slight confusion. What? That's not important. Lilith waved her hand dismissively and stepped forward quickly. I heard that the true creator went mad, that even you were injured. Are you all right? What exactly happened? Didn't the true creator fuse completely with Adam? How could he go mad again? Did Adam pull another trick? Perhaps she had fired off too many questions at once. Ouroboros opened his mouth, but after a long pause, he managed to utter only one sentence. I am fine. Lilith widened her eyes, staring at him expectantly, waiting for him to continue answering the rest. But all that followed was silence. She held her forehead helplessly. All right, take me inside. I'll just ask Steph. Ouroboros gave a slight nod. The layered wings of radiant light behind him gently moved. He stepped forward and pushed open a narrow gap in the gray-blue gate. After glancing back at Lilith, he walked in. Lilith followed immediately. Passing through the gate, she arrived at a beach illuminated by dusky twilight. Deep blue waves surged from afar, breaking layer upon layer against a shoreline filled with black gravel and stones, yet they made no sound. In the distance stood a mountain bathed in dim yellow light, upon which rose countless palaces, high towers, and tiered, majestic walls. Lilith sighed. It's been such a long, long time since Miss Lilith last came here. Big Snake, do you think I should just go straight to find the true creator? Ouroboros frowned, thinking. Never mind. Forget I asked. Afternoon Town. As a town abandoned for thousands of years where humans and giants once lived together, this place had originally been overrun by all sorts of aberrant monsters. Under normal circumstances, anyone wishing to settle here would have needed to clear it out first. However, when Bernadette and Edward last came here, they had already exterminated all the monsters occupying the town. Therefore, over the past few days, the City of Silver's exploration team had mostly been repairing the houses that were less damaged, forming a small area suitable for habitation. Steph sat quietly in a room prepared specifically for him. He sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes tightly closed, completely still. He had remained in that position for 3 or 4 days. Meanwhile, in another nearby building, after Colin Iliad announced that they would continue forward in the afternoon, Derek couldn't help asking. Chief, why do we still need to continue forward? Colin replied in a calm voice, we finally reached this place. We're only one last step away from the Giant King's court, the final exit. If we stop here, everything we've worked for would be wasted. But that lord said the true creator has already gone mad. If we keep going, isn't it the same as committing suicide? Don't worry. I'm not a fool, and I definitely don't want to die. I just intend to go forward as far as I safely can. I can't simply retreat when hope is right in front of me. Derek. Colin looked at him with a seriousness that was almost solemn. Whether I return or not, the future of the City of Silver will be in your hands. Derek panicked immediately. I'm not capable of that. Just because you aren't now doesn't mean you won't be in the future. A faint smile appeared on his usually stern and solemn face. You've done very well. Derek froze, suddenly understanding something. Chief must have known all along that I had abandoned the Creator and chosen to believe in another deity. Tap. 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 While Derek was lost in his thoughts, footsteps suddenly approached, accompanied by an unfamiliar voice. This afternoon town doesn't look very different from when I last came. Oh, I suddenly remembered, it actually hasn't been that long since I came here last time. That's true. Swish. In an instant, everyone inside the room drew their weapons and prepared for battle. With just one order from the chief, they would strike. Colin shook his head, signaling everyone to stay calm. Then he walked toward the door and pushed open the decayed stone slab. A man and a woman stepped inside. The girl was curiously looking around, while the man's expression was indifferent. Those hiding in the surrounding buildings were all stunned. They could clearly tell that the pair were not from the City of Silver. So where had they come from? Were they even humans? Or illusions created by monsters? I'm here to see Steph. Lilith instantly spotted Derek, City of Silver's little son, standing among the crowd, but did not greet him. She looked around and called out. Lil Steph. Lil Steph. I'm here to see you. The people of the City of Silver exchanged bewildered looks, trying to figure out whom she was referring to. So far, Derek had only revealed Steph's identity to Chief Colin and Elder Lovia. Derek, too, grew curious. Are these two also from the Giant King's court, like Lord Steph? If so, could they tell us about the situation there? Could I persuade the chief not to keep going forward? Lord Steph is over there. He couldn't worry about anything else and quickly pointed toward Steph's room, only to realize that Steph was already standing at the doorway, staring directly at the two newcomers. A few seconds later, he bowed first toward Ouroboros. Angel of Fate. Lilith stepped forward with a grin. Why did you turn into a child as well? You don't seem like someone who enjoys pretending to be young. After a moment of silence, Steph concealed the emotions in his eyes and spoke in his usual calm, even tone. After ascending to Sequence 3, Trinity Templar, whether child, youth, or elder, all are myself. They are merely different forms without real distinction. Stubborn. Lilith shook her head. You're clearly injured and can only maintain your child form. She then glanced at Colin and the others. Everyone, relax. We're just here to ask Lil Steph a few questions. No need to mind us. Colin let his gaze linger on the pair for a moment. All right. Feel free. He turned and returned inside. Lovia, her expression grim, whispered, those two are very dangerous. Colin grunted softly in acknowledgement and sat down without elaborating. After so many years, the City of Silver hasn't seen a single outsider, yet now we meet several in quick succession. Does this mean our departure from this place is truly near? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 665, Chapter 665, The True Creator Vanished. On the other side, Lilith, Ouroboros, and Steph walked together toward the outskirts of the City of Silver's camp. Lilith got straight to the point. What exactly happened to the true creator? Sure, he was always a little crazy, but not to the extent of attacking you, and even this dumb snake Ouroboros. She glanced at Ouroboros, who was staring blankly into the distance. I asked him earlier, but he couldn't explain anything. Steph spoke slowly. The Lord is now completely beyond communication. But Ed, I communicated with him not long ago. At that time, he was relatively stable, even to the point where it felt like he had shed his old madness. I do not know. He continued, but before the Lord went mad, a violent and terrifying fluctuation erupted from the Giant King's court. It may have been related to that. When I rushed over, the Lord had already turned into what he is now. And then. Steph shook his head. That is all I know. Lilith pressed a hand to her forehead, exasperated. Ah, no wonder the true creator is in such a pathetic state now. With a group of hidden dragons and crouching phoenixes like you assisting him, it's truly his blessing. Enough, enough. I'll go to the Giant King's court and see for myself. Snake, you coming? Ouroboros silently stepped forward. Lilith set out immediately, but after a few steps she saw Steph following. She asked, why are you coming along? He gazed quietly at Lilith. I want to know what exactly happened to the Lord. Lilith casually patted his shoulder. Wait for me to come back and tell you. Facing a mad god, I'm not confident I can keep you safe. I don't need. Before he could finish, Lilith and Ouroboros shattered into fragments of mirror and vanished. Steph instantly tried to follow, only to realize that his body couldn't move at all. He clenched his teeth, attempting to mobilize his spirituality to forcibly break the restraint, but blood suddenly spurted from his nose and mouth, and his entire body weakened dramatically. Escaping alive from his frenzied lord had already been fortunate enough. His current condition was unquestionably dire. He silently looked toward the distant silhouette of the Giant King's court, and in the end, gave up resisting. By now, Lilith and Ouroboros had already reached the entrance of the Giant King's court. Looking up, they saw enormous gray-white stone steps, surrounded in every direction by towering walls. In the center of the walls was a pair of dozens of meters-tall double doors in grayish-blue, studded with rows of golden nails. On each side of the doors lay a massive, 5 to 6 meter tall guardian, exuding overwhelming pressure. They wore exquisite and sturdy silver full armor, sequenced 3 silver knights. But at this moment, they were unmistakably dead. Lilith strode quickly to the gray-blue gate. She pressed a hand onto the door. Amid heavy cracking sounds, the gold-nailed gate slowly opened, revealing the scene inside. Behind the doors stretched a gray-white staircase veiled in orange-red light, layer after countless layer, leading upward toward the highest and most magnificent residence of the Giant King. Nothing obstructed the path. On both sides were countless palaces and towering spires. At one glance, the ground was littered with broken limbs and fragments, extending all the way into the depths. Those soldiers meant to protect the true creator had already been slaughtered entirely. Lilith kicked a piece of debris. Looks like he really has gone mad. The two continued forward through the immense palace complex, passing piles of corpses, either puppets or the true creator's believers. All of them were dead, everywhere. Until, when they reached deep enough inside, the shadows beneath their feet suddenly came alive. They extended upward rapidly, wrapping around the two of them. Neither panicked, they simply allowed the shadows to act. A few seconds later, they found themselves standing inside a gloomy, dim, chill-filled palace. At the deepest part, a faint layer of shadow stood, shaped like a man with shoulder-length, slightly wavy black hair. His eyes were concealed in darkness. Behind him fell layer upon layer of illusory black wings, covering most of his body. The dark angel, Sasra. The next moment, Sasra opened his eyes, pure black, filled with endless madness and despair. With their opening, boundless corruptive power surged toward the pair. Lilith immediately yanked Ouroboros behind more than a dozen overlapping mirrors to block the erosion of the corrupting force. Crash. The stacked mirrors did not even last a full second. With a single glance from Sasra, they shattered. He slowly raised his left hand. A deep black scepter condensed into existence. His voice was frenzied yet eerily calm, saturated with the stench of corruption. Die. In an instant, both Ouroboros and Lilith felt their bodies, minds, and spirits sink violently, as if they were plummeting toward death at terrifying speed. Their consciousnesses blurred rapidly, their vitality evaporated, and their flesh withered inch by inch. But then, a phantom, scale-less great serpent whose head bit its own tail appeared, its presence carrying a sensation akin to time reversing, and their withered bodies were restored. Lilith abruptly thrust her hand against Ouroboros's back, shoving him into a mirror. Give me a blessing of good luck. Ouroboros pressed his hands together as the radiant wings behind him lit up once more. Lilith raised her hand, and tiny lights flickered throughout the palace. From every direction, silver mirrors manifested, transforming the palace into a world made entirely of mirrors. Sasra's layered black wings stirred, and the countless mirrors shattered one after another. Lilith suddenly stepped out from a piece of broken mirror. Her small, fair hand lightly tapped Sasra's chest with a crisp ding, and Sasra's body plummeted downward as though falling into a bottomless pit. Lilith leapt in after him, her arms sweeping outward. Black tendrils grew from the bottomless pit, winding toward Sasra. Although he tore them apart with ease, the growth speed was so fast that they still managed to hinder him briefly. SHHK. At last, Sasra's defenses were pierced. A shallow cut appeared on his arm, and a few tiny drops of ink-black blood seeped out. Lilith collected the blood, rubbed it lightly between her fingers, and a flash of realization appeared in her eyes. So that's how it is. Roar. Sasra let out a furious bellow. All the tendrils binding him were instantly reduced to dust, and he shot upward from the bottomless pit, at extreme speed, carrying terrifying power directly toward Lilith. Wah, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Lilith immediately turned and ran. After several jumps through the mirrors, she reached out and grabbed the mirror in which Ouroboros resided, then leapt into another mirror, vanishing entirely. Seconds later, a sharp explosion rocked the entire palace. Every silver mirror shattered into dust. The Sasra who had fallen into the depths returned to the palace, only to discover that the two targets were already gone. Within his pure black eyes, white platinum flames suddenly ignited, the sign of his rage reaching its limit. Yet all he could do was roar endlessly in madness, destroying everything in sight. Outside the Giant King's court, Lilith and Ouroboros emerged from a mirror. The ground shook violently around them. The Lord is not inside the giant king's court. Ouroboros, unusually, spoke first. Sasra, what happened to him? Of course he knew Sasra had long been dead, leaving behind only a mindless evil spirit. But the evil spirit's display earlier clearly exceeded what it should have been capable of. Lilith shook her head. That's not Sasra. In a sense, that is the true creator. Ouroboros looked confused. I think I finally understand why the true creator went mad. Lilith patiently explained, you know this, the true creator's persona formed from the fallen and dark emotions of the ancient sun god after his death, fused with fragments of human nature. But the one we just saw, let's temporarily call him Sasra, was an awareness born from the previous evil spirit, fused with the true creator's pure madness and negative emotions. As for Adam and the rest of the true creator's components, they're not in the giant king's court. They may not even be in the forsaken land of the gods anymore. Ouroboros stiffened. The Lord left the forsaken land. Originally, the true creator had been sealed in the forsaken land by the seven gods. Leaving wasn't something he could simply choose to do. Lilith ruffled her hair irritably. Just when Edward's awakening is getting close, why does something like this suddenly happen? Could this be some scheme Adam prepared specifically targeting Edward? Ugh, my head hurts. At that moment, Ouroboros took a step toward the giant king's court again. Lilith quickly asked, hey. Where are you going? To wait. He walked to the door, sat on the steps, and stared into the distance in a daze once more. To wait for the Lord's return. The commotion in the giant king's court was naturally seen by the people in Afternoon Town. Even from afar, they could feel that faint, terrifying aura. The people of the City of Silver looked at one another. Were they really supposed to continue forward and explore the giant king's court? They said the unknown was the most frightening, yet knowingly walking towards certain death was equally terrifying. After a long while, Lilith returned to Afternoon Town and released Steph from his restraint. One good news, one bad news. Which one do you want first? Steph, the good news. The good news is, the mad one inside the giant king's court isn't technically your lord. It's just an emotional fragment he left behind when he departed. The Lord left. Steph's pupils trembled visibly. And the bad news? The bad news is, your lord might be a bit uncontrollable right now. His departure may not have been his own will. He paused for a few seconds, then asked, is it related to the Lord's two completely opposite personalities? Lilith gave a thumbs up. Smart. Then the Lord. No idea. Don't know. Don't ask me, I'm confused too. After that triple denial, she turned her gaze toward the people of the City of Silver, landing finally on Derek the Little Sun. Suddenly, she smiled brightly. Little Sunday. Derek froze. It wasn't until the chief looked at him that he realized she was calling him. He had never known that most members of the Tarot Club privately referred to him by this nickname. Lilith changed her form of address. Mr. Sunday. This time Derek reacted instantly. His eyes widened, and guilt swept across his face. He quickly glanced nervously at the chief and the others, stammering. Why you're. Lilith's eyes shifted slyly, and she smiled sweetly. I am, strength. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 666, about to begin. Oh, Lady Strength. Derek finally understood. In his knowledge, there were only two members of the Tarot Club capable of coming to the Forsaken Land of the Gods, Lady Strength and Mr. Tower. And since Mr. Tower had been out of contact, the only possibility left was Strength. Why did you come? He wanted to say something, but with his City of Silver companions beside him, he didn't dare reveal anything. Yet leaving Lady Strength hanging felt far too impolite. Torn between fear and manners, he ended up flustered and incoherent. At this moment, Chief Collins stepped forward and asked. Your Excellency, may I ask, were you two at the Giant King's court just now? That's right. Lilith nodded. You're planning to go there as well? Yes. We are from the City of Silver. After being abandoned by the creator we once believed in, we have survived in darkness and despair for thousands of years. With Lord Steph's help, we finally reached Afternoon Town. Now that we have seen the Giant King's court, we want to go there to search for a way to leave this hopeless land. As he spoke, the people of City of Silver all revealed heavy expressions. Lilith's own expression became serious. Don't rush. And don't go forward anymore. It shouldn't be long before Mr. Fool comes to take you out of here. Whoosh. The people of the City of Silver, hearing this for the very first time, burst into murmurs. They couldn't suppress the shock on their faces, instantly curious about who this Mr. Fool was. Mr. Fool. Colin looked at Derek, who had lowered his head. Is this the great being Derek believes in? Yes. He already knows about the City of Silver's situation. Once his strength recovers a bit more, he will be able to take you away. Lilith repeated, so don't go any farther. The Giant King's court right now is dangerous even for a Sequence 1 Archangel. Colin's grayish-white eyes trembled. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. I understand. He placed his right hand over his chest and bowed slightly. On behalf of all of the City of Silver, I thank the great Mr. Fool. We are willing to offer him our most devout and sincere faith. The people of the City of Silver immediately followed suit, bowing as well. All right, I'll pass it on for you. Colin hesitated for a few seconds, then turned to Lovia. Lovia, take them away first. He paused. Derek stays. Yes, Chief. Lovia did not question him at all. She led the excited, ecstatic, yet anxious group away quickly. Once only a few remained, Colin lowered his gaze. His voice became low and pained. Your Excellency, may I ask, the Lord we once believed in, has he already fallen? Steph, who had been keeping his head down, looked over. Lilith gave a small, gentle smile. He did fall. But he revived. Colin's entire body trembled. Lilith might hate Adam enough to want him dead, but that didn't stop her from deeply admiring the former ancient sun god. If possible, she would have preferred that after Adam fused with the true creator, the resulting consciousness would be that of the restored, rational true creator. She had always believed that possibility existed. After all, when the two fused, Adam had only been Sequence 1. This would have been the perfect opportunity to eliminate a terrifying enemy without even needing to fight, something she found delightful. But judging by the current situation, things had not gone as she hoped. Adam not only had not been assimilated by the higher-ranked true creator, but had likely tricked him and taken control. Thinking of this, she spoke, partly to comfort Colin, partly to comfort herself. Don't worry. It'll be fine. Everything will turn out fine. Above the gray fog, Klein sat quietly at the bronze table, sorting the real spirit body extracted from today's slain spirit world plunderer, along with the associated dust. He placed them into a box and casually tossed it onto the miscellaneous pile, then covered it with the gray fog. With Mr. Azek, a true angel, helping him, and Edward's messenger leading the way, hunting spirit world plunderers had become extremely easy and smooth. So easy, in fact, that Klein handled most of the combat himself through manipulation of his marionettes, finishing the kills largely on his own. Mr. Azek mostly prevented his prey from escaping. After the hunt, they had gone to a nearby restaurant near Mr. Azek's residence to share a meal, exchanging their recent experiences. Once they were full, Klein hesitated for a long time before finally telling Mr. Azek about his intention to hunt a demigod-level powerhouse for the sake of revenge. Azek glanced at Priscilla and said coolly, Klein, you may have forgotten, I also have a grudge against Insangwil. Only then did Klein remember. Back then, in order to lure Edward away, Insangwil had first arranged for Priscilla to nearly be crushed to death by a meteor, and then indirectly caused her to be killed by the numinous episcopate. No, not nearly. If Mr. Azek hadn't used a special method to save Priscilla, she would have died. When Klein considered it carefully, he realized Mr. Azek seemed to have even more reason than he did to seek revenge against Insangwil. You're certain Insangwil has already lost that sealed artifact? Klein nodded. Yes. Good. Then I'll join when the time comes. Hey. At that moment, Medici's figure appeared. He sat cross-legged on an empty chair, arms folded, and huffed, Are you two treating me like air? Discussing killing my partner right in front of my face. Klein fell silent. Crap, I actually forgot. Priscilla immediately said seriously, Medici. You've already turned over a new leaf. You can't keep working with bad people to do bad things. I'm pulling you back from the road of no return. I don't need to turn over a new leaf. You do. Don't. You do. Medici. I really must be crazy, stooping to argue with this idiot girl. Mr. Azek asked calmly, Lord Medici, are you truly planning to cooperate with Insangwil? Yeah, I agreed. What about it? Medici couldn't help clicking his tongue. Obviously it was Lilith who pushed him into this mess, so why was he the one getting blamed now? And you really intend to help him hunt down a saint of the Church of the Evernight Goddess? Medici said coolly, Heh. Since all of you already decided to use this opportunity to eliminate Insangwil, does it matter whether I intend to or not? But I'll say this ahead of time, I might not go easy on you when the time comes. He let out a cold laugh. Be careful you don't die in my hands. Medici. Priscilla yelled. Ha 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 ha. 1 week later. The situation on the northern continent changed drastically. After Phaenopotter officially declared war on Lone, the war that had been in a stalemate finally collapsed out of balance. Lone and its allied nations, Lenberg, Mason, and Seeger, lost vast territories, leaving only a few final defensive lines, barely holding on and already on the verge of breaking. Just as Earl Hall predicted, Backlund was soon affected. Prices soared, people starved, and corpses appeared daily. Even former members of the middle class quickly lost most of their wealth due to wartime disruptions. Even a plain white bread roll became a luxury. At this week's tarot gathering, aside from the usual trades, the main topic discussed was the war sweeping across the northern continent. A heavy gloom hung over everyone's hearts. Even the usually lively Miss Justice lost her energy. During the meeting, Audrey sincerely apologized to Moon Emlyn, saying the supplies she had promised last week might not be fulfilled for now, but she could provide some outdated firearms. Emlyn naturally understood. In the past week, the southern continent's rebellion had surged dramatically. They had captured nearly all the colonies belonging to Lone, Intis, and the others, driving them entirely out of the southern continent. The rebels had since begun regrouping, preparing to face the armies of West Balam, but before that, high-sequence Beyonders would certainly clash first. Only after that battle ended would it be the soldiers' turn to slaughter each other. The hanged man, Alger, added that the Rorsted Islands natives had also rapidly united, toppling several colonial rules in succession. The Church of the Lord of Storm's Sea King was dispatched afterwards but was repelled, greatly boosting the rebels' morale. They fought harder, reclaiming lost land after lost land. Backlund, early morning. At dawn, Audrey was at the Eastborough Charity Hall, overseeing the distribution of bread and broth. Following Mr. Hangman's suggestion, the bread distributed today was of relatively low quality, an intentional way to filter for those truly in need. Seeing the masses of people before her, expressionless, hopeless, hollow, Audrey deeply realized the truth of her father's words. Too many people needed help. A single Hall family could never achieve anything meaningful alone. Unless all the wealthy and landowners of Backlund released their hoarded supplies. But that was impossible. In fact, not only would that group refuse to help, they would seize the chance to hoard even more and raise prices outrageously, bleeding the lower class dry. As for how many would die because of it, what did that have to do with them? Would it affect their balls? Their fine cuisine? Their status? To them, the cheapest thing in this world was human life. Who? Audrey exhaled softly. In her mind surfaced the books she had been reading lately. Indeed, to truly solve the problem, one had to destroy the original order and rebuild it entirely. And how could one destroy and rebuild? Reforms alone were not enough. Only a revolution could do it. Yet, at that thought, Audrey felt lost. Though she understood the theory, she had no idea how to carry it out. Her world was different from Edward's. The world Edward came from had magic, but its practitioners had long chosen reclusion, not participating in ordinary political struggles for centuries. But in her world, even though most ordinary people didn't know Beyonders existed, Beyonders were tightly intertwined with society and the state. In this ongoing war, Beyonders could be seen everywhere. Most Beyonders were defenders of power or churches. Launching a bottom-up revolution here was incredibly difficult. Just then, Audrey suddenly spotted a familiar figure, Mr. World, Klein. He looked heavy-hearted, lost in thought. He saw her as well and gave a small nod before quickly stepping back into the crowd and disappearing. "What are you looking at, Audrey?" Lilith tugged on her sleeve. "Oh, I just saw Mr. World." Klein, huh? Lilith thought for a moment. At the last tarot meeting, didn't Priscilla mention the plan to hunt in Sangwil was scheduled for this week? Yes, but there's still no exact time. I don't know whether in Sangwil is being too cautious or if something else is going on. At that moment, a commotion rippled through the crowd. Many people turned to look behind them. A squad of MI9 soldiers was putting up a large poster on a wall nearby. Even from a distance, one could clearly read the bold characters at the top. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. His Majesty the Emperor will deliver a speech at Memorial Plaza. Note, 1510 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 667, Chapter 667, Lilith and Mr. Door. When MI9 posted the announcement, Klein took the chance to glance at it. The several hundred words, written with grandiose rhetoric, essentially boiled down to one thing. George III would deliver a speech addressing the current state of the war, calling on everyone to unite as one, stand firm against the invaders, and protect their homeland. At that time, His Majesty would personally appear at the front lines to oversee and command the operations. He hoped that everyone would stand with King George III to defend Lone together. Klein frowned. Could George III's speech be related to his advancement ritual for the Black Emperor pathway? Is he preparing to advance to Sequence 0? Although he had long expected this possibility, he hadn't imagined it would come so soon that he himself was still just a minor Sequence 5, without even the slightest qualification to take part. Heh. Klein let out a self-deprecating laugh. Even if I climbed to Sequence 4, what difference would it make? I'd still be just as powerless. Better focus on the problems in front of me. He left the charity hall, took the subway, then switched to a carriage and arrived before a delicate townhouse in the North Borough. This was the house Daly and the captain had moved into after the war broke out. However, Klein did not enter immediately. Instead, he waited outside the garden gate. A few minutes later, Leonard appeared dressed in a worker's uniform, a worn cap pulled low over his head. The moment he spotted Klein, his expression instantly became complicated, as if unsure what he should say. Even though the Tarot Club had already revealed Klein's true identity, this was still their first genuine face-to-face meeting since the Tingen incident. After the two stared at each other for a long moment, Klein finally asked, "Why meet me out here? Why not wait inside?" Leonard fell silent for a moment. I still haven't gone to see the captain." "What's wrong, are you shy?" "All right, enough hesitation. We've got serious matters to handle." Klein strode inside first. Leonard drew a deep breath and hurried after him. By evening, Audrey dragged her exhausted body back home. She had been busy the whole day and hadn't eaten a single proper meal. Fatigue struck her even before hunger could. The moment she entered her bedroom, she curled up on the sofa and fell asleep. Lilith gently draped a fluffy blanket over her and said to Susie, "Susie, take good care of Audrey, okay?" Susie lowered her head to look at her own canine legs and replied, "Lilith, you know I'm just a dog. I might not be able to manage anything too complicated." "Hasn't your animagus transformation potion already been completed?" "Yes." Susie wagged her tail. "But I'm still waiting for a thunderstorm. It's only early spring, there may not be one for months. When this matter is finished, I'll find a chance to take you out over the sea. There's no shortage of thunderstorms there." "Okay." Lilith left Audrey's room. A silent figure appeared at her side, dressed in a youthful yellow tiered dress and an old-fashioned black soft hat. It was Bernadette. "George III is preparing to advance to the Black Emperor." The moment she appeared, she asked straight away. Lilith replied, "That's right. Tomorrow's speech marks the beginning of his advancement. At that time, he'll complete the ritual in a secret royal mausoleum and ascend as the Black Emperor. Are you ready?" Bernadette nodded. "But my intuition tells me this matter is far more complicated than it seems. It involves more than just George III. Indeed. He has been preparing for these past few days for far too long. Do you think we can truly stop him?" "Who can say?" Lilith smiled. "Where there's a will, there's a way. Do your best, Lil Bernadette. All right, go take care of your tasks first. I still have something to do." Bernadette halted her steps and watched Lilith walk away. Suddenly, she asked, "Sister Lilith, what will you do when the time comes?" Lilith turned back and thought for a moment. "I haven't decided yet, we'll see. Bye-bye." She waved lightly, and her body shattered like a mirror breaking apart. Night quietly descended. The early spring wind swept through the clouds, revealing the bright crimson full moon. Tonight was the night of the full moon. In a room illuminated by scarlet radiance, two figures, one tall, one short, stood within a ritual altar. Around them lay rubies, sapphires, emeralds, diamonds, pearls, lapis lazuli, and other ceremonial materials. "Let's begin." Chrismona, dressed in a long black gown, looked calmly at the slightly shorter, round-faced girl. "Lady Chrismona," Trissy forced out a strained smile, "why do I have to be the one doing this?" Trissy had actually been doing quite well lately. The Demoness sect hadn't come looking for her, and Lady Chrismona seemed to have forgotten her entirely. With her Sequence 5 abilities and the innate charm of a witch, she could live comfortably even in a place as full of hidden powerhouses as Backlund. Until an hour ago, Trissy had been abruptly yanked out of bed by Chrismona, who informed her that she needed Trissy's help with something. Trissy's heart had skipped a beat at the time. "You're a Sequence 2 angel, what could someone like me possibly help you with?" And then she heard the rest, that she was to prepare a ritual and converse with the legendary being known as Mr. Door. Chrismona said calmly, "I'm not familiar with Mr. Door. I'm even less familiar with him." Trissy almost blurted it out, but the words lodged in her throat. What do I need to say? Mr. Door is a great existence second only to the gods. You may ask him anything. Oh, right, while you're at it, ask him how one can enter the 9 secret mausoleums Emperor Tudor built for his advancement to the Black Emperor." As she spoke, Chrismona took out the sapphire ring she had taken from Trissy previously and slipped it back onto her slender finger. "This, I should return to you." Trissy's face instantly paled. After everything she had experienced, she had already pieced together 70 to 80% of the Demoness sect's original plans for her, and this ring had been a key component of those plans. But given the current circumstances, she knew she had no room left to retreat. She took a deep breath, ignited an unfamiliar strand of hair in her hand, and tossed it into the cauldron. When the flame dimmed into an eerie gloom, Trissy stepped back 2 paces. Her expression grew solemn as she chanted in Jotun. "Great door of all doors. Guide of endless cosmos. Key to all mysterious worlds. As she recited, the surrounding gemstones instantly shattered into fine powder and floated into the air. They glimmered in shifting colors before shooting into the altar's candle flames. Seconds later, the fire surging within the cauldron expanded abruptly, intertwining and deepening into an ominous darkness, like an illusory door opening toward another world. In that instant, Trissy felt the surrounding temperature plummet. Countless invisible dangers seeped from the flames, making every hair on her body stand on end. Her spirituality thrashed wildly, transmitting overwhelming terror. For the first time, Trissy truly understood the being she was about to converse with, a sequence one king of angels, only half a step from godhood. Even true gods would address him respectfully as Mr. Door. Within the gloom, the expanding flame began to turn slowly. It stretched into a vast and profound vortex. Deep within its center hid a trace of crimson. Then a faint, razor-sharp voice, one that seemed capable of piercing directly into the spirit body, echoed from the depths, "Cheek." At the sound of that voice, veins bulged violently across Trissy's forehead. It felt as though countless steel needles had been driven into her skull, twisting and stabbing without mercy. Her black hair lifted without wind, each strand thickening. Her facial skin became translucent, with blood vessels protruding densely like a web. Fortunately, Mr. Door seemed to realize how dangerous his aura was to Trissy. He retracted his presence and spoke in a comparatively gentle tone. "So it is Cheek's blessed, and Cheek's daughter." Mona stepped forward from the darkness. "Mr. Door." She hesitated for a few seconds before suddenly saying, "I thought you'd start with something like, 'I held you in my arms back then.'" Mr. Door seemed momentarily stunned, then let out a soft laugh. "I really did hold you, didn't I? What does Lilith want from me this time?" Trissy blinked in confusion. "Isn't Lilith the ancestor of the Sanguine? Didn't she fall long ago? Why would Mr. Door suddenly mention her name?" Before she could think further, a force nudged her gently forward. Trissy hurriedly said, "Mr. Door, I wish to seek your guidance." "Oh. Go on." The years lost in darkness and imprisoned within the storm are unbearably dull. It's rare to have someone to chat with. Trissy lowered her head. "I want to know whether there is any abnormal method to enter the 9 secret mausoleums Emperor Tudor built for his advancement to the Black Emperor." Across immeasurable void, Mr. Door let out a drifting laugh. "Lilith couldn't possibly not know this. Why bother asking me? What exactly are you trying to achieve by seeking me out this time?" His voice suddenly sharpened. In the boundless starry sky, an ancient silver mirror the size of a palm appeared out of thin air. Moments later, a streak of light flowed out of its surface and condensed into the figure of a beautiful, youthful girl, radiating vitality. It was Lilith, restored to her true appearance. She still wore modern clothing, but over her shoulders draped a cloak that shimmered with star-like sparkles. Ahead lay the scarlet moon where the fallen mother goddess resided, and beneath them the resplendent blue earth. She stepped forward, becoming a burst of starlight that shot toward the moon. After several rapid mirror jumps, she arrived close, perilously close, to the constant pillar-level contamination radiating from it. Lilith produced a lock of hair belonging to a member of the Abraham family, then crushed it together with dozens of gemstones. She neither set up an altar nor recited Mr. Door's invocation. The crushed materials collapsed into layered phantoms that gradually solidified into a figure, a being robed in tides of blood red, whose twisting form reflected scenes of different planets and landscapes. Eventually, it settled into the shape of a middle-aged man. Lilith. Mr. Door recognized her instantly, transmitting his voice precisely into her ears despite the vacuum. "Long time no see, Bethel." Lilith waved cheerfully and circled him once at high speed. Looks like your current state isn't bad." Mr. Door frowned. "Do you not understand how dangerous your actions are right now?" "I do. Which is why we should hurry." Lilith extended her slender fingers. "Give me a portion of the key of stars beyond her characteristic." Mr. Door paused. "You're certainly not shy. This reminds me, more than a century ago, a young man once came to me asking for the uniqueness of the door pathway." "Oh. And did you give it to him?" "No." Mr. Door responded lightly. "At the time, I had not regained my sanity. Of course, even if I had, I could never casually hand the door's uniqueness to anyone." Lilith blinked. "Oh, really? Then your uniqueness, do you still have it? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 668, Chapter 668, The Beginning. Lilith's question plunged Mr. Door into speechless silence. "Pfft." Lilith covered her mouth and laughed softly. "All right, back to business. Since you've already given your uniqueness away, what harm is there in giving one more portion of your sequence one beyond her characteristic? Bethel, you don't want to bring calamity back into reality someday, do you? The weaker you are, the safer the rest of the world becomes, isn't that right?" Mr. Door stared fixedly at Lilith. "You are correct. But..." A sudden ripple of blood-red aura surged around him. His previously calm eyes abruptly twisted into madness. "Run, the mother goddess has detected you." As he spoke, Mr. Door uncontrollably activated a spatial confinement, interrupting Lilith's attempt to dive into a mirror. A second later, the crimson moonlight descended, sealing that entire region and cutting off every route of escape. At the same time, the surface of the scarlet moon bulged with countless masses of blood-red flesh and veins. These pulsated rhythmically as though breathing. A colossal phantom, larger than the moon itself, manifested and dragged Lilith, now trapped, rapidly toward it. Tendons and fleshy strands erupted from the moon, surging toward Lilith. The instant they wrapped around her, Lilith shattered into countless fragments. But the writhing flesh did not cease. It heaved the crimson tide forward toward another location. Lilith reappeared there, only to be swallowed instantly by the onrushing tide. Within the blood-red torrent, her body stiffened. Under the continuous invasion of the mother goddess of depravity's power, she began to undergo intense and violent transformation. The corruptive force of an outer deity's authority. Backlund, inside Trissy's home. The vortex resembling an illusory door remained silent for a long time, until it abruptly solidified into a horrifying door of flesh and blood. Behind this grotesque door surged waves of crimson corruption so intense that Trissy, and even Chrismona, nearly lost control. Within the tides, Mr. Door's blood-red robe faintly flickered into view. His expression shifted erratically, revealing deep exhaustion. In his hand, he held a strange half-transparent key, which he extended through the fleshy door and dropped onto the floor. Then, the transaction is complete. The next second, the door of flesh rapidly shrank, vanishing along with Mr. Door's crimson robe and the surging tides, as though none of it had ever existed. Trissy collapsed onto the floor, her entire body drenched in sweat, her delicate figure outlined beneath her clinging clothes. She exhaled weakly, alive, I'm still alive." Hearing her voice, Chrismona finally snapped back to awareness. She bent down, picked up the half-transparent key, placed it into the prepared box, then walked to the window to gaze at the moon, now stained entirely red. "Mama, you must return safely." Among the stars. As expected of a pillar-level authority, the gap is still far too vast. Lilith murmured softly, and with another surge of invasive power, bang, her body shattered again. This time she had not used mirror substitution to escape. In reality, even with mastery over the mirror world's authority, such an escape was impossible. There was only one way to break free from the mother goddess of depravity's corruption and control. Death. Not true death, but sacrificing a portion of her own soul to preserve the rest. She had learned this method in the deep mirror world from the mirrored original creator, by splitting the soul, maintaining multiple selves simultaneously. The Lilith who approached the moon, the one who attempted to request the key of stars characteristic from Mr. Door, had always been merely a clone created from a small portion of her fragmented spirit. Her true body was hiding safely far from the moon. Of course, compared to the avatars created through Cowardly Trio's authority, this form of soul fragmentation and self-annihilation caused far greater damage. But so long as she obtained the key of stars beyond her characteristic, everything was worth it. Lilith suddenly placed her hands on her hips and huffed at the distant moon. "Mother goddess of depravity, just you wait. Next time we meet, Miss Lilith will beat the crap out of you." From afar, as if realizing she had only captured a sliver of broken spiritual fragments, the mother goddess flew into a towering rage. The blood-red moonlight expanded violently, threatening to swallow the surrounding starry sky. Lilith immediately stepped back and dove into a silver mirror, slipping through the layered illusions of the mirror world back to Earth. The next moment, she stepped out from the dressing mirror inside Trissy's home. "Did you get it, Lil Chrismona?" Chrismona's tense expression melted at once into a smile. "It's in hand." Lilith took the box, opened it for a quick glance, and narrowed her eyes. So the fallen mother goddess's avatar truly did make use of her own power to deliver the separated beyond her characteristic from Mr. Door. She tapped her cheek lightly. Is he determined to stand against the mother goddess? Or, is the fallen mother goddess deliberately using this trick to gain his trust? She curled her lips skeptically. But even if that were the case, no one would genuinely trust her, would they? Forget it. Guessing blindly won't get us anywhere. We'll take things one step at a time. Trissy shrank her neck and stayed quietly on the side. Although she was extremely curious about this mysterious girl whom even Lady Chrismona treated with respect, she dared not show it. What she wanted most now was simply to live a peaceful life, far from matters involving these high-level individuals. But just as this thought crossed her mind, she saw the mysterious girl turn toward her. Lilith's expression carried a trace of amusement. "Trissy, I have a task for you." Her heart tightened. She forced a smile. "Lady, please give your instructions." As expected of the vessel Cheek chose for her descent. Quite impressive. Lilith extended a finger and lightly pinched Trissy's chin before giving a faint smile. "Did you know? Edisac has returned." The smile on Trissy's face froze. Memories she had forcibly buried resurfaced like a rising tide. Lilith released her chin and continued casually, "So, do you want to see him?" Trissy shook her head without hesitation. "No." "All right then." Lilith shrugged indifferently, turning away. "I only wanted to tell you, this may be the last time you ever have the chance." Trissy's pupils contracted violently. "Don't let yourself regret it." Saturday morning arrived with the sky heavy and misty, filling the heart with an inexplicable pressure. Though spring was near, Backlund remained bitterly cold. On the road toward Memorial Square, Furs and Zaya walked side by side. From time to time, citizens passed them, many heading in the same direction. Some wore dazed expressions, some looked sorrowful, while others held faint hope in their eyes. They were all going to listen to King George III's speech. Furs pulled her scarf tighter and whispered, "I didn't expect Backlund to become like this in such a short time." Zio, still dressed in her night attire, her short hair slightly messy, wore a solemn expression on her still youthful face. "I conducted a quiet investigation. Logically speaking, the war shouldn't have affected Backlund this severely, this quickly. The main issue is the grain merchants and the wealthy. They've been fanning the flames, spreading fear about the war, and using it as justification to raise prices again and again." Furs gritted her teeth. "Those damned profiteers. It's not just the profiteers." "Huh." Zio lowered her voice. "I suspect they're acting under someone's instructions. Normally, when war breaks out on the front lines, the rear should do everything possible to maintain stability, not spread panic. Why is the government turning a blind eye to such fear-mongering? Fear breeds anxiety, but anxiety can turn into hatred. And hatred is far easier to manipulate. And so, we end up with the king's speech today." Realization dawned on Furs. "Ah, I see." She clenched her teeth. Damn, that George III. As they approached Memorial Square, more and more people appeared ahead of them, some in proper suits with canes like gentlemen, others in deep black mourning dresses, and many in workers' clothes. Most wore pale, hungry, exhausted faces. They converged from every street, merging into a massive tide that poured toward the square's entrance. Within minutes, the large square was packed full. Few cared whether they had a seat, they merely stood in the cold wind, gazing toward the platform where the king would appear. At precisely 9 o'clock, King George Augustus III stepped onto the platform in formal attire. Moving before the microphone, he began solemnly, his voice deep and heavy, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am your emperor, the ruler of Lone, George Augustus III." Klein stood quietly in a corner of Memorial Square, watching the hypocritical king from afar. He wondered whether he could use the identity of MI9's deputy director's marionette to get close enough to assassinate George III. But he quickly shook his head. George III might look like a slightly overweight monarch, but in reality he was a powerful Sequence 1. With only a Sequence 4 marionette, how could Klein possibly kill him? On the stage, George III continued his impassioned speech. "Too many outstanding young people have already died on the front lines. They died in this war, though they should have had bright futures. They should have been able to accompany their parents in old age, mature alongside their spouses, and raise children in a loving environment, children who should have known joy in their youth. The people of Faceac destroyed all of this." Klein had to admit, to those who did not know the truth, the speech was highly stirring, moving, even. Many young people clenched their fists, teeth gritted, fire blazing in their eyes, ready to charge onto the battlefield that very moment. Those who had lost family members lowered their heads, wiping at their eyes as they quietly wept. Klein took a deep breath, lowered the brim of his silk top hat, and turned to disappear into the crowd. He still had his own mission today. To hunt in Sangwil. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 669, Chapter 669, in Zangwill's speech. In Backlund's Church of the Evernight Goddess, St. Samuel Cathedral stood solemn and silent. While the king delivered his address elsewhere, the cathedral was likewise enveloped in reverence. Devout believers knelt on the square before the church, facing the immense holy radiance of the Evernight Goddess as they prayed quietly. Archbishop Anthony stood at the cathedral's entrance, holding the Church of the Evernight's doctrine as he recited it for the gathered believers. From time to time, a long, resonant chime rang from the bell tower. Those who prayed with closed eyes subconsciously murmured along with the doctrine, sometimes grieving, sometimes sighing, sometimes burning with indignation, yet ultimately returning to stillness and serenity. And in that moment when no one was paying attention, a middle-aged man stepped into the square. He wore a black priest's robe. His hair was a muted gold, his face smooth without a single wrinkle, his features as sculpted as classical marble. One of his eyes was a deep blue verging on black, while the other was filled with fine, crawling blood vessels. He held a thick copy of the doctrine in his hand as well, walking through the believers toward the cathedral. Under their startled gazes, he began to read aloud, slowly. "Everything claimed by the gods is but a fraudulent illusion. The existence of churches is no more than a hollow bubble. The prayers of believers are steeped in desire and greed. So-called divine grace is nothing but an unequal transaction between humans and gods. Ince Zangwill's gaze blazed like a torch as it swept across the confused, curious eyes around him. His voice was low yet forceful, each word seemed to carry a power that pierced directly into the soul. All fear stems from the unknown. And that unknown is precisely the veil of deception deliberately woven by churches and gods. They blind the masses and turn believers into lambs to be slaughtered, ignorant, docile, and offering up pious faith to the gods. His voice grew increasingly fervent, echoing through the air. They tolerate no dissenting voices. Those who dare to question are immediately branded as heretics. They do this not merely to preserve their rule, but to kill off any being that might one day threaten their supremacy. The so-called gods are, in truth, selfish to the extreme. They will never tell you that they too were once ordinary humans. That only by partaking in the Creator's flesh and blood did they seize divine authority and status. They will never tell you that all they possess was stolen from the Creator himself. And they will certainly never reveal that every person, every one of you, possesses the potential to become a god. A cold smile curled the corner of Ince Zangwill's lips. And I, Ince Zangwill, am hunted and persecuted by the church only because I saw through everything. But I never retreated, nor did I ever give up. Today, I stand here to personally unveil the true nature of churches and gods. As his final word fell, he raised the Church of the Evernight Goddess's doctrine high into the air. Veins bulged along his arm as if channeling limitless anger and power. In the next instant, a streak of crimson flame ignited from nothingness, like a ferocious serpent of fire, swallowing the doctrine whole. The flames blazed violently in his hand, illuminating his resolute face. I shall complete this glorious vengeance. Boom. The crimson flames exploded outward, scattering into countless fiery sparks that rained across the square. A heartbeat later, a magnificent yet weightless full-body suit of silver armor enveloped Ince Zangwill's figure, covering even his head. A long silver sword condensed in his grasp. He stomped heavily on the ground, and his entire body turned into a streak of silver light, rushing straight toward the cathedral. Archbishop Anthony peacefully closed the doctrine and said calmly, "Evacuate the crowd." He plunged his hand into the doctrine. From within that darkness-transformed scripture, he drew a long bone sword covered in strange patterns. With a light sweep. Clang. The silver longsword collided with the bone sword. Darkness and silver radiance erupted at the same moment, blasting outward in a terrifying shockwave. At that exact time, the red gloves led by his grace, wielder of the goddess's sword, Crestet Sesamir, rushed out from both sides of the cathedral. Working together, they propped up a sealing artifact resembling a curtain of black gauze and vigorously shook it open. In an instant, darkness descended, enveloping the area around the cathedral and separating it into a domain isolated from the outside world. Within this domain, beyonders of the Evernight pathway would be blessed, while all others would be suppressed. Ince Zangwill retreated sharply, flashing out before the domain fully solidified. But Crestet Sesamir had already anticipated this. He appeared behind him as a shrieking female wraith erupted from her body, lunging toward Ince's back. The goddess's sword in her hand, carrying the blessing of the goddess, turned into a streak of pitch-black shadow aimed straight for Ince's head. Ince twisted his body, vanishing amid flickering light, and immediately swung the silver longsword. Bright morning light burst forth, transforming into a violent, raging storm that swept across everything in its path. The female wraith was instantly annihilated by the terrifying storm of light. Crestet Sesamir staggered backwards, forced to retreat, large burns spreading across his body. Screech. The black gauze curtain was torn into pieces by the violent storm in a single breath. Then, countless fragments of silver sword lights erupted from Ince's body, shooting toward the red gloves who had been sustaining the curtain. Leonard's eyes widened abruptly. He recognized this ability. It was the same one he had used last time when controlling the blood-stained silver armor. Even a Sequence 5 devil could be instantly killed by it. It was the ability of a Silver Knight, Sequence 3 of the warrior pathway. Ince Zangwill was actually Sequence 3. He shouted in terror, "Everyone, dodge." In just an instant, silver sword shadows erupted from within every red glove present. Captain Soest, Crestet Sesamir with the goddess's sword, and even Miss Daly, everyone, was sliced into blood and flesh, their bodies torn apart and scattered across the ground. The thick stench of blood spread instantly. Leonard's vision turned scarlet. A deep, crushing despair surged within him. Dead, they're all dead. Once again, I watched my teammates get killed, and I couldn't help at all. I'm really, utterly useless. At that moment, Palaz Zorost's ancient voice echoed in his mind, "You are stupid and useless. Have you still not realized it? This is a dream." Almost in the very next second, everything before Leonard's eyes vanished. He found himself back inside the cathedral, concealed along with the red gloves on both sides. They had not rushed out yet. Ince Zangwill was still confronting Archbishop Anthony. The believers who had crowded the square earlier had already been evacuated. However, Leonard had not escaped the dream on his own. It was Zangwill who had shattered the dreamscape, waking everyone who had been dragged into it. This Zangwill truly is something, Pallas remarked with a note of admiration. Losing that quill didn't cripple him at all. Instead, he found a path even more suited to him. Not only did he advance to sequence 3 so quickly, he's even planning to use this revenge against the Church of the Evernight to complete the ritual of advancing to sequence 2, glorious. Leonard asked anxiously, what do we do now? Tell your teammates to get as far away as possible, then wait patiently for the right opportunity. Clang. Ince suddenly leapt backwards. His sword of dawn slashed toward Anthony and the cathedral behind him. A massive silver sword shadow unfurled, enveloping the entire church. Ince abruptly shifted his gaze toward the rear. A coin shot toward him, carrying a force more terrifying than a cannon shell. He twisted in midair to evade the first 2, then swung the sword of dawn down toward the third coin hidden among them. But he instantly realized that some power had warped his movements, throwing off his aim. He abandoned the slash and attempted to flash away instead, yet his intention was distorted once more. Not only did he fail to escape, but he even thrust his own weak point directly toward the incoming coin. Ding! The coin struck his face with the force of an artillery blast. It left only a shallow mark on the silver helmet, barely scratching the armor. Umph. Ince Zangwill let out a cold snort. As the distortion ended, he flickered several times toward the edge of the square, heading straight for Konas, the marionette controlled by Klein. Konas threw another coin, invoking bribery, weakening Ince's will and strength. Then a distortion targeted the shallow dent on Ince's helm, twisting it open into an eye-sized hole. At the same moment, an arrow wreathed in lightning shot toward the newly formed opening. Ince's body abruptly melted, turning into a pool of flowing silver metal. It writhed at high speed, twisting away from the chain of attacks. Then it suddenly swelled, transforming into heavy, viscous mercury that surged toward Konas in a suffocating wave. Distortion, magnify, exploit. Konas used ability after ability, but none of them halted Ince's advance. Forced back by manipulating airflow, he retreated, yet the mercury abruptly flickered. It appeared behind Konas like a massive maw and swallowed him whole. Klein immediately swapped positions with Konas and snapped his fingers. He vanished in a burst of flames, narrowly escaping the silver mercury's engulfment. A few more flame leaps followed, allowing him to hide once again. But as soon as Ince Zangwill returned to human form, he stared coldly in Klein's direction. It's you. He recognized Klein instantly. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of finding you. Klein felt a jolt of shock. Even after I've turned myself into this, he still recognized me. Anthony took a large step forward, sending 2 spirits at Ince, one shrouded in thick black fog, the other wrapped in corrosive curses. Ince didn't even turn his head. Red Angel, Your Excellency. Boom. Purple flames descended from the sky and condensed into Medici's form. He blocked Anthony and the spirits, cracking his knuckles as he said, honestly, I didn't want to get involved in your mess. I was forced into this. Don't blame me. Speaking, Medici continued striding toward Anthony. Priscilla's voice rang in his mind, Medici. Come back right now. You've reformed, you're a good man now. Don't help the villains. Get back here. Medici snorted, go find Lilith. I signed a contract, and according to that agreement, I must make a move now. Layers of mist rapidly spread outward, soon enshrouding the cathedral and the entire square. After several flame leaps, Klein was still caught by Ince as the latter found a chance to close in. Ince's cold, mismatched eyes flared with dazzling silver light. ZZZZT. Silver sword light erupted violently from within Klein's body without warning. The overwhelming force tore his vessel apart instantly. Klein's body turned into a shredded paper figurine, blasted apart by the erupting sword light. Using the momentum, he teleported more than 10 meters away. But before he could catch his breath, a second eruption of sword light detonated. Die. At the critical moment, Klein swapped positions with Kona's marionette again. At the same time, the puppet solemnly intoned in ancient Hermes. Fate. It was a fate siphon charm, created using a worm of time provided by Oldman Pallas, for this exact moment. Note, enjoy the extra chapter vote if you like the chapter so far. Chapter 670, The Genie Got PTSD. In that instant, time and space seemed to twist under a mysterious power, the threads of fate between Konas and Ince Zangwill quietly intersected. The silver miniature swords that should have erupted inside Konas suddenly reversed direction in a bizarre twist of destiny. They blasted out of Ince's own body instead. The devastating sword light sliced effortlessly through his silver full-body armor, carving it into fragmented plates that fell away. Even Ince Zangwill's physical body split open with jagged cracks. Almost simultaneously, the traveler marionette stepped out from the spirit world, gripping the sea god's scepter that shimmered with cryptic brilliance. With a sweep of the weapon, streaks of silver-white lightning descended from the sky like dragons plunging into the sea, each carrying crushing, thunderous might. Blinding bolts of silver lightning intertwined, one after another, forming chains of lethal meteor-like strikes that slammed down upon Ince. The dense barrage swallowed his figure instantly, erupting into a burst of dazzling radiance so bright that no one could keep their eyes open. From his hiding place in the corner, Leonard seized the opportunity. He surged forward as Palez repeatedly stole from Ince. Leonard drew a revolver and pressed the barrel to his own temple. In his other hand, he held a fate siphon charm. His voice was deep as he chanted. Fate. Bang. With a heavy, shocking gunshot, Leonard's head exploded, blood and brain matter splattering outward. The fate siphon charm activated at the same instant, transferring Leonard's death to Ince, forcing the outcome of Ince Sangwill's death in the threads of destiny. Did it work? Leonard stared fixedly at the fading thunderous light. Palez spoke in a low rumble. If Ince Sangwill were truly just sequence 4, as we first speculated, he would certainly be dead now. But before he could finish, a set of heavy, thunderous footsteps boomed out of the smoke, each one slamming into everyone's chest like a hammer. Thud. 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 Then, a colossal shadow slowly emerged from the swirling haze. A towering one-eyed giant stepped forth. His massive frame was formed of corded, dark blue-black muscle. His grayish-blue skin radiated a chilling, oppressive aura. Most horrifying was the pitch-black vertical fissure running from his forehead down to his nose, like a sealed, abyssal third eye, deep and unfathomable, as though it led straight into endless darkness. This was the mythical creature form of the warrior pathway. Ah. The moment Leonard saw him, his spirituality rioted violently, brushing the edge of complete loss of control. Palez hurriedly took over his body and forced him to retreat through stolen distance. Klein fared no better. Beneath his skin, veins writhed like parasitic worms, bulging and twisting as if countless abominations were struggling to crawl out of his body. Suddenly, he remembered something. In Foggy Town not long ago, when he had encountered that being suspected to be the mythical creature form of the seer pathway within the resplendent palace, he hadn't shown signs of losing control, because his consciousness had been inside the traveler marionette. Without hesitation, Klein shifted his consciousness into the traveler puppet. Instantly, all symptoms of losing control vanished. The giant that Ince Sangwill had become let out a thunderous roar. The horrid dark eye fissure on his face shifted rapidly in its socket as he swept his gaze across the battlefield, bellowing, "I shall complete my glorious revenge." Silver-white full-body armor once again materialized over his gigantic frame. He swung a silver longsword several meters long, dragging a sweeping arc outward. A storm of radiant light erupted from him in a full 360-degree sweep, annihilating and incinerating everything in its path. It was like the arrival of doomsday. Klein hurriedly maneuvered the traveler marionette to his own side and began flickering repeatedly, aiming to escape into the underground area beneath St. Samuel Cathedral. But just as he approached, he crashed into an invisible barrier and was thrown back violently. The cathedral's underground was being blocked, sealed off entirely. No one could enter or exit. A realization struck Klein. When Ince had first appeared, burning the doctrine, those falling red sparks. They must have come from a sealing artifact. He had sealed the cathedral's underground from the start, isolating the church's high-ranking powerhouses and all high-grade sealed artifacts for a period of time. No wonder no reinforcements had ever shown up. No wonder the Nighthawks and Red Gloves never used any of their powerful artifacts. Ince Sangwill had prepared thoroughly. But there was one thing Klein couldn't understand. Why had Mr. Azek not appeared yet? Klein took a deep breath and recited the messenger summoning chant in Hermes. Then he called out, "Miss Messenger, are you free to lend a hand?" Mr. Azek had just been about to tear open space and rush out to help Klein when a familiar yet foreign aura appeared ahead of him. A woman stepped forth, wearing a feathered serpent crown, her appearance bearing several similarities to Azek himself. This was the leader of the southern continent's numinous episcopate. Pale white Empress, Sia Palenque Eggers, an angel wielding a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Memorial Square. On the platform, George III spoke with heavy passion. "We have endured the most difficult of times. We shall triumph over cruelty and evil. This is the power of justice. The strength of every soldier on the front line. The strength of every worker in every factory." Bernadette, still wearing her old-fashioned hat, watched the speech calmly. Then she turned her head toward Lilith, who had appeared at some unknown moment. Lilith folded her arms, frowning in confusion. "How do you still have the mood to watch this imaginary George III giving a speech?" Bernadette replied softly, "I'm waiting." "Waiting for what?" Lilith tilted her head. "Don't tell me you're waiting for me." "Yes." Bernadette nodded. "I've always been curious why Lilith would care so much about Mr. World. You've been pushing him from the shadows all this time, accelerating his advancement." Lilith blinked. Ah, your dad Roselle is about to die and this is what you're thinking about. Bernadette's expression remained tranquil. The mausoleum of George III has 9 sites. With my strength alone, I cannot destroy them all in such a short time. So no matter how anxious I am, the result will not change. Lilith gave her a thumbs up. Your mental resilience is terrifying. If it were Edward, he would have gone berserk already. Bernadette continued, so Klein's advancement is related to Mr. Sparrow's return. Yup. As long as he advances to sequence 4, Mr. Sparrow can return. That's what Edward said back then. Bernadette fell into quiet thought. The Bizarro Sorcerer's advancement ritual, it requires relying primarily on one's own power and planning, and under the witness of many onlookers, murdering a demigod or an equivalent extraordinary creature. And your chosen target is Insanguil. Lilith shrugged. Exactly. He's the only one who can truly ignite Klein's fighting spirit in such a short time. But right now, it's still too difficult for Klein to kill a sequence 3 Silver Knight. Lilith sighed with regret. TCH. I shouldn't have scared off that Cyclops last time. If Insanguil had killed Dunn and Daly, Klein would be even more fired up right now, maybe he'd have exploded with potential and taken Zanguil's head off. But if I actually did that, Edward would definitely be furious. Bernadette nodded. I understand. Then she took a small step forward and vanished. Lilith was dumbfounded. Wait, what do you understand? Are you going to help Klein? If you help too much, his ritual won't complete. Outside the secret royal mausoleum, East Chester County. Bernadette emerged, supported by clusters of pea vines sprouting out of thin air. She walked forward and extended her right hand toward the mountain wall. In the air, she rapidly traced symbols. Droplets of bright red blood, like tiny rubies, bled out from her fingertips and solidified midair. Soon, a complex symbol composed of layered doors formed. They quivered faintly, resonating with something far away. Within moments, the blood-red configuration expanded into a translucent, illusory door. Through it, one could vaguely see a massive mausoleum built of black stone blocks. Bernadette stepped through the phantom door and descended into a dim, cavernous space. At that moment, deep below the earth, as some ritual unfolded, a heavy and somber light gathered, condensing into a human figure in midair. He had a slightly square face, black hair, blue eyes, a high nose bridge, and thick beard. His expression was solemn and majestic. This was William Augustus I, the founder and protector of the Kingdom of Loan, the very first king, the same entity Bernadette had fought during the Great Smog incident. Bernadette's expression remained unchanged. With a flip of her hand, an item appeared. The magic lamp. She brushed her fingers across its surface. The wick ignited soundlessly. The light it emitted surged upward like viscous streams of liquid, forming a hazy, distorted silhouette of pale gold. Bernadette spoke. Magic wishing lamp spirit, my second wish is this: regardless of the method you choose, ensure that Klein Moretti leads and completes the assassination of Insanguil to successfully fulfill the advancement ritual of the Bizarro Sorcerer. The genie froze. Then roared in outrage, %******** yen %end yen. It's you again, mysteries. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 671, Chapter 671, 3 becomes 4. Inside St. Samuel Cathedral. Seeing Miss Messenger stride out while carrying 4 remarkably beautiful heads by their hair, Klein quickly said, Miss Messenger, I need your help. Rionette's 8 crimson eyes fixed on him. You may ask. I want 10,000 gold coins. Deal. Raynette drifted through the cathedral wall and arrived at the square outside, just in time to see the Cyclops wreaking havoc in a frenzy. Her figure turned translucent, phantasmal, then, in an instant, appeared directly within the giant's single eye. The Cyclops stiffened at once, gradually losing control of his own body. But he soon let out an enraged roar. A short, slender silver sword materialized in his hand, glowing with a purifying power that restrained wraiths. He drove it straight into his own chest. Raynette immediately performed a mirror blink, exiting Insanguil's body. Her form then swelled abruptly, expanding into a massive, castle-sized doll wearing a gloomy, intricately layered gown, its body bound by thick vines. Strange, obscure words flowed from its mouth as her red eyes reflected the Cyclops image. Silently, faint radiance rose from the Cyclops body, then he turned into a fluffy white rabbit. In Rionette's hand appeared a rabbit doll, into which she poured curse and malice. Ah! The enormous rabbit let out a deep, guttural howl. Its fur rapidly shed away, exposing ashen blue skin once again. Insanguil was forcefully breaking free of the curse. At the same time, a new sword of dawn condensed in his hand, and he stabbed it fiercely downward into the ground. The colossal blade shattered, exploding into countless fragments of dawn-like light. Densely packed, numberless, they gathered into a flickering, violent, razor-sharp hurricane that swept forward. If left unchecked, a massive portion of the entire North Borough would be wiped clean by this single strike. Medici, who had been responsible for holding back Anthony, abruptly disengaged and gestured invitingly. "Let's call a 2-minute truce. Hurry and help the headless one." Anthony frowned at him, filled with questions, but knew this wasn't the time to delay. He transformed into darkness and rushed toward the oncoming hurricane to intercept it. Raynette, in her towering doll form, opened her stitched mouth toward the Cyclops and released a soul-piercing scream, attempting to interrupt his strike, but after remaining in a mythical creature for so long, Insangwil had already begun to lose his sanity. His mind now held only one thought: destroy everything he saw. Meanwhile, Klein, still hiding inside the cathedral, quickly rewound 4 steps and entered the grey fog. He picked up a silver-grey charm and injected spirituality into it, igniting a pitch-black glow. Klein surged to his feet, yanked his shoulder back, and flung out his right arm. Misfortune. The black radiance released by the misfortune charm blended with a portion of the power stirred within the grey fog. Klein hurled it into the scene he watched through the mist, straight toward the Cyclops that Insangwil had become. The moment he finished, Klein immediately left the grey fog and returned to reality, once again manipulating Kona's marionette to launch an attack at the Cyclops. He failed to notice that a faint stream of pale grayish-white mist flowed like water into the traveler marionette beside him. The puppet's previously dull, lifeless eyes suddenly gained clarity and awareness. It stretched its limbs, then leapt out of the cathedral, hovering invisibly in midair. Fixing its gaze on the increasingly frenzied Cyclops, the ancient gears within its eyes turned counterclockwise. Regression. Almost simultaneously, just as the giant's fist smashed apart Raynette's doll form, his body froze violently. After a brief tremor, he shrank rapidly, exiting his mythical creature state and quickly reverting to Insangwil's human form. The madness in his gaze receded swiftly, replaced by confusion and shock. His sequence had fallen all the way to sequence 4, and was still plummeting. Insangwil had no idea what had just happened, but he knew one thing clearly: he was absolutely no match for the two of them now. Without hesitation, he activated his sealed artifact, attempting to step into the spirit world and escape. But the crimson flowers around him, the pure white fountain, and the pitch-black floor patterns, none of them deepened in color, much less overlapped with one another. The spirit world traversal ability of Insangwil's sealed artifact had failed. "Lord Red Angel, take me with you." He immediately called out for Medici. Medici clicked his tongue, then surged toward Ins in a blaze of flames. Bound by the constraints of the contract, he had no choice but to comply. But right then, Anthony blocked Medici's path, a faint smile appearing on his face. "My lord, this time, it's my turn to stop you." "Ha! Then come at me." Seeing Medici hindered by Anthony, Insangwil turned into a streak of light and slipped into the luminous glow, descending into the underground in an attempt to escape unnoticed. But Konas, who had been watching him intently, would never let that happen. He twisted Ins's movements and thoughts, forcing him back out of the ground. Insangwil attempted the same trick again, only for his body to freeze abruptly. Raynette's figure appeared within his lone eye, and he completely lost control of his own body. Seizing the opportunity, Chunas closed in. Several coins shot out from his hand, strengthened by the powers of exploit, magnify, and distortion. With one blow, he blasted Insangwil's head into a shower of red and white, then further distorted the mortal wound, ensuring his death. CHRRK. 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 The headless body lay on the ground, yet its flesh once again swelled outward. At the very instant Insangwil's sequence climbed back to sequence 3, he used his final sliver of remaining consciousness to re-enter a mythical creature state, relying on the unimaginable vitality that Divinity granted. Bang! A streak of silver-black light flashed across the air, solidifying into a bullet that struck the half-formed head just as it was regenerating. A faint glow dispersed across the wound, freezing Insangwil in place. Even the resurgence of his vitality and the expansion of his mythical form halted completely. It was a spirit control bullet, crafted using worms of time. The next moment, Klein, Leonard, Konas, and the long-hidden Daily all charged forward together, unleashing every ability and attack they could muster. With several whooshes, a handful of tarot cards flew out, landing beside Insangwil and igniting. Using the flames as an anchor, Klein jumped forward, pressed the barrel of his revolver toward Ins's body, and pulled the trigger again and again. He did not speak those chilling, striking lines he had once uttered in the original timeline. He simply fired, coldly, almost mechanically, maintaining relentless control over Insangwil so that Konas could continue using distortion to twist every one of his wounds into a fatal one. Boom. The accumulated damage erupted all at once like a breached dam. Insangwil's head burst apart like a watermelon falling from a great height, fragments and juices splattered everywhere. But because he was a mythic creature, the chunks of flesh and blood still retained a certain degree of vitality. Only when Leonard reached out and grabbed toward them, borrowing Pallas Zorost's power to use theft, did he strip the flesh of all its lingering vitality. Klein then crushed what remained into powder through yet another distortion. And at that moment, Inzangwil finally met his true end. Almost simultaneously, Klein felt the remaining potion of the marionettist completely digest. The ritual for advancement also reached its final step. Without the slightest hesitation, Klein swiftly produced the materials he had long prepared. Guided by his spirituality, he fused them together with practiced speed, poured the mixture into a small metal vial, and completed the potion of the Bizarro sorcerer. The cold liquid slid down his throat, bringing with it faint numbness, not only to his body, but deep into the recesses of his soul. His consciousness trembled. Over the long period that followed, Klein descended into unending pain and struggle. Fragments of memory passed before him like a revolving lantern, laughter and tears, hope and despair, everything he had ever experienced intertwined. Under the dual torture of agony and remembrance, both body and soul underwent a profound metamorphosis, completing the leap from human to half-human, half-god. He successfully became a Sequence 4 Bizarro sorcerer. A long while later, Klein slowly opened his eyes. A deep, newly forged resolve lay within them, one honed by transformation. He looked at Leonard, Daly, and Archbishop Anthony. Then he stepped back half a pace, made the sign of the knight at his chest, bowed deeply, and vanished in a bloom of flames. Leonard instinctively reached out, lips parting as if to call after him, but no words emerged. He could only let out a long, weary sigh. A faint sadness and helplessness flickered in his eyes. He knew. Many things would never return to the way they once were. Meanwhile, at a window in some unnoticed room, stood a priest in a simple robe, his eyes a pale gold. He quietly lowered the cross in his hand, gaze calm and unfathomably deep. Above the grey fog, Klein spent over 10 minutes familiarizing himself with the abilities of a trickmaster. Leaning back against the bronze chair, he gazed at the vast, ancient palace. Yet his heart was filled with confusion. That transmigrator girl once told him that he would learn the truth after becoming a demigod. But now he was a Bizarro sorcerer. So, where was the truth? Was he supposed to wait until that girl came again and told him everything? No. It wasn't that. Klein lifted his gaze toward the depths of the mysterious space above the grey fog, toward the staircase of light that led like a path to heaven. In the diary page the moon, Emlyn had given him during the last tarot gathering, it was written that the diary's owner had left everything in the depths of that mysterious space. So as long as he ascended those steps, stepped into the deepest point, he would know everything. And what exactly was everything? Klein rose and strode toward the depths of the grey fog, his footsteps heavy. For some reason, fear welled quietly within him. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. He ascended the 6th layer of stairs, the level belonging to giants, and reached the end where condensed grey clouds gathered. Then he leapt forward, landing atop the cloud-like mist. What entered his sight was a magnificent door of brilliance, tinged faintly with greenish-black. It was formed from innumerable overlapping spheres of light. And within each sphere were tightly packed clusters of wriggling, twisted worms, some transparent, some semi-translucent. From the top of that radiant gate hung countless thin black threads. Each thread suspended an almost fully transparent cocoon. The cocoon swayed gently. Each encased a different soul, some dark-skinned, some yellow-skinned, some white. Some wore jeans, some held mobile phones, some were dressed in bright colors, some had striking features. All of them bore the breath of life, yet their eyes remained tightly shut. Klein's gaze froze. For a moment, he felt as though he had returned to Earth, walking down a street full of people of all races. Then he noticed, 3 of the cocoons were broken open. Empty. Swaying gently. Klein trembled. A vague guess surfaced in his mind. Was this the truth behind everything? In that instant, madness surged in his spirit, yet he forcibly drew his consciousness back, closing his eyes to steady himself. A long time passed. He reopened them, organizing his thoughts rapidly, and slowly approached the 3 broken cocoons, only to be stopped by the radiant gate. He could go no further. 3 cocoons. 3 transmigrators. But the number didn't match what he knew. The Evernight goddess, Emperor Roselle, and himself already made 3. Then what about the girl from the Siamese island? What about the other diary entries he had seen? Fine, even if all those diary entries belonged to that girl, that still made at least 4 transmigrators. So why were there only? Klein's thoughts stopped abruptly. He rubbed his eyes, stunned. Impossible. Impossible. A second ago, there had clearly been only 3 broken cocoons. So, why had they suddenly become 4? Note, 280 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 672, Chapter 672, The Clumsy Writer, Edisac. The cocoon beside the other split open right before his eyes, leaving behind only an empty shell swaying gently as though stirred by an unseen breeze. The person inside had vanished without a trace. Klein jerked around, staring at the vast, silent palace behind him. But nothing had changed, everything remained quiet and empty. He turned back to the radiant gate, but still saw nothing unusual. For a moment, bewilderment overtook him. Had he seen it wrong? Had there been 4 broken cocoons from the very beginning? If not, where was that person? Were they still somewhere above the grey fog? Or had they left the moment the cocoon split? If the former, why couldn't he see them? If the latter, where had they gone? Every hair on Klein's body stood on end. Even the depression he had felt upon learning the truth was momentarily forgotten. Outside the secret mausoleum of East Chester County, the genie of the lamp let out one heavy breath after another before growling in rage and unwillingness, his voice dripping with venom. Your wish has been fulfilled. I curse you to share the same miserable fate as that damned bastard. Bernadette smiled faintly. Thank you, eternal wishing lamp spirit. She casually stowed away the magic lamp, then faced the descending figure of William Augustus I. From her items, she drew a pale mask shimmering with metallic light and a vertical diamond inlaid eye, 2 powerful sealed artifacts she controlled, one at level 0, the other at level 1. Then she took out a gemstone-studded, radiant crown and placed it atop her head, Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. The moment William Augustus I fully descended, an ancient horn resounded through the world. Its unstoppable might crashed down as a blood-stained spear split the heavens, scattering scarlet radiance while shooting toward the old and formidable powerhouse. At the same time, Bernadette donned Hades' invisibility helmet. A cascade of white, illusory feathers unfolded from her back as she entered her mythic form. With both hands, she once again condensed 2 spears of Longinus, hurling them at the mausoleum. Alwa County, near the secret mausoleum. Crismona emerged from invisibility and used the same method to open the mausoleum. She stepped inside unhurriedly, waving her hand lightly. In an instant, the power from a Sequence 2 catastrophe erupted, earth tremors shook the surroundings violently. But before the disaster could fully unfold, another force intervened and abruptly halted it. A beautiful woman materialized out of thin air, wearing an old-fashioned grey gown, her long black hair falling like a waterfall. She carried an air of mature charm, her eyes bewitching as she looked at Crismona and said with a soft, playful smile, "Big sister, you're not allowed to go any farther." Crismona showed no surprise. The crescent-shaped pendant on her chest rose on its own, releasing a wash of crimson moonlight that instantly enveloped the mausoleum and the surrounding area. It was a sealed artifact of the Sanguines, one that created a domain under crimson moonlight, granting the artifact's creator tremendous enhancement, equivalent to the powers of a Sanguine Duke, Sequence 2, while weakening everyone else present. It was an extremely powerful artifact. But its negative effects were just as dangerous. The longer one used it, the more they would be corroded and influenced by an unknown force, until they became a puppet of that unfathomable being. And that unknown being was none other than the mother goddess of depravity. Near Site 1 on the outskirts of Backlund, a figure dissolved her invisibility and revealed herself. She had glossy black hair, a slightly round face, delicate features with a hint of sweetness, an exceptionally charming woman. The witch, Trissy. Staring at the ruin ahead, Trissy wore a bitter expression. Why was her life so hard? Why did a mere Sequence 5 like her have to get dragged into something this catastrophic? Why did she have to care whether that damned Edisac lived or died? If he wanted revenge, if he wanted to throw his life away, what did that have to do with her? What she should be doing right now was hunting down the formula for the Sequence 4 Hunter pathway, gathering the ingredients, completing her advancement, and turning back into a man. Though she thought all this furiously, her steps did not stop. She approached Site 1, checked her surroundings several times, then took out a small metal vial and used the blood inside to draw a phantom door. Passing through that illusory door, Trissy concealed herself once more and leapt directly from the cliffside at the ruin's entrance, diving into the bottomless, lightless abyss below. But at that very moment, a voice suddenly echoed beside Trissy's ear. Concealment is forbidden here. Her figure was forcibly revealed, completely unable to maintain invisibility. At the same time, above the towering mausoleum at the bottom of the dark abyss, a man had appeared without her noticing. He wore a formal suit beneath a cloak, a white powdered wig perched on his head, his attire outdated by an entire era. It was the demigod supporting George III, Prince Grove Augustus. Trissy's heart sank instantly. I'm done for. Inside a modest inn in the East Borough, a plain-looking man sat at a desk. Before him lay a notebook, and upon it, a quill pen wrote rapidly on its own. Bernadette's target was the mausoleum from the very beginning, not William Augustus I. Therefore, every one of her attacks was aimed at the mausoleum. William Augustus I clearly knew this, so despite his higher sequence, he couldn't take Bernadette down quickly, and as the two continued fighting, the mausoleum inevitably suffered the backlash. Crismona and Judith's confrontation destroyed the Alwa County mausoleum in a short time, inevitable, when two demonesses of catastrophe clash. And Judith's initial goal was precisely to pin her sister down and keep her from reaching other mausoleums. Backlund Site 1, a mausoleum where Trissy should not have appeared, yet she showed up anyway. Strange indeed. After the Great Smog incident, she should have been completely free of the demoness sex control, able to live out a peaceful second half of her life. But instead, she got involved in something beyond her ability. And the reason she chose to take the risk was to repay what she owed Edisac, attempting to save his life. Oh, what a tragic and noble love story. Such a simple and pure-hearted witch. But alas, a mere Sequence 5 facing a Sequence 4 demigod, she was doomed to. Before the quill could finish, a hand closed over it with painful force. Knuckles bulged sharply, veins rose beneath the skin. Edisac's eyes widened. He whispered harshly, why is she there? Was this your doing? The quill scratched quickly across the page. I may constantly feel the urge to write you to death, but this time it genuinely wasn't my fault. Oh, if you continue sitting here doing nothing, Trissy is going to die. Wait, she actually obtained the primordial demoness sapphire ring again. Whether to save herself or for something else, she plans to abandon her advancement into the iron-blooded knight to return to being a man, and instead, relying on the ring, become a Sequence 4 demoness of despair. Edisac grabbed the quill again with trembling hands, forcing it to write. At this moment, a passing creature of the spirit world took interest in the ring on Trissy's hand, and abducted both her and the ring into the spirit world. A meteorite that should have skimmed past the planet a week from now instead deviated from its orbit due to the clash between the two demonesses of catastrophe. It descended early, heading directly for Backlund's Site 1 mausoleum, forcing the demigod there to ignore Trissy entirely and deal with the falling meteorite. Drip. Drip. Scarlet blood dripped from Edisac's nostrils onto the notebook. His expression twisted in agony, his face becoming terribly contorted. He released the quill and gasped for breath over and over. The quill resumed writing freely. Oh dear, never expected you would become just like that hack writer in Sangwil, forcing such illogical plot developments just for Trissy. When you use me to write the future, the fewer forced arrangements, the smoother the narrative, the less damage you suffer. But you, just for the sake of that man-turned woman, recklessly meddled with destiny. I truly do not understand human love. Edisac wiped the blood under his nose with one forceful swipe, expression dark and unreadable. Then he seized the quill once more and continued writing. Having successfully hunted down in Zangwil and advanced to Sequence 4, Klein Moretti now believed he possessed enough strength. He was long dissatisfied with George III's 2 centuries of schemes that resulted in countless innocent deaths, believing that even if the Seven wanted a Black Emperor, it should not be one so morally bankrupt. And coupled with his inexplicable connection to Emperor Roselle, he decided to take action. Downstream of the Tussock River. Klein had just stepped through an illusory door with the marionette Konas and the traveler puppet when a scene suddenly projected itself into his mind. A deep black spire-topped church stood ahead. Its wide doors were open, revealing the people inside, a man in suspenders, a gentleman in formal attire and a top hat, a lady with lace trimming her cuffs, a young woman whose skirt was adorned with floral lace. All of them hung suspended in midair, motionless. Caw. 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 Black ravens circled the church spire, letting out unsettling cries. Then, all the people inside the church began to sway with the wind, their voices overlapping, different tones yet speaking the same words. Welcome back. Klein's expression changed drastically. A name he had seen not long ago, but who had vanished after, surfaced in his mind. Zeratul. Caw. 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 In the ravens' echoing cries, the corpses hanging inside the black church dropped simultaneously, falling past the doors. Every one of their gazes locked onto Klein. Almost at the same moment, a figure outlined itself slowly yet firmly in the air. Klein had no time to look. Maintaining his special, spirit-body state, he snapped his fingers to attempt a flaming jump out of the church. It failed. A familiar figure appeared before him, an old man in a hooded black robe, beard covering half his face, his eyes dark as a lightless abyss, his long white whiskers draping like frost. I have been waiting for you. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 673, Adam arrived. As Zeratul spoke, Klein felt the threads of his spiritual body being eroded and manipulated bit by bit. He attempted to control Konas, only to realize that the connection had already been severed. As for the traveler's marionette, it slipped out of his control once again, just like that time in the foggy town. A chill surged through Klein's heart. So he truly had been controlled by Zeratul back then as well. But at that moment, the marionette, whose face had originally been devoid of expression, suddenly curled its lips ever so slightly, as if revealing a smile. Behind it, a massive phantom of interlocking gears materialized. Creak, creak. With those strained grinding noises, the ancient gears began to turn clockwise, and their aim locked directly onto Klein. The next second, Klein's aura surged wildly. It felt as if someone force-fed countless streams of information straight into his mind. After a brief moment of dazed confusion, he realized that several new Beyonder abilities had appeared in his head. He had become a Sequence 3 scholar of yore. His heart was filled with questions about the out-of-control marionette, as well as confusion regarding his own state. But he understood it was not the time to think. Hastily, he manipulated his spirit body threads and tore himself free of Zeradal's control. Then, drawing on the knowledge that had been forcibly instilled in him, he skillfully grabbed twice at the void in rapid succession. Two figures were swiftly outlined midair. One figure had bronzed skin, a medium build, black hair, and brown eyes, Isaac Eggers. Yet unlike the Mr. Isaac Klein knew, this projection carried an indifferent gaze, wore a deep black robe embroidered with golden thread, and had a bird-shaped crown of pure gold resting atop his head, as if he were gazing down upon all living beings. The other figure had no head and carried 4 beautiful female faces in her hand, Miss Messenger. Klein abruptly becoming a Sequence 3 Scholar of Year was clearly beyond Zeradal's expectations. Still, the other responded quickly. Zareth also grabbed several times at the void and pulled out 3 figures. William Augustus I. A witch robed in purple. And a man in exquisitely ornate garments with soft, chestnut-colored, wavy hair, Emperor Roselle Gustav, in his prime. While the historical projections summoned by both sides clashed, Klein hurriedly leapt into the historical void. Using this method, he finally escaped that bizarre cathedral. Then, facing the mausoleum ahead, he made several popping papa sounds with his mouth and consecutively fired multiple terrifyingly powerful air cannons. At the same time, he stole a glance toward the traveler's marionette, only to realize it had vanished without him noticing. What in the world is happening? An elderly voice suddenly rang beside his ear. No one ever told you that you shouldn't get distracted during a battle, especially when you're facing a higher sequence beyonder of your own pathway. Inside a motel in the East Borough. Edisac's hand, which held the quill, trembled more violently by the second. Blood gushed from his nose, mouth, eyes, and even his ears, bright, scarlet, unceasing. This was truly unexpected. One of Klein's marionettes abruptly broke free of his control due to completely unknown reasons, then used a completely unknown ability to grant him Sequence 3 strength for a short period. This should have been advantageous to Edisac's plan, yet his mood grew unbearably heavy. There were too many unknowns, too many variables slipping out of his grasp. He could only comfort himself, so long as George III's advancement was disrupted, the result would still be good. Then another accident occurred. Trissy, who was supposed to be carried away by a wandering spirit world creature from Mausoleum No. 1 of Backlund, broke free for reasons unknown. Instead, she seized the opportunity and successfully advanced to Sequence 4, Demoness of Despair. At this moment, she had only one thought. No matter why she ended up here, there was only one thing she needed to do, and that was to destroy the mausoleum as much as possible, even if it cost her own. Edisac's grip tightened around the quill, stopping it from writing on its own. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to write. Trissy recalled the days when Edisac had imprisoned her, how she, a man, had woken up every day in another man's bed. She suddenly recognized with clarity just how foolish her actions were. This was not love, this was humiliation, a humiliation orchestrated by someone else. She could not help reflecting, after she had finally broken free of the arrangement and gained a chance to live again, why would she once more plunge into someone else's scheme and risk her life for a man who ruined her, a man who disgusted her? So she awakened. She would flee. Just as he finished writing the last letter of the word flee, the quill suddenly struggled free from his grip and began writing furiously on its own. Danger. 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 A powerful and unknown existence is approaching. I understand now. It sent Trissy to the mausoleum from the beginning just so that the foolish and laughable Edisac would be unable to stop himself from interfering and forcibly altering the plot, thus giving it the opportunity to locate Edisac and the Quill of Azuhad. You've fallen for it. Edisac, you've fallen for it. Run. Hurry and run. He's here, he's coming to catch us. A spirit world creature that happened to pass by and happened to be friendly toward Edisac appeared and carried Edisac away from Backlund, taking him deep into the spirit world, taking him to. Edisac lifted the quill and said coldly, no. Before George III fails, I will never leave Backlund. Idiot. Fool. If you die, don't drag me down with you. The Quill of Azuhad struggled violently between his fingers, trying to write these words itself, yet it failed to seize control. Edisac continued writing. The Lady Sloth from the Psychology Alchemists, out of acknowledgement for the vote's result and out of consideration for her own undisclosed purposes, decided to step forward and assist Edisac. Several powerful spirit world creatures who harbored deep dislike for George III and had been hiding in the spirit world also decided to emerge and protect Edisac until George III advancement ritual failed. The secret mausoleum downstream of the Tussock River, after enduring the battle among multiple angel-level historical projections, finally could no longer withstand the destruction and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Another of George III's mausoleums was destroyed, struck out. An unexpected enemy appeared, he son of God from the Rose School of Thought from the southern continent, Abomination Sua. Just as he was writing fervently, Althea suddenly walked in. You really are impossible, she said. Using the quill of Azohad in front of me to arrange for me to help you. I only wanted to sit back and watch the show quietly. Truly troublesome. Edisac turned his head. I don't believe you have no motives at all for doing this. Anything related to me can only be either George III or this quill. If you also bear a grudge against George III, then naturally you should help me. And if what you want is this pen, I beg you to wait a little longer. After I finish taking my revenge on George III, I will offer it to you with both hands. Althea, or rather, Aman, took out a crystalline monocle, placed it over his right eye, and a playful smile surfaced on his face. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. I'm not interested in George III, nor in the pen of Azohad. I told you, I simply want to watch the show. Saying that, he turned to the side. What do you think, Lilith? A small figure appeared. Lilith raised a brow at Aman. So that's why you suddenly disappeared without a trace recently. Turns out you ran off to the psychology alchemists. I really don't understand what you're trying to do. What exactly is the purpose of this game you're playing? Just watching the show would fit your personality well enough, but I simply don't believe that's all. Aman chuckled. Then that only means you don't understand me well enough. Lilith cut him off. Enough. I don't care what you're plotting. I only want that quill. Are you planning to stop me? Me? Of course not. But, whether the other person here will stop you, that I don't know. Rustle, rustle. Edisac's quill suddenly wrenched itself from his control and rapidly wrote several words across the page. Adam has arrived. Adam, wearing the humble garb of an ordinary priest, stepped out of thin air. His expression remained as calm as ever, yet his eyes carried a faint shade of indistinct pity. He first nodded slightly toward Lilith in greeting, then turned toward Aman. No wonder I could never locate the quill of Azohad. So you were the one meddling behind the scenes. What are you trying to do? Aman held his monocle with an aggrieved look. Paranoid zealot, why do even you insist I must have some ulterior motive? Adam simply gazed at him, silent. A moment later, Aman spread his hands. Fine. I just want to throw everything into chaos, the messier, the better, and then fish in troubled waters to obtain the Sapphire Castle and become the Lord of Mysteries. Satisfied now? Lilith curled her lips. Who doesn't know that? Aman doesn't speak a single honest word. Aman blinked. Then why do you still ask me? Adam suddenly said, Lilith, let go of the quill of Azohad. Almost simultaneously, the other Lilith manifested beside Edisac. Her fingers had already closed around the quill. But Adam's voice carried a certain irresistible force, compelling Lilith to release the pen she had just secured. What a shameless pathway. Lilith snorted. With a wave of her hand, the entire room rotated violently, flipped upside down, and plummeted toward the mirror world. She lunged toward the quill. But at that moment, several pale and slender hands emerged from both sides, blocking her path. Lilith's fingers twitched, unleashing invisible threads that instantly sliced the hands apart. Yet just as she reached for the quill again, the mirror world shattered. They were back in the motel room, and Lilith's position had been swapped with Adam's. Adam reached out and pinched the quill still held in Edisac's hands. By now, blood flowed profusely from all 7 of Edisac's orifices. His hair had withered dry like ash. Clenching the quill with all his remaining strength, he rasped, Please, please, give me just a little more time. Adam spoke softly. The quill of Azohad may be called a so-called Grade 0 sealed artifact, but it ultimately has limits. To rely on it alone to influence multiple angels and demigods at once, to halt the advancement of a king of angels of a pathway into godhood, even I cannot accomplish that. If you continue writing, the only thing that awaits you is death. Edisac smiled. How would I know, if I don't try? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 674, Chapter 674, Klein dragged out a big shot. If I don't try, how am I supposed to avenge my mother, my siblings, and all those friends and relatives who died? The great Emperor Roselle once said, Despicableness is the despicable man's pass, and nobility the epitaph of the noble. To deal with a despicable man, I can only be even more despicable. Adam released his fingers. I hope you won't regret this. Thank you. Edisac coughed up blood again and again, yet the quill in his hand only moved faster. Unfortunately, more and more of the words he wrote were either crossed out or vanished the moment they were completed. His influence on George III apotheosis grew weaker and weaker. Lilith couldn't help but snap, Hey! Trissy risked her life just so you could survive. Edisac looked over weakly. This so-called love was built on lies and arrangement from the very beginning. Everything was fake. Hey, even that woman's identity was fake. My father was fake. My feelings were fake. My status as Lone's heir was fake. Holding the quill, he let out a wretched smile. And now, the hope I clung to, is also fake. Perhaps even my obsession with taking revenge on George III was something you lofty beings forcefully instilled in me, also fake. So, instead of continuing this false existence, perhaps dying would be better. If I can drag George III down with me, then at least, when people speak of me in the future, Edisac, the men who dragged the vile George III off his divine throne, that part would at least be real. Lilith planted her hands on her waist. Adam, Amon, look at the mess you two created, you've driven the poor guy insane. So, to save such a pitiful man, Miss Lilith shall act without hesitation. The moment her words fell, Lilith and the quill in Edisac's hand vanished abruptly. A faint golden light flickered across Adam's eyes, and suddenly, countless pitch-black stone pillars rose around them, supporting a vast and magnificent cathedral. Inside this cathedral, every pillar, every arch, every inch of the domed ceilings was inlaid with bones of different races. Dense clusters of eye sockets encircled across hundreds of meters tall. Snap. With a crisp snap of fingers, the space inside the cathedral shattered as if made of glass, breaking into countless fragmented mirrors. Within each reflected surface stood a Lilith. In every mirror, her expressions and movements differed drastically. Each Lilith unleashed a different kind of ability. Mountains collapsed, the earth split, floods surged, tsunamis roared, plagues and viruses poured forth, engulfing the cathedral of bones. In an instant, under the successive impacts, the entire structure teetered on the brink of destruction. Its walls, roof, and even that massive cross all split with thick, spreading cracks. Farewell, all of you. Just as the corpse cathedral collapsed, every Lilith in every broken mirror turned at the same time and leapt into the depths, disappearing, fleeing far away through the layered worlds of mirrors. But just as she was about to exit through another mirror, she suddenly felt her body halt. The scene before her warped, and in the blink of an eye, she was back inside the inn. Before she could even steady herself, the quill in her hand was taken by a completely calm Adam. Lilith erupted, Amon. Outside the secret mausoleum of East Chester County. Bernadette ultimately fell short by 2 full sequences compared to William Augustus I. Even with several Grade 0 sealed artifacts, the gulf was still far too vast to bridge. Although their battle had inflicted some damage on the mausoleum, under William Augustus I's maintenance, it never collapsed. And now, Bernadette's sealed artifacts were about to unleash their negative side effects. She knew she could no longer destroy the mausoleum, so she withdrew the artifacts and prepared to leave. But William Augustus I pursued relentlessly. With a single prohibition against spirit world travel, he dragged Bernadette back, then attempted to completely kill the Queen Mystic, who once dominated the 5 seas, Roselle's daughter. The secret mausoleum downstream of the Tussock River. Klein's battle with Zeradel quickly slipped into defeat. After all, his Sequence 3 state was only temporarily acquired, whereas Zeradel was a seasoned Sequence 2 powerhouse, and on top of that, he had actually summoned Sua of the Rose School of Thought. Klein had once seen Sua from afar in Byam when the abomination chased Edward. With Lilith's explanations afterwards, he had learned that this being was a Sequence 1 angel. He was already risking his life fighting Zeradel. Now there was a Sequence 1 angel added on top of it. The only thing left for him was, run. But at this moment, both Mr. Azek's and Miss Messenger's projections were entangled by the historical projections Zeradel had pulled out. Meanwhile, Sua tore through the spirit world, extending black arms filled with curses and corrosive aura toward Klein from all directions. He dodged them with difficulty, one after another, but the curses and erosion radiating from those arms still inflicted severe damage on his spirituality and physical body. Feeling the stabbing pain coming from his spirituality, Klein grabbed at the void again. Wearing her layered cake dress and old-fashioned hat, Bernadette leapt out from the crevice of history. Her eyes were empty, and following Klein's command, she rushed straight toward Sia in obstruction. Klein did not stop. He reached out again, but the first attempt failed. He had tried to pull out Edward's historical projection. According to Priscilla's description and Lilith's confirmation, Edward was also a Sequence 2 powerhouse at the moment, and even belonged to the apprentice pathway. Whether or not he was strong in combat was debatable, but in terms of escape abilities, he was unquestionably unmatched. Damn it, Edward, oh Edward, are we not brothers in arms anymore? How can I not pull out your historical projection? Was all that camaraderie just fake plastic brotherhood? Have I misjudged you? While cursing in his heart, Klein continued working. He pulled out several random cannon fodder figures, but unfortunately, under Sua's aura, these cannon fodder projections immediately mutated and turned on Klein instead. Klein snapped his fingers several times, transforming into flames and teleporting rapidly forward. Then he leapt into the historical void again, only to be greeted by Zeradel, who had been waiting for quite some time. Klein immediately summoned the projection of the sea god's scepter. A storm of lightning crashed down toward Zareth. At the same time, he pulled out the marionette Kona's projection, unleashing full firepower to block Zeradel, and hurriedly jumped out of the crevice of history. Waiting for him outside was Sua. This time, I'm definitely dead. Klein's heart sank. He performed several consecutive flaming jumps to widen the distance between himself and Sua as much as possible. But then, a swirl of flames suddenly blocked his path, the flames condensed into Zeradal once more. Behind him followed Roselle from the Emperor era, a powerful distorting force descended upon Klein. He had nowhere to retreat. No way to escape. Yet Klein refused to accept his fate. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, a certain person. Seizing that idea, he poured his remaining spirituality into his hand and yanked hard at the void. A hooded woman in classical robes, beautiful yet expressionless, was dragged out from the crevice of history, the very senior member of the Church of the Evernight Goddess who had once helped him and sent him into the foggy town. The moment she appeared, Klein's spirituality nearly dried up entirely. It felt as though countless steel needles were piercing his brain. The agony was so intense he almost fainted. Zeradal's originally placid expression changed instantly, terror, panic, shock, bewilderment. His eyes widened. He only managed to utter a single "no" before he was erased once again like a sketch wiped clean by an eraser, leaving only Emperor Roselle's historical projection standing dazedly in midair. A moment later, Roselle's eyes flashed, and the projection dissipated entirely. Outside Backlund, within the Site 1 ruins. With the sapphire ring as her aid, Trissy completed her transformation, advancing from Sequence 5 to Sequence 4 Demoness of Despair. Her hair lifted strand by strand, each one thickening like a small snake. Their outer layers became slick and eerily strange. At their tips, some grew sharp black and white eyeballs, while others sprouted serpent-like heads with half-open mouths, flicking their tongues. Around Trissy, grayish-white coloration spread outward rapidly like a living tide. Wherever it passed, stone grew harder, and everything else turned into stone. All the rituals originally arranged inside Site 1 were tainted by the grayish-white petrification. Prince Grove was instantly surrounded by the spreading grayness pouring in from the void. He could only rely on the scorching radiance emitted from the thorned crown above his head to maintain a tiny safe zone. Anything he attempted to say or do became completely sealed off, unable to escape the boundaries of light. Trissy shot Prince Grove a cold glance. Cloaked in a mass of sky-obscuring serpent hair, she stepped toward the secret mausoleum at the bottom of the shadowy ravine. But at that moment, her body trembled. Fragments of memory flashed through her mind, Triss before becoming a woman, Trissy when the Demoness sect forced her into Prince Edisac's bed, Trissy indulging in pleasure with him, and, stronger than anything, Trissy as she was twisted by one arrangement after another, becoming less and less like herself. A fierce anger surged from deep within her heart. Her mind became cold, sharp, and terrifyingly clear. What am I doing right now? What stupidity am I committing? I was actually willing to sacrifice myself to help Edisac. I finally escaped control. I finally have the chance to live freely. So why would I suddenly make such an idiotic choice? This isn't love, it's humiliation. Humiliation imposed upon me by someone else's arrangements. No. 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 I will break free from the shackles those arrangements forced upon me. My life must be mine alone to decide. I refuse to be manipulated ever again. I want to leave this place, leave Backlund, far, far away from everything in my past. Trissy abruptly turned around. Under Prince Grove's bewildered gaze, she walked out of the mausoleum. She kept walking, farther and farther, until she disappeared completely from sight. And as she departed, the petrification in the mausoleum gradually receded. Feeling the crisis dissipate, Prince Grove leapt out of the mausoleum in pursuit, only to find that Trissy had truly left. Just a little more and we would have succeeded. Why would she suddenly leave? Was she scared of dying after all? Note, 580 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 675, Chapter 675, The Black Emperor. At the same time, the other mausoleums scattered across the Lone Kingdom were each guarded by members of the Twilight Hermit Order summoned by George III. From beginning to end, none of them encountered any intruders. In other words, aside from the single mausoleum destroyed due to the battle between Chrismona and Judith, the two demonesses of catastrophe, the remaining 8 stood untouched, still towering in their designated locations. With them intact, George III gradually completed the advancement ritual of the Black Emperor. In Backlund, at the Memorial Square. The imagined voice of George III grew increasingly impassioned as he swung his arms with force, bringing the rousing speech to its conclusion. My subjects. Follow your emperor. March together to the front lines. Use our flesh. Use our blades to drive out every invader. Avenge our brothers, our compatriots, our families. Drive those damned, wretched Faceac people off our lands completely. And more than that, I promise you now, the pain and suffering Faceac brought us shall be repaid 100-fold. With his thunderous proclamation, the citizens gathered in the square raised their hands and erupted into cheers, offering their emperor the highest reverence. Outside Backlund, within the Site 1 ruins. Inside the deep, pitch-black and imposing secret mausoleum, the real George III raised the black crown and placed it atop his head. His expression grave, he lifted his head and swallowed the potion crafted from the 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics. His body began shifting toward the direction of the shadow of order, expanding and stretching in a wondrous state. The 8 remaining mausoleums served as islands amid a void ocean, each one a component of the grand structure of rules. At the same time, the citizens chanting, Emperor George III, in the ritual formed countless densely packed beacons, jointly anchoring this ruler of Lone, East Biome, and the Rorstad archipelago. They prevented him from fully detaching from reality and becoming completely absorbed into the shadow of order. At this moment, he already knew, all enemies who attempted to sabotage the mausoleums had been repelled. With the tacit approval of the 7 gods, no one could stop him from taking the final supreme step, becoming an eternal deity equal in status to the 7. Becoming the Black Emperor, who would rule reality itself. When that time came, every person who dared obstruct him would be ruthlessly crushed, reduced to ants beneath the feet of the newly ascended Black Emperor, George III. 212 years of effort, 3 generations of schemes, and millions of sacrifices all crystallized in this moment. They were all worthwhile. They deserved praise. They would witness with their very eyes the birth of a new god. Sensing that the potion had nearly completed its final transformation of his body, George III rose slowly to his feet. His gaze brimmed with supreme authority. His mustache curled upward slightly as a smile spread across his face. Spreading his arms wide, he declared in a resounding voice. I, George Augustus, ascend as a god this day. Suddenly. Without the slightest warning, George III felt his spirituality tremble violently. The potion that had nearly completed its transformation abruptly halted, stopping at the very last step, lacking only a hair's breadth. The smile froze on his face. Threads of bewilderment flashed across his eyes. Shock and confusion tinged his voice. How could this be? Impossible. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I have already completed the ritual. I have already consumed the potion. Why have I not ascended as the Black Emperor? Then. George III sensed that something atop his head was missing. He reached up in alarm and discovered that the black crown, the uniqueness of the Black Emperor, had vanished without him noticing. He instantly stood up, his gaze sharp as lightning as he scanned his surroundings. Only one thought roared through his mind. Impossible. Even the king of angels of the Marauder pathway, Amon, could not have stolen his uniqueness completely soundlessly. Yet the reality was that it had simply disappeared. Who? George III's voice echoed throughout the mausoleum, layered with power that distorted laws and order. He attempted to reconnect with the vanished uniqueness, but nothing responded. The next moment, his legs abruptly gave out. He collapsed uncontrollably onto his knees. His body deflated like a punctured balloon, his aura rapidly deteriorating, falling from the near sequence 0 Black Emperor, down to sequence 1, then further into sequence 2. No. This was not merely a regression of aura and sequence. George III clearly felt that the potion composed of the 3 fused sequence 1 beyonder characteristics had inexplicably vanished from his body, as though he had never consumed them at all. It was exactly the same as the sudden disappearance of the uniqueness moments earlier. His pupils trembled violently. Yes. He had thought of a possibility. A possibility that could explain how both the Black Emperor's uniqueness and the 3 sequence 1 characteristics could vanish into thin air. But he immediately shook his head hard, refusing to acknowledge it. He slammed his fist into the ground in rage. No. No. Impossible. I was only half a step away, half a final step. This plunge from heaven into hell shattered George III's sanity. Madness and loss of control devoured him. I am the Black Emperor. I am the deity equal to the 7 gods. I am the eternal Black Emperor. His consciousness grew more frenzied. An uncontrollable, volcanic eruption of deranged willpower surged from his body, warping his form and distorting the surroundings. In a vague trance, he saw a colossal black throne. He saw himself seated upon it, crowned, overlooking reality with supreme arrogance, ruling over all living beings, standing equal to the gods. He extended his hand, trying to seize that future. I am Lone. I am the northern continent. I am the eternal emperor of this world. No one, and no one can stop me. I, George Augustus, am the Black Emperor. George III's body twisted. Black curled hair burst from his skin, and his face became hideously distorted. He was on the brink of complete loss of control. I am the Black Emperor. No. I am. A black silhouette abruptly appeared within the underground mausoleum. Its form gradually solidified, condensing from darkness into a physical body, a middle-aged man wearing a black crown studded with jewels, clad in pitch-black armor with a cloak of the same color, holding a scepter in hand. Emperor Roselle of the Intis Empire. He had revived moments before George III completed his advancement, forcefully reclaiming both the 3 Sequence 1 characteristics and the uniqueness that George III had taken. At the instant of his revival, within the astral realm, he completed his return to godhood as the Black Emperor. This was the nature of the Black Emperor. This was the shameless trait of his authority. Before the previous Black Emperor was utterly dead, as long as he was given the right opportunity, he could ignore all efforts made by successors attempting to ascend, reviving and returning to his throne through an unchangeable law that even true gods could not overturn. Roselle flexed his fingers, feeling the transformation from a lingering remnant soul to an ascended deity, the return of the power he had lost for over a century. He exhaled deeply. After being stuck in that damn place for so long, I'm finally out. A faint smile crossed his face. In a clear, resonant voice, he declared, "Intis, your emperor has returned." The moment the words left his mouth, they echoed instantaneously within the minds of every citizen of Intis. A profound awe rose from the depths of their hearts, compelling them to kneel, bow, and welcome the Black Emperor's return. At this time, George III's body had undergone a complete aberration. Black curly fur sprouted all over him, his previously dignified figure now morphed into a gigantic curly-haired baboon. He rampaged around the mausoleum before fixing his monstrous gaze on Roselle. Roaring, he charged. "Black Emperor is mine. TSK. So the Black Emperor's mythical creature form really is a curly-haired baboon." Roselle curled his lip. With a casual gesture of his finger, the force of distortion imbued with authority twisted the enormous baboon into a ball of flesh. After extreme compression, it burst with a loud bang, scattering bloody chunks everywhere. But George III did not die. The pieces of flesh squirmed slowly, attempting to reassemble themselves. Roselle snapped his fingers. With a boom, the laws and order of the surrounding space shifted. The scattered flesh instantly disintegrated into fine powder, then burned to ash under the flames generated by the friction of a casually flicked pebble. George III, dead. A crisp ding rang out as an amorphous, fog-like clump dropped to the ground. It was the Sequence 2 Beyonder characteristic of the Duke of Entropy. Roselle reached out, seized the characteristic, and stepped forward, vanishing from the mausoleum. "Bernie, Daddy is coming." Eastchester County. Bernadette, covered in the Imperial Emperor's new clothes, had managed to block yet another execution from William Augustus I. But the Sequence 1 hand of order clenched his fist toward her, and directly stripped her of the Emperor's new clothes. Bernadette retreated, conjuring another blood-stained spear of Longinus between her fingers. Filled with a destructive aura and bloody presence, it shot toward William Augustus I's head. Although she was only Sequence 3, the spear's special nature was enough that even William Augustus I did not take it lightly. With one hand, he reduced the spear's speed, with another wave, he banished it into the void. Then his left hand grasped the air around Bernadette's figure, and clenched. In an instant, Bernadette's body was imprisoned midair. She could only watch helplessly as William Augustus I raised his fist again, descending to execute her. This time, without the Emperor's new clothes, this Sequence 1 level execution descended upon Bernadette without restraint. Receiving such a blow would mean certain death for a Sequence 3. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 676, Reunion. At the critical instant, Bernadette swiftly drew a delicate jewelry box from the void, raising it to block the execution strike, the box of the Great Old Ones. With a sharp clang, the box of the Great Old Ones absorbed most of the deadly force, yet a remaining fraction still tore into Bernadette. A terrifying rending force split straight through the point between her right shoulder and the side of her head, leaving a horrifying fissure across her body. Bernadette's complexion instantly turned paper white. Beads of sweat the size of peas rolled down her forehead. She clenched her teeth and, relying purely on her tenacious will, forcefully used her spirituality to keep her body from being ripped cleanly in two. But before she could even catch her breath, William Augustus I's follow-up attacks descended like a storm. Clearly, he intended to seize this opportunity to kill her outright. Enduring the excruciating agony of her soul being torn apart, she mustered every ounce of strength she had left and forced open the first layer of the box of the Great Old Ones. The moment William Augustus I's next strike arrived, a finger-sized figure shot out from within the box. In the blink of an eye it expanded, reshaping itself into a man with a broad forehead, dressed in a black classical robe and a pointed soft hat of the same color, a monocle perched over his right eye. "Wow. Is this how you welcome me the moment I come out?" Amon's lips curved upward in a playful smile. He reached toward the oncoming strike several times, casually snatching the force apart, then flung it back toward William Augustus I as though tossing aside useless trash. William Augustus I twisted aside in haste to avoid Amon's redirected attack, then came to a stop, his expression sinking. Amon. Though both were Sequence 1, he understood full well the gap between himself and Amon, greater even than that between George III and the Black Emperor. To fight Amon head-on would be nothing short of suicide. If Amon truly stood as Bernadette's ally, his only option was immediate retreat. Amon's gaze swept back and forth between the two of them. Suddenly, he chuckled. "Oh, so you're the one being hunted down. That saves me the trouble." He took a small step back and said to William Augustus, "Please continue. I actually have a grudge against this woman myself." Drip, drip. Bright red blood streamed continuously from Bernadette's torn flesh, dripping onto the ground and blooming into startling scarlet flowers. She stared coldly at Amon and William Augustus, her gaze turning resolute. Her fingers tightened around the third layer of the box of the Great Old Ones, slowly opening the faintest crack. Almost instantly, Amon's eyes flew wide. "Shit, dead, we're all dead." As he spoke, he vanished with a single theft of distance. William Augustus's brows twitched slightly, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. He sensed with precision that what lurked behind the box's third layer was a corruptive power from the deepest reaches of the cosmos. Terrifying though it was, neither he nor Amon should have needed to fear it this much, not with their level of strength. They should have had ample time to flee the moment the third layer opened. Then I must not allow her to open it. Electric light flashed through William Augustus's gaze. A psychic lancet shot out like a razor-sharp arrow, penetrating Bernadette's spirit body in an instant and stabbing straight into her sea of consciousness. The surge of agony crashed over Bernadette like a violent tide. Her fingers holding the box tightened involuntarily for a split second, then froze. Immediately after, William Augustus whipped down another whip of pain, and the spiritual torment tore through her entire being, forcing her fingers to release. The box of the Great Old Ones fell to the ground with a harsh clang. William Augustus launched another execution at once, his body turning into a streak of black lightning aimed straight at Bernadette. With a crisp snap, Bernadette's body shattered into countless fragments of glass. Her true body had already slipped away through a teleportation jump, courtesy of a sealed artifact of the Demonis pathway that Lilith had given her. She reached into the void again, attempting to retrieve the golden magic lamp. But William Augustus reacted with startling speed. He suddenly drew a silver épée and slashed toward her with blinding swiftness. Space split open in an instant, sealing Bernadette within an isolated pocket. Then he intoned softly. "Mystery weakens here, reality strengthens." The moment his words fell, Bernadette's movement to retrieve the lamp was forcibly interrupted. William Augustus charged into the isolated space without hesitation. His right fist drew back, then came hurtling forward toward Bernadette's skull with a roar of wind. With mystery suppressed, the strengths of the Arbiter pathway in close quarters combat shone brilliantly, his fists became his deadliest weapons. Facing this simple yet lethal punch, Bernadette could only retreat step after step until her back touched the boundary of the isolated space, no more room to evade. Her training and instincts as a melee scholar told her there were more than a dozen ways she could counter this blow, yet her spirituality screamed a clear warning, not a single one of them would work. In a few seconds, her skull would be crushed by this punch. And with mystery suppressed, she would not even have time to enter a mythical state before dying completely. A numb, hollow thought rose in her heart. Am I going to die? Will I really die here, just like this? She had not seen her father, had not seen Mr. Sparrow. Was she truly going to die here, in a place where no one would ever know? Her consciousness rapidly blurred. In the haze, she vaguely saw a pair of indifferent, emotionless eyes appear within her fading vision. At the same time, a strange force silently enveloped her, the gaze of the hidden sage. Long ago, Bernadette had learned from Mr. Sparrow, the Avatar, that she had already been targeted by the hidden sage before becoming a mystery prior. Over the years, the hidden sage had repeatedly attempted to lure her into becoming his believer. Not only had Bernadette rejected him time and time again, but she had even founded Element Dawn, an organization meant specifically to oppose the hidden sage. And now, in this moment when she was at her weakest, the hidden sage exploited the opening and slipped in. Very quickly, that eerie force surrounding her flooded her mind with vast amounts of knowledge. In just an instant, she could clearly feel her aura swelling, expanding rapidly, enough to faintly show signs of breaking through William Augustus's prohibition. Before her eyes, William Augustus's attacking motion suddenly became unbearably slow, as though he had been trapped in a swamp despite standing only 7 or 8 meters away. Bernadette immediately understood, the hidden sage was behind this. He was attempting to use her body as a vessel to forcibly descend. A tremendous power continued to pour into her. If she turned and fought William Augustus now, the outcome truly might not be certain anymore. But once the hidden sage completed his descent, she would no longer be herself. Worse, this evil god would most likely use her body to unleash a catastrophic disaster upon the world. Thus, Bernadette desperately resisted the torrent of knowledge and power pouring into her. Using that very force as a temporary leverage, she broke free from William Augustus's prohibition, reached into the void, and retrieved the Grade 0 sealed artifact, the Pale Death. She used the last of her remaining strength to place it over her face. She intended to use the artifact's power to delay the hidden sage's descent, and then die under the Pale Death's negative effects. Even if the hidden sage still managed to descend, the only vessel he would obtain would be a lifeless corpse. Damn you! A shrill roar of fury echoed through her mind. Filled with unwilling rage, the hidden sage's descent was forcibly halted. The next second, all the power that had surged into her body was violently withdrawn, and William Augustus's movement snapped back to normal. The presence of death swept toward her once more. Bernadette, however, looked on calmly, facing death without resistance. One final thought passed through her mind: Mr. Sparrow, I thought you would appear like the hero in a fairy tale, appearing at the most crucial moment to save my life. But alas. Bang. A heavy thud rang in her ears. She stared blankly at the hand that suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking William Augustus's fist. Slowly, she lifted her gaze toward the familiar face that had materialized beside her. Her heart pounded violently, one beat, then another, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. In that instant, the long-renowned Queen Mystic could no longer control her emotions. Tears spilled from the corners of her eyes. It was not Mr. Sparrow who had come. It was Roselle. Dad. Bernadette stared dumbfounded at Roselle, who now stood before her in his youthful, vigorous form. She still could not bring herself to believe it. All these years, she had braved countless dangers, endured countless hardships, done so many things, all for the sake of finding her father. She had risked her life to stop George III from becoming the Black Emperor, just to leave even a sliver of hope for her father's return. And just as she had nearly given up all hope, he suddenly appeared before her without warning. It was so incredible she wondered whether this was nothing more than a hallucination before death. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Daddy is back. Roselle spoke gently as he carefully removed the pale death from her face. As he looked at the ghastly wound that split across her body, blazing fury ignited within his deep blue eyes. With the slightest motion of his fingers, he twisted the rules and caused her wounds to mend. Then he whispered softly, "Wait here for Daddy." Roselle lightly patted Bernadette on the head, then turned a cold gaze toward William Augustus. At this moment, William Augustus finally understood. Amon had not fled from the box that sealed the corruption of the stars. He had fled from the men standing before him in black armor and a black crown. Roselle Gustave, father of the Queen Mystic Bernadette, Emperor of Intis, and now a Sequence 0 deity. The Black Emperor. Though he could not comprehend why the long-dead Emperor Roselle had suddenly resurrected and even become the Black Emperor, William Augustus knew one thing with absolute certainty. George III had failed. The instant this realization surfaced, he turned to flee. He used every ability he possessed: exile, imprison, prohibitions, desperately trying to restrict Roselle while slicing space into countless isolated segments in an attempt to impede him. Roselle merely extended his hand and gently closed his fingers. At once, Sequence 0 level distortion surged forth like an overwhelming tide. With no resistance at all, it distorted William Augustus's thoughts and movements. His body jerked around, controlled by an invisible power, and he obediently ran straight back toward Roselle. Roselle rotated his fingers lightly, and William Augustus's body shattered like sun-dried clay. Flesh, skin, fur, and organs spilt to the ground, leaving only a bright red skeleton standing in place. The intense agony contorted the skeleton's jaw wide open, though no sound escaped. The two exposed eyeballs swelled grotesquely, bulging outward as they endured unimaginable suffering. Yet he still did not give up. After all, any Sequence 1 archangels, regardless of pathway, possessed extraordinary vitality and regenerative capability. Their physical bodies no longer defined their lives, their spirituality and souls were the true core of their existence. Roselle raised his hand again and pressed down lightly. With a sickening crunch, the bright red skeleton was crushed into fragments. Then, with another twist of order and rules, a small balance scale shaped like a human arm was extracted from the pile, William Augustus's Sequence 1 beyonder characteristic. In the next instant, the life force of the founder of the Lone Kingdom rapidly faded and vanished. He was dead. Roselle slowly turned back, his gaze returning to his daughter. In that moment, his arms were suddenly filled. Bernadette had thrown herself into his embrace. Her arms clung tightly around him, as though she wished to fuse herself with her father. Daddy. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 677, their respective reactions. Bernadette wept uncontrollably. That single cry, saturated with nearly a century of longing and repressed emotion, pierced through the vicissitudes of time and echoed through the air. In that instant, all her former identities dissolved like passing clouds. She was no longer the figure who stirred storms within the mysticism world, no longer the awe-inspiring Queen Mystic, no longer the lofty Sequence 3 powerhouse admired and feared by all. At this moment, she was simply the daughter who had been separated from her father for a long, lonely age, who had tasted the bitterness of yearning for almost 100 years. Her entire heart, her entire world, held only the men before her, the father who had given her life and carried most of her childhood memories. And Roselle, who only moments ago had casually waved his hand and killed an archangel, now looked a little at a loss. After hesitating for a moment, he placed both hands on his daughter's back and patted her gently. All right, Daddy is back. Daddy is back. Only after quite some time did Bernadette lift her head. She wiped away her tears and asked softly, Daddy, do you know where Mr. Sparrow went? Roselle's brows instantly knit together. We meet for the first time in so many years, and the first thing you ask is about another man. Bernadette inhaled deeply. Bit by bit, she regained her usual calm as the Queen Mystic. I only want to know what really happened back then, what he and you were planning together. You can't ask me that directly. Of course I can. So, Daddy, please tell me. This. Roselle's tone faltered. He scratched his head. It'll be better to find that brat and say it together. He made me rot in that mausoleum for over 100 years without a single person to talk to. I've been itching to settle accounts with him. As he spoke, he reached out and tugged lightly at her cheeks. And another thing, don't talk to me with that cold, I see through everything expression. I still prefer the way you used to smile. It was adorable. It was beautiful. Bernadette replied flatly, sorry, but I really can't smile at a father who wrote those things in his diary. Roselle felt as if a sword had stabbed straight into his heart. His eye twitched rapidly. You learned Chinese? Bastard. Roselle exploded in fury. That bastard Edward clearly promised me he wouldn't teach you Chinese. That little shit. That dog-fucked traitor. He dared to stab me in the back. I'm going to kill him. Come. He grabbed his daughter by the wrist. Bernadette frowned. Where are we going? To find that bastard Edward. She followed him for 2 steps, but suddenly her foot halted. From the depths of her spirituality came a faint but certain sensation. Her advancement ritual to sequence 2 was complete. In an inn in the East Borough of Backlund. Lilith glared at Amon through gritted teeth. Her form abruptly restored itself to that of a human, and her aura surged several-fold, yet on the left side of her chest there was a fist-sized hollow cavity, within which protruded a patch of grey-white, stone-like material. Amon looked genuinely surprised. You're injured? No wonder you didn't foresee my attack earlier. He pinched his monocle and added with growing curiosity. But who in this world, aside from a true god, could injure you? Lilith's expression darkened. Even wounded, if I really went all out, none of you would walk away unscathed. Adam held a quill in one hand, his expression as calm as ever while he regarded Lilith. Lilith, what you should be doing right now is securing victory in the Southern Continent War, jumping to Red Priest, then seeking to merge with the City of Calamity through Cheek. Only then can you advance to natural calamity of destruction. The apocalypse is drawing closer. Lilith sneered. Heh. And when you speak of the apocalypse, are you referring to that ring of outer gods beyond Earth's barrier? Or the oldest one? If it's the latter, how do you intend to deal with him? Adam replied, if the oldest one's awakening is inevitable, then there is only one response available to me, to take his place. To use his power to tear open the barrier between worlds, leave this place, seek out an uninhabited world, and complete my resurrection there. This was also the first method I considered the moment that person arrived in our world. It would minimize casualties to the greatest extent. A faint gleam flickered in Amon's eyes, the thoughts behind it unreadable. Lilith paused, visibly startled. You really do have a sense of self-sacrifice. Adam continued, I said long ago that everything I do is to prevent the apocalypse. Fine. I'll give you that, you have my respect. Lilith gave a thumbs up, then said, then why must you treat Edward as an enemy? He's not as irresponsible as Amon. Can't you cooperate with him instead? Amon silently pointed at himself, his expression full of question marks. No. Adam held the cross on his chest, shook his head gently, and said softly, at first, I intended to. But once he advanced to sequence 3, I discovered a problem. What problem? His advancement alone directly severed the possibilities for both the door and the visionary pathways to become pillars. And even if he manages to find his own uniqueness and advance to sequence 0, what then? How would he progress further beyond that? Adam said calmly, I cannot place my hopes on the unknown. And my earlier strike against him was not truly to harm him. I merely intended to leave certain psychological cues behind, so that he would accompany me. His words sent Lilith's thoughts spinning, giving her the illusion that she suddenly needed a larger brain. But she quickly found the flaw and snorted, no, that's wrong. At most, Edward only occupies the door pathway. The visionary pathway wouldn't be affected just because it lost to authors beyond her characteristic. That shouldn't interfere with your advancement to a pillar. Oh. Lilith suddenly came to a realization. I understand now. In the end, you intend to advance to visionary first, then complete your final fusion with the true creator, and you want to be the one to control the final consciousness, isn't that right? Adam remained silent. Adam, oh Adam, you refuse to entrust hope to others, so you use that as an excuse to strike at them. But when it comes to yourself, you insist on controlling everything. You really are the embodiment of double standards. Adam's eyes remained clear, serene, unshaken. Lilith abruptly lowered her hands. Fine. I can't beat the two of you anyway. Your fists are bigger, so you're always right. She produced a silver mirror and lifted a leg to step into it. But Adam suddenly extended a finger and tapped the mirror lightly. It shattered at once. What are you doing? He said calmly, wait. Wait for Edward to arrive. With a boom, black flames erupted from Lilith's body. She said coldly, Adam, you're pushing your luck. Before her words faded, the ground trembled faintly, accompanied by a long string of deafening roars from the distance. The distortions of order and rules spread outward, centered on Backlund. Within Backlund, all kinds of rules and laws shifted in a short span, some reversed, some intensified, and some plunged into chaos. Amon smiled faintly as he looked toward the distance. Oh, the MN that was locked away has been released. A second later, his smile vanished. His brows furrowed. A new Black Emperor has been born. All this time, the three had nearly forgotten Edisac's presence. He struggled to stand and leaned against the window, his expression furious. No. George III doesn't deserve it. He doesn't deserve to become a deity. He's just a despicable bastard. Amon gave him a sidelong glance. Oh, then be at ease. George III failed his advancement. Edisac froze. Emperor Roselle has resurrected. Memorial Square. Below the platform, Audrey and her parents watched George III finish his speech. They saw him solemnly put on a military uniform, then draw the long sword that symbolized the royal authority of the Lowen Kingdom. With great force, he stabbed it into the floor, letting his voice boom across the square through the loudspeakers. I, George Augustus III, will personally command the front. I will not retreat a single step. I swear that the Faesac Empire will pay in blood for their crimes. Boom. The next second, George III's flesh and blood exploded into a spray of fireworks. Everyone present stood frozen, unable to react to the abrupt sight. A few seconds later, chaos erupted. Amid waves of screams, the Royal Guard soldiers rushed onto the platform. His Majesty has been assassinated. Seal the area. Audrey stared blankly at the scene before her, feeling as though everything were unreal. George III, dead. A king of angels who had been only half a step away from Sequence 0 ascension, killed right before her eyes. Bernadette's plan had succeeded. No. Bernadette was only Sequence 3. There was no way she accomplished this alone. Which meant, Mr. Fool himself had taken action. With the tacit approval of the seven gods, had Mr. Fool truly intervened to stop George III's ascension? At this moment, countless thoughts converged into a single sentence. Praise Mr. Fool. Suddenly, Audrey felt someone tug her sleeve. When she looked down, she saw a familiar face, a boy in a tiny suit, round-cheeked and adorable. He held an ice cream box in one hand, eating happily. Audrey instantly recognized him, Will Septon, the angel of fate. Why are you here? Will sighed. What else? I'm overworked, as always. Someone was worried about you and asked me to keep watch over you personally. Who? Will curled his lip. Klein Sparrow. Of course, you may also know him as Gehrman Sparrow, or Edward. Meanwhile, outside the perimeter of Memorial Square, Furs and Zio were equally stunned by the sudden turn of events. Even though they had known Mr. Fool's stance, even though they knew Miss Strength might act against George III, they had not expected the strike to come so suddenly. Right during George III's public speech, he had been sniped, killed instantly, and the King of Angels, only half a step from godhood, had not even managed a sliver of resistance. The two stared at each other for a long time before murmuring in unison. Praise Mr. Fool. Elsewhere, in a nearby square, Leonard, who had recently avenged in Sanguil at St. Samuel's Cathedral, came to rest for a brief moment. He listened to George III's speech broadcast through the loudspeaker in the square. Although every sentence was meant to inspire morale and radiated righteous determination, Leonard felt only nausea. Palez chuckled faintly. Hey, all politicians are this hypocritical. That's why I'll never become a politician. The old man fell silent for a few seconds. That sentence I can agree with. But the reason you won't become a politician isn't because you don't want to, it's because you don't have the brains for it. Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 880 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 678, Edward's Return. At that moment, a sudden bang came through the loudspeaker, abruptly cutting off the king's speech. The next second, frantic cries of terror and confusion spilled from the amplifier. After a brief hush, the crowd in the square grew restless, whispering, murmuring, exchanging panicked glances. Fear of the unknown, of the future, slowly took root in their hearts. A glimmer of shock flashed through Leonard's eyes. A vague possibility surfaced in his mind. Inside the inn. Lilith froze for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Roselle revived. And he even successfully advanced to Black Emperor. Adam, Amon, you two are doomed. After Edisac's initial days, a smile slowly surfaced on his face, a smile filled with relief, liberation, and long-awaited ease. He staggered back half a step and sank back into his chair. He wanted to say something, but at that moment, his life force was drained from his body in an instant. With the remnants of that smile still on his lips, he stopped breathing. Amon clicked his tongue softly and turned toward Adam. So. You don't seem surprised at all about Roselle's resurrection. Adam's face remained calm, and he said nothing. Amon shook his head. Paranoid zealot. Has no one ever told you that this habit of always seeing through everything, knowing everything, thinking you control everything, is really quite annoying? Lilith folded her sleeves and snorted. Amon, if you can't stand him, stop whining and come help me beat him up. Amon chuckled. Next time, for sure. At that moment, Adam's long fingers pinched the quill, and the pen tip swept furiously across the yellowed paper with a sharp rustling sound. At the same time, the sacred, eerie corpse cathedral, brimming with both holiness and wickedness, rose from the earth again at astonishing speed. Each bone that comprised the cathedral radiated a ghostly glow, intertwining into a mysterious rhythm. Without warning, the floor beneath the group began to rotate rapidly, dragging up a dizzying centrifugal force as it slowly sank. Their surroundings warped like clay kneaded by an invisible hand, blurring, dimming, as though they were being pulled into a bottomless abyss. Lilith looked up at the swirling space around her, the wild winds throwing her hair into chaos. She shouted loudly, Adam. Where are you taking me? But only the howling of the wind answered her. Adam said nothing. The quill in his hand curved lightly, as if writing the trajectory of fate itself. The windows of the corpse cathedral suddenly blazed with piercing light. Then the entire structure collapsed like a fading dream, dissolving into countless drifting bones that vanished into the void. In the blink of an eye, the three found themselves standing inside a magnificent, brightly lit palace. It was once the Dragon's Palace, an architecture capable of instantly revealing the thoughts of anyone within it, known as the Hall of Truth. Except now, rows of black benches had been added, along with a massive cross. Where is this? Lilith didn't speak, yet her voice echoed throughout the palace. Who's talking? Ah. Sounds like my voice. So this voice must be my current thoughts. Then Lilith's thought voice abruptly stopped. She had already found a way to conceal her surface thoughts from being broadcast aloud. Amon crossed his arms. Behind his monocle, his eyes sparkled with mischief. So, your plan is to stay here and hide from Roselle? No. He's waiting for me. A voice that did not belong to any of the three echoed suddenly across the Hall of Truth. A phantom-like door materialized out of thin air beside Lilith. A hand reached through the threshold and gently tapped her shoulder. Lilith shuddered and turned around. Lilith. I'm back. Edward stepped out from the illusory door at an unhurried pace, coming to stand beside her. After staring at him for several seconds, Lilith gave her nose a rough swipe and lifted her chin with a huff. Oh. I know. A gentle smile tugged at the corner of Edward's lips. He raised a hand and ruffled her hair lightly. Then he nodded toward Adam and Amon. Gentlemen. Long time no see. A flicker of light flashed across Amon's monocle. Finally willing to show yourself. I've been looking for you for, far too long. Edward reached out with a casual motion and grabbed something from the air, pulling out a wriggling, struggling worm of time. Attacking the moment we meet. Not even a proper greeting, Amon. Amon grinned. I don't recall ever having a pleasant relationship with you. As he spoke, he reached toward Edward several times in rapid succession, stealing his wandering, his spirit world traversal, and several other abilities in an instant. Suddenly, a smirk crept across Amon's lips. So you're still only sequence 2. I thought you'd at least reached King of Angels. In that case, I won't be polite. Before Amon finished speaking, Edward lightly patted the space where Amon stood, instantly subjecting him to the same fate Adam once suffered and flattening him into a two-dimensional paper figure. Then the illusory books in Edward's eyes flipped rapidly. As he lifted both hands, the astral realm surged forth and engulfed the Hall of Truth. The projections of the three gods, Tyrant, Eternal Blazing Sun, and the Dragon of Wisdom, were once again projected through Replicate. But this time, they did not recover consciousness as they had before. They were nothing more than puppets. The moment they appeared, they launched an attack on Adam. Adam remained calm. He flicked his quill gently, his voice low yet infused with supreme authority. All falsehoods, disperse. The instant the words fell, the 3 charging Ga projections were washed over by an overwhelming tide of time. They decayed and collapsed in an instant, dissolving into swirling clouds of dust that vanished completely. Edward snapped his fingers. The sequence 0 level distortion force he had eaten from the Black Emperor card surged onto Adam, instantly twisting Adam's body into a braided spiral. Then Edward pressed down with his palm, flattening Adam into 2 dimensions as well. Amon recovered from his paper state at that moment. Complex patterns flickered across the surface of his monocle, and behind him abruptly appeared the phantom of an ancient, weathered stone clock. Lilith stepped in front of Edward. Her long black hair transformed into a head full of hissing vipers, spitting out plagues and toxins potent enough to kill even a sequence 1. At the same time, black serpent-like tentacles sprouted across her body, each ending with an eye, some open, some closed, petrifying everything within their gaze. In an instant, hundreds, thousands, of time worms crawled out of the air, only to be slain and petrified by her venom. Even Amon had to dodge repeatedly as the massive stone clock behind him let out a deep, heavy chime, attempting to steal Lilith's life, abilities, and even her sequence. Edward reached into the void and grabbed. A man stepped out from the historical void, a man dressed in a black clerical robe, a silver cross on his chest, short black hair. With a casual wave, Edward sent this man walking emotionlessly toward Amon. Amon's expression changed, shock, disbelief, confusion, and horror all at once. How could he not recognize this man? It was his father. The ancient sun god. Ignoring the stunned Amon, Edward turned his gaze to Adam's paper form. The ancient gears within his eyes reversed slowly, dragging Adam down from the level of a sequence 1 king of angels. Naturally, Adam would not sit still. He clasped the cross on his chest with both hands. In an instant, silver-white light burst throughout the Hall of Truth like a blazing sun, illuminating every corner. In that moment, Edward felt the sequence 1 he had gained through regression and fantasy being rapidly stripped away. The abilities he had eaten from the Black Emperor and Fool cards vanished with it. Of course, false power was false power. Trying to steamroll Adam with temporarily obtained sequences and abilities was unrealistic. Especially the abilities from the 2 cards of blasphemy, although they mimicked sequence 0 powers and made him seem like a dual pathway god, such power was only good for bullying those below godhood. Against Adam, Amon, or any true deity, the difference was far too great. Because what he had gained was raw capability, not the conceptual authority. And the true strength of gods lay in authority, in rule level and even causality level power, things one could never obtain simply by eating an ability. Fantasy. The thought flashed through Edward's mind. A flood of imagination burst forth like a breached dam, resisting Adam's forcible stripping of his sequence 1. Then Edward once again used dimensionality reduction on Adam. But this time, Adam only shuddered. He was not flattened again. His pupils abruptly turned golden, like 2 dazzling suns radiating soul-piercing brilliance. He slipped silently into the depths of Edward's psyche, stepping onto his mind island. A plague storm erupted, carrying Adam's influence and mental guidance as it swept across Edward's inner world. Where it passed, the scenery of the mind twisted into grotesque forms. Lakes boiled and emitted foul stench, green trees withered to blackened charcoal. But it was only temporary. With the second wave of plague storms, new plants sprouted rapidly on the mental islands, lush, vibrant. This was Adam, destroying Edward's mind while simultaneously completing hypnosis and psychological suggestion, shaping Edward into Adam's desired form. Edward's eyes gleamed with turning pages. Through Replicate, he replayed the memory of his battle in the Hall of Truth with the Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt. A colossal dragon with grey-white scales inscribed with countless profound patterns appeared within the mindscape. It opened its maw and let out a thunderous roar, releasing a plague storm while its massive wings stirred dream labyrinths, layering illusions to trap Adam. Edward seized his chance to pull away. From the cracks of history, he retrieved the projections of the Black Emperor and Fool cards and devoured their abilities once more. First, he used distortion to minimize Adam's alterations to his mental islands. Then he unleashed a flurry of foolings, lowering Adam's intelligence. The remaining influence Adam held over Edward's mental islands was grafted onto a casually pulled-out projection, then Edward tossed that projection back into the historical void. Buzz. A towering golden cross manifested behind Adam and fell like divine judgment, nailing the dragon projection to pieces. But Edward immediately struck again with dimensionality reduction, flattening Adam once more. Distortion deepened the reduction. Then came several more foolings, twisting the rules and order of the mental realm. With grafting, Edward began forcing Adam out of his mind world, bit by bit. The paper-thin Adam was about to be expelled when he squeezed himself back in. Though still two-dimensional, his power transcended his state and directly affected the reality of the mind world. In the blinding light, Adam's figure seemed immeasurably tall. He held his quill and wrote rapidly. His aura surged abruptly, borrowing his former rank and the visionary's authority, granting himself a brief portion of the ancient sun god's might. Boom. Golden radiance ignited Edward's entire mental world. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 679, Chapter 679, Humanity. In the real Hall of Truth, Amon finally recovered from the shock of seeing the ancient sun god. A complex emotion flashed through his eyes, but it quickly faded, replaced by his usual frivolous, mocking expression. Behind him, the phantom of the massive stone clock began to tremble violently. Its thunderous chimes shook the entire hall. He immediately stole the hollow historical projection of the ancient sun god, tossing it casually back into the historical void. Then, with several swift grabs of his right hand, he stole Lilith's current thoughts, leaving her briefly stunned. A flash of light burst from his monocle as he attempted once more to steal Edward's fate. Amon, you dare. Within the Hall of Truth, countless mirrors manifested out of thin air, encircling Amon at the center. From each mirror erupted strands of hair intertwined into tentacles, which instantly wrapped around Amon and dragged him toward the mirrored worlds. Lilith stepped into the mirror world ahead of time, standing before the barrier leading into the deeper layers of the mirror realms, clearly planning to drag Amon in with her. Though Amon did not know her exact intentions, he sensed the danger at once. He abandoned his attempt to steal Edward's fate. With a single theft, he swapped positions with Lilith within the mirror. Then he stole distance repeatedly, flashing through layer after layer of nested mirror worlds. As he passed each mirror surface, it manifested Lilith's reflections all around him. She stared coldly at him and suddenly raised her hand to strike her own chest. Clang! The mirror world shattered. Amon, who had been traversing between layers, was caught in the collapse and suffered severe damage alongside the collapsing space. Moments later, both Amon and Lilith stepped out from different shattered mirrors. Swarms of worm of time writhed across Amon's body, struggling to escape. Meanwhile, the hollow wound in Lilith's chest had grown even larger. Inside the mental world, Edward's consciousness was collapsing under the baptism of the ancient sun god's power. His mental defense crumbled again, forcing him to burn through his imagination to withstand the assault. But at this rate, even the immense reservoir of imagination he had accumulated over a century would soon be exhausted. After all, this was the ancient sun god, a being only half a step from becoming a pillar. At that moment, Edward suddenly laughed. Adam, if I kill myself right now, what will you do? I'll wait for you by the river of memory. I don't believe you can escape again. Ha 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 ha. Who told you memory is my only way to resurrect? Guess again, I advanced using a miracle invoker's beyonder characteristic. Don't you think I might also have 4 resurrection chances, just like a miracle invoker? Adam's expression did not change. You won't abandon Lilith and run. Either way, I'm going to die. Since I'm dying anyway, what do I care anymore? I never intended to kill you. Edward narrowed his eyes. Reshaping my mental world, altering my memories, even turning me into one of your psychological subpersonalities, how is that different from being dead? The difference is that once the apocalypse has passed one day, I will set you free. Well then, I really ought to thank you. Edward's tone cooled. But just as you refuse to trust anyone, why would anyone trust you? I have never distrusted others, nor do I believe I alone can resist the apocalypse. But you are different. That power within you, what it represents, is far too dangerous. Adam held the cross tightly, explaining with patience, the higher your sequence, the stronger you grow, the more it influences you. Perhaps one day you will master that power, or perhaps it will influence you in return, awakening the oldest one within you. He shook his head. I cannot allow even the possibility. I have no other choice. My apologies. Edward said calmly, then I can only apologize as well. In the real Hall of Truth, a phantom door suddenly opened behind Adam. From it stepped another Edward in Mr. Sparrow's guise, one of his avatars. The avatar extended a hand and drew from the void an ancient, time-worn wooden cross that glowed faintly green. A small smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he drove the cross forward with force. A faint sound echoed. But the ancient, blood-stained wooden cross did not pierce Adam. Instead, it pierced straight through Edward's heart from behind. The violent pain yanked Edward out of his mental world. His pupils dilated sharply as he stared back in shock at his avatar. The avatar looked at him with an utterly calm, expressionless face and said lightly, Adam gave me humanity. Before Edward could respond, Adam's consciousness surged like a tidal wave through the mental world, completely submerging Edward's mind and finishing the seizure of his body, soul, and consciousness. Edward. Lilith's eyes flushed crimson in an instant. She abandoned Amon without hesitation and charged straight toward Adam. Adam cast her a mild glance. Don't worry. He won't die. I only intend to take away his beyonder characteristics, freeze him forever at sequence 4, and then let him help me take that person's place. Fuck you. Meanwhile, in the city of Backlund. Guided by the instinct of a true deity, Roselle led Bernadette straight to the inn in the East Borough, but by the time they arrived, only 2 corpses remained. A male corpse sat against a chair, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. His life force had been drained clean. A faint smile of release rested upon his face, and even in death, his eyes were turned toward the royal palace. A female corpse sat on the floor, leaning against the man's leg. A short dagger was buried in her chest, her body soaked in blood. Even in her final moments, she gripped the man's hand tightly. That's Edisac and Helena, the siblings. Seeing Roselle's confusion, Bernadette explained, they were the children of George III, the one who tried to ascend as Black Emperor. Because they discovered George III's secrets, they became disposable pawns. After escaping with their lives, they devoted themselves entirely to revenge. Roselle said coldly, to be hated so much that even one's own children want you dead, what a failure. Someone like him nearly becoming the Black Emperor. That would have brought shame to the entire pathway. Bernadette replied, in truth, most kings and emperors throughout history drift away from their children. The more capable the child, the more wary the father. And most kings have numerous offspring, someone like you is actually very rare. Roselle stroked his beard with satisfaction. Of course. Dad, did you think I was complimenting you? Bernadette gave him a sidelong glance. I was referring to your diary entries. Roselle's calm expression instantly collapsed. Can you stop bringing up the diary? Then shall we talk about the night of my birthday banquet, when you climbed into another woman's bed and got caught by her husband? Roselle, let's not talk about that either. Or how about the time you tried to replenish your vitality to impress those socialite ladies, but the tonic backfired in you? Roselle abruptly clamped a hand over her mouth. A young lady shouldn't say everything that comes to her lips. Learn some restraint. Bernadette said calmly, muffled under his hand, Dad, I'm already 191 years old. You're still a little girl to me. Roselle then turned his gaze around the room and frowned. Something definitely happened here recently. Something involving Adam. He closed his eyes. After a moment, he broke into a grin. Found them. Let's go. Holding Bernadette's hand, he stepped forward, twisting through reality itself, heading directly toward the Hall of Truth hidden deep within Roselle's travels. But at that moment, a velvet blue night sky unfurled before them. Starlight dotted the darkness like countless shimmering jewels. The astral realm. Tap, tap, tap. Light footsteps emerged from the tranquil darkness where moonflowers and vanillas grew in abundance. She walked out draped in starlight, serene as the night itself. Though she stood before them, she seemed to exist and not exist at the same time. The instant Bernadette saw the woman, her heart skipped a beat. Though they had never met, she instinctively understood. The lady before her was the Lady of Crimson of the Church of Evernight, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, the Evernight Goddess. Bernadette immediately lowered her gaze, unable to look upon a deity directly. As for Roselle, the Black Emperor, he was father first and a god second. Roselle, naturally, cared far less. He stared directly at the Evernight Goddess and asked, May I ask, what exactly do you mean by this? The Evernight Goddess spoke softly, from the 5th epoch onward, it has been accepted among the gods that we no longer walk in the real world. We remain in the astral realm to maintain the barrier. Though you have only just achieved your true ascension, you should ideally follow this convention. She paused. Of course, as the newly ascended Black Emperor, no one expects you to strictly abide by this immediately. Roselle frowned. Then why bring me here? The Evernight Goddess smiled. As fellow remnants of the old era, fellow compatriots from the ancient days, is it strange to meet face to face? You chose not to meet me earlier or later, but at this exact moment. Roselle narrowed his eyes. Did Adam and Amon attack Edward and the others? That's correct. So you're deliberately stopping me from helping them. If you choose to think so, that's fine. Roselle's fingers flexed. Your Excellency, are you bullying me just because I've only just ascended? Of course not. Once one ascends to sequence 0, one naturally grasps the corresponding authorities. As long as your mind remains stable, the difference between our strengths is not significant. Her tone softened, almost comforting. I only hope you will wait a moment longer. She paused, then smiled. Besides, don't you want to go and see Stiano? Note, 1150 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 680, The Outcome. The air within the Hall of Truth seemed to solidify, as though even time itself had grown thick and sluggish. Lilith's state bordered on madness, her figure twisted abruptly, shifting into the mythic form of a gorgon. Her long hair writhed like venomous serpents, each strand carrying a destructive might. Flames of insanity burned in her eyes. Ignoring the worsening of her injuries, she unleashed wave after wave of catastrophic force. Under her power, the entire city of miracles trembled on the verge of collapse, as if it might shatter in the very next second. Adam stood not far away, a quill pen held in his hand, his expression as calm as ever. He had just pre-spent the authority of the ancient sun god, and now appeared somewhat weakened, but his gaze remained unfathomable, as deep as an abyss. Faced with Lilith's frenzied onslaught, he merely flicked the quill gently, writing line after line of ancient symbols upon a sheet of parchment, dissolving each of her destructive forces one by one. But Lilith had not come unprepared. A flicker of grim resolve flashed across her eyes. She raised her hand sharply, and a massive mirror materialized high above, suspended over the City of Miracles. Within the mirror shimmered a warped world, as though connected to some unnameable abyss. Without hesitation, she invoked the authority of the mirror world, attempting to break its inner barrier and release the sealed oldest one. "You're insane." Amon's voice rang out abruptly. His figure appeared beside Lilith like a phantom, the eye beneath his monocle flashing with sly brilliance. Before Lilith could even react, Amon had already stolen her current train of thought, plunging her into a brief moment of mental blankness. Adam seized this opportunity. His quill danced swiftly across the parchment, and his voice, gentle yet irresistible, sounded. "Leave this place, Lilith." Before the words fully settled, Lilith felt an overwhelming force surge toward her from all directions. The rules of the Hall of Truth, the will of the City of Miracles, and the sea of collective subconsciousness of the book world all rejected her simultaneously. Her body was pushed backwards uncontrollably, as if an invisible titan's hand were driving her out of the space. "No." Lilith screamed, desperately reaching out, attempting to see something, anything. But just as her fingertips brushed the edge of the mirror, she was hurled completely out of the Hall of Truth. Her enraged howl reverberated through the air. "Adam. Amon. I'll kill you. I will definitely kill you both." At that moment, Adam's gaze shifted toward Edward, who stood motionless nearby, his eyes empty and unfocused. Adam walked toward him slowly, the silver cross pendant in his hand gleaming with cold light. With a gentle motion of his fingers, the sharp tip of the cross pierced into Edward's chest. However, in that very instant, Adam's eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed to sense something, but before he could react, Amon had already appeared behind him. "Apologies," Amon said softly, his voice tinged with a faint, nearly imperceptible complexity. His monocle suddenly shone, and the enormous phantom of a stone clock behind him began turning, the grinding of gears echoing through the air. The next second, a translucent phantom gear materialized from thin air. It rotated clockwise, and pointed straight at Amon himself. The authority of error was pried open entirely at that moment. Amon's aura surged violently, his spirituality undergoing a qualitative leap in an instant. He ascended directly to become Sequence 0, Error. Adam's aura collapsed at once. Golden blood spurted from his chest, for the cross he held had somehow driven itself into his own heart. For the first time, astonishment flashed in his gaze, as though he could not comprehend what had just occurred. "Why?" Adam's voice remained calm, yet it quivered ever so slightly. Amon's lips curled into a crooked smile. Beneath his monocle, his eyes gleamed with a blend of emotions. "Though I hate to admit it, Edward seems to have given me a bit of humanity." A faint bewilderment flickered through Adam's pale golden eyes. His gaze drifted toward Edward, who stood beside them. By now, Edward had released the cross. Calmly, he took the quill from Adam's hand. Lowering his head, he wrote line after line upon the yellowed parchment. His tone remained gentle and steady as he spoke. "After temporarily losing your uniqueness and a Sequence 1 characteristic, and suffering heavy trauma, you will no longer be able to suppress the ancient sun god's human consciousness. You will be forced to undergo the final fusion with the true creator. Under the influence of your visionary pathway authority and traits, the true creator will awaken from the darkness and corruption, not mad, not out of control. The ancient sun god's true consciousness will take dominance of the fused soul. The ancient sun god will have completed the first step toward a true resurrection." After finishing, Edward placed down the quill. He lifted his head, meeting Adam's gaze, deep, steady, unfathomably calm. "Can you accept such an outcome?" The Hall of Truth fell utterly silent. Even the air seemed to have hardened into clear amber. The starlight dripping from the dome cast mottled trails behind Adam. The cross skewering his chest still dripped golden blood, each drop striking the floor with a searing, resonant hiss. His pale golden eyes fixed on Edward. After a brief moment, he shifted his footing. The blood-stained silver cross swayed lightly with his unsteady steps, dragging a winding trail of gold across the pale stone tiles, like a god walking a path of thorns, before Adam collapsed onto the front row of seats. "I accept." Adam's voice was soft, yet it made the entire hall tremble. Leaning against the seat, the shattered white robe on his body soaked in golden blood, he resembled a toppled holy effigy. "This was always the pattern woven upon the spindle of fate. When I promised Grisha that we would bear the primordial one's shackles together, I had already foreseen the end." His fingertips brushed against the cross embedded in his chest. The smeared golden blood suddenly turned into fine sand, slipping through the gaps between his fingers. I merely used envisioning to distort the vow, splitting his will, one part confined within Sasra's body, the other suppressed deep within my consciousness. Now, everything has simply returned to its original form. So, I accept this outcome. Edward's avatar walked over at that moment and sat beside Adam. He smiled faintly. You make it sound as though you're about to die. You didn't intend to kill me, and I never intended to kill you. I already said it, I only did all of this because I wanted the humanity side of the ancient sun god to be the dominant consciousness in your final fusion. Since the ancient sun god version of you trusted that person, and even reached consensus and agreements with him, why not give each other a little more time? Why not trust your past judgment a little more? Adam replied coolly, pinning the future upon the unknown isn't a wise decision. Even if he once stood higher than I did, I simply made the most correct choice based on present reality. All right, enough of that rhetoric, you paranoid zealot. Amon had returned to his usual form. Get some proper sleep. Adam looked toward Amon, and the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smile. It comforts me that a naturally mythical creature, one who anchors himself to no one but himself, would one day also possess humanity. TCH. Adam turned once more toward the massive cross before him. The golden blood surging from his wound transformed into radiant golden feathers that wrapped around him. The colossal phantom of the ancient sun god appeared again, only this time, he spread his arms in the posture of crucifixion. When the phantom burst apart into a sky full of stellar dust, the Adam seated in the chair vanished. All that remained upon the seat was a cross soaked in golden blood, its cracks forming the symbol of the hanged man. Edward picked up the cross and looked toward Amon. After a period of slumber, once their souls finish the fusion, he will awaken again. Amon responded with a cold hum. I thought you weren't going to act, Edward said, narrowing his eyes slightly as a probing light flashed within them. After all, Adam is, strictly speaking, equivalent to a father to you. Heh. Amon's lips curved in a mocking arc, disdain written plainly across his face. I never intended to interfere. To be honest, I don't care which consciousness dominates after his resurrection. But if that paranoid zealot were in control, he would drown himself in self-sacrifice, believing that offering himself to resist the apocalypse was the entire meaning of his existence. A puppet carved with a predetermined purpose. Utterly ridiculous. He spat out the words with quiet contempt. After a short pause, Amon lifted his monocle. The eyes behind the lens shimmered strangely as he stared sharply at Edward. And you? What state are you in now? Didn't the paranoid zealot grant your avatar humanity and consciousness? Didn't he already rewrite your main body's personality and mind? Why are you completely unaffected? Are you the main body right now, or the avatar? Edward raised his hand and grabbed at the void beside him. Several wriggling worms of time appeared instantly within his palm, their translucent bodies glowing with eerie light. When you ask someone a question, don't try to secretly parasitize them. Otherwise, you won't get any answers. Tisk. A flicker of annoyance crossed Amon's gaze. Back to sequence 1 again. As expected, false things remain false. Though I admit, that feeling just now was intoxicating, he murmured softly, almost tender. To momentarily steal even the uniqueness of the paranoid zealot. Like snatching the last piece of candy from one's father's pocket. Amon shrugged, then turned his back to Edward and strolled a few steps forward with a leisurely gait. Edward, the next time we meet, it might very well be when we compete for the position of the Lord of Mysteries. I never intended to ascend to the Lord of Mysteries. Heh, and what difference does that make? Amon's mocking laughter drifted back from afar. You block my path forward, I'll simply kick you out of the way. Hey, you aren't even the slightest bit curious about who the person Adam and I mentioned is. About what secrets are involved. When the day comes that I parasitize you, I'll naturally know everything. Amon glanced back, smiling faintly as his figure dissolved into the hazy mist. Wait for it. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 681, Lilith steals 0. In the blink of an eye, the Hall of Truth once again returned to a suffocating stillness, so quiet it felt oppressive, as though time itself had solidified. Edward slowly sat down on the long black bench. With a light flick of his finger, a gold coin arced through the air and landed with the numbered side facing up. Seeing this, he let out a long breath. Finally, a brief respite. In truth, the situation developing to this point had far exceeded Edward's expectations. His original plan had been nothing more than taking advantage of the chaos to obtain the quill. Who would have thought that, through a series of coincidences, he would end up accomplishing something so utterly against the heavens? Amon's betrayal was both unexpected and, in a way, perfectly reasonable. Unexpected, because even if Amon had developed some humanity, some traces of being more human, in essence, he remained the same selfish creature as always. And selfishness was, after all, one facet of human nature. Beyond that, there were the sparse fragments of emotion he held toward his father, the ancient sun god. Just as Amon himself had said, he acted in the end because Adam's excessive, overflowing sense of self-sacrifice irritated him. Amon could ignore all things in the world, but he could not bear to watch his father march toward death once more. Sigh, I wonder how things will unfold with the human side of the ancient sun god in control. If the only way to avert this world's apocalypse truly depends on Adam's sacrifice, then my interference will have made me a sinner instead. Edward let out a self-mocking chuckle, though he did not dwell on it. After all, everything he did had ultimately been for his own survival, nothing mattered more than staying alive. He rose slowly and walked toward his rigidly standing main body, whose eyes were empty and lifeless. The next moment, his avatar's form dissolved into countless writhing worms of star laced with grayish mist and surged into the main body. A few seconds later, the eyes of the main body regained their clarity and brilliance. Thus, there was once again only one Edward in the world. Having read the original novel, Edward had naturally expected that a day like this would come after opposing Adam. If Klein in the original story could be backstabbed by a false identity he himself had fabricated, then Adam certainly had no reason not to tamper with Edward's avatar. So Edward had prepared long in advance. The one the Evernight goddess had truly concealed back then had not been the avatar, but a single worm of star hidden inside it. Using that worm of star, Edward had intermittently awakened several times over the past century, both to reclaim the imagination accumulated by the avatar, and to set up his preparations. Because of the existence of that worm of star, Edward could migrate his consciousness into it at any time, allowing the avatar to become the main body. At the moment the avatar thrust the cross into the main body, what remained of Edward's body had been nothing but an empty shell. Everything that happened afterwards had only been possible because of this. Which meant that even if Amon had never intervened, Edward, though he might not have obtained the quill, could still have withdrawn safely. Ah, right. Lilith. He suddenly slapped his forehead, as though waking from a dream. He immediately raised his hand and tore open an illusory door leading directly to Lilith's side. After being forcibly expelled from the sea of collective subconscious by Adam, Lilith emerged shrouded in boiling darkness. She crashed straight through a mirror surface and plunged into reality. The next second, she passed through layer after layer of the mirror world without hesitation and stepped into the holy temple of knowledge of the god of wisdom and knowledge in Lenberg. She made no effort to restrain the overwhelming aura of calamity and destruction coursing through her. She stormed through the vast cathedral, repository of countless books and knowledge, and headed straight for the underground levels. Barefoot, she strode across corridors carpeted with ancient tomes. Every slab of stone cracked under the leaking force of calamity that spilled from her body. Just then, a white-haired middle-aged man in a papal robe appeared ahead. Smiling warmly, he bowed slightly. "Your Excellency, I must ask you to go no farther." Lilith gazed at him coldly. "Has Herr Bergen not told you? We already reached an agreement. I'm here to retrieve sealed artifact 0-01. The man shook his head. "I'm sorry. I have received no oracle from my lord. Furthermore, 0-01 is far too dangerous. It was personally sealed by my lord somewhere else. Your request cannot be granted." "Fine. If you won't give it to me, then I'll just take it." Lilith's black hair once again transformed into venomous serpents and writhing tendrils. Mirrors manifested rapidly in all directions, reflecting visions of countless horrifying disasters, each one seemingly ready to spill forth from the mirror world at any moment. The man's pupils flickered with runes of wisdom that dissected all things, attempting to comprehend the laws behind the disasters reflected in the mirrors and find the rule that could break them. But he soon discovered that the speed with which he analyzed them could not keep up with the rate at which new mirrors appeared. If even a single disaster within the mirrors erupted into reality, not just the cathedral, but all of Lenberg might be destroyed. All he could do now was stall the arrival of the calamity for as long as possible, waiting for his great lord to personally intervene and deal with this dangerous intruder. "Stand in my way, and die." Lilith curled her fingers as though grasping something in the air, and every mirror around her shattered simultaneously, unleashing a wave of apocalyptic force that surged forward as though the world itself were collapsing. At that critical instant, a hand came down hard on the top of Lilith's head. "Can you not act like an edgy 12-year-old for 1 second? Stand in my way and die. Seriously." Edward stepped out from the illusory door, grabbed Lilith by the back of her neck like lifting a misbehaving kitten, and tossed her, limbs limp, expression blank, back into the illusory door. In an instant, all the mirrors vanished, along with the disasters brewing within them, leaving no trace at all, as if they had never existed. This sudden turn of events left the middle-aged man frozen in place, his expression filled with dazed shock and confusion. Edward bowed apologetically. "My apologies, Your Excellency. I failed to keep an eye on the child. Almost caused a catastrophic mess. I'll be sure to discipline her properly when we get home. And, please help me convey my deepest apologies to the God of wisdom and knowledge. Truly, terribly sorry." With that, he slipped back into the illusory door and disappeared. The middle-aged man stood motionless, staring blankly ahead. A mysterious voice suddenly echoed in his mind. He listened quietly for several seconds. A faint light of understanding passed through his eyes. Then he solemnly traced the holy sign of the God of wisdom and knowledge across his chest. "Praise my Lord," he whispered. Backlund, Empress Borough, a small villa. The moment Edward stepped out of the phantom doorway, he saw Lilith back in her childlike form, like a frightened little doe. Head lowered, she darted straight into his arms. "Edward, I thought you were, I thought." Her lips trembled, and her pitiful expression made her seem completely unlike the same person who had just been screaming, "Stand in my way and die," while attempting to steal a sealed artifact. It wasn't difficult to understand. Lilith had waited far too long. First she had helped Klein ascend rapidly, all to wake Edward as early as possible. Then she used Trissy, located the Ead-Sack siblings, and seized the quill, only for her actions to instead kill Edward. Of course Lilith lost her mind. She felt she had been too naive, too overconfident, thinking she could orchestrate a grand series of schemes like Adam or the Evernight Goddess. Bullying someone weaker than her was one thing. Going up against someone like Adam meant only one outcome, being used in turn. All right, Edward said, squeezing her soft cheek. "Aren't I standing here just fine? But I saw you just now." Confusion flickered in Lilith's eyes, then they widened with sudden realization, shining brightly. "So you secretly exploded with the power of friendship and reversed the situation. You beat Adam and Amon. Edward, you're amazing." Edward's face darkened. "Talk properly." Lilith scratched her cheek and giggled. "Ah, it's been so long since I acted cute. I'm out of practice." "Edward. So what exactly happened back there?" she asked. Edward recounted everything that occurred after Lilith was expelled from the Hall of Truth. Lilith pinched her chin thoughtfully. "So when you gave Amon humanity all those years ago, you were already planning for today. You're giving me too much credit." He shook his head. "Back then, giving Amon humanity was purely for fun. I wanted to see what would happen if I forced human emotions into him. Later, I realized he was truly being affected by it, that's when I thought of working with him. And after that, everything just spiraled into what happened today. To be honest, I still don't know if this result is good or bad. I don't know if, once the true creator awakens, he will repeat Adam's decision. Even if they represent the ancient sun gods humanity and divinity separately, at their core, they are the same person. So before they awaken, I need to confirm something." Lilith's eyes flickered. "You want to return to the Chaos Sea? To be precise, back to Hogwarts." Edward lifted his hand, brushing the door symbol across the back. His gaze grew heavier. "In truth, compared to Adam, I am the one who should be most worried about that person." Lilith grabbed his hand tightly. "Miss Lilith will go with you. But before that, Edward smiled faintly. "Let's reunite the family first." Backlund, Parliament Building. The Parliament Building was in utter chaos. King George III's sudden self-detonation had plunged the entire nation into unprecedented turmoil. All nobles and members of Parliament had been forbidden from returning home. Instead, they were gathered here under the strict protection of the three major churches and the military. Nobles and MPs huddled in groups within various chambers, their expressions tense. Occasionally, someone would step out, smelling of tobacco and wearing a forced mask of gentlemanly calm, rushing from one discussion circle to another, hoping to gather more critical information. Ladies and young misses sat in waiting rooms, eyes vacant and faces still frozen in lingering fear. Their bodies trembled faintly, they had not yet recovered from the shock. Parliament staff and mid to low-ranking military personnel ran frantically through the halls inside and outside the building. Their hurried footsteps and anxious expressions betrayed their mounting dread. Every intelligence report they carried seemed to weigh upon the entire kingdom's fate. On the second floor, Audrey stood behind a railing, wearing a pure black dress. She looked like a serene observer detached from the mortal world, watching an unfolding drama of terror and confusion. Her calm gaze swept over the soldiers below, those who were usually considered the most elite, best-trained forces of Loan. Yet even they couldn't conceal the unease and fear in their hearts. The king was dead. And he had exploded right in front of everyone. Stranger still, there had been no trace of flesh or blood left behind. As though George III had simply ceased to exist after the explosion. Even though Audrey had mentally prepared for this outcome, suspecting it was most likely the work of Mr. Fool, when it truly happened, shock and bewilderment filled her heart. Just as the Tarot Club had discussed earlier, George III's sins were unforgivable. He was despicable, manipulative, and had orchestrated the war with Faysac, resulting in countless deaths. But the problem was, his death would not end the war. It would only make it worse. So, was stopping George III's ascension to Sequence 0 truly the right choice? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 682, Reunion. The moment the thought surfaced, Audrey hurriedly shook her head, trying to dispel the doubts gathering in her mind. She silently told herself that since Mr. Fool had acted personally, there could be no mistake. After all, it had already been mentioned in the Tarot Club that the true manipulator behind this war was not George III, but the far more intricate divine games hidden behind him. What are you thinking about? Little Snakewill had somehow approached without a sound, tilting his head up at her with curiosity. Nothing. I'm just still caught up in what happened earlier. Audrey quickly swept her gaze around to make sure no one was paying attention. Only then did she lower her voice and whisper, "The king, George III, he failed, didn't he?" The little snake gave a faint nod, his expression somewhat complicated. He should have, probably. He folded one arm across his chest and pinched his chin lightly with the other hand, sinking into brief contemplation. For things to develop to this point, it's truly beyond anything I expected. I must say, those people are really impressive. Ah. Audrey looked completely puzzled, unable to understand the deeper meaning behind his words. You'll know soon enough. Little Snake stuffed both hands into his pockets, putting on an air of profound mystery. All right, my mission is done. I'm off. He had only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. Turning back, he reminded her, "Don't forget, tell your family's chef to make me more new ice cream flavors." Audrey nodded at once. Oh, okay. Watching Little Snake's figure gradually fade into the distance, Audrey finally snapped back to herself. Mission completed. So that means... A familiar voice sounded behind her. Audrey. Audrey whirled around. Standing not far away was Edward, his face carrying an indescribably complex mix of emotions. Lilith stood at his side, cheerfully waving at her. Edward. The moment she called his name, she felt herself swept into a tight embrace, enveloped by a warm force. Edward's arms wrapped firmly around her back, drawing her close with a strength as if he wanted to merge her into his own body. She almost found it hard to breathe. Surprise and shyness rushed up at once. Although nearly 2 months had passed since they parted, and she had indeed been constantly worried and missing him, wasn't this reaction a bit too much? Could it be that because I'm on the spectator pathway, I've become too rational, maybe even emotionally deficient? No. It seemed instead that Edward's emotions were unusually intense, far stronger than he had ever displayed before. It felt less like 2 months of separation and more like an absence of a very, very long time. Still, this feeling was quite nice. Thinking that, she gently closed her eyes. Ahem. A cough sounded moments later. Audrey opened her eyes and saw her father, Earl Hall, watching her while clearing his throat softly. Her brother Hibbert stood nearby, smiling, and her mother was covering her mouth, laughing. Her face burned with embarrassment. She quickly whispered, "Father and Mother are here." Edward released her and turned to the Hall family. "Good afternoon, Earl Hall, Madam, Hibbert." "Yes. You're back." Earl Hall gave a slight nod, his face showing a trace of fatigue. "Have you finished everything that needed to be done?" "It's done," Edward answered succinctly. "That's good. Come, let's go home first." Earl Hall spoke as he took the lead toward the exit. Audrey stuck out her tongue mischievously at Edward, then jogged ahead to cling affectionately to her father's arm. "Father, how are things now?" "It's been confirmed, His Majesty the King was assassinated." Earl Hall let out a faint sigh, the worry on his face growing heavier. "And just now, we received urgent news, Intis has declared war on Lone." Inside the Hall family's luxurious villa, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Earl Hall sat on the sofa, the cigar between his fingers burning with a faint crackle, its rising smoke veiling his expression in layers of worry and helplessness. The king died suddenly in the middle of his mobilization speech, and Intis declared war immediately after. "The situation is far worse than we anticipated." His voice was low and hoarse, every word weighted as though bearing immense pressure. "I originally thought that even in the worst case, this war would cost us some territory and a massive indemnity. But judging from how things are developing, Lone may very well face the danger of complete destruction." As a shrewd businessman, Earl Hall understood deeply that one could never place all hopes in a single place. He had long arranged alternative investments and was prepared to withdraw from Lone if necessary. Yet Lone was still the foundation built by generations of the Hall family. If they left, the family might still maintain a life of wealth, but to regain the prestige and influence they once possessed would be nearly impossible. Audrey glanced at Edward beside her, then turned back, trying gently to reassure her father. "Father, you don't have to be so pessimistic. I'm only afraid that everything the Hall family has accumulated over generations will be ruined in my hands." Earl Hall let out a bitter smile and shook his head. He shifted his gaze to Edward. "Edward, do you know what the Church of the Evernight stance is right now?" Lilith curled her lips from the side. "They can barely protect themselves at the moment. Sigh. A sudden dazed look flashed across Earl Hall's face before he forced a wry smile. Enough. The two of you haven't seen each other in some time. You must have a lot to talk about. No need to keep me company here. As soon as his voice faded, two figures stepped through the doorway of the living room. One was a girl in a cake-layered dress, the other a middle-aged man in black armor. Ah. Why did this man look oddly familiar? Note: ordinary people could not directly behold gods because the authorities and information carried by deities naturally caused pollution to those below the required level. But if a deity deliberately concealed such things, ordinary people should not be harmed. After all, during the fourth epoch, multiple gods walked openly in the real world, some even served as kings, so inevitably they were seen by mortals. Though shocked, Earl Hall still frowned and asked, "Who are you people? How did you break into my home?" The intruders, of course, were Emperor Roselle and his daughter Bernadette. After spending quite some time chatting with the Evernight goddess in the astral world, until Roselle could no longer endure it, the goddess suddenly informed them that they were now permitted to seek out Edward. Thus, the moment they returned to reality and confirmed Edward's safety, the two came straight to Earl Hall's residence. Roselle scanned Edward from head to toe, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "So you finally managed to outmaneuver Adam and Amon?" Edward shook his head. "Nothing that impressive. Just a few small schemes that happened to work out." He paused, then turned to Earl Hall and introduced, "Earl, these two are friends of mine from the mystical world. They're here to see me." You. After her momentary shock, Audrey suddenly grew flushed with excitement. Staring at Roselle, she stammered, "Why, you're Emperor Roselle." Roselle instantly beamed and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Edward, to think your little girlfriend is actually my fan. Excellent, excellent." Earl Hall, meanwhile, looked utterly lost. "It's real, it's truly Emperor Roselle. I can't believe I'm seeing the living Emperor Roselle in person." Audrey grew even more excited, her voice trembling with exhilaration. "I've always loved your inventions and your writings. Even though I later learned none of those things were originally yours, I still think you're amazing." Roselle's smile froze for a moment, the corner of his mouth twitching. "You could have left that part out." Audrey then turned to Bernadette, her eyes lighting up. "Lady Strength, congratulations. You've finally found Emperor Roselle." Bernadette gave a soft nod. Not only have I found my father, I have also finally found the other person as well." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Edward, carrying a complex emotion difficult to describe. Audrey. Was she talking about Edward? Why did her eyes look a bit off? Am I imagining it? Edward met Bernadette's gaze with a gentle smile. "Long time no see, Bernie." Roselle immediately pulled his daughter behind him defensively and snorted. "This is my daughter. Don't call her that so intimately." "Wait." Earl Hall finally snapped back to his senses. He looked at his daughter in disbelief. "What did you mean by what you just said?" Audrey hurried to explain, "Father, haven't you always admired Emperor Roselle and collected so many of his belongings? This is Emperor Roselle, alive." But isn't Emperor Roselle, isn't he?" Earl Hall was so shocked he began stuttering uncontrollably. Roselle stroked his iconic mustache and smiled. "Oh, I did die. But now I'm alive again." Earl Hall felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He suddenly remembered that he himself had recently experienced something like dying and resurrecting, so perhaps this wasn't entirely unacceptable. Like hell it wasn't. This was a figure from 1 or 2 centuries ago. A name recorded in history books. And yet he was now alive again, standing right here in his house. Earl Hall had always believed himself fairly knowledgeable about the mystical world, but only now did he realize just how little he truly understood, merely the tip of the iceberg. Roselle smirked. "No need to be so shocked. There are plenty of old undying freaks in the Beyonder world. Just like the fellow I met a moment ago, William Augustus I, the founder of Lone and your very first king. George III also lived for more than 200 years, he and the original George I were the same person. He did not mention that he had crushed both of these undying men to death, one after another, barely half an hour ago, lest he frighten Earl Hall, a loyal noble of Lone, into collapse. Note, 1510 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 683, Earl Hall in disbelief. Roselle shot a glance at Edward. "Oh, George III, you should be familiar with him. In the Twilight Hermit Order, his codename was Phaenopotter. TCH. A king of Lone carrying the codename Phaenopotter, isn't that laughable?" Earl Hall's expression grew even more bewildered. He murmured, "William Augustus I, George I. The former was a figure from more than 1,000 years ago, practically ancient, while the latter lived around the same era as Roselle himself. The shock was simply overwhelming. So this is what Beyonders are. Setting aside their extraordinary powers, even their sheer longevity was enough to make Earl Hall's mind reel. For the first time, he felt that everything he had worked for in his life seemed painfully insignificant. Earl Hall, Roselle said with a faint smile. I'm telling you these things to make one point: everything you were worrying about just now is meaningless. Wealth, resources, authority, none of it is worth a damn before time. He paused, then added, clearing his throat, I heard you're pretty good at running banks. You can come work for me later. Lilith blinked in surprise. So after all that, you were just trying to recruit someone to work for you? Of course. What identity do you think I hold now? Does just anyone deserve to receive my divine oracle? Roselle crossed his arms with a snort. Once I return to Intis, I'll obviously need a group of people to help clean up the mess. Audrey froze, then cautiously asked, Your Majesty, are you planning to overthrow the current Intis government and restore yourself as Emperor of Intis? Bernadette explained softly from the side, the Black Emperor pathway is inherently tied to a nation. Typically, it requires relying on a country to maintain its optimal state. Audrey opened her mouth but ultimately swallowed the foolish question lingering in her heart: if Emperor Roselle retook the throne, would he be able to order an end to the war against Loan? She understood that war was not a dinner invitation. It did not begin or end with a few words. Politics, economics, military strategy, the churches, too many complex factors were involved. Ending a war could never be accomplished by a single imperial decree. Roselle turned back to Earl Hall. So. Interested. Earl Hall's body trembled faintly before he bowed without hesitation. Of course. It would be my honor to serve your Majesty. And after saying that, he hesitated, wondering whether he should go all the way to kneeling and prostrating before this legendary emperor. Ha 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 ha. Roselle burst into a triumphant laugh. Edward, your future father-in-law has already joined my banner. Let's see how I'll keep you in check from now on. Edward. Earl Hall drew in a deep breath, still unable to calm the chaos and shock in his heart. After a moment of thought, he sensibly excused himself. Audrey, take good care of our guests. I won't intrude. In the past, he had always been the one speaking with important figures while Audrey stayed aside. He never imagined that so soon, he would be the one who ought to step away. Okay. As soon as Earl Hall left, Lilith frowned and asked, Roselle, why didn't you come help us earlier? I was just about to explain that. Roselle's expression darkened instantly. The Evernight goddess stopped me. She came up with some bizarre excuse and held me back for over a minute. It was obvious she didn't want me helping you. What is that woman scheming? Did you offend her? Edward shook his head. No. But she always acts with her own considerations. She wouldn't do something like that without a reason. What else would it be? Lilith snorted. Betting on both sides, of course. She blocked you from helping Edward on Adam's behalf, while also covering up Edward's whereabouts. In the end, whether Adam won or Edward won, she could cooperate with the victor. She'd never lose, and no one would dare confront her afterwards. Roselle twirled his mustache, nodding. That's about what I thought too. He then asked curiously, so what's Adam's situation now? Your little trick, did it kill him? No. Edward shook his head, his expression calm. He will fall into a period of dormancy. When he awakens, his personality will be dominated by the restored, rational consciousness of the true creator. A restored, rational true creator. That's basically no different from the ancient sun god. Roselle muttered under his breath. Do you think once he wakes up, he'll come cause you trouble the way Adam did? I don't know, Edward replied. Which is exactly why I must clarify certain things before that happens. Need my help? Edward smiled. Not for now. You should take care of your own affairs first. You'll have plenty of trouble ahead, god of steam and machinery, the eternal blazing sun. No one knows how they'll treat a newly ascended Black Emperor. Roselle grinned broadly, revealing a row of immaculate white teeth. Hey, worst case. We go down together. Lilith suddenly curled her lips. Roselle, before you go down with anyone, maybe go take a look at Matilda. Roselle's body stiffened violently at her words. Bernadette's pupils constricted, shock and worry flooding her face. Mother. She's barely considered alive, Lilith said with a helpless shrug. The alchemy of the Church of the Earth Mother saved her. She was lucky, at the moment she was about to die, she managed to transfer her soul and consciousness into a specially crafted puppet. But your eldest son wasn't so fortunate. Roselle fell silent. All traces of his earlier arrogance vanished. Where is she? At the Earth Mother's Cathedral in Fainapotter. Thank you. Roselle and Bernadette hurriedly departed. Once they were gone, Lilith turned her head, only to find Audrey staring at her and Edward, brows tightly knit, suspicion written all over her face. Pressing her lips together, Audrey asked softly, "Edward, Lilith, are you two hiding something from me?" Lilith blinked innocently. "Lilith doesn't know anything." Edward pinched Lilith's cheek lightly, then replied seriously, "We're not hiding anything from you. It's just that, too much happened during this period." He paused for a moment, then asked, "You're very curious, right? About why Roselle and I are so close, and how he suddenly came back to life." Audrey nodded rapidly, eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. The three of them sat down on the sofa. Edward began explaining. To start with the simplest part, Roselle was able to resurrect because of the Black Emperor's characteristics. You probably know this, after someone ascends to the Black Emperor sequence, as long as the 9 mausoleums aren't all destroyed, revival becomes possible under certain conditions. Audrey froze, her emerald eyes widening in shock. You mean Roselle is now the Black Emperor? What did the Black Emperor represent? It was the apex of an entire sequence. In simple terms, a status equivalent to the 7 gods themselves. So, I just met a living god face to face without realizing it. Even though Audrey saw Mr. Fool every week, he existed high above, mysterious, intangible, not something one could gaze upon directly. But just now, she had stared straight at Roselle, stared at a god for quite a long time. Edward continued, "As for why I know Roselle, that's a much longer story." He paused for several seconds. "To you, I've only been gone for less than 2 months. But for me, it's been almost 200 years since we last met." Audrey, still reeling from the revelation that Roselle was a god, was completely stunned again. At the time, Lilith and I were being hunted in Byam, Blue Mountain Island, by multiple angels and the demigods. By pure accident, we traveled through time and returned to the past, roughly 190 years ago. That's when we met the young Roselle and Bernadette. For the next 1 or 2 hours, Edward recounted in detail everything that had happened. How they traveled back to the past, how he searched for Lilith, how he joined the Twilight Hermit Order, accepted a mission from Intis, entered Roselle's travels, fought the Dragon of Imagination, encountered Amon, devised a trap for Amon. All the way until he fell into a long slumber, awoke only today, and immediately fought both Adam and Amon again. Of course, he skillfully avoided mentioning anything involving the Sapphira Castle. He couldn't risk exposing Mr. Fool's true nature. That would have to wait until he spoke with Klein. As for the truth about outer gods, or that the Harry Potter world was a book, he omitted those entirely. Those revelations were far too dangerous for Audrey. Throughout the entire narration, Audrey listened silently. She repeatedly cast, placate, trying to steady her emotions, but it was useless. The mere fact of time travel was miraculous enough, not to mention the unbelievable events Edward experienced in the past. Especially the part where Edward, after becoming a wanderer, walked the astral world inhabited by gods, meeting all 7. Some he only glimpsed from afar, but others, he spoke with almost like friends. Audrey felt awe, longing, and disbelief intertwining within her. After a long while, Audrey finally whispered, "So, you've gone through so much. And you slept for more than 100 years." She gently held Edward's slightly cold hand and asked with concern, "Then, have you completely escaped death now?" Edward smiled warmly. "Yes. Everything is resolved. No wonder even Mr. Fool couldn't find you, you had gone back to the past." Wait. A realization struck Audrey. Based on what you said, till the moment you went to the past you also existed with the present you. So there were 2 of you coexisting simultaneously for a long time. She turned to Lilith. "And 2 of you as well." Lilith blinked adorably. "That's right. This is truly amazing." Edward chuckled. "You've actually experienced something similar already. Remember? When we returned to Hogwarts." Audrey's eyes widened. "Right, the time turner. So going back more than 100 years was like using a giant time turner. There are similarities, yes. But there were other factors involved. A normal time turner has limits, you can't travel over a century just with that." Edward explained patiently, "One of the things I need to do next may help uncover the full answer." Audrey tilted her head thoughtfully. Then, suddenly, a near-comical confusion flashed in her green eyes. "Wait, so the Edward standing here right now, isn't the one who was born just a few months after me, but is technically a 200-year-old old man. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 684, Praise the Fool. Edward was momentarily at a loss. "Actually, I spent almost the entire 190 years asleep. It doesn't really count as living through them. Psychologically, I'm no different from when we last parted." "That's true," Audrey nodded lightly. Her gaze shifted to Lilith. "But Lilith, she truly waited for you for a very, very long time." Lilith immediately crossed her arms and huffed. Audrey, it's very rude to casually discuss a lady's age, you know. She then placed her hands on her hips and declared solemnly, Miss Lilith will forever be the Lilith who never grows up. Physically and mentally, I'm exactly the same as before. Before she could finish, Audrey had already wrapped her into a gentle embrace, rubbing her cheek softly against Lilith's silky black hair. Lilith, you really worked hard. Lilith tilted her head up with a bright, crescent moon smile. Not hard at all, not one bit. She reached out, taking Edward's hand with one of hers and Audrey's with the other. With genuine earnestness, she said, everything was worth it. At that moment, Susie stepped through the doorway, only for her paw to freeze midair. I shouldn't be here. I should definitely be somewhere else. I think I am the extra here. Potter City. Roselle and Bernadette walked side by side on the road toward the cathedral. They had not gone straight there because neither father nor daughter had mentally prepared themselves to face the news that their wife, mother, was still alive. For years, Bernadette had obsessed over finding her father, and had seemingly paid far less attention to her mother. Not because she didn't care about Matilda, but because, as far as she knew, an ordinary human would naturally die of old age, whereas her father, after becoming a demigod, possessed a long lifespan. Then came her father's sudden death by assassination late in life, Mr. Sparrow's inexplicable disappearance, and a series of suspicious signs that suggested her father may not have truly died. Thus she kept searching. But learning now, so abruptly, that her mother was still alive stirred an overwhelming mix of emotions. She was eager to see her, yet also heavy with guilt. Roselle's state of mind was not much different. During his century-long post-mortem years in the mausoleum, the only one he deeply missed had been his beloved daughter Bernadette. As for his 2 sons and his wife, they rarely crossed his mind. As they walked down the street, Roselle recounted to Bernadette everything that had happened after his death. It was actually simple, he said. After learning information about the future, I began preparing in advance with Klein, with Edward's avatar. On one hand, I followed what was required of me in the established history. On the other hand, I was laying groundwork for today's resurrection. Roselle's expression remained calm as he continued, in the predetermined history, after being corrupted and contaminated by an outer deity, I forcefully ascended to the Black Emperor. But to avoid becoming a puppet controlled by an outer god, I chose not to revive, instead remaining in the last mausoleum to wait for an opportunity. Bernadette's eyes sharpened. Contaminated, by an outer god. Yes. And by the strongest among them, the mother goddess of depravity. You really were contaminated? That's right. Since it was the destined outcome, I went along with it even though it was infuriating. Of course, that was also part of the deception meant for Adam to see. He sighed. And so the years that followed, I was trapped in that damned place, mired in chaos and madness. It wasn't until Edward helped me, over nearly a century, that I finally purged the mother goddess's corruption bit by bit. They stopped walking. Until today. Roselle stared ahead at the massive Church of Earth Mother. Grimm, Edwards, William, and Uncle Polly, what became of them? Bernadette asked softly. All dead, Roselle said with a sigh. They spent all their time building a generational town of Black Emperor subjects to support my resurrection ritual. Because of that, none of them reached demigodhood. Everything they did was for today. Unfortunately, none of them could live to witness my return. A faint sorrow flickered in Bernadette's eyes. She then asked, then, what about Mr. Du Bois? Roselle's mustache twitched. Him? Who knows? The rascal's luck was always absurdly good. Last time I saw him, he'd already reached sequence 4. Maybe he's dead now, or maybe he's off seducing some noble lady somewhere. Bernadette suddenly stopped, staring ahead in a daze. I think I may know where he is now. Roselle immediately followed her gaze, and saw them. At the entrance of the Earth Mother's cathedral stood a handsome, short-bearded middle-aged man wearing a bishop's robe, arms folded over a thick scripture, expression calm, as though he had been waiting a long time. Beside him was a familiar yet unfamiliar figure. Matilda, as she had been in her youth. Mama. Bernadette dashed forward before Roselle could react, leaping into Matilda's arms just as she had more than a century ago, as if she had never grown up. Matilda held her gently, smiling with warm tenderness, patting the daughter who now stood taller than she did. Yet her gaze drifted past Bernadette, toward her husband. For a brief moment, husband and wife locked eyes. Then Matilda spoke, in the same gentle tone she had repeated countless times in the past. Welcome home. After Zeridel was erased by the eraser angel, Sua fled immediately, leaving only Klein standing there, staring blankly at the mysterious lady. He snapped out of it after a moment. Regardless of whether she was merely a historical projection, he bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, my lady. Thank you for helping me once again." The eraser angel gazed at Klein quietly. Her originally dull, vacant eyes suddenly glimmered with a trace of liveliness. Then the corners of her lips curved into a faint smile. And she herself slowly faded away, being wiped out piece by piece. As expected of these great figures, they could shift their consciousness into historical projections whenever they wished. But, what did that smile at the end mean? Was it simply goodwill? So why did he suddenly feel a bad premonition? This was a Seer Pathway Sequence 3 premonition. Wait, had he fallen back to Sequence 4 already? Klein immediately thought of the rampaging marionette. Questions flooded his mind. What exactly was it? Why did it lose control? How was it able to use such absurd abilities that temporarily boosted me to Sequence 3? Where did it go afterwards? This marionette was given to me by Miss Empress on Edward's behalf. Edward must know the truth. But now he's missing again. Thinking this, Klein flicked out a gold coin. His divination results showed that the marionette would bring him more benefit than harm, but since the divination wasn't performed above the grey fog, he couldn't trust that result completely. Let's go to the mausoleum first, he decided, then return above the grey fog for a proper divination. He cast another divination for guidance, then sprinted straight toward the secret mausoleum downstream. For safety, he performed several more divinations along the way. When he finally returned to the site, he found the place eerily silent. His earlier battle with Zeradal had been extremely loud. If anyone had been inside, it would have been impossible for them not to react. That meant either this was a decoy mausoleum meant to attract trouble, or everyone inside had already fled. He hesitated briefly, should he enter and investigate? Before he could decide, multiple voices began praying to him from different directions within his ears. Klein froze. Did something happen? He quickly tossed out a coin to confirm that entering the mausoleum was safe, then rushed inside. Moments later, he came back out, expression grim. The entire massive mausoleum was filled only with corpses. Nothing else remained. Could it be that Lady Strength succeeded? At that thought, Klein hurriedly took out the leather pouch Lilith had given him, found a secluded corner, and slipped inside. Then he walked counterclockwise 4 steps and ascended to the world above the grey fog. There, several deep crimson stars were pulsing and expanding amid the boundless fog. As Klein infused spirituality into them one by one, Miss Justice, Miss Judgment, Miss Magician, Miss Death, Miss Empress, and Leonard established their connections. Praise the Fool. Thank you for eliminating George III. Mr. Fool, your judgment is wise and divine. Praise the Fool. Thank you, Mr. Fool, for pulling George III down from the altar. Mr. F. Fool, were you the one who killed George III? Leonard's trembling voice. Klein was stunned. George III is dead. When did he die? How did he die? Who did it? Was it me? Yes, he had wanted to contribute something. But from the beginning, he had been hunted by Zeradal and Sua. If he hadn't summoned the Eraser Angel's historical projection, he might have already become one of Zeradal's marionettes. So George III's death definitely had nothing to do with him. For a moment, Klein even wondered whether there existed another powerful Mr. Fool in this world besides him. After a long silence, Klein disconnected the links one by one. He responded to none of their flattery, cultivating an ambiguous attitude, neither admitting nor denying anything. Then he manifested parchment and a steel pen, quickly writing. The out-of-control apprentice pathway marionette poses danger to me. The yellow crystal above began spinning rapidly counterclockwise. Meaning not only is it not dangerous, it's beneficial. Klein thought for a moment, then wrote another divination sentence. The cause of the marionette's loss of control. He relaxed backwards and entered a dream. Within that hazy, illusory dream, darkness came first. Then endless gray-white fog surged in from all directions. His vision zoomed rapidly, and he vaguely saw glowing shapes in the distance, faint silhouettes, outlines. That's... Klein's heart leapt violently. His mind went numb. In the dreamscape appeared the very light gate on the steps of light he had visited not long ago. And the countless hanging cocoons. Crack. The dream abruptly shattered. Klein opened his eyes sharply, utterly shocked. The marionette's loss of control is connected to those cocoons that broke open right under my nose. He instinctively wanted to divine the cocoon again. Only to remember that he had already attempted it earlier, and had gained absolutely nothing. A wave of intense danger washed over him. The grey fog, the very foundation of his survival and his cheat in this world, suddenly felt like it might not be entirely safe anymore. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 685, box named Klein. In Backlund, inside the luxurious villa of Earl Hall. After a sumptuous dinner, Earl Hall regained the calmness and composure he had always carried. He set down his cutlery and gently dabbed the corner of his mouth before asking about the situation in the southern continent. Hearing the question, Edward looked toward Audrey in surprise. Audrey, in turn, lowered her head at once like a child who had done something wrong, a faint hint of embarrassment on her face. Their reactions gave Earl Hall a clear idea of what was going on. Under normal circumstances, no matter how much he doted on his daughter, he would have felt angry at Audrey's ruin the family for charity decisions. But after meeting that living legendary emperor, Roselle, Earl Hall's state of mind had undergone a profound shift. He no longer cared about such things the way he used to. He merely shot his daughter a glare and huffed, "I thought at least a few of the things you told me were true." But now it seems that perhaps not a single word was credible. Audrey protested softly, "That's not fair, didn't Alfred tell you the other day?" A certain faction drove off the colonial soldiers and even confronted the lone army. The territory they occupy keeps growing, and their population is increasing too. They aren't funded by Edward and me, but they are indeed, our friends doing. Who? Mr. Moon, Emlyn. Oh, Edward suddenly understood. He glanced at Lilith, who was quietly drinking fruit juice with her head lowered, and asked, "Is Emlyn backed by you?" Lilith blinked innocently. "Miss Lilith doesn't understand what you're talking about." Edward reached out and gently rubbed her head, then said to Earl Hall, "Don't worry, my lord. I promise, your investment in Audrey will never result in a loss." "No. That's not why I brought this up." Earl Hall's expression grew serious. Now that the king has been assassinated and Intis has suddenly declared war on Lone, regardless of the eventual outcome, the entire kingdom will soon suffer greater repercussions. The prices of food and other essentials will inevitably surge wildly. When faced with increasing numbers of starving civilians and the destitute, I fear Audrey may, out of compassion, make some irrational decisions. He paused, then added quietly, for example, opening up the Hall family granaries and letting them take the grain. One had to admit, Earl Hall understood his daughter remarkably well. In the original timeline, Audrey had indeed made such a decision. "I don't care much about these material things anymore," Earl Hall continued, "but Audrey tends to oversimplify matters. The Hall granaries alone cannot solve the root issue, yet such an act could unleash the beast hidden inside starving people's hearts. Once they learn that noble households possess large reserves of grain, they may become impulsive, dangerously so." He sighed. "It could lead to a tragedy. I don't want Audrey's kindness to result in such an outcome." Audrey froze for a moment at his words, then said resolutely, "But isn't it true that hoarding grain while letting others starve to death is something the nobles did wrong in the first place? Right and wrong aren't that simple, Audrey." "But..." Edward took her hand. All right. From what I know, the church foresaw the coming war long ago. They've been secretly buying up grain. So if the situation truly reaches an uncontrollable point, they should release those reserves." He was referring to the enormous stockpile he had helped the Evernight goddess acquire the last time he returned to the Harry Potter world. Audrey pursed her lips. "But even so, that can only solve the crisis in Backlund at best. What about the rest of Lone? Do your best, and leave the rest to fate." The fate he spoke of naturally referred to the gods high above. The Northern Continent's war involved George III conspiracy, Adam's shadow, and, more importantly, the clash between the Evernight goddess and the god of combat. A conflict involving deities was almost impossible for mortals to resolve. Half an hour later, the three of them, along with one dog, returned to the small villa in the Empress Borough. As soon as Susie entered, she began circling excitedly around the living room and even invited Lilith to play with her. Audrey fixed her gaze on Lilith. "Lilith, you didn't really start the Southern Continent War, did you? How could you?" This time, Lilith did not pretend to be clueless or use her usual cutesy tricks. Instead, she answered calmly, "That's right. Miss Lilith was the one who triggered the Southern Continent War. But privately, I did it to stir up a war and complete my advancement ritual. Only then could I obtain power strong enough to better protect Edward, and you all in the days to come. Publicly, I was helping the oppressed, impoverished people of the Southern Continent overthrow the classes that exploited and abused them, so that they could rebuild a fair and just order. Did you forget the books I gave you?" Audrey was momentarily stunned. "Of course," Lilith continued, "Miss Lilith must admit that pushing the war forward was mostly driven by my own selfish desire to complete the ritual. But if the final outcome turns out to be good, I don't see anything wrong with that. And besides," she added lightly, "I didn't intentionally orchestrate the Southern Continent's uprising. I merely told those who could no longer survive that the reason their countless rebellions in the past had all failed was because ordinary people were simply too fragile before high-sequence Beyonders. But now, with me taking care of the Beyonders, all they needed to do was what they had always done, resist injustice and exploitation, overthrow the tyrannical and corrupt noble rulers." Audrey pressed her lips together. "But all those systems described in those books, it's built on a certain level of productive capacity. Is the Southern Continent truly capable of that right now? If they overthrow the current system yet fail to build a better one, won't it just plunge everything into chaos?" As Susie turned her head back and forth between the two, Lilith said, "You have to take things one step at a time. You can't simply give up because the ideal outcome can't be achieved immediately." She then looked toward Edward. "Isn't that right, Edward?" "Well, Edward, who had barely participated in keyboard politics even in his previous life, really couldn't give any profound insight into such matters. After a moment of thought, he said, "I've never been to the southern continent, so I'm not sure. But the natives of the Rorstad archipelago have indeed never stopped resisting. It's only because of the military and the church's high-sequence powerhouses that they were suppressed time and again." At that moment, Edward's thoughts drifted involuntarily to the storm-racked era of his previous life, an age when entire nations seemed to teeter on the brink and the old order collapsed in fire and confusion. In those desperate years, countless ordinary people had risen with nothing but faith and stubborn resolve, pushing forward even as the world around them fell apart. No one could ever know how many lives were lost in that long struggle. Most of them had never expected to see its end. But they refused to shrink back into quiet submission. They refused to endure indignity in exchange for a few more days of breath. For people who possessed no wealth, no power, and no protection, that defiance was the greatest strength they had, the final means by which they tried to wrench their destiny onto a different path. And they embraced sacrifice without fear, asking only that if they were to fall, it would be on a road leading toward the faint promise of a brighter future, rather than in silent despair beneath the weight of oppression. "With my limited understanding of politics," Edward said finally, "Lilith's reasoning does make a certain amount of sense. So, whether the southern continent must experience war should be decided by the people at the bottom who live there." After a moment of silence, he reached out and gently tapped his fingers on Lilith's head. "But don't even think about switching to another pathway again." Lilith puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. "Oh." She said it, but in her heart she had already made her decision, this Red Priest pathway. Miss Lilith was absolutely switching to it. Not even God could stop her, she said so herself. Edward then turned to Audrey and said softly, "Audrey, don't overthink it or pressure yourself too much. Once we return to Hogwarts, there might be a turning point." "When are we going back?" Audrey asked. "Tomorrow, or the day after. You still have something to take care of." Edward smiled and nodded. Just then, a palm-sized black shadow suddenly tore through the air and shot out. It circled Edward and Lilith dozens of times, shouting excitedly, "Finally found you. Edward, Lilith." It was none other than the messenger phoenix. Fluttering its wings, it landed on the back of a chair and tilted its head, staring at Edward with beady black eyes. "Where did you two go? I couldn't find you anywhere." A strange sense of disorientation washed over Edward. The last time he had seen this creature felt like ages ago. His final news of Phoenix had been that it was killed by the divine abomination Sua to help Lilith. "Thank goodness, I'm glad you're all right. Azek saved me," Phoenix said proudly. "Otherwise, I would have died while helping you save your daughter." After speaking, it stared fixedly at Edward, saying nothing, though its eyes were loudly speaking for it. "Fine." Edward understood perfectly. He took out the resurrection stone and shook it. "Give me a few more days. Once I confirm this thing is useless to me, I'll hand it over immediately." Phoenix's eyes locked onto the resurrection stone, unblinking. "I'm not in a hurry. Not in the least." The next morning, just before 9 a.m., a series of knocks broke the quiet of the house. Immediately afterwards, bang, the door was kicked open. Roselle swaggered inside with exaggerated arrogance, shouting, "Edward, get up. Time to do real work." Moments later, Lilith emerged from her room in loose pajamas, hugging a soft pillow. Half asleep, she rubbed her eyes with a thoroughly disgruntled expression. "Roselle, you're so annoying." Roselle flopped dramatically onto the sofa and snorted. "You two are angel-level beyonders. Do you still need to sleep like ordinary humans? Didn't Edward just take a 100-year-long nap? At your age, how can you still sleep soundly?" Edward strolled out at an unhurried pace. Maintaining normal human habits helps preserve one's humanity. You know that. Not everyone is like you, able to preserve yours by having your daughter read your diary. Roselle's eye twitched. "Ah, so that's why Bernie keeps muttering about my diary. You were the one who put that idea in her head, weren't you? Tell me it didn't work." Roselle grumbled but then suddenly stretched his neck to peer into the bedroom Edward had just walked out of. A mischievous grin spread across his face. "Where's your little girlfriend? Didn't sleep together last night? After being apart for over a century, shouldn't you two have had a passionate century-long reunion?" Edward's expression didn't change. "And you must have had a wonderful night with Matilda then, HM." Roselle instantly snapped, "Don't change the subject. Don't tell me you still haven't done anything with your little girlfriend. Wow, didn't expect you to be this pure. TSK. Don't tell me you're still a..." Edward replied expressionlessly, "Oh. And you, now a sequence 0 god, still retain mortal desires? Matilda's current body is alchemical. Does it even have those functions? During all those years in the mausoleum, when you got urges, were you handling it, yourself?" Lilith covered her ears. "Hey. Can you two at least pretend to care that a child is in the room? Roselle sneered internally. Child. Of the three of us, you're the one who's lived the longest. All right, enough nonsense. Let's go. Roselle rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. I've been waiting for this day for a very, very long time. Edward's lips curved upward. To be honest, so have I. Let's go, time to open the box named Klein. Note, 1850 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 686, Chapter 686, Divine Kingdom. In Backlund, at a hotel in the North Borough. Klein tidied himself up and prepared to meet, one by one, the people who had participated in hunting down in Sangwil the previous day, so he could thank them in person. After that, he planned to visit Miss Justice so she could perform a psychological counseling session for him. The truth he had witnessed above the grey fog had shaken him to the core. But with the chain of events that followed immediately afterwards, he had not had the time to deal with his own emotions. Now that everything had momentarily quieted down, Klein's mood still failed to settle. Every time he recalled the modern human sealed inside those cocoons above the grey fog, an intense confusion and hollowness surged within him. Based on his later deductions, considering the time difference between his own transmigration and Emperor Roselle's, it was highly likely that from the moment he left Earth and crossed over into this world, at least 200 years had passed, possibly even several thousand. Even if he someday found a path back to Earth, it would no longer be the home he remembered. The barrier created by time was far more despair-inducing than the gulf of space. If he truly could never go home, then what was he supposed to do with the rest of his life? This question tormented Klein throughout the entire night, leaving him unable to sleep. The more he thought about it, the more chaotic and fearful his mind became. Still bewildered and lost, Klein settled his bill at the front desk and had just stepped out the hotel doors when his spirituality suddenly throbbed violently, frantically warning him of imminent danger. Klein immediately attempted to switch positions with Kona's marionette, without hesitation, but nothing happened. He remained right where he stood. The space around him suddenly twisted and warped, as if someone had forcibly peeled this entire section away from the street and transported it, along with Klein, into some unfamiliar domain. Klein snapped his fingers repeatedly, trying to escape via flaming jump, but again he failed. His heart sank, yet he did not give up. He quickly struck a series of matches, creating multiple ignition points around him so that he could use them for flame jumping at a critical moment. At the same time, he activated the newly gained illusion abilities from his Bizarro Sorcerer advancement to conceal himself. He darted rapidly among the small flames, focusing entirely on locating any surrounding spirit body threads that might offer him an opening. Wee-woo. Wee-wah. Wee-wah. A sharp, piercing siren suddenly echoed across the distorted space. Klein's heart lurched. Isn't this the police siren from my previous life? Why? Why would I hear something like this here? A massive shadow soon enveloped the area. Klein looked up, and saw the familiar flash of red and blue lights. Suspended above him was a strange, saucer-like silver object. The siren and lights blared from its underside. An UFO. In that instant, Klein's thoughts mirrored almost perfectly what Roselle had once felt when faced with a similar scene, overwhelming disbelief, suspicion, and the absurd sense that someone was playing a joke on him. As he wondered whether he was dreaming, a golden beam shot down from the UFO and illuminated the ground beneath it. Moments later, two figures stepped out of the light, both wearing sleek, silver-white uniforms and visored helmets, exuding an unmistakable futuristic aura. One carried a high-tech rifle. The other held a handgun, and a photograph of Klein. Joming Klein Moretti, the one with the photo, announced. We are officers of the Temporal Spatial Special Investigation Unit, badge numbers 9527 and 1386. You are hereby arrested on 3,256 counts, including illegal transmigration, illegal interference in world development, illegal residency, and illegal impersonation of a deity. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say may be used as evidence against you. Illusion. Illusion. It must be an illusion. Klein screamed inwardly, repeating to himself over and over that this had to be the hallucination of some pathways beyond our ability, yet how could he explain the UFO, something that did not exist in this world at all? And more importantly, how could he explain hearing his real name from his previous life? Worst of all, the photo in the man's hand. It was unmistakably his appearance from Earth. The officer holding the photo raised his handgun toward Klein. Joming Klein Moretti, are you resisting arrest? If so, I am authorized to terminate you. This is your first warning. Klein swallowed hard and blurted out, I'm not resisting. I think this might be a misunderstanding. I truly don't know anything about transmigrating. I just woke up and found myself here. Apologies, the officer replied coolly. Those details are irrelevant to us. We are only responsible for apprehending you per orders from above. Then may I ask, after arresting me, what do you plan to do? Will you send me back to my original world? Or execute me? According to temporal spatial law, you will be sentenced to 36,200 years in prison for illegal transmigration, illegal interference in world development, illegal residency, and illegal impersonation of a deity. After you complete your sentence, you will be returned to your original world. Klein froze. 36,000 years. A sudden thought struck Klein, and he asked, is it the kind where I serve a sentence of over 30,000 years, but in my original world, only a moment passes? Of course not. Time is synchronized. Klein cursed inwardly. Without hesitation, he fired several air bullets at the two officers while attempting to manipulate their spirit body threads. But before he could complete the manipulation, a laser shot struck him squarely. Klein felt his body grow heavy, his vision blur. When clarity returned, all the spirit body threads in his sight had vanished. No. It wasn't only that he could no longer see them. His extraordinary abilities, his spirituality, everything, had disappeared entirely. He was once again nothing more than an ordinary human. Just as powerless as he had been when he first transmigrated into this world. One officer strode toward him, snapped a pair of handcuffs onto his wrists, then lifted him by the back of the neck like a helpless chick. Very good, the men said coldly. Attacking temporal police during an arrest has added yet another charge to your case. Due to the egregious nature of your actions, the temporal law's collective punishment protocol will be triggered. Klein froze. Collective punishment. No, Benson and Melissa are innocent. They know nothing about any of this. You misunderstand, the officer replied icily. The ones affected by the collective punishment clause are not people from this world. They are from your previous world. He pressed a button near his helmet's ear. Requesting authorization to execute Protocol Number 5, completely annihilate Earth, the world Joe Mingray Klein Moretti originated from prior to transmigration, to enforce collective punishment and maximize deterrence against all potential resistance to the temporal police department. Klein's pupils contracted violently. He shouted in panic, no. You can't do that. 3, 2, 1. Before Klein's eyes, a familiar blue planet appeared, Earth. A golden beam shot down from space, piercing straight into the atmosphere. In an instant, it hit the planet. The next second, Earth shattered silently, exploding into flames, ashes, and countless fragments that scattered across the void. Slowly fading. Until they became nothing more than cosmic dust. No. No. Klein jolted upright in bed, drenched in cold sweat, gasping in terror, despair flooding his eyes. A dream, it was just a dream. He pressed a hand to his forehead as exhaustion washed over him. Thank goodness, just a dream. It must have been daytime thoughts bleeding into nighttime dreams. His fears about transmigration and going home had been transformed into such a bizarre nightmare. Hugh. If anything, if true temporal police really dragged him back one day, maybe that wouldn't be such a bad thing, well, assuming they didn't actually make him serve a 30,000-year sentence. Otherwise, by the time he got back, Earth might not resemble anything he remembered. Klein climbed out of bed and splashed cold water onto his face in the washroom. But when he looked into the mirror, he suddenly froze. Was that really just an ordinary dream? He was, after all, a demigod-level seer. Dreams were often deeply tied to divination. Could the dream have some special significance? Was it hinting at some omen? He took out a coin and flicked it. The experience just now was merely a dream. It landed heads up, affirmative. Yet unease still lingered. After confirming via divination that there was no immediate danger, he quickly walked backwards 4 steps and ascended above the grey fog, seating himself upon the bronze chair that symbolized Mr. Fool. He manifested pen and parchment, prepared to write a divination sentence, but froze, uncertain. Directly divining the meaning of the dream likely wouldn't yield a reliable answer. Then what should he write? Supporting his chin, tapping the table lightly in habitual thought, he suddenly heard a soft tapping echoing by his ear. I haven't knocked yet. He thought. Just as that idea surfaced, Klein felt his spirituality jolt violently. He raised his head. And froze. Across the bronze table sat a human figure, mirroring his posture, chin propped up on one hand, the other lightly tapping the tabletop. Then he noticed another figure seated in the once empty chair on his left. Both figures wore sleek silver-white suits with futuristic designs. Exactly like the 2 temporal police officers from his dream. When had they appeared here? And how had they entered the space above the grey fog without his permission? Terror surged through Klein. His first instinct was to assume he was still dreaming, but his spirituality screamed the opposite. Everything before him was real. The figure across from him smiled and said, Joe Mingray Klein Moretti Mr. Fool. Surprised. Delighted. Still think what just happened was only a dream. We've known about this place above the gray fog for quite a while. We came here specifically to wait for you. Klein's pupils tightened. They even know I'm Mr. Fool. Then. Were all the things they said earlier true? Were they truly temporal police, here to apprehend transmigrators? Was everything about him completely transparent to them? But if they really could arrest him, why didn't they do it earlier, when he was outside? Why did they wait until he ascended above the gray fog? Unless, they came precisely for the gray fog. The more Klein thought, the more terrified he became. The worms of spirit inside him quivered violently, on the verge of losing control and dissolving him into a puddle of clear maggots. Yet perhaps it was the subtle stabilizing influence he had accumulated from long-term occupancy of the Fool's seat, but after taking a slow, deep breath, he managed to calm himself. Then, adopting an easy, composed tone, he said, "Gentlemen, what business brings you to my divine kingdom?" "Your divine kingdom?" The figure across from him chuckled. "Isn't your divine kingdom located in the washroom? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 687, Social Death. Klein frowned. "Your Excellency, are you trying to insult me with this kind of phrasing?" "Hey, so what if I am insulting you?" The man across from him stretched his neck forward and patted his own cheeks lightly. "Come on then, hit me. Hit me. Ha ha ha, you know, I've realized you actually have quite a strong sense of conviction. The moment you sit on that chair, no matter how terrified you are inside, you naturally become calm and profound." Klein clenched his fingers, forcing himself to remain composed. Right now, the situation was arguably the most dangerous he had faced since transmigrating into this world. Amon had previously used Little Sun to nearly enter above the gray fog, but had ultimately been expelled by Klein himself. Yet these two unknown individuals had bypassed him entirely and infiltrated this place. Didn't that imply they might be stronger than Amon? I have to calm down. Only then can I find even the slightest chance of escaping this predicament. Maybe, I could try abandoning the space above the gray fog and return to reality. As he was considering this, the man opposite him spoke again. "Joe, I'll just call you Mr. Fool for simplicity. The next series of questions concerns the crimes you've been sentenced for. I expect you to answer truthfully. The first question, every time you impersonated a deity to convene the Tarot Club, what was your mood like? Seeing those people, some of them with higher status or higher sequences than you, treat you with such reverence, wasn't that particularly satisfying? Didn't you really enjoy that feeling?" The question left Klein utterly stunned. What kind of absurd question is this? Please answer truthfully, Mr. Fool. The man took out a small, exquisite box and placed it on the table. This is the latest lie detector in the universe. No lie can hide from it. Why are you asking me this sort of question? Hey, are you the one asking questions, or am I? Hurry up. After half a minute of silence, Klein gritted his teeth and said, Yes. Yes, what? Please repeat my question in full. Every time I convened the tarot gathering as Mr. Fool, my mood would become very pleasant. I would feel very satisfied. I enjoyed that feeling very much. With every sentence he spoke, Klein's sense of shame multiplied. By the time he finished, he was practically slumped in the chair. Very good. Because you answered truthfully, your sentence will be reduced by 10,000 years. The man paused, then raised 2 fingers. Second question, when members of the gathering asked questions that exceeded your knowledge or capabilities, how did you respond? Scenes from his past flashed across Klein's mind. He answered, I would pretend to be profound and give ambiguous answers that sounded meaningful, letting them interpret things on their own. Oh, interesting. Another 10,000 years off your sentence. Third question, when the members of your gathering, your so-called believers, began speculating about you, projecting all kinds of things onto you and attributing actions to you that you never did, how did you handle it, and what were your feelings at the time? Perhaps he had already resigned himself to humiliation, for Klein didn't think long this time. I wouldn't clarify anything. I'd let them continue imagining whatever they wanted, and when they projected things onto me like that, my mood would also feel very good. Oh, just like my manga, right? No, wait, at least the Overlord actually has real strength. Klein. Now then, fourth question, since you transmigrated here, have you ever had thoughts about any woman? List their names. And among them, was there anyone from the gathering? Have you ever considered using your identity as Mr. Fool to take advantage of your female followers, coercing them into offering themselves to you and messing around with them? Answer honestly. If someone offered you 1 million gold pounds to buy your identity as the Fool, would you agree, considering you're practically the god of poverty? If a rich woman wanted to sponsor you for a high price, would you accept? In addition, as the leader of the Tarot Club, you yourself only just advanced to demigod. Yet that member called Tower has long since left you in the dust and is already close to advancing to Sequence 1, and he even managed to pick up the prettiest and richest girl in the Tarot Club. Aren't you jealous and resentful? Faced with such an unstable element threatening your position, wouldn't you just? The man made a throat-slitting gesture. Klein. Ahem. Answer. Before he could ask more, the man sitting on one side of the long table coughed lightly. That's enough, Roselle. Hey. Shut it, you. Roselle slapped the table. Hurry up, answer honestly. Otherwise, I'm not reducing your sentence. Klein froze. A name echoed repeatedly in his mind, Roselle. Did that man just say Roselle? Was this Roselle the same Emperor Roselle he knew of? Edward said helplessly, if you keep going, he'll lose control right here. The title, Cowardly Klein, wasn't earned for nothing. You. Roselle pointed at him in an energetic husky-like pose. We agreed to socially destroy him. We've barely even started. It was clearly you who dragged me into this. He's already socially dead enough, especially since you just recorded your entire conversation with the tape recorder. As Edward spoke, he snapped his fingers lightly. The high-tech suits covering both himself and Roselle dissipated into mist, revealing their true appearances. Only then did he turn toward Klein and say, Mr. Fool, long time no see. Mr. Fool, Klein was completely dumbfounded. When Edward dispersed the fog, he of course, recognized the two at a glance. Edward needed no introduction, and Roselle, with his black armor, cloak, and crown, looked exactly like the depiction on the Black Emperor card. Since it was the card Klein used most frequently, he naturally could not be mistaken. Roselle. Was this really Emperor Roselle? Hadn't he been dead for over 100 years? How was he still alive? And how in the world did he appear above the gray fog? Could someone tell me what on earth is happening? One question after another piled up, making Klein's mind grind to a halt. All right, the joke ends here. Roselle leaned back and grinned. Yo, Klein, oh, Zhou Mingrue. I've heard plenty about you for a long time. Now that I finally get to meet you, impressive, very impressive. Klein's mind was still mush. He stared at Roselle for quite a while before rasping, you really are Emperor Roselle. Of course. Roselle looked directly at him. So. How's the surprise your fellow transmigrators prepared for you, Zhou Mingrue? Not bad, right? He lifted the recorder and shook it lightly. Everything you just said is recorded here. From now on, I'll play it for you every now and then. Klein. Roselle chuckled softly. Today is a rare occasion, our Transmigrator squad is finally gathering in full. A moment worth celebrating. He tapped his forehead gently. Ah, right, I forgot. There's also the Evernigh goddess. But she's currently busy fusing the uniqueness of death, no time, and frankly, no interest in joining our little meetup. Edward thought a simple reveal in person would be enough, but I found that too boring. Doing the unmasking in the Fool's divine kingdom while watching the Fool himself put on a show, that's far more entertaining. Roselle huffed with dissatisfaction. Shame, I hadn't even gotten started. Then he waggled his brows. You didn't answer my last question. Edward said you've had quite a few romantic prospects, huh? Miss Salted Fish, Miss Shorty, Miss Bodyguard, Miss Headless, so many types. Isn't that right? Klein finally managed to sort out his thoughts. The fog in his mind gradually cleared, and the tension that had stretched inside him for so long loosened slightly. He drew in a deep breath, stared at Roselle for a moment, then let his gaze fall on Edward. In a daze, he asked, Edward, you're also a transmigrator? Edward nodded. Yes. From the beginning, you already knew that Klein was the Fool. From the very start. Klein clutched his chest in despair. From the start. That meant everything he had ever done while pompously role-playing as Mr. Fool, all his pretentious words and mysterious airs, had been witnessed by Edward in full. Edward had always known that the supposedly aloof, unfathomable Mr. Fool was actually just a low-sequence, mid-sequence weakling. No. No. Klein screamed internally with the agony of social death, no. A few seconds later, a thought suddenly struck him. Stammering, he asked, then, Miss Justice. Does Audrey know? Of course not. Who? Klein instantly felt a little better. If Audrey had also known from the start that he was a counterfeit deity, yet still cooperated with him, cheered for him, and silently watched him pose and pretend to be deep and unfathomable, Klein would rather smash his head against the bronze chair and die on the spot. But even so, this whole situation was shameful enough to kill me. Especially that cursed recorder. How can a person be this shameless? After rubbing his temples for a while, Klein finally looked toward Roselle again and asked, You truly are Roselle, Wang Tao? Roselle crossed his arms. Absolutely. The genuine article. Klein scratched his forehead and tentatively said, then, the taste of demoness ain't bad, wasn't it? Smiles never disappear, they only transfer from one person's face to another. Roselle's smile smoothly shifted onto Edward's face. Roselle's eye twitched, but his tone remained very calm. That's indeed a true statement. Demonesses are wonderful. If you have the chance, you should try it too. But most of them were originally men. Don't you think that's odd? And you call yourself a sequence 4 demigod. Your understanding of the Beyonder world is still that shallow. After advancing past sequence 7, the witch pathway undergoes a complete transformation from body to soul, they become authentic women. Witches are women. And they're more open than ordinary women, and far better at making men feel good. Heh. You and Edward are still fledglings, right? No idea what real enjoyment is. All right. We get it. You really enjoy sharing a bed with witches. Klein let out an oh, then said, does Lady Strength, your daughter Bernadette, know about this? Does she have any opinions? Does she know her father has such particular hobbies? Roselle. Seeing Roselle's pained expression made Klein feel instantly refreshed. Embarrassment, after all, was far less agonizing when someone else shared it with you. If you suffered alone, it was unbearable. But if someone was dragged down into humiliation with you, well, that wasn't so bad. And if a third person, Edward, could be dragged down as well, even better. Clearly, Roselle had thought of the same thing, because both he and Klein turned their gazes toward Edward simultaneously. Edward hurriedly said, Klein, shouldn't you have a lot of questions that require us to answer? Klein's expression tightened again. In truth, he had never fully relaxed. Even though the two in front of him were Edward and Roselle, two fellow transmigrators, that did not automatically guarantee his safety. After all, two tigers could not share one mountain. Multiple transmigrators in the same world might very well end up competing or even eliminating each other, especially when he himself possessed the treasure-like domain above the gray fog. Everyone knew the principle of a man's wealth being his own doom. Klein thought seriously for a moment, then asked, about transmigration, what exactly is going on? Why are there so many of us, me, you, Emperor Roselle, the Evernight Goddess, and what about the cocoons hanging on the light door deep within the gray fog? What are those? Note, vote if you like the chapter so far. Chapter 688, Explaining Things to Klein. Edward and Roselle exchanged a glance before Edward said, so-called transmigration truly isn't a coincidence. It's not like those web novels where some protagonist steps on dog-shit luck, crosses into another world, and becomes the main character, the unbeatable Gary Stu type. He glanced at Roselle. Of course, in Emperor Roselle's early days after transmigrating, he did spend a period of time as a protagonist and a Gary Stu. And behind all of this lies the handiwork of a high-sequence powerhouse. The reason he orchestrated these events was to leave behind a means for his own resurrection. Edward paused. All the transmigrators inside those cocoons, including the space above the gray fog, were all preparations that Powerhouse made for his eventual revival. Klein froze. Above the gray fog? This time Roselle answered. What you call above the gray fog has an official term in mysticism. It is the Sapphira Castle, one of the 9 primal spheroid of this world. As for what a spheroid is, you already know that at the peak of each pathway stands a sequence 0 deity. But above the gods, there is actually another tier, above the sequence. To reach that tier, one must contain a spheroid. Of course, besides a spheroid, one also needs additional components, which involve the adjacent pathways. Roselle then briefly summarized the rules for advancing to a Great Old One. And the one who arranged our transmigration, and who left the Sapphira Castle to you, was precisely a Great Old One, a pillar of your pathway. His goal is for you to continue advancing, eventually becoming a Great Old One, so that he may awaken within your body and replace you entirely. Klein's face changed dramatically. So when I advance to the peak of this pathway, the so-called Great Old One, beyond even the gods, I would essentially be committing suicide. Not necessarily. If your consciousness can defeat his, then you will become the new Great Old One. Then if I... Before he could finish, Roselle said flatly, you mean stopping at a certain sequence and refusing to advance? Do you still remember the apocalypse of this world? Advancing beyond godhood is the only chance of overcoming doomsday. Klein stiffened, fingers tightening. The apocalypse, what exactly is it? I've heard the concept mentioned in many places, but I still don't know what it refers to. Is it something like the biblical flood, an irresistible catastrophe? No. On this question, only angels at sequence 2 or higher normally have the right to know. Otherwise, the knowledge risks causing fatal corruption and erosion. Though inside the Sapphira Castle you're relatively safe, once outside, you would still be in danger. But I can give you an example. You can think of the apocalypse as the monsters invading Earth and Ultraman. With Earth's own power, it's impossible to resist such extinction-level creatures. So Earth needs an Ultraman. You are the strongest Ultraman. Klein scratched his head. That's quite a vivid example. Roselle's face wore a mysterious smile. Just accept this understanding for now. You will naturally learn more secrets about the apocalypse and the great old ones once you ascend to higher sequences. He shot a sidelong glance at Edward, his tone carrying implication. Of course, everything we've said is only the ideal scenario. Whether the real future turns out that way, well, it's hard to say. He was naturally referring to the fact that Edward had already contained the uniqueness of the door pathway. Klein did not delve into that implication. Instead, he finally voiced the question that had been lodged in his heart, the most pressing one: then, can we return to our original world? The world we transmigrated from. This time, both Edward and Roselle fell silent. A long time later, Roselle finally gave a gentle smile. I can't directly tell you whether you can or can't. Some things should be left for you to discover yourself. Klein's heart instantly sank. Roselle's evasive answer was, in truth, an unspoken affirmation of Klein's worst fear. A surge of emotion rose within him, despair tangled with sorrow. Seeing his expression triggered Roselle's own resonance. He recalled the day he himself learned the truth behind transmigration. Was he not just as helpless and despondent back then? Because of that memory, he could not find the right words to comfort Klein now. 4 or 5 minutes later, after working hard to steady his emotions, Klein finally turned his gaze toward the two of them. Let's talk about the two of you. You seem to have quite the good relationship. Don't tell me Edward's disappearance all this time was because he was always with Emperor Roselle. He paused slightly, then guessed, so His Majesty didn't actually die back then, he was merely trapped somewhere and unable to escape, and it was Edward who later rescued you. Roselle gave a slight nod. More or less, that's the gist of it. After a brief pause, he added, Edward went back 190 years into the past. At that time, I was still young. After we met, we went through many things together. It wasn't until yesterday that I finally regained my freedom and smoothly advanced again as the Black Emperor. Klein's mind short-circuited, he could not digest such shocking information all at once. Edward went back 190 years into the past. As he was still trying to process that, another, even more devastating detail slammed into him. Black Emperor. He nearly jumped out of his seat. Why you're already sequence 0 Black Emperor. Roselle burst into triumphant laughter. Ha 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 ha, yes. So, you're now a deity. That's right. A deity. Klein inhaled sharply. Roselle was now a genuine god, on the same level as the Seven, the real thing. Compared to him, or rather, compared to them, Klein himself, a fake, makeshift deity, fell painfully short. Thinking back, the closest he had ever been to a true god was when he prayed to the Evernight goddess not long ago and received a simple I know. But now, a true deity, Roselle, was standing only a few meters away. It felt like he could reach out and touch him. This was far too surreal. Klein abruptly stood and gave up his seat, gesturing respectfully. Cough, Your Majesty, perhaps you should be the one to sit here instead. No need. I'm perfectly fine here. Roselle extended a hand enthusiastically. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Why don't you draw a tarot card for me as well? I'm joining the tarot club. Hey, you're allowed to act mysterious in the tarot club, but I'm not allowed to join in the fun. Roselle rubbed his palms together. I've been wanting to experience the feeling of a max-level player returning to the newbie village just to show off. Truly, worthy of being Emperor Roselle. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he materialized a tarot card before Roselle. Roselle rubbed his hands together like a gambler lifting a card on the table. Let me see what my card is. With a crisp snap, a card flipped. Unsurprisingly, it was the Emperor card. Roselle clicked his tongue. What's this? The Emperor card? Too uncreative. Boring. He tossed the card aside in disgust. But at that moment, Klein suddenly snapped out of his stupor. Compared to Roselle being the Black Emperor, wasn't Edward traveling back in time even more shocking? He stared at Edward, stunned. Edward, everything His Majesty said is true. You really went back 190 years into the past. That's right. Edward smiled. In fact, I only truly awakened from my slumber yesterday. And the place I slept was inside the light door deep within the Sapphira Castle. After a moment of confusion, Klein suddenly realized, the person who broke out of the cocoon right under my nose, that was you. How is that even possible? Thus began Edward's turn to enter storytelling mode. He recounted his experiences after transmigrating, though with certain omissions, naturally hiding everything related to outer gods and anything involving Harry Potter. In truth, aside from Lilith, he had not told anyone about coming from the Harry Potter world or the existence of that book. Even Audrey knew nothing about the Harry Potter novel. Even Roselle still believed Edward, like them, came from Earth in the past. Because I was burdened with the curse of death, I had no choice but to sleep within the Sapphire Castle to resist its erosion. Only when you advanced to Sequence 4 yesterday, stepped onto the final light staircase, and opened the depths of the grey fog did I awaken. Edward continued. After that, I sensed Lilith was in danger and immediately left the Sapphire Castle to help her. In the end, thanks to Amon's betrayal, we managed to take down Adam and force him into slumber. As Edward's story unfolded, Klein's expression grew increasingly distorted, his jaw dropping lower and lower. Though he had learned during the last tarot meeting that Edward was advancing to Sequence 1, he never imagined the reality would be far beyond anything he could have conceived. You actually served as the master of the Sapphire Castle for a while in the past. Oh, so that's why Lady Strength asked me whether there was another, above the grey fog. And so that's why Miss Empress felt like she returned a changed person this time. She still behaved like a child on the surface, but something about her was clearly different. I thought she was just a kid imitating adults. Turns out she went through so much during that period. And the apprentice marionette that Miss Empress gave me was actually your avatar. No wonder when I performed divination on it, the result was beneficial toward me. Klein finally understood. Then he asked, but why did you send your avatar to me as a marionette? Did you foresee what would happen yesterday? Right, what exactly is your avatar? It actually let me jump from Sequence 4 to Sequence 3 for a short time. Facing Klein's barrage of questions, Edward shook his head. All of that was Lilith's arrangement. Her goal was simple, to help you advance to Sequence 4 as fast as possible, so that I would awaken from the Sapphire Castle. As for your advancement, it came from something similar to the ability of a visionary. It looks powerful, but it's entirely illusory. Against a true powerhouse, it shatters instantly. As he spoke, Edward couldn't help recalling yesterday's battle with Adam. Whether it was the Sequence 0 abilities he had eaten, or the quick leap to Sequence 1 via the fantasy-powered regression, all of them were as fragile as glass before Adam. Were his abilities really only good for bullying those below Sequence 0? It was honestly infuriating. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 689, Chapter 689, An Uninvited Guest. At that moment, Klein sighed. And you call that illusory? It was clearly very powerful. It let someone advance an entire sequence out of thin air. This is even more outrageous than cheating. Edward pushed aside the irritation lingering in his mind and continued, as for some of the arrangements Lilith made while I was asleep. I don't really know the details either. If you're curious. He blinked mischievously. You can ask her yourself in a bit. A chill instantly crawled up Klein's back. Why do I feel like whatever you're thinking isn't anything good? Ha ha ha, you're overthinking it. You think I'm as childish as Roselle. Roselle immediately shot him the middle finger. Wasn't it you who started that misery contest? Klein cleared his throat. Then, have you advanced to Sequence 1 already? Edward shook his head. No. I'm still missing one ritual. He had already obtained the beyonder characteristics of the Key of Star and the author, yet the ritual for Sequence 1 still remained far from complete. His current idea was to rely on the feather quill and the ability of fantasy to jointly accomplish the real world. But he had no idea when he would truly complete it. At that moment, Roselle leaned back in his chair and asked, Klein, do you have any other questions? Klein fell silent for half a minute, massaging his temples. Questions? Of course I still have a lot of them. But they're all scattered. I'll ask them later once I've sorted my thoughts. All right. Roselle raised an eyebrow at him. Now that you've learned so many explosive secrets at once, what do you plan to do next? I don't know. Klein shook his head slightly. Honestly, my mind is a mess. I want to quickly advance to a higher sequence and uncover more truths, but I'm also terrified of learning those truths. Even worse, the higher I climb, the closer I get to being taken over. I feel stuck, unable to move forward or backwards. He exhaled softly. Yesterday, when I became a demigod and saw those cocoons hanging on the light door, I almost broke down. I had originally planned to find Audrey today for some psychological counseling. And now, after suddenly learning all of this, sigh. I really don't know what to do anymore. Roselle straightened his posture, his expression uncharacteristically serious. As someone who's been through this, my advice is, don't overthink it. Your first priority should be advancing as quickly as possible. Otherwise, when the apocalypse truly arrives, nothing else will matter. Of course, I understand that no one can accept this all at once. Conveniently, I plan to return to Intis to reclaim everything I've lost. If you really don't know what to do for the time being, just follow me around for a while. Klein blinked. Edward reminded him, also, Klein, don't forget, Amon will eventually make a move on you, as the current master of the Sapphira Castle. You must be careful. Klein nodded heavily. Understood. He knew that whether it was Sequence Zero Roselle or the extraordinarily capable Edward, either of them might help him deal with Amon, but that could only happen once or twice at most. That alone already counted as tremendous loyalty. I can't expect them to revolve around me every day, protecting me like bodyguards, can I? Klein shifted his gaze. What about you? I have something else important to take care of. Edward smiled. But I'll be back as soon as I can, hopefully in time for the next tarot gathering. Backlund, in a hotel room. Lilith sat on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, gazing toward the washroom door as she quietly waited. In her heart, she silently mourned for Mr. Fool. The resurrected Roselle clearly had a far livelier temperament, gone were the irritability, mania, and explosive temper of his old age. It seemed he had reverted to the vigor of his younger years. Perhaps this was because, after resurrection, Roselle had immediately sorted out his mentality. Or perhaps it stemmed from the expectations his four horsemen carried when they inherited the citizens of the Black Emperor. Gods needed believers as anchors, and believers, in turn, could influence their gods. Maybe, in the hearts of those four horsemen, this was the version of Roselle they hoped to see. With a soft creak, the washroom door opened. 3 grown men squeezed their way out together. Lilith seized the moment, snapping a picture to immortalize the scene, then giggled. My, you finally came out. Did you enjoy your talk? Klein stared at Lilith, then let out a weary laugh. Miss Empress, you really are. Hee hee. She then turned to Edward. Edward, does Mr. Fool now know everything? Ahem, call me Klein while we're outside. Edward said, he knows everything he should know. As for the parts related to you, I left all of that out. If Klein is curious, and if you want to tell him, it's best he hears it from you. Oh. Lilith pinched her chin thoughtfully, then winked at Klein with a mischievous smile. Then, watch closely. What are you doing? Lilith's small body suddenly twisted and stretched upward. In the blink of an eye, she had transformed into a tall, beautiful young woman. She wore a simple sweatshirt on top, jeans on the bottom, which outlined her long, slender legs. Hey, pleased to meet you again, Mr. Fool. Klein's expression shifted 3 times in mere seconds. Why you're... The young woman before him was unmistakably the Transmigrator girl he had met on Simeem Island. Lilith patted her chest with a bright smile. Hee hee, that's right, it's me. The next moment, she twisted again and shrank back into her childlike form, leaning casually against Edward as she watched Klein's reaction. Klein now understood at last. No wonder Lilith orchestrated that whole incident back then. It had all been another attempt to push him into advancing to Sequence 4 sooner. His heart skipped as another thought struck him. Mr. Moon giving me those diary pages at the last tarot gathering, was that also related to you? Lilith gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, Mr. Fool. You really know how to connect the dots. Klein. All right, let's each go do what we need to do. Edward looked at Roselle and Klein, then extended his right hand. I hope all of us will reach a beautiful ending. Both men reached out and placed their hands atop his. We definitely will. Back at the Earl Hall residence, Edward saw Audrey and Bernadette taking a walk together in the garden, speaking softly as Audrey let out occasional gasps of surprise or delighted exclamations. The moment they saw Edward and Lilith, both women paused and turned toward them. Bernadette fixed her gaze on Edward. Only after several seconds did she whisper, "Long time no see, Mr. Sparrow." Lilith stuck out her tongue. Come on, you literally saw him yesterday. How's Matilda doing? Thank you for asking, big sister Lilith. Mother is doing very well now. Hearing Queen Mystic call little Lilith a big sister, Audrey still found it strange. Even though she knew Lilith was actually much older, she still couldn't help treating her as a child. Edward stepped forward. What were you talking about? You sounded quite happy. Lady Strength, Bernadette, was telling me about the things you did in the past. Edward, you're so mean. You teased her over and over. Edward coughed lightly. It wasn't teasing. At first I just wanted her help keeping certain things secret. Later, once we got more familiar, I made up for it by taking her out to have fun. Bernadette pursed her lips. Wasn't that only after I begged you repeatedly? Audrey then said excitedly, Bernadette also told me she became a pirate later precisely because of you. Oh, really? Ha ha ha, then I must truly be the greatest villain ever, turning the crown princess of Intis into the pirate queen. Bernadette asked, you finished talking with father? That's right. She nodded. Good, then I'll go find father. We can talk more next time, Audrey. Leaving so soon? Goodbye, big sister Lilith. Goodbye, Mr. Sparrow. With those words, Bernadette stepped forward and slipped into the spirit world, vanishing instantly. Lilith crossed her arms and watched her disappear. My, it feels like she's gotten quite distant from you, Edward. Edward smiled faintly. Before I fell asleep, she was still just a 6 or 7-year-old child. Now 100 years have passed, and she has experienced so much. I, Mr. Sparrow, am just a fragment of her childhood memories now. He paused, then added, still, with more contact, we should at least be able to be friends again. As he spoke, his expression turned serious. All right. It's time for us to leave. Lilith asked, shouldn't we at least say goodbye to Little Snake, Medici, and Palez? We'll greet them when we return. We've already lost a full day. Audrey asked curiously, actually, I wanted to ask yesterday, how are we going to return to Hogwarts this time? Previously, we had to wait for specific time intervals to travel back. But since you returned to the past this time, we missed that return window. Edward raised his left arm. A faint, square-shaped glyph composed of thin lines lay on his forearm. At first glance, it resembled a door. He gently stroked the pattern and said, I can return anytime now. 5 minutes later. Inside Audrey's room, she looked at Edward with worry. Edward, you're certain that this time we don't need to crawl into the suitcase with an undetectable extension charm? We can just go with you normally. Edward smiled warmly and patted her hand. Don't worry. I've already grasped the method of opening the door to the Hogwarts world. We don't need all the trouble anymore. Just hold on to me when the time comes. Susie circled Edward's legs twice, then dropped down and wrapped her 2 front paws around one leg. Edward, I'm ready. All right, then let's. Edward was just about to inject spirituality into the glyph when. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door. Audrey blinked. Huh. But I told everyone not to disturb us. Lilith's brows furrowed. This aura, it's her. Who? Edward waved his hand and opened the door. Standing there was a small figure, Priscilla. She still wore her usual clothes, though a hood now covered her head. Her little face no longer carried its usual liveliness, instead, she appeared serene and calm. Audrey asked in surprise, Priscilla. Why are you here? Is something wrong? Lilith curled her lip. That's not Priscilla. She looked at the girl and said, right, I'm on Ices. Note, 300 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 690, Return to Harry Potter World. Lilith wrinkled her nose. What did you do to Priscilla? How were you able to descend into her body? And weren't you supposed to be asleep because you absorbed Death's authority? Priscilla smiled faintly. I did not descend. In truth, this fragment of consciousness was left behind when the numinous episcopate attempted to awaken the god of death inside her using the power of artificial death. It had simply remained dormant until now. Now that I have fully absorbed Death's authority, this consciousness will be extracted from her body together with artificial Death's power. Even though your messenger contributed the power of the river of eternal darkness, it is still not enough. If you wish for her to survive unharmed, you must add more power from the river of eternal darkness. Edward roughly understood what she meant, yet he still asked, so? The Evernight goddess replied, so, I wish to accompany you to that world on the other side. After a few seconds of silence, Edward suddenly raised an eyebrow. When I first came to this world, I somehow ended up in Tingen. That was your doing, wasn't it, goddess? And later, Priscilla just happened to be kidnapped by the suddenly appearing numinous episcopate. That was your arrangement as well, all for today. The Evernight goddess said lightly, I am no author. I merely went along with the flow. Only then did Lilith fully register the implications, and she exclaimed, wow, Amon Ices, you really are. She failed to find a suitable adjective. Right, what about the 3 evil spirits, Medici and the others? Are you planning to bring them along as well? Medici. Medici. The Evernight goddess shook her head. Medici is already free. Lilith. She frowned. What exactly are you all playing at? Does this have something to do with the Red Priest? The Evernight goddess only smiled without answering. Beside them, Audrey listened with a completely bewildered expression. She hesitated and asked, you, what are you talking about? What happened to Priscilla? And who is Amon Ices? Lilith puffed out her cheeks. Oh, that's the Evernight goddess you people always talk about. Audrey's entire body froze. Her eyes widened until they became perfectly round. When facing a newly ascended deity such as Emperor Roselle, she could at least force herself to calm down after the initial shock. But the Evernight goddess was different. This was a being whose name lay deep within legends and faith itself. Her majesty and mystery far exceeded imagination. To suddenly learn that she now stood before her, Audrey's heart instantly surged with crashing waves. Especially because she had worshipped the Evernight goddess for nearly 16 years, only to immediately shift her faith to Mr. Fool upon meeting him. How was that not apostasy? Now, after realizing that the consciousness within Priscilla belonged to the Evernight goddess, Audrey's heart was full of guilt, fear, and terror. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Susie, who had sensed the goddess's aura earlier, was already cowering behind Edward with her tail tucked tightly between her legs, too frightened to even breathe. At that moment, the Evernight goddess gently waved her hand. A serene and peaceful aura spread through the room like a spring breeze, soothing the chaos in Audrey's heart. Then she even told a cold joke, "Don't be so nervous. I don't bite." Audrey stared blankly. Oh my god, the Evernight goddess just told me a cold joke. The goddess turned to Edward again and asked, "Well, have you decided? Will you take me to see that world?" A smile appeared on Edward's face. "Of course. We welcome your eminence's guidance." He extended his hand toward the Evernight goddess. "Come." The moment their fingers touched, countless overlapping, illusory doors materialized out of thin air, enveloping all 4 people and 1 dog within the room. As the lights flickered, everyone's figures slowly faded out of sight. Immediately afterwards, that familiar sensation of falling overcame them, and the scene before their eyes blurred rapidly. After a brief spell of disorientation, the scene before them shifted quietly. They found themselves once again inside the room of requirement within Hogwarts Castle. Nothing had changed since the last time they left, dim, silent, covered in layers of dust. Tables, chairs, cabinets, brooms, and all sorts of clutter were piled together chaotically. Yet perhaps because so much time had passed, the familiarity of it all felt unexpectedly comforting. The Evernight goddess stepped forward slowly and glanced around. "This place, I seem to recognize it." Lilith asked in surprise, "You've been here before?" Audrey had the same question, and normally she would have blurted it out immediately. But remembering the identity of the one before her, she hurriedly pressed her lips shut. "No, I mean from the movies." She turned her head toward Edward. "I recall going through the entire series several times." She paused. "So, is this the movie version or the novel version?" "Ah." Audrey and Lilith both looked confused, clearly not understanding what she meant. Edward thought a moment before answering, "Mostly the novel version, but there are elements from the films as well. For example, you may see some familiar faces." "I see." With practiced familiarity, she walked toward the wooden door leading out. Extending her hand, she brushed the air lightly. "I can sense the aura of the river of eternal darkness, yet I can't pinpoint where it is." "Do you know why?" "No." Edward had a guess, of course, most likely it was related to the world inside the Mirror of East, the place he had entered before. And this time, he had returned specifically to seek out the truth hidden there. The Evernight goddess chuckled softly and did not press the matter. She pulled open the wooden door and stepped through. When Edward and the others followed, they saw her standing before the tapestry depicting the attempt of Barnabas the Barmy to teach trolls ballet. She looked back with a smile. "This tapestry artwork, that's the movie version as well. I suppose the staircases in Hogwarts Castle must follow the movie versions too." Edward shrugged. "In this case, you guessed wrong. The staircases here are far more complicated than in the films. They truly qualify as a labyrinth built from stairs." "Then I absolutely must take a look." She strode forward. "Oh, feel free to take care of your own matters. No need to worry about me." Lilith immediately followed, looping her arm through the goddesses with a cheerful grin. "How could that be? You're our esteemed guest. Allow Miss Lilith to accompany you on a tour." She winked playfully at Edward, then hurried off with the goddess. Phew. The instant the two disappeared from sight, Audrey exhaled a long breath, her entire body nearly collapsing as she sagged against Edward. Ah. That was terrifying. I didn't even dare breathe too loudly just now. If I'd stayed near her any longer, I swear I'd have suffocated myself. Susie muttered quietly, "Same here." Edward couldn't help but laugh. "You weren't this nervous when you met Emperor Roselle." "That's different." She wrinkled her nose. "Emperor Roselle was an idol to me. And once I learned he was a fellow countryman of yours, I saw him through yet another filter, he felt like one of my own. So meeting him was more excitement and shock than fear. But the Evernight goddess is nothing like that." As she spoke, she instinctively glanced again toward the direction Lilith had gone. "It's like if one day Santa Claus, no, God himself suddenly appeared in front of you. That kind of belief, planted deep in your heart since childhood, makes you afraid whether you want to be or not. And yet you didn't hesitate at all when you switched your faith to Mr. Fool. That suggests your devotion to the Evernight goddess wasn't all that sincere." Before he could finish, Audrey hurriedly clamped her hand over his mouth. "Show. End of discussion. Aren't you here to take care of something important? Hurry up." All right, all right. Edward gently took her hand away. But first, we should let Professor Dumbledore know we're back. This return took much longer than we'd estimated. With a stir of his spirituality, he instantly perceived Dumbledore's location. Unexpectedly, the headmaster was neither in his office nor at the Ministry of Magic. Instead, he was outside the Forbidden Forest. Ah! Why would he be there? Carrying this question, the pair, and one dog, distorted and vanished, reappearing outside the Forbidden Forest a moment later. What they saw left them stunned. The once quiet clearing beside the forest had been transformed by magic into a massive ring of spectator stands large enough to seat the entire school. Students and staff alike were staring intently at a large airborne magical screen. Some were shouting encouragement, others clenched their hands in nervous tension. The screen had been divided into 8 smaller frames, each focused on a different individual, clearly contestants advancing through the Forbidden Forest while fending off various threats with spells. Dumbledore sat at a long table resembling a judge's panel alongside 3 others, a tall, broad-shouldered woman, an unfamiliar middle-aged man, and one very recognizable face, Igor Karkaroff, the headmaster of Demstrang Institute. At once, Edward understood, this must be the Tri-Wizard Tournament, no, the Quad-Wizard Tournament now. The tall woman was most likely the half-giant headmistress of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. As for the unfamiliar middle-aged man, he was very likely the headmaster of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the United States. With that in mind, Edward dispelled the illusion concealing him from Dumbledore and stepped into a noticeable position, giving the headmaster a small wave. Dumbledore, who had been focused on the screen, immediately brightened. He also quickly realized that no one around reacted to Edward's sudden appearance, they clearly couldn't see him. Understanding that this was due to some special ability, he turned to the 3 headmasters beside him and said, "My apologies. Too much sherbet lemon, I need to visit the restroom for a moment. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 691, the English really know how to play. After leaving the judge's table, Dumbledore strolled unhurriedly toward the temporary restroom that had been erected nearby. From the outside, it was merely a plain grey-blue prefab unit, but inside it had been expanded with the undetectable extension charm. The number of stalls adjusted automatically to meet demand. He lingered for a moment before the mint-scented washbasin, then turned and stepped onto the small, secluded viewing terrace behind it. Edward and the others emerged from the shadows at that exact moment. "Welcome back." Behind his half-moon spectacles, the old headmaster's blue eyes rippled with warmth, his silver beard trembling faintly as he smiled. "It seems you must have gone through quite a lot over there, yes?" Edward and Audrey exchanged a glance and nodded together. "Yes, many things happened." "Heh. I'm almost impatient to hear about all of it. Unfortunately." He tilted his head toward the spectator stands. "I may not be able to slip away just yet." Dumbledore suddenly crouched down, the hem of his robe sweeping across the stone tiles. He winked at the large golden retriever. Susie instantly straightened her back, sitting primly like a proper lady. "Oh, Miss Susie, welcome back as well. And where is Miss Lilith? Did she not return with you?" Susie answered, "No, Lilith, she went to explore the castle with another very important guest." "Oh. A very important guest." Dumbledore stood up, visibly surprised. He knew that Edward bringing Audrey back had already been an accident. A power capable of traveling between worlds was not something meant to be known by too many people. Edward did not hide anything. He said plainly, "She is a deity." Dumbledore froze. "I'm sorry. You heard correctly. The one who returned with us is a deity. You may think of her simply as God." The old wizard blinked several times, murmuring, "Oh, Merlin's beard, this is truly astonishing. But rest assured, it is only a sliver of her consciousness, not a manifestation capable of destroying the world." Dumbledore sighed. "The way you phrased that did absolutely nothing to reassure me." With a worried expression, he asked, "May I know why she, this deity, has come to our world?" "Well, you may think of her as a traveler from another world. Her primary purpose is sightseeing." Edward hesitated for a moment before adding, "As for the rest, I'll explain everything gradually. To be honest, I returned this time to uncover the secret behind this world's so-called God." "You mean, the death that appeared last time inside the Mirror of Erist?" "Something like that." Edward nodded. "I intend to return to that deity's dwelling place." "You found a method to enter that dwelling again?" "We can simply use the Mirror of Erist." "But..." Before Dumbledore could finish, Edward reached into the void and pulled out a massive mirror with a golden frame. Dumbledore immediately recognized it as the Mirror of Erist. The headmaster hurriedly adjusted his spectacles. The Mirror of Erist. But it was destroyed, shattered completely. "I even tried using magic to repair it, but it failed." Edward explained, "This is an ability I've recently acquired. You can think of it this way, this isn't the mirror of Erist from the present, but rather the version that exists within a past point in time. A version existing in a past time. Dumbledore shook his head in awe. Oh, I suppose this must be how Muggles feel when they witness magic for the first time. Edward then turned to Audrey. Audrey, once Lilith returns, I'll be entering the mirror of Erist. From then on, stay close to her at all times. Audrey nodded earnestly. Understood. Edward. Dumbledore's voice softened. I recall that in the past, whenever you returned, you treated this place as a temporary refuge. But this time, you seem far more anxious. Is it because of that deity? Not exactly. Edward's gaze focused on the mirror of Erist. I'm simply eager to uncover the secrets of that divine dwelling. Hohoea. A deafening wave of cheering suddenly erupted from the spectator stands. Snape. Snape. Long live Professor Snape. Professor Snape is incredible. On the large magical screen hovering in the air, the 8 individual frames had merged into one. Snape appeared at the center, expressionless, his face enlarged so much that even the twitch of every eyebrow was visible. The so-called savior, Harry Potter, stood bewildered in the billowing shadow of the man's black robes, much like a frog paralyzed before a venomous serpent. Professor, what exactly is happening? Edward asked. Edward asked in surprise, isn't this the quad wizard tournament? Why is Professor Snape? Oh, I made a few minor adjustments to the rules this year, Dumbledore said while stroking his beard. Instead of students from each participating school, this tournament features professors. Representing Hogwarts are Severus and Filius. Edward blinked. Well, I must say, this is certainly a fresh and creative twist. Audrey asked curiously, then why is Harry there as well? Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. The first task requires 8 professors from the 4 schools to venture into the depths of the Forbidden Forest and rescue the person most important to them, what we call their treasure. Audrey was stunned. So Harry is Professor Snape's most important, but I understand. Dumbledore laughed. Just as mandrakes always choose the most unexpected flowerpot to root in, the world is full of delightful surprises. Edward nearly gave Dumbledore a thumbs up. You old fox, you're really something. He squinted and said suddenly, Professor Dumbledore, I think the heads of the 4 schools should also participate. Dumbledore remained silent for several seconds, then shook his head. You want to see me rescue Gellert, don't you? I wouldn't mind. The real problem is, who would be responsible for capturing him, tying him up somewhere in the Forbidden Forest, and having him patiently await the arrival of his white-bearded prince like Sleeping Beauty? Audrey burst out laughing. This old man really has no filter. He dares say everything outright. Oh, that's right, Dumbledore suddenly recalled. Do you remember? The prize for this 4-school tournament is Slytherin's notebook possessed by Ilvermorny. It may contain clues related to the divine dwelling. He glanced at the mirror of Erist. Speaking of which, Edward, do you no longer need this mirror? Edward nodded. I plan to ask that deity directly. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, the Evernight goddess and Lilith were witnessing the spectacle as well. After learning the context, even this ancient schemer, who had lived for thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of years, was left momentarily speechless. Only after a long pause did she sigh inwardly, the Brits really know how to play. Lilith tugged at her sleeve. I'm on ices, time to go back. Evernight goddess said mildly, I already told you, there is no need to trouble yourselves over me. Lilith curled her lip dismissively. TCH, who wants to bother with you? I'm only watching you so you don't sneak off and do anything shady. Lilith grabbed her by the arm and dragged her along. Come on, let's go. When the 2 seemingly youthful girls reached the terrace, Dumbledore was adjusting his silver hair, which the breeze had ruffled. From afar, Lilith waved at him. Long time no see, Professor Whitebeard. After a brief moment of confusion, his blue pupils shrank sharply. You are, Miss Lilith. Lilith giggled. Hee, that's me. Oh, Merlin's beard, this is truly remarkable. Though he had heard last time that certain potions might allow animals to take human form, back then it had been purely theoretical. He never expected that upon meeting again, Lilith would actually appear as a human girl. Wait. Susie had said Lilith was accompanying an important guest, the deity. So the little girl being dragged along with a displeased expression, that was the deity. Meaning. God is a little girl. The Evernight goddess looked Dumbledore up and down. Her gaze seemed to pierce the mists of memory behind his irises. She said calmly, this version of Dumbledore is modeled after the first movie. Passable. Dumbledore. Though confused, he did not ask further. He simply nodded courteously to the goddess. At his age, he had experienced far too much, though the word deity still rattled him internally, he no longer reacted with obvious shock. Of course, it also helped that he had only heard of gods and had never witnessed divine power himself, nor had he ever been a believer. Lilith interjected, "Don't mind her, she likes talking nonsense. Just pretend she isn't there." Then she turned to the historical projection of the mirror of Erist. "Edward, are you going to look for that person?" "Yes." Edward's expression grew solemn. "Lilith, I'll leave everything here in your hands. Don't worry." Lilith thumped her chest, then shot a sideways glance at the goddess's avatar. "With me around, I'll definitely keep an eye on Amon-Isis. No need. Just keep everyone safe. As for Her Eminence, I trust she knows what she's doing. I don't trust her." After that, Audrey stepped forward and took Edward's hand, worry flickering in her eyes. "Be careful." "I will. I'll be back soon." Edward lifted the mirror of Erist. Just as he was about to depart, the Evernight goddess said mildly, "When you see him, do ask when he plans to deliver the river of eternal darkness he promised me." "Of course." With that, Edward's figure vanished instantly. Silence fell. A moment later, Dumbledore said, "If there's nothing else, why don't we head back and continue watching the tournament? There will be a grand banquet afterwards." The Evernight goddess said nothing. Lilith seemed not to have heard. Audrey tensed up again. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Dumbledore hesitated, then pulled a handful of chocolate toffees from his pocket. "These are my newest favorite chocolate toffees. Would you lovely young ladies like to try some?" Before any of the three could respond, Susie tilted her head and blinked. "Professor, you do know I'm a dog, right? Eating chocolate will kill me. Note, 570 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote." Chapter 692, Chapter 692, Entering the Deity's Dwelling. Dumbledore blinked, stunned for a moment. Behind his half-moon spectacles, his eyes widened slightly as he murmured, "Oh, my apologies. This is the first I've heard of such a thing." Lilith suddenly reacted. She took a toffee from him, unwrapped it, and stuffed it into Susie's mouth while muttering, "Susie, you're already a sequence 6B underdog. Unless you eat several hundred kilograms of chocolate in one go, you won't die." She cast a sideways glance at Evernight Goddess, her tone intentionally provocative. "Isn't that right, Amon-Isis?" Evernight Goddess. Susie frowned in confusion. "Really? Eating several hundred kilograms would kill me, because of the dose being too large?" "No. Because you'd burst." Everyone. A few minutes later, after the group had already departed, a blond boy of 16 or 17 walked over. He held his chin slightly raised, making no effort to conceal the arrogance in his eyes. "There doesn't seem to be anything here like you said." As he spoke, he pulled a black notebook from his robes and opened it. Words leapt rapidly across the pages of their own accord. "I sensed it, the entity was right here just moments ago. Hurry and find them." The boy clicked his tongue. "TCH. And where am I supposed to look?" "Toward the spectator stands. The one who obtained Slytherin's secret is in the stands." "Then why didn't you say that earlier?" He shut the notebook and leapt directly off the terrace. His body dropped more than 10 meters yet landed as lightly as a feather. Without hurry, he began walking toward the stands. Inside the room of requirement. Edward returned to the room of requirement carrying the historical projection of the mirror of Erist. He stood before the mysterious surface, eyes focused, and recited the ring of strange words under his breath. Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi. But when the final syllable left his mouth, the room remained silent. Nothing happened. "That's odd." Barty Jr. recited it exactly like that last time. Edward frowned, lowering his gaze in thought. Then he raised his head and stared deep into the mirror. Mysterious patterns flickered across his pupils as his deconstruction ability activated quietly. Moments later, he perceived the mirror's true nature. It was a sealed gateway, a teleportation portal. Only by possessing the key could one activate it through the spoken incantation. And the key was a wand of unusual form. The Elder Wand. "I see." Understanding dawned on Edward. He remembered that Dumbledore's Elder Wand had been lost long ago. Coupled with Grindelwald's and Dumbledore's accounts of the other world, he suspected the wand's disappearance was likely caused by Dumbledore accidentally opening the mirror of Erist's seal, allowing creatures from that other world to invade continuously. As for why Barty Crouch Jr. had been able to activate the mirror, it was because the door had remained half open. It was only when Voldemort passed through that it was fully resealed. So the Elder Wand, one of the Deathly Hallows, is the key to opening the deity's dwelling. Then what roles do the Resurrection Stone and Invisibility Cloak serve? Edward pondered but soon shook his head. There was no time to dwell on it. He gathered his will and used deconstruction to forcefully pry open the mirror's gate. The mirror flared with soft, pale radiance. After more than 10 seconds, the light extinguished, and the surface turned pitch black. Then, like a door opening inward, the mirror slowly parted. From within emerged pale, corpse-like arms, accompanied by wailing cries and shrill screams. In an instant, they seized Edward's clothes and limbs. A tremendous pulling force dragged him toward the mirror. Edward did not resist. He allowed the hands to draw him in inch by inch. And just before the mirror door snapped shut, a plume of black smoke seeped out and drifted rapidly into the distance. Darkness swallowed Edward's vision. It felt as though he were walking into a corridor with no source of light. Sensing the hands still clinging to him, Edward released a ripple of spirituality, blasting them away. Then he stepped forward, crossing the endless tunnel in a single stride, arriving at an exit. However, an invisible wall blocked his path, one that even a Sequence 2 planeswalker could not pass through. As expected, it's not that simple. Edward used deconstruction again. This time, in less than 30 seconds, he understood how to pass through. Only a soul, a spiritual body, could penetrate this wall. It had been designed specifically for the dead. With his current abilities, this posed no real obstacle, but curiosity stirred in his mind. Back during the period of lost memories, how exactly did I pass through this wall? Oh, right, the resurrection stone. Edward slapped his forehead as realization dawned. One of the abilities of the resurrection stone was to allow one's soul to temporarily leave the body, turning into a spiritual form. He immediately shifted into his spirit body, passing through the transparent wall with ease. As he did, he couldn't help wondering about the last of the Deathly Hallows, the invisibility cloak. What purpose would it serve inside a deity's dwelling? Once he slipped through the wall, the world before him opened up. Stretching endlessly was a white expanse. In the distant horizon lay an infinite body of water and boundless pale mist. The place where Edward stood resembled a lone island at the center of the water. But soon he realized this was no true island, it was an old train station, one every Hogwarts student would instantly recognize. King's Cross Station. Not far away stood the bewitched barrier leading to platform 9 3/4. A train was parked beside it, but everything appeared dreamlike, as if painted with fog. I remember in the Harry Potter novel, Harry met Dumbledore for the last time here. Many say it's the boundary between the living and the dead. Board this train, and you're headed for the world of the dead. Troublesome. Edward sighed and walked toward the train. Out of the mist, a man in a uniform suddenly materialized, blocking the doorway. Upon seeing Edward, he spoke politely, "Your ticket, sir." Ticket. Edward conjured a scrap of paper and cast a Confundus charm on it. "Will this do?" The conductor smiled courteously. "Please, sir, let's not joke. No one boards without a ticket. It's for your own safety." "Then where may I purchase a ticket?" The conductor shrugged. "Every person meant to board naturally possesses a ticket. Others who wander here by mistake cannot possibly have one." "I understand." This was clearly a train bound for death, and only the dead were qualified to ride it. Edward nodded and once again presented the piece of paper. "How about now?" This time, the conductor's gaze wavered. Slightly dazed, he accepted the paper, then stepped aside. "Oh, my condolences, sir. I hope your journey ahead brings you a pleasant memory." "Thank you." Edward inclined his head and stepped into the carriage. The second attempt succeeded because he had layered the Confundus charm with blind stupidity, rendering the conductor incapable of distinguishing truth from falsehood. Inside the train, he saw rows of passengers already seated. Their faces were vacant, eyes hollow, as though unaware of what had happened to them or where they were going. They simply followed a predetermined fate with mechanical obedience. Edward attempted to converse with several of them, but they responded sluggishly, or not at all. Some seemed unable even to hear him. With no other option, he found an empty seat and waited patiently. "I wonder how I got aboard the last time without the conductor noticing. Could it be that I didn't board at all?" But he quickly shook his head. No, that was impossible. He must have boarded. Otherwise, there would be no explaining his state upon returning to the world. After a moment of quick reasoning, he arrived at the conclusion, so, the invisibility cloak. He tossed a coin for divination. Heads, affirmative. That confirmed it. The functions of the 3 Deathly Hallows had now become clear. The Elder Wand, the key that unlocks the Mirror of Erased Seal. The Resurrection Stone allows passage through the transparent soul wall. The invisibility cloak hides the living from the conductor, enabling them to board the deathbound train. This was the true secret of the Deathly Hallows. Each item, once activated as an extraordinary artifact, revealed its hidden ability. Feels a bit underwhelming. The thought surfaced only for Edward to shake his head with a soft laugh. No, he felt this way only because of the elevated perspective granted by his current sequence. To someone native to the Harry Potter world, things would be entirely different. Because collecting all 3 hallows truly allowed one to reach the deity's dwelling, and even meet a deity. Half an hour later. The train gave a faint jolt and began to move, accelerating quietly with no announcement and no warning. It slipped deeper into the boundless fog and the endless waters beyond. Outside the windows, everything remained a featureless white. There was no telling the direction of travel, nor what the train passed by. It was all unknown. Until a thunderous whistle blared. The train burst out of the fog and sped over a vast, pitch-black river. Phantasmal figures drifted along the banks. And in the heart of the river stood an enormous, side-wielding figure garbed in black. Each swing of the side sent countless shadows scattering, shredded and swallowed by the water. Edward's spirit trembled as he stared at the massive Grim Reaper. His intuition screamed the truth. This was the same entity who had sent him back last time. The same Grim Reaper he had glimpsed during his Beyonder advancement, only far larger. Could he be the one Adam and the Evernight goddess referred to as that person? At that moment, the enormous Grim Reaper paused. He turned his skull slightly, meeting Edward's gaze. Then, his lower jawbone dropped loose, forming an eerie semblance of a smile. He placed a bony hand over his chest and bowed deeply to Edward from afar, before resuming his grisly work. The train continued onward, quickly leaving the Grim Reaper behind. Edward hesitated for a moment, ready to slip through space and question him face to face. But then, from beside him, a voice spoke, "Are you looking for me? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 693, Chapter 693, The Creator. Edward jolted in shock. He had clearly chosen an empty spot, so when had someone appeared beside him? And he had not sensed it at all. He turned his head, only to see a familiar face, the ticket inspector whom he had just rendered blindly foolish. Except now, whether it was the man's expression or the look in his eyes, everything indicated that he had become someone entirely different. The ticket inspector shook his head helplessly. "Sigh, I doze off for a moment, and when I wake up, one of my people has been turned into an idiot by you. Even if I were any duller, there's no way I wouldn't notice that." Edward let out an awkward, sorry. "But well, it's understandable. You must have many, many questions." He spread his hands. "For example, who I am, where you are, what all of this actually is, and so on." Edward hesitated before asking, "May I ask, are you that person mentioned by Adam and the Evernight goddess?" "Ah, I suppose I should be." He waved his hand with a smile. "But calling me that person or this person sounds terribly unpleasant. For now, just call me, let me think, call me the Creator." Edward's pupils contracted. The Creator? The ticket inspector extended both hands. 2 illusory books leapt into existence upon his palms. "That's right. Since I'm the one who created all of this, surely I deserve to be called the Creator." In his left palm lay Harry Potter, and in his right, Lord of the Mysteries. Meanwhile, outside the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. The moment the last Beauxbatons professor rescued a female student, the first event of the Quad Wizard tournament drew to a temporary close. Each professor who completed a rescue received clues regarding the next event, and, based on their ranking and scores, earned the right to have certain spells unlocked, another new rule introduced in this tournament. All contestants could initially choose only 5 basic spells out of the 20 selected by the judging panel. As the competition progressed, additional spell permissions would be unlocked according to their ranking. This shackled format undoubtedly made the tournament far more interesting. The inexperienced and not very worldly Audrey could not help exclaiming, "The person who came up with these rules is incredible." A smile surfaced on Dumbledore's face. "Thank you for the compliment, Miss Audrey." "Ah, so it was your idea, Professor." "That's right." He chuckled. "To be honest, I've never been very satisfied that the wizarding world's most famous competition is essentially a bunch of people flying around chasing balls on broomsticks. I've always felt that Quidditch simply isn't magical enough. So after referencing a variety of Muggle entertainment programs and a few interesting mini-games, I began wondering, could we turn the Triwizard Tournament into a uniquely wizarding event that feels far more magical? And so, this attempt was born. It's the first thing I plan to accomplish after becoming Minister for Magic. Dumbledore continued, but many people think I've grown senile and am just making a mess of things. I don't see it that way. If the magical world remains unchanged forever, that would be truly unmagical. Well, I should head to the judges' stand to give my scores. He blinked mischievously. I imagine they're secretly discussing how Albus Dumbledore could possibly take this long in the lavatory, and whether the greatest white wizard has finally started failing in health due to old age. The Evernight goddess suddenly said coolly, so long as you manage to advance to sequence 4, you should be able to live another 300 to 400 years in perfectly good health. I don't think that would be too difficult for you, Dumbledore. Oh. Then I rather look forward to it. Dumbledore gave a small laugh and strode forward. Soon, amid the cheers of the students, the 4 heads of school began scoring the 8 professors in turn. Despite the obvious favoritism at play, Snape still secured first place by being the first to rescue Harry, earning the full-throated cheers of every Hogwarts student present. Sonorous. At that moment, Dumbledore pressed his wand to his throat, amplifying his voice so it reached the ears of everyone present. Then, the first event of the Quad Wizard tournament has come to a temporary close. All students, please return to the castle in an orderly fashion. A magnificent feast awaits you in 2 hours. Whoa. And lastly, let us once more give the warmest applause to our 8 champions and the people they hold dearest. Thunderous applause erupted through the Forbidden Forest. On the podium, Snape shot a vicious glare at Harry, who was foolishly clapping along with everyone else, and barely restrained the urge to unleash a torrent of venom. Damn brat, as if I'd ever care about this idiot Potter. Albus. This must be Albus's doing. Tonight's feast was even more sumptuous than the one held a month prior, when the 4 schools had first gathered. The great hall bustled with noise as everyone ate and chatted animatedly about the day's competition. The atmosphere was exceptionally joyful. Audrey, Lilith, and the others were assigned to sit in the Slytherin area. After more than 2 months apart, Malfoy visibly jumped in fright when he suddenly spotted Audrey. He quickly composed himself, greeted her at once, then dragged his 2 followers to sit as far from her as physically possible. This childish behavior, combined with the lively and cheerful surroundings, eased much of the worry that had been weighing on Audrey due to Edward's prolonged absence. Lilith sat quietly beside her, brows drawn together, her thoughts unknowable. As for Susie, she instinctively curled up in a corner, observing everyone around her with keen vigilance. Priscilla, the Evernight goddess, behaved quite differently from what Audrey had expected. She had thought that this deity, who symbolized silence and darkness, would feel uncomfortable in such a lively environment. Yet the goddess merely sat quietly, sampling the various dishes in small, dainty bites, frowning at times, showing a hint of pleasure at others. What are you looking at? The Evernight goddess suddenly turned to Audrey and asked coolly. I wasn't. Oh no. Audrey, how could you forget? One must not gaze directly at a deity. Not only had she looked, she had stared at her eating, and for several minutes at that. The goddess asked again, you are afraid of me? Yes. Stupid mouth, move. Say something, anything, to ease this awkwardness. Why your eating posture is very elegant. Audrey's brain was practically steaming from overexertion when several figures suddenly ran over. Audrey. In the lead was Gryffindor's resident genius, Hermione, followed by Harry and Ron, her 2 loyal tagalongs, and a slightly chubby boy. Audrey, you're back. When I saw you from far away just now, I thought I'd mistaken someone else for you. Hello, Hermione, Harry, Ron, Neville. How have you all been? Great. Hermione replied with a bright smile. Harry and Ron have been doing quite well too. Ron muttered, oh, come off it. Ever since Fred and George earned a pile of money selling their improved dung bombs, they've been constantly inventing new prank items, and every time they experiment, I'm the one they use. Hermione shot him a sidelong glance. I seem to recall it was you who wanted extra pocket money and volunteered to be their test subject. You remembered wrong. At that moment, chubby Neville stepped forward timidly, his face full of gratitude. Miss Audrey, I'm here to thank you on behalf of my dad, Mum, and Gran. While you were away, my parents' condition has been getting better and better. The healer said that at this rate, they could be discharged in as little as half a year. Audrey brightened instantly. Ah. That's wonderful. Thank you. Gran wants to invite you to our home for a meal. Of course. Once Edward comes back, I'll ask him. Then I'll head back first. Blushing slightly, Neville waved and hurried away. Audrey turned to Harry with a smile. Harry, I watched today's Quad Wizard tournament, you performed very well. Harry instantly grew nervous and shy, glancing around awkwardly. Don't say that. Professor Snape warned me several times to forget about the whole thing. I just asked him why, and he punished me with a month of cleaning toilets. At that, his expression turned aggrieved. I clearly just went to sleep like usual, and when I woke up, I was tied up in the Forbidden Forest, surrounded by a bunch of centaurs. I have no idea what happened. Because, Professor Snape loved your mother deeply. In a sense, even if he despises you as the son of his romantic rival, it doesn't change the fact that he values you. Audrey thought this, but did not say it out loud. Instead, she smiled. When you're a little older, you'll understand. But I can promise you this, you truly are Professor Snape's treasure. Ron immediately made a retching gesture. Oh Merlin, that is horrifying news. Harry scratched his head, confused. Then he looked around. Where's Edward? He's not with Hufflepuff, and he's not with you either. Oh, he went to take care of something important. At the mention of him, shadows crept back into Audrey's mood. What on earth is happening on Edward's side? Why hasn't he returned yet? She quickly shook off her worry and began introducing the others. Right, these two are. But as soon as she began, she suddenly found herself unable to speak. It was as though someone had stripped her of the ability to form words, nothing would come out of her throat. She looked at Harry and the others, they were staring at her in confusion. Hermione asked, "What two people?" Audrey froze, following their line of sight. Lilith and the goddess were clearly right there. Could it be that Hermione and the others can't see Lilith or the Evernight goddess? Just as she puzzled over this, she heard the goddess say coolly, "Do not mind it. Simply act as though we do not exist." Her words unexpectedly eased Audrey's tension. She immediately shifted the topic and resumed chatting and laughing with Hermione and the others. The Evernight goddess popped a small piece of golden fried potato into her mouth. After chewing for a few seconds, she remarked, "Even if they are made by Hogwarts house elves, fried potatoes remain equally unappetizing." She set down her knife and fork, picked up a napkin to dab her lips, then turned her gaze toward the absent-minded Lilith. A glint flickered through her eyes, and the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. "You do not look like someone worried about Edward at all. Have you discovered something? Note, 790 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote." Chapter 694, Chapter 694, Voldemort has returned. Audrey was enthusiastically recounting her extraordinary experiences to Hermione and the others, doing her best to describe those magical adventures in a way they could all understand. Her lively storytelling made them feel as though they were witnessing everything firsthand. Just then, a massive shadow suddenly fell over the group. They all froze for a moment and instinctively looked up, only to see a boy nearly 2 meters tall standing before them. He wore the uniform of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, his towering figure almost blocking out the light above them. "Oh, so you must be the famous savior, Harry Potter." The giant boy looked at Harry with undisguised excitement. As he spoke, he reached out as though to lift the hair on Harry's forehead. "I heard you were struck by Voldemort. Oh right, you all call him you-know-who, hit by the killing curse, yet all you got was a lightning-shaped scar." The near-invasive gesture made Harry instinctively retreat, trying to dodge the incoming hand. But the big boy seemed prepared, his other hand shot forward, clamping down on Harry's shoulder and rendering him immobile. Then, as casually as petting a dog, he brushed aside Harry's fringe. "Ha! You really do have a lightning scar." Hermione immediately stepped forward like an angry mother hen, shouting, "Hey! You! Didn't your school ever teach you anything about basic manners?" The big boy looked genuinely surprised. "I'm only trying to express my respect for the savior." He dismissed Hermione's outrage entirely and turned his gaze toward Audrey instead. His face instantly contorted into an exaggerated expression of amazement. "Oh my! I swear, you are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Even Vila would pale in comparison to you. I can't believe I failed to notice you these past weeks, I must have been completely blind." He extended his hand toward her. "May I introduce myself? I'm Doyle Hanson from Ilvermorny in the United States. Our school is the true successor of Salazar Slytherin's magical lineage. Perhaps you'd be interested in transferring." Several nearby Slytherin students overheard this and immediately shouted in outrage. "Hey! What the bloody hell are you saying?" Doyle merely gave them a dismissive glance, his tone dripping with scorn. "Sorry, I wasn't talking to you." Audrey responded calmly, her expression cool yet polite. "Sorry, I'm not interested." "Oh, don't be like that. Didn't your Professor Dumbledore say he hopes the 4 schools will get along during this exchange, make friends, and all that?" As he spoke, he actually leaned forward and reached for Audrey's hand, attempting to force a handshake. Lilith, who had been spacing out a moment before, instantly narrowed her eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. She was seconds away from teaching the Rudolph a painful lesson. But before she could act, 2 red-headed figures shot out from either side of Doyle. Each grabbed one of his arms, grinning ear to ear. "Hey there, big guy. If you're looking to make friends, you should come to us." That's right. Everyone knows the Weasley twins are Hogwarts' most sociable students. And we've just invented some delightful new toys. We'd be happy to share them with you. We promise, you won't be able to say no. The smile on Doyle's face vanished instantly. He shook off the twins' hands with irritation. "Get away from me." "All right," the Weasley twins said simultaneously, stepping back several meters, but their grins remained bright and untroubled. "We hope you enjoy our gift." "What?" Doyle blinked. A second later, an unbearable itch erupted across his entire body. He instantly clawed at himself, laughing uncontrollably as the itching intensified. His laughter grew louder and more exaggerated with every passing moment. Before long, half the Great Hall had turned to stare at him, this enormous boy rolling around on the floor, howling with laughter, tearing off parts of his clothing as he scratched himself like mad. At the staff table, the Ilvermorny headmaster saw what was happening and his expression darkened instantly. He stood up at once, but Dumbledore merely chuckled softly. Let the children settle matters among themselves. I'm confident they'll handle it. Albus's calmness only enraged the men further. Albus, your students have gone too far. Snape sneered. I don't find this any more excessive than a man harassing a young lady. Ha 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 ha. Doyle continued laughing uncontrollably. As time dragged on, his breathing grew ragged, but he couldn't stop himself, still scratching, still cackling, tears streaming down his face. Not far away, Ilvermorny's students finally noticed the commotion. After exchanging looks with their professors, they charged forward in fury. The Slytherins, seeing this, immediately stood up to confront them. No way would they back down. Within moments, the ever-watchful Gryffindors rose to join the fray, followed by Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Just as the hot-blooded students were on the verge of breaking into an all-out brawl, Professor McGonagall came striding over at a furious pace. Back to your seats. All of you. Immediately, at once. Swish. The Hogwarts students shot Ilvermorny a final glare before obediently returning to their seats. The Ilvermorny students hesitated, but when their headmaster barked, "Get back to your places, now," they reluctantly dragged the now-cured giant boy back to their table. And thus, what could have become an explosive war was neatly defused. Hermione pressed a hand to her chest, still shaken. That scared me to death. I really thought they were going to start fighting. Ron, though his legs were trembling, still forced a triumphant grin. Ha! In moments like this, you can always count on the Weasleys. Right, Harry. His words stopped abruptly. His eyes widened in shock. Harry, what are you holding? Harry Potter hurriedly pushed back the half-drawn handgun he had been about to pull out, shook his head, and replied almost too quickly, "What?" Nothing. Absolutely nothing. His utterly shameless lie left Ron so stunned he couldn't form words. Audrey raised her juice in a small toast of thanks. After a round of laughter, she sat back down and whispered, "That big guy just now seemed like he was deliberately sent to provoke us." Lilith nodded. It was that blonde one over there pulling the strings. But, why? Audrey frowned. I've never even met the Ilvermorny students before. Lilith gave a soft snort. You'll find out soon enough. 2 hours later, dinner ended and everyone returned to their dormitories. Audrey had just stepped out of the Great Hall when she was stopped by Snape. He gestured for her to follow and led her to a quiet corner. Where is Edward? Snape asked, urgency flickering in his eyes. He didn't return with you. Audrey shook her head. He returned, but he had to leave again for something important. Professor, did you need him for something? Snape's voice returned to its usual coldness. My corpse collector potion has fully digested. I require the next sequences potion. When will he be back? It should be soon. There was a hint of uncertainty in her tone. Good. Snape pulled out a small leather pouch. This contains herbs and prepared reagents worth about 2,000 galleons. Payment for the sequence 8 potion. Audrey immediately stepped back. Better give that to Edward when he returns. Snape shoved the pouch into her hands anyway. It makes no difference. Then, with a dramatic sweep of his cloak, he strode off like a giant bat. Audrey looked down at the pouch, helpless. The Evernight goddess spoke with mild surprise. So Snape chose the death pathway. I thought he would favor the moon pathway. Lilith curled her lip. That's because once he reaches sequence 5, he wants to find Harry's mother's soul, and then... The goddess paused. That is, certainly an unusual aspiration. Hey, I'm on ices, Lilith said, frowning. Why hasn't Edward come back yet? Why would you assume I know? The goddess replied lightly. You are the natives of this world, are you not? I am merely a traveler, here to observe. Lilith snorted. As if anyone would believe that. The goddess smiled faintly. You're so worried about him, why didn't you go with him? Lilith puffed up her cheeks indignantly. Obviously, because someone had to stay behind and keep an eye on you. Who knows what chaos you'd cause if we left you unattended? Heh. The goddess chuckled softly and did not argue. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed toward them. Snape, who had left only moments ago, came running back, clutching his wrist, his expression dark and grim. Come. You're coming with me to see Dumbledore. Audrey asked in shock, Professor, what's wrong? Snape yanked up his sleeve, revealing the dark mark glowing faintly on his skin. He gritted his teeth. Voldemort is back. The words had barely left his mouth when a furious voice split the air. Snape. You betrayed me long ago. You betrayed me long, long ago. A mass of black smoke shot toward them like lightning, swirling into a translucent silhouette of Voldemort midair. In his hand was a bizarre wand, and he roared, Avada Kedavra. A bolt of emerald light streaked forward like a lethal arrow. Snape dodged at once and fired counter curses again and again as he shouted. I'll hold him off, go find Dumbledore. Don't even think about running. Voldemort bellowed. Tell me, what did Slytherin leave inside the locket? Avada Kedavra. Snape flicked his wand backwards, launching a killing curse. The spell struck Voldemort directly. Voldemort only swayed slightly before bursting into manic laughter. Excellent, excellent, Snape, so you dare use the killing curse on your great master. Unfortunately for you, after visiting the dwelling of the gods, I am no longer the same. Magic can no longer harm me. The Evernight goddess observed coolly, he has become an evil spirit, the same kind as Medici. Audrey's eyes instantly turned golden. Accompanied by a faint yet resonant dragon's roar, the gloating Voldemort suddenly descended into utter frenzy, thrashing about wildly like a rabid dog, darting across the ground in chaotic madness. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 695, Chapter 695, Voldemort is done for. However, Voldemort quickly broke free from his frenzied state. He stared at Audrey with wild excitement. I knew it. I knew Slytherin's locket must contain secrets leading even deeper into the dwelling of the gods. Tell me, otherwise I will slaughter everyone in Hogwarts. Audrey's expression changed instantly, and she immediately turned her gaze toward Lilith. Just then, a soft laugh drifted toward them. Oh. Planning to kill everyone? Then I suppose that includes me as well. A blond boy wearing Ilvermorny wizard robes slowly stepped forward. TSK. So this is the Voldemort who has terrified the British wizarding world for so many years. He looks utterly pathetic. And ugly. He sighed dramatically. It seems the British wizarding world has declined far more than I imagined. Snape shouted immediately, don't come any closer, run. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort flicked his wand, sending another killing curse arcing through the air. But the blond boy didn't even move, he allowed the spell to strike him directly. A translucent golden armor shimmered over his body, blocking the curse entirely. You. Voldemort stared at him in shock. The boy grinned. Funny coincidence, isn't it? Magic hardly hurts me either. Then, without warning, he leaned back, arms spread wide as if embracing the sun. A second later, a magnificent, pure, blazing pillar of light descended from the sky, striking Voldemort before he could fully dodge. A shrill scream tore through the air. The evil spirit form Voldemort had become was rapidly purified by the column of light. Within seconds, he was completely erased from existence. Voldemort died, not at the hands of the prophesied savior, but at the hands of an unknown student from America. Snape froze. Though he already knew Voldemort's threat had diminished greatly in the face of Edward's miraculous potion abilities, he still hadn't expected him to die so abruptly, like a stray dog kicked to death by a passerby, unnoticed and unmourned. What confused him even more was, why could an Ilvermorny student use such abilities as well? Audrey's green eyes trembled slightly. This is a power of the sun pathway. The blond boy looked over. Well then, now that the irrelevant one has been dealt with, let's return to the previous topic. He extended a hand. Slytherin's locket, where is it? Snape immediately stepped in front of Audrey. Mr. Andrew, thank you for eliminating Voldemort. However, if you have something to discuss, I suggest we speak with the headmasters instead. Stupefy. In the next second, a spell hit Snape squarely, sending him flying backwards and knocking him unconscious. Almost simultaneously, Susie, who had been hidden in the shadows all along, darted out and activated Frenzy as she leapt at the boy. Andrew fell into Frenzy for less than half a second. He sidestepped easily and kicked Susie midair, sending her crashing heavily to the ground with a pained "oh." Audrey gasped. Susie. But what shocked her even more was, why were Lilith and the others still standing off to the side, just watching? Andrew still wore a pleasant smile, but his eyes radiated superiority. Relax. I'm not here to steal anything from you. Honestly, if someone hadn't insisted that I come, I'd still be relaxing comfortably back in America. I simply want to eliminate all traces left by Slytherin, to ensure that information about the dwelling of the gods is completely severed. Audrey asked in surprise, why? Heh. Because someone told me, once the gate to the dwelling of the gods is opened, it's the same as opening Pandora's box. From that moment on, wizards will no longer be the only ones capable of wielding extraordinary power. Any ordinary person could trample wizards beneath their feet. Andrew sneered. Honestly, I don't care about the rest of what he said. But as far as I'm concerned, the fewer people with such power, the better, ideally, only me. Audrey took a deep breath. When I found Slytherin's locket, Voldemort burned it to ash with fiend fire. I truly don't have it. Andrew shrugged. Then how did you gain such abilities? He waved dismissively before she could answer. Ah, never mind. It doesn't matter. He suddenly pulled a golden sun-shaped badge from his pocket. Because after today, you'll just become another fool who knows nothing but praising the sun. He flicked the badge casually. The moment it left his hand, it activated, transforming into a blinding beam of golden light that shot straight toward Audrey. Audrey immediately retreated, activating Frenzy multiple times in succession while drawing her wand to cast the Patronus charm. A silver-white dragon erupted from her dragonbone wand, surging forward to collide with the incoming golden light. Silver and gold met, clashing, dissolving into one another. But the dragon Patronus was weakening far more quickly. Just as the golden light was about to overwhelm the Patronus and strike Audrey, everything vanished. Instantly. Without warning. Andrew's smile froze on his face, replaced entirely by shock. He had no idea what had happened. The next second, the entire world shattered like glass and began to collapse. After a brief moment of disorientation, everyone slowly opened their eyes, and the scene before them left them stunned. Snape was not unconscious. He still stood exactly where he had been, clutching his wrist, his face full of urgency. Voldemort had also not died, he floated in midair, looking utterly bewildered. Andrew stood holding a black-covered notebook, his eyes vacant, as though his soul had left him. Audrey lay back against a couch that had somehow appeared out of nowhere. Susie rested by her feet, and Lilith stood with arms folded, leaning casually against the side of the sofa. Everything that had just happened had been nothing more than a dream. Andrew seemed to awaken from a dream. Seeing the two suddenly appearing children before him left him utterly stunned. Memories of the dream he had just experienced flashed rapidly through his mind, making it impossible to distinguish illusion from reality. Then, the notebook in his hand began trembling violently, as though it wanted to escape his grasp. At that moment, the Evernight goddess extended her hand. Voldemort's evil spirit whirled rapidly in place before condensing into a translucent mass of energy, which she caught and casually sealed inside a small tin box. She then tossed the box toward Audrey. Whether you give it to Dumbledore or Harry Potter, do as you see fit. Immediately afterwards, she lightly tapped Andrew's notebook. The notebook froze, and a translucent figure slowly rose from its pages, a bearded, frail-looking old man with a monkey-like face. Audrey recognized him at once. It was Salazar Slytherin, the same remnant soul she had met in the dream world last time. This time, Slytherin stared at the Evernight goddess with extreme terror, stammering, You. Amon Icy spoke calmly, You have been to the dwelling of the gods. What did you see there? Did you encounter the deity? Slytherin trembled harder, voice quavering. How could you? The next heartbeat, without any warning at all, Slytherin's remnant soul vanished like a drawing erased by a rubber, disappearing without a trace. The pupils of the Evernight goddess rippled slightly. This was the first time since her ascension that she had encountered such a situation. Someone had used the very authority she governed to erase, right under her gaze, the exact person she was questioning. Even though the consciousness inhabiting Priscilla's body was but a faint fragment of her full power, the fact that it could happen at all was astonishing. Audrey finally asked, belatedly, Slytherin, why did he disappear? Lilith frowned and looked toward the goddess. Wasn't that you, Amon Ices? The goddess shook her head. But that was clearly the power of the authority of secrecy, wasn't it? Her expression remained tranquil. Do not forget, in this place, there may be another person capable of wielding the authority of secrecy. Lilith's eyes widened. River of eternal darkness. Snape, who had been standing nearby in complete shock, suddenly felt his pupils contract sharply. Just now, what happened? Who are those two? Before he could finish, both girls vanished before his eyes. His thoughts were abruptly cut off, and a moment later, a chunk of his memory simply disappeared. He blinked in confusion. Did I forget something? As for Andrew, at some point he had already fallen to his knees, his expression feverish and deranged as he lifted his face toward the sky and screamed. Praise to you, son. Stand still and hear my voice, I pray to you, overjoyed, in this moment, my heart burns as brightly as you, I extol your holy power. Ah. Son. My son. As he chanted, cracks formed across his skin, glowing with golden radiance. His entire body looked ready to ignite into a humanoid fireball, and the temperature in the surroundings rose rapidly. Audrey shuddered. What's happening to him? Lilith lifted a brow. He's turning into a mindless sun-worshipping lunatic, and losing control. She flicked her wrist. A mirror formed beneath Andrew's feet. The blazing, near-detonating Andrew fell through it, vanishing. Lilith dusted off her hands and turned to the goddess. Amon Ices, what on earth is going on? The goddess replied coolly, Isn't it obvious? Someone does not want us learning certain things from them. Lilith's expression darkened. The creator of this world, then. What is he trying so hard to hide? If he can erase those two at will, if he doesn't want them talking, then how did they even get the chance to approach us in the first place? She raked her fingers through her hair, growing increasingly anxious. He wouldn't harm Edward, would he? Meanwhile, the train glided silently across the dark water. Mist gathered on the window, forming tiny beads of moisture. Edward stared at the floating copy of Lord of the Mysteries in the so-called creator's right hand. The grey fog seeping between its pages intertwined with the golden light radiating from Harry Potter in his left hand, spiraling together. So you're saying? Edward's throat tightened. He unconsciously traced the patterns carved into the armrest beneath his fingers. These two worlds are both. Just kidding. The inspector abruptly clapped his hands shut. Both illusory books dissolved into particles of light. Before Edward could exhale in relief, the being added lightly, in truth, I don't even know whether the world of Lord of the Mysteries is something I created. He propped his chin with one hand and sighed. Unlike how I deliberately used the Sea of Chaos and the River of Eternal Darkness to create the Harry Potter world, slowly transforming it from the fictional world of a book into a real world. The reason I started writing Lord of the Mysteries in the first place was simply to copy books and make money. Note, 990 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote.